Chapter 47. Apologies about the longer than usual delay in posting. Was writing the Dance of Dragons bits, ch50, and it was kind of difficult to get through. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Late 126 AC King's Landing, Tourney Grounds. Otto Hightower POV. The drums played as the heraldry changed around the field for the final time for the archery contest. The white cloak with a soul blood red raven soaring about a weirwood tree attracted up a respectful cheer, though that soon gave way when the banner of the 3-headed dragon went up, drawing up a roar of approval. The heralder took center stage, his arms aloft as he began to speak. Good people of the city, the crowd began to quieten down as the herald spoke, and the man looked approvingly at the lessening sound before he spoke again. We have been graced by wonderful spectacle in the archery's tis tourney, though above them all, the 2 competing for the title of finest archer have given account of themselves that passes for legendary. The herald was impassioned in his words, something that was reflected in the cheers granted by the crowd. Wonderful spectacle. Tyland murmured derisively from beside Otto. Otto understood what the tone was for. The archery contest was never the most appealing contest of a tourney. It lacked the blood and energy of the melees and the justs that audiences sought after, and typically, it also failed to draw much appreciation of contest at all. Oftentimes, there were archers that were simply far above the other contenders, and oftentimes, there were no more than 1 or 2 archers in a generation that dominated the archery contests in every tourney thrown in the realm for a whole 5 to 10 years straight. This tourney was no different. Throughout the archery competitions, there were only 5 or 6 archers of any notable skill, but they did not compare to the 2 finalists that were competing in this tourney. The skill both had shown, hitting the center circles of the target faces without fail each time, scoring maximum scores regardless of distance or obstacles, had made that clear. The contests might have been predictably lackluster. Otto began in a quiet voice as he watched movements of the guards at the lower entrance into the main tourney ground. However, this final shall prove to be at least worth a measure of spectacle. So please cheer for Rob Rivers, finalist of the King's Landing tourney of 126 AC. The herald announced, and a pleasant cheer rang around for the bastard nephew of Lord Blackwood. The red-haired man confidently strolled into the tourney ground, was clad in simple clothing, black in color, and Otto heard more than a few disapproving murmurs from behind him about the bastard. Otto had not heard of the bastard before, which was surprising in all accounts, given how often the Blackwood-Bracken feud invaded the small council with whatever had caused the latest breach of the king's peace. At least I know of you now. Otto mused to himself as he watched the man take his position in front of the first set of target faces, a starting distance of 50 yards. The bastard had soundly won all of his contests in record time, with not a single arrow misstruck. He'd started his inquiries in the bastard then. A nephew of the Lord Blackwood, the bastard had been nurtured in his talents from the time he was a babe, and his spies relayed that the bastard had even been raised amongst his true-born kin, and that he was well regarded in Raventree, and considered that he was the best archer of Blackwood blood for many generations. Please cheer for Prince Jaehaerys Targaryen, Prince of the City, Rider of Agarax. The crowd were much more audible in their approval, and Otto's lips upticked minutely at the sound. Tyland chuckled lowly at him. Yes, I suppose so. Care to place a bet on whom shall be the victor? Otto glanced at the Lannister for a moment before he looked back at the tourney grounds. 100 gold dragons on my grandson. Otto knew it was rather futile to bet on his 6 and 10 named grandson. For all of his grandson's talent with the bow, and though Otto might not be the most well-learned in the art of the bow, he could still take a well-educated measure of one's talents, and the bastard of Ravenwood, well, he was a measure too far for his grandson. But it would not do for him not to show confidence in his grandson. I'll take it. Tyland said, all too pleased with himself. Plus, Otto mused, the loss and his humble acceptance of the loss would do nicely in opening up ways for him to further entangle Tyland into remaining at court for the foreseeable future. Whilst Jason Lannister had shown to be none too interested in swearing fealty to a woman over a rightful firstborn son, having his twin supporting Aegon on the small council would only help to push the whole of the West into Aegon's camp. There might not be any small council seats available for his appointment at this present time, that would not always be the case. Viserys would not live many more natural years, that much anyone could tell. One did not need to be a maester to see that, he mused as he glanced at the king, who wore his infamous bronze mask as he sat upon the throne at the center of the platform, or rather, slouched. Viserys was flanked by the acolytes of the Grand Maester, who ensured he remained pain-free and conscious, and a momentary flicker of pity and sympathy passed through his mind for his old friend. The gods were indeed cruel, Otto thought to himself. For all of the insanity of Viserys' choice of heir, he thought as he glimpsed at Rhaenyra and Daemon the Younger, who sat on left-hand side of Viserys next to the Valyrian Cyrdarin and Lady Laena, Viserys was a good man, and a good king. The disease that was slowly rotting him from the inside was perhaps the worst kind of ailment Otto ever had the displeasure of learning about. Few men could have lived this long, for so long in pain, and Otto could not help but deeply respect his old friend for his endurance. Of course, Otto thought as he looked away from Viserys, it helped that the maesters were made to be deeply invested in the survival of the king for as long as possible, but it did not detract from the strength of will Viserys showed to keep on living when every breath was a breath taken in pain. Otto looked away from Viserys, burying the unhelpful feelings, and instead, he refocused on the contest as his grandson and the bastard exchanged a few words. It wasn't long after the exchange of words that the herald dropped the coin and signaled that his grandson had first serve, and Otto leaned forward in anticipation. His grandson stepped up, and notched his arrow, and after a few tense moments where even the crowd did not dare to make much noise, did his grandson loose. The crowd roared in approval when his grandson's arrow hit the center of the target face, only slightly off from the very center, and Otto let off a faint proud smile. Good shot. Tyland murmured as he clapped gently, though Otto said nothing but let him. The man saw his faint proud smile. The next rounds of the first was a tense affair, the Blackwood bastard matching, no, loath it as Otto was to admit it, bettering each of his grandson's shots. By the time of the end of the second at 60 yards, the Blackwood bastard had pulled away in raw scoring, the man having hit the center 5 times out of 6 at 50 yards and 3 times out of 6 at 60 yards, in comparison to his grandson's twice center hits in each of the distances. It was only because of the fact that his grandson kept up hitting within the second circle of the target faces that allowed him to have a chance still at the third at 5 and 70 yards. Nonetheless, the contest was one of the closest in living memory, at least in Otto's living memory. Typically, a clear victor was announced by the second, or when the losing archer gave defeat when it was clear in the disparity in talent. In this instance, however, the difference in the archers was not as pronounced. Unfortunately, whilst it was not as pronounced, the difference was still there, and it was shown in the third as the Blackwood bastard hit the center thrice in a row from the start, at which point the man had secured his victory in scoring as his grandson would not be able to close the gap in the remaining rounds of the third. The crowd cheered the Blackwood's victory when the herald announced it, though the cheer did not compare to the roar of approval when his grandson, in a bout of good sportsmanship, shook the bastard's hand. Prince Jaehaerys is quite the talent with the bow, Lord Hand. Tyland remarked from beside him as they both clapped for the contest. He is. Otto acknowledged. His grandson had shown an interest in archery from a young age, preferring the bow over that of the sword. Alicent had told him of the resistance Jaehaerys had shown in the training yard with the sword, only growing worse when she'd orchestrated that the boy be banned from practicing the bow, but he'd put stop to that and told her to encourage the boy with the bow. Jaehaerys was only a third son and a dragon rider to boot. To be masterful with the sword was not necessary, and archery was fine enough a martial talent that it did not need to be a point to antagonize her son. And it was better that Jaehaerys found something he was good at and be satisfied with it, along with his station in life, and from all accounts from the archers of Old Town he'd sent to instruct Jaehaerys, the boy had grown to do that exactly. Though that bastard is quite something. Tyland said begrudgingly, and Otto couldn't help but agree even if he would not voice it out. He would have to speak with the bastard and see if he could entice the bastard into service. Otto turned around at the sound from behind and he saw Viserys being carried from the throne and onto the wooden wheelchair, his daughter and the usurper Rhaenyra by his side. "Excuse me, Sir Tyland," Otto said, and he didn't wait for the man's response as he walked up the steps towards the king, and he sent a glance towards Aegon, who sat with pregnant Helaena and their children on the right side of the throne, who looked unconcerned and uncaring as he sipped on his cup of wine, a marked difference to worry that was on Helena's face, and even when their eyes met, Otto showing a disappointed look at his grandson, it did little to change the comportment of his grandson, who only snorted and looked away uncaringly. Otto clenched his teeth momentarily, though he dispelled it as he arrived. "Your Grace," Otto said concernedly, the raspy gasps of air causing him to look on the masked king with a genuine look of concern on his face. The guards led by the king's guards began to crowd out the nobility that were in the platform with them, closing up a circle around them. "I must retire for the night," the king rasped out, though before he could say anything further, Rhaenyra spoke up. 2 days in a row for such long hours, it has caught up with him. Rhaenyra's tone of voice was curt and sharp as she stared at Otto with a cool look. The distasteful woman had tried to get her father to remain in the Red Keep after the opening ceremony, trying to tell him that he was in no condition to travel far and away from his chambers, and it had been a true hassle in trying to convince Viserys otherwise, that it was of great import that the realm see him even in his state. "I will leave with my husband," Alicent said as she fretted a little over the king. "There is no need. I shall see to my father's safe return with the king's guard." Rhaenyra turned her cool look at his daughter. "Rhaenyra, stay," Viserys rasped as he placed his gloved and remaining hand on her hand that sat on the arm of the wheelchair. "Let the realm see their future queen and her heir a while longer." Alicent flinched at those words, and her hands began to retreat into a clasp where he saw her peeling at the edge of her nails. "Father," Rhaenyra tried, but Viserys interrupted her. "Please. Stay." The cool look of Rhaenyra faded as a look of concern took heavy root. "If not for my sake, then for your cousin," Viserys rasped out before he lost strength and breathed heavily. Otto watched as Rhaenyra's expression shifted once more, the concern fading as indignation threatened to lose on her face, though that lasted a mere moment as she hid her opposition to the bastard on her face. "Of course, father," Rhaenyra said with a clipped tone of voice as she stepped back and took hold of Daemon the Younger's shoulders. The masked face of the king turned to Otto. "Otto, bring him to me in the morn, I wish to hear of his trials directly." "Of course, your grace," Otto said with a bow of the head, and Viserys signaled the guards to take him, and Otto stepped up to his daughter and neared her ear. "Go with him," Otto murmured quietly, and she pulled away before she nodded and followed Viserys out. Rhaenyra then stepped forward and stood in front of Viserys' throne, staring at him all the while as if she waiting on him to challenge him, but he would not. Her inane childishness did not matter, and none of this would matter in the long run. She looked away from his impassive face and directed her gaze towards the audience, who had audibly murmured amongst themselves at the sight of the king being taken away, and at this, Otto clenched his teeth for a moment before he stepped away. He'd wanted to address the crowd, and though he could fight her on it, and win, it would not look good to do so openly in front of everyone. Otto assuaged the few nobles who inquired after the king, and just as he neared his seat, Rhaenyra spoke, the heralds having quieted down the crowd. "The king has retired for the day, but he wishes that we all keep enjoying the tourney, so much so that his grace has ordered a free cup of ale to all of the good people of the realm." Rhaenyra shouted, and the crowd cheered in approval. Otto arrived at his seat, where he saw Tyland look back at Rhaenyra, which he stopped doing when Otto took his seat. "How much of that is true?" Tyland questioned quietly after he too took his seat. "All of it. The king has retired for the day. Likely rest of the tourney too. It was fortunate that there would only be one other day left." "A shame," Tyland only said, and Otto didn't deign to respond to that. They didn't have to wait long for the next part of the second day of the tourney, as the archery target faces and markers were all removed, and the squires were all introduced in the squire melee's finals. The name Duncan Waters had been amongst the name called out, and his name had been one of the more cheered names of the day, undoubtedly the rumors of the bastard's father having circulated around by now. Duncan Waters. Otto sat back in his chair as he considered the bastard whilst he waited on the melee finishing in its arrangement. He'd heard of the bastard and his brother over 6 years ago, having been informed on the matter by the maesters as the king rode to Claw Isle to inquire on their well-being. It had been somewhat difficult in getting eyes on Claw Isle, the old lord, and now the new lord, having some skill in hiding the two boys away from scrutinizing eyes, but eyes on them he did have. Both boys had the looks of old Valyria, with Duncan having the strongest looks out of the pair, with Aelor Waters having brown eyes instead of the Valyrian purple. Raised in a small keep by a man named Jaren of Claw Isle, a common-born horsekeeper, and a former whore by the name of Felena, the two boys lived in as much luxury as a merchant family and were squired to knights sworn to House Celtigar, and often were a sight at the training yards of Claw Isle Keep, with the sons of Bard Emos Celtigar. It also seemed like some of the keep had been suspicious of the origin of the boys, from what his spies had told him, those some being those who had seen Daemon with their own eyes and whom Duncan Waters had a startling resemblance to. Startling indeed, Otto thought grimly as he stared at the boy in poor quality armor amongst the crowd of armored crowds, the memory of the boys being in front of the Iron Throne just 4 days ago vivid in his mind. Viserys had ordered Lord Bard Emos to send the bastards to the capital to partake in the tourney, and so they came. And Viserys had dispelled any notion or chance of obscuring their heritage when he'd ordered them to the royal chamber before him. He'd heard Viserys mutter Daemon in a gasp, which thankfully was not overheard by any but himself, Alicent and Rhaenyra, but if one was to picture a Daemon of the same age, he doubted anyone except perhaps Viserys, Prince Baelon the Brave and the old king would have been able to tell the difference. Such was the disturbing familiarity of the bastard. Otto grimaced as the squires moved into position. He knew then that Viserys would not want to part with them any time soon. The fact that Viserys had invited them to his solar, alone, was only a confirmation that he'd latched onto the bastards where Daemon had left a gaping hole. The two bastards had known that they were bastards of Daemon for a number of years. Apparently, according to Viserys, they'd been told of their bastardy by their stepfather after a knight who had fought in the Stepstones had told them of the possibility. The news of Viserys' invitation and acceptance of the bastards to squire with the king's guard and to house them in the royal apartments was only a surprise to those who did not understand Viserys, such as Rhaenyra and Alicent. The death of Daemon was a wound on his heart that Viserys would always blame himself for, just as he would blame himself for the death of Aemma. The man was built to self-flagellate himself for deeds not in his control. In any case, the two bastards were now fully aware of their kinship to the king, bastards though they may be, and it was now on Otto to take advantage of it. It was only fortunate that Rhaenyra, for all of her trained wisdom, was still a fool for what the two bastards represented. The very keys to destroy the imbalance that existed. The squire's melee began apace, the blunted swords and weapons of 6 dozen boys and young men clanged and chinked and shattered dully in the wake of the sounds of roars and cheers of the crowd, though Otto paid it little mind as he focused on the bastard. The bastard had some skill with the sword, but it was clear that he was no prodigy. That fact did much to satisfy Otto. The battles dwindled down rather quickly, 6 dozen having turned into just over 2 dozen in no more than 3 minutes, and when the bastard yielded, he ended up yielding as one of the last 10, an adequate final place for a boy of 6 and 10 of decent talent. The final victor was a boy from the Crownlands, a Gregory Buckwell who wielded a longsword, who defeated a second son of Lord Lefford in a protracted duel that acquitted both squires well. He would not be surprised if both were knighted soon hereafter. I'm disappointed. I would have thought, like father like son, a tragedy may play out on that pitch. Tyland japed, and Otto allowed a smirk to form as he glanced at the Lannister. Tragedies are oft only those when they come unexpected. Otto remarked, and Tyland chuckled at that as he stood up. At the same time Otto stood up and clapped. No truer words. Tyland mused. Though, for a bastard like him, a royal bastard no less, tragedies can never be unexpected. At that, Otto said no more, even if he felt Tyland's eyes burning at the side of his face. A little while later, the last of the contests of the tourney had come and gone, as eve threatened to fall, and Otto was accompanied in the carriage with his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren back to the Red Keep. Jaehaerys the younger sat next by Jaehaerys the elder, playing with the string of the weirwood bow Rob Rivers gave to his grandson, which his grandson had elected to take with him in the carriage, a prize he was unwilling to part off physically, whilst his great-granddaughter Jaehaera was asleep sitting on Helena's lap, who played with Jaehaera's hair, a faint distant-looking smile on her face. Helena, will you get your son to stop pulling at the string? Jaehaerys the elder exasperatingly asked as he peeled the boy of 3 name days off of the strings, his patience having finally run out. Otto watched as Helena glanced at Jaehaerys the younger, pausing for a moment in her playing with Jaehaera's hair. It's a very nice bow, brother. Helena said with a hum before she played with Jaehaera's hair again. From it fly arrows that catches a blue eye and 2 souls. Helena murmured to herself before she hummed quietly as she began to braid Jaehaera's hair. I know it's a nice bow, and what does that flying arrows bit even mean? Jaehaerys the elder asked, a little baffled. Enough, Jaehaerys. Otto's tone of voice was firm, and 2 sets of eyes came his direction, and Otto sighed heavily before he smiled a strained smile. Not you, little Jaehaerys. He said as the quiet boy bobbed his head, and Otto found that acceptable enough to return his gaze to his grandson. If you are so concerned about your bow, give it to one of the guards riding with us. Otto said firmly at his grandson, who ended up having a face of distaste as he clung a little tighter around his bow. Otherwise, you can suffer a little more of your nephew's interest in your bow. The look of resignment made Otto roll his eyes, but he said nothing else as he looked out of the carriage, watching the buildings move by as they made the journey towards the Red Keep, and he was comforted in the silence. A silence that didn't last too long when the childish voice of Jaehaerys asked about his father. Where Papa? Otto glanced at the boy before he looked back out through the window of the carriage. It was Jaehaerys the elder who answered the boy. He's gone flying with Dreamfire. Dreamfire. The butchered name of the dragon made Otto wince slightly. The boy was not the brightest of the line of dragons, that much was clear even this young. 3 name days and innumerable times of correction on correct pronunciations, the boy still butchered names on a frequent basis. Dreamfire. Jaehaerys the elder corrected with patience. You remember her, don't you? Big blue dragon with big old teeth. Prettiest dragon there is, just like your father. Jaehaerys said with clear amusement in his tone of voice. Otto glanced at Jaehaerys the elder, who wore a grin on his face, and at Otto's look, he lost it slightly before it regrew as he spoke further and looked at Helena. Of course, that is after your dear mother in her summer. Thank you, brother, but you were right the first time. Helena's waifish voice rung out before she looked at young Jaehaerys the younger with a smile on her face. Aegon is prettier, but he is also a lot more irritating. At that Jaehaerys the elder laughed, which made little Jaehaera stir in her sleep. Don't be so loud. You'll wake her. Helena scolded, or at least what passed for scolding in his granddaughter. My apologies, dear sister. Jaehaerys the elder said, his grin now fully stretched out on his face, and Otto looked away from the children, and looked out of the window once more, doing his best to hide his smile at the interaction of his grandchildren. If only Jaehaerys Orderin had been born first. That eve. A knock on his door interrupted his train of thought, and he furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed at the door. Rarely did anyone knock at this hour of the day. All knew better. Come in. Otto declared, wondering who could want to disturb him now, and when he saw who was walking into the Lord Hand's chamber, he struggled to keep his eyebrows from raising. The princess shuffled into his chamber with a fixed look, her hands clasped in front of her as she walked in. She was clearly not happy being here. Yet she was here. Princess. Otto greeted cautiously, the momentary surprise buried away, and cautious interest took root in his mind. Lord Hand. Rhaenyra returned with a stiff nod, and Otto leaned back in his chair as he gestured her to sit. I'll stand. Rhaenyra stated with a strained smile that was far too obvious, and Otto nodded only at that as he eyed her intently. There was a few moments of silence where neither said anything and merely stared one another, and Otto's curiosity was piquing. He was coming to an inkling of an idea of why she might be here, now. What may I do for you, princess? At this, Rhaenyra thinned her lips as she looked away from him and took to look around in the candle-lit chamber. The last time I was here, Lord Strong was still Lord Hand. Rhaenyra stated, taking Otto slightly aback by the comment. She continued. I see that you have removed all that was his. It felt inappropriate to hold on to anything that belonged to House Strong. Otto answered as he took her in as she walked by one of the cabinets he had brought over. It had been the same cabinet he had in his first spell as Lord Hand. Yes. She trailed off as she stopped touching the cabinet and took to look around once more. I wonder what you did with it all. I returned it to Lord Larry's, of course. Otto said simply, and it wasn't even a lie. The man had said he wanted to remember his father well. Otto had thought it strange, naturally, given the man had helped arrange the death of his own father and his brother, for they needed the help as Harrenhal was a different prospect to arrange a fire compared to a small keep in the Dornish marshes, and had gone out of his way to arrange the death of all of his brother's children. They'd only wanted the death of Lionel Strong, and Harwin Strong if the opportunity presented itself so that they could have removed any ardent Rhaenyra supporters from Harrenhal, but it had gone far beyond that. He'd have thought the man had at least some scruples about killing his brother's children, but it seemed that his daughter misrepresented the man in her letters. He was a cold-blooded opportunist that they would have to dispose of when it was more convenient. Yes, of course. Rhaenyra said as she leveled a look at him once more, and once more there was a pregnant pause in their dialogue. The bastards. Otto tilted his head, inwardly satisfied that he guessed her reason to visit correctly. Duncan and Aelor Waters. Rhaenyra's lips thinned and he could tell their very name insulted her. Or rather, insulted Baelon and his mother. It was bad enough with two female bastards of Daemon that Aegon had taken in himself and married to his children, but that was a problem that could be easily ignored, a slight on Rhea Royce that could be forgotten, but these two bastards? That was a whole different matter. What do you plan on doing with them? Nothing more than what the king has commanded of me. Otto stated simply as he watched her, wondering what she might have in that wretched mind that could have convinced him that they had some kind of strange unimaginable common cause. Rhaenyra's nostrils flared as her eyes narrowed. Have both bastards sent back to their island. They have no place here. Otto would have laughed if he had been so unrefined. The fact that she recognizes that he has the authority to do, finally, and speak it so loudly, finally, was amusing to him. Though, as amusing as it was also clear affirmation that his presence and authority was the reason why she and her husband retreated from King's Landing. As unfortunate as that was, for it made trapping her when the time was right difficult, it was still satisfying to hear from her very mouth. Though he doubted she would ever have the spark of intelligence to recognize her foolish admittance. I agree. Otto said with a faint smile, one he kept as he continued on speaking. Bastards have no place amongst royalty. You will find no resistance from me should you orchestrate their departure, princess. The twitch of her eye made it clear that she was not fooled by his comment. Rhaenyra was many things. Airhead, a fool of a girl, unworthy and undeserving of the throne, but unfortunately not as much as a fool as he'd hoped her to be. The last decade under the guidance of Daemon's widow, of all people, had put paid to that. Forcing the bastards away would only invite Viserys' wrath, and though he was infirm, he was still king, and a king's wrath was a terribly dangerous thing. I am rather surprised that this is your response. Given how much the faith matters to you and your daughter. I would have thought you would not suffer the presence of bastards, particularly the ones of my late uncle, especially with one who is so similar to my uncle in looks, and in personality. Otto stretched his hands. As I said, I agree. I would be more than happy to see the last of the bastards and send them back to the hole they crawled out of. Otto said calmly as he met Rhaenyra's gaze. Unfortunately, the king sees differently. Perhaps you can convince him otherwise. The bastards have lived away from King's Landing before, perhaps they shall again. Viserys would never permit it. Not after he'd seen Duncan. And from the look Rhaenyra was giving him, she knew it too. I see. Rhaenyra said stiffly, and Otto frowned at the way she was looking at him, though he could not dwell on it for long as she began to move. Good day. She said, equally as stiffly and lack of warmth as before. Otto only inclined his head slightly and he watched her go, and he tapped his finger on the table, musing on the odd interaction with the would-be usurper. I wonder. Rhaenyra was not the fool girl of before. Why seek him out? Especially on a matter that he would have no control over, not when Viserys, who still possessed his wits for the most part, would overrule him in an instant? Did she really think that they could join hands, unless she wanted to see his reactions to the bastards? He'd only shown that he cared not for them, but his refusal to help might have appeared as something else, as convenient. It is fortunate Baelon undoubtedly hates them. Otto murmured to himself. Especially since the two bastards look more like Daemon than he does, a fact that he found most convenient in his ploys to bind the bastards to Aegon's cause. Of course, it helped that the usurper's side had most of the large dragons on their side, negating the threat the bastards possess, which they were undoubtedly aware of. If Baelon and his grandchildren could bond with dragons, hatch dragons, then the bastards, who though born of horse and impure blood, but still born of Daemon, well, it was clear that the blood, however tainted with that of horse blood, would be strong enough to allow two more dragon riders. But for Rhaenyra and her supporters, the use of 2 more dragon riders were non-existent. There was only Sheep Stealer and the cannibal remaining of the large dragons, and both were wild dragons. And Sheep Stealer, which was said to be a much milder disposition than the cannibal, which was not saying much given the reputation of the elusive dragon, was still far more dangerous than Ghost, the wild dragon Daemon the Younger had matched with after moons of effort. For them, 2 more potential dragon riders on dragons that were unlikely to ever be matched with by any Targaryen, was no use, and they likely thought the same for his family. And they would be right. If he did not have a plan to ensure that they would have some use for his family. Forgive me, old friend, but you have refused to see sense. Otto murmured to himself with no small amount of sorrow. He hated the necessity of it, but they had come too far for too long to be denied what was rightfully theirs. Otto shook his head and began his work again, and forgetting his ploys had come easily to him, as he fell into his work once more. The next morn. My lord. The servant said as she curtsied as she entered his chambers. The king is now free. The princess has now left his chambers. Otto stood up from his seat. You may leave. Otto instructed as he began to close up his documents, and it wasn't long before he was out of the office and made his way towards the king's bedchambers. The king's guard stepped aside as he arrived, and he walked in without a further word, and he was greeted by the sight of the maesters tending to the king's wounds. Otto suppressed a grimace as he took in Viserys' face. It was marred with scars, terrible thick scars, and a cloth was wrapped around his right eye. His body, once full, was now a gaunt thing similarly marred with scars and wounds that missed an arm and could well lose another with short suddenness. Otto. Viserys rasped as he looked upon Otto. Have you come to dissuade me too of taking in young Duncan and Aelor? Your Grace. Otto said with a bow of the head before he straightened. No, Your Grace. I have not. Though it is unusual, I am aware that these 2 young men are kin to you. Perhaps only to myself. There was a bitter note to Viserys' tone of voice. Rhaenyra will not see them as family. Viserys winced as the maesters dressed a wound on his back. Otto neared Viserys. Perhaps the betrayal of Rhea Royce makes it too hard for her to acknowledge them. Otto said reasonably. Viserys laughed, and Otto knew then that she likely used this argument when she was inevitably forced to backtrack. The fault of the father is not with the children. Otto inclined his head in agreement. That should be the way, what the 7 teach us, but rarely do we have such forgiveness in our hearts, Otto mused to himself. Sons inherited the faults of their father, nearly always. The Blackwood-Bracken feud was the singularly utmost example of this fault of men. There's so much of Daemon in them, especially in Duncan. Viserys smiled wanly at that, and it almost seemed blissful in a strange way. I hope not too much. Otto said with a faint smile, and Viserys struggled not to laugh. I do not think the realm could handle a young Daemon again so soon. Viserys said with a genuine smile on his face, and Otto couldn't help but wonder at it. Loss truly did enhance the virtues of the departed. The times that Viserys had agonized over his brother were far more than he'd ever cherished his brother's presence, and the times that Daemon had been close, Viserys had always been more short and moody than at any time Daemon wasn't close. The only times that rivaled the lamentation Viserys went through was when his youngest brother had been the cause of discussion. Otto might not have been around for those instances, but Alicent had told him enough about it. So truly, it was a wonder to see Viserys smile at the headache that was Daemon. If you wish for your sons can take the young men under their wing. I am sure they would be interested to know their cousins who are closer of age. Viserys stopped smiling and looked at Otto. Really looked. He briefly wondered if he misstepped. I would have thought you less keen on them given. As your Grace said. Otto said with a light bow of the head, the fault is not with the children. Who can control from whom they are born, and how? Viserys remained silent for some time, and Otto wondered what he might be thinking at this stage. Was Rhaenyra smart? Did she warn him of the possibility of his interest in the bastards? Yes, I had thought to do so as well. To have them know each other as cousins should. Viserys said finally. I had not yet brought it up with Alicent yet. She might not approve. Otto conceded, mingling in truth. However, I shall speak with her and remind her that their origin is not something to be blamed on them. You would? Viserys asked as he looked at Otto, and Otto nodded firmly. I would. As I would speak with my grandsons. Otto said, and he softened his face slightly. I am aware how much they mean to you, your Grace. I would help ease your burden by ensuring that their well-being is looked after as much as possible. Viserys sighed heavily. Thank you, Otto. At times, I have wondered if I did the right thing in keeping a distance. I see now it was another mistake of mine. I should have had them raised with my sons. They could have been as close as brothers then. There's time yet. Otto remarked, and Viserys softly chuckled. Yes, there is. There was a lull in the conversation, one that Viserys broke. What was it that you wished of me, Otto? You did not come to see me to speak to me about Duncan and Aelor, did you? Otto nodded slightly. I wanted to see if you were able to see to the last tourney. He knew very well that Viserys wasn't, but it was the excuse he had prepared for when he learnt that Rhaenyra had entered Viserys' bedchambers. Viserys grimaced before he shook his head slightly. No. I do not have it in me. Viserys said with a sad smile. It might just kill me if I attempt it. He said with a laugh in his tone of voice, and Otto grimaced at that. It wouldn't be disastrous if Viserys did die this very instance. In all honesty, he'd even consider orchestrating it when he learnt that Rhaenyra was going to be in attendance with Daemon the Younger. The death of Rhaenyra and Daemon the Younger in the wake of Viserys' death was an enticing prospect, especially with Laena in attendance, but it had only been a vague thought, one that he hoped he would not regret. The main matter that stayed his hand was that though Rhaenyra's death, and of course her heir, along with Laena who of course would not be killed but instead imprisoned to ensure Viagar could not be used, would be a bitter blow to the legitimacy of the Blacks' cause, it was not one that changed matters enough into their favor. Not enough to overcome the poisonous narrative that would come from the quick succession of deaths of Viserys, Rhaenyra, and Daemon the Younger. It might well cause enough of a stir that it would cause their support to fall apart, especially if Baelon championed Viserys the Younger as the new heir to the Iron Throne, whose symbolism accompanied by the acts of treachery could sour up any support they presently have, along with those who were undecided. No, it was not the right move to obtain victory. Do not look so concerned, my friend. Viserys said warmly to Otto, drawing him out of his thoughts. I will live for a while longer, thanks to the good maesters here. Your grace honors us. One of the maesters intoned with a light smile. May you live for as long as possible, your grace, for there has been no finer champion to peace. Otto said as honestly as he was able. For all that he was looking out for his family, the peace Viserys garnered was one to be admired. There were few of his kind in House Targaryen that earned such admiration. Viserys smiled at that before he winced once more as the maesters wrapped fresh cloth around him. I will not attend, Otto. However, I would like there to be a meal with the rest of the family, including Duncan and Aelor, this eve. Of course, your grace. Otto said with a bow of the head. A few days later. He stood at the gates of the Red Keep, waiting as Aemond rode towards the gates. Aemond. He greeted his grandson as the boy of 7 and 10 name days dismounted and walked towards him in his now familiar confident stride, adorned in night-black attires, his face set in an impassive cold look. Grandfather. Aemond greeted back with a stiff nod, none of the warmth of his mother or the mocking of his elder brother present in his tone of voice. Otto turned his body to the side and gestured his second eldest grandson to walk with him, which Aemond acquiesced to. How is your brother? Otto asked, asking about Durin, who was being fostered with his brother and the rest of House Hightower. Initially, the plan had been for Jaehaerys to go, but after Durin had been born, the choice had been made instead for Durin to go as the youngest of the family. Jaehaerys had instead been planned to foster with the Baratheons, but Viserys had denied that, much to their surprise, though he understood why. Fostering, whilst no equal to a marriage alliance, was still an effective means to create bonds. And Viserys, though he preferred to be blind to those around him, was not so blind to know the consequences of such bonds, and it had also been why the man had offered instead that Jaehaerys be fostered with Baelon, something that Alicent had rejected and summarily ended any further attempts of fostering and marriages to great houses. Durin fostering with his kin was the sole exception to this. He is well. Aemond allowed a light smile to form, though it soon gave way to one of dark amusement. He's taken well to the Hightower, so much so we might not recognize him as one of us. Durin had been sent earlier in the year, and after it was known that Rhaenyra would be coming, with Daemon the Younger in heel, Otto had suggested that Aemond take to visit his brother until at least Rhaenyra had left. Rhaenyra had left yesterday and the response had been quick, and the return had been quicker than expected. And yourself? You have returned quicker than expected. Did you not enjoy your mother's home? Otto questioned, and there was genuine curiosity there. Aemond was different. He was hot-tempered, willful, and had a harsh nature to him. It was true irony that the man Otto had hated for so long and opposed so strongly had ended up having a terrible mirror in Otto's own grandson. The dragon Caraxes had only emboldened that irony. It was pleasant enough, but it is not my home. Aemond remarked as he stared directly into Otto's eyes. And speaking of my home, what is it that I hear that my home has been invaded by a pair of bastards? Daemons no less. Otto sighed heavily as he looked around to doubly ensure that the guards that surrounded them were the ones that were loyal to him. He'd sent back word to his brother the moment Viserys had decided on his course of action and kept him up to date. The last letter he'd sent about the bastards, he'd asked Hobart to make sure Aemond was at least aware of it. It would save time. Your father has taken a liking to them. Otto said with a thin smile. They resemble your deceased uncle quite so. Particularly the one named Duncan. And what does mother think? Aemond asked with amusement on his face, though there was some eagerness there too, undoubtedly eagerness to hear the wrath of his mother on the matter of bastards, which Alicent likely made sure her sons would be to know. Your mother has the same opinion on them as I do. Otto said as he looked Aemond before he looked towards the gardens of the Red Keep, where he began to walk towards, gesturing for Aemond to follow. Oh. Aemond asked, and Otto glanced at the boy and he saw Aemond looking at him intently with a disturbing glint in his eyes. And pray tell, what is your opinion of them? That they are your cousins and that you would do well to form a bond with them. Otto said quietly as they arrived on the steps that led to the gardens. Aemond laughed. What? He said disbelievingly before he shook his head. You're having me on, grandsire. This might work on a dullard like Aegon, but it won't work on me. The arrogant boy said with a smirk on his face, and Otto rounded around at Aemond, his eyes narrowing. Do not speak of your elder brother that way, grandson. Not in my company, not in any company. Otto said warningly as he stared up at his grandson. I do not know, and I do not care, what your childish issues are with your brother, but you will respect him, even if only because he is your elder. Because he will be your king was left unsaid, but Aemond understood that well enough. Is that understood? Otto watched Aemond clenching his teeth and breathing in and out through his nose, but finally, after a long few moments, he stiffly nodded his understanding. Otto remained looking at him for a moment longer before he nodded too and resumed his walking. They are your cousins and they have a place of honor bestowed to them by your father. Despite their origin. I am sure I have plenty of other bastard cousins by Daemon running around. What's that now? 4 cousins? What's another half dozen or so? That doesn't mean we should be inviting them in. Aemond said seriously, his face wearing some offense at the thought. There will be no more. Otto stated after he looked around to make sure no one was around to overhear as they entered the gardens. They had searched all of King's Landing for more of Daemon's bastards, even paid the horse to let them know of even a waft of a rumor of royal bastards born from Daemon, but they had heard of no other, fortunately. At this Aemond looked quite interested. The 4 are the only one it seems. Otto said, annoyed at his grandson. Truthfully, why were their fortunes so hampered that the most important grandsons were also the ones who were the most unreliable and dangerous? Nonetheless, Otto began as he turned around and faced Aemond, his expression grave. I want you to befriend the 2 bastards. Train with them. Make them as tight as possible to our cause. It is imperative that you do so, Aemond. At this, Aemond startled before he narrowed his eyes at Otto, though it was not one of anger but one of calculation. You want me to train with bastards? Befriend the bastards? Daemon's bastards? Yes. Otto said simply, and the simplistic answer took Aemond aback, and Otto sighed long-sufferingly. I do not have to tell you of our difficult circumstance. Otto said with thinned lips, and Aemond narrowed his eyes once more before he sharply nodded. Good. His brother had no doubt made sure to drill into the boy's head of the situation they were in. The war that was coming if things did not align themselves to allow them to get rid of Rhaenyra and her brood in swift move. I can understand why you might want to use them, but there are no dragons for them to claim. At least not here, and somehow I doubt my half-sister will permit the bastards from attempting to tame Sheep Stealer. Aemond surmised. Otto's lips thinned at those words. Yes, they wouldn't be able to go to Dragonstone and even make the attempt. He was quite sure an accident would sooner befall the bastards. Mayhaps you would use them to entreaty with their bastard sisters married to our heretic cousins, but I cannot imagine even you would want to antagonize the faith. Aemond surmised further, a trace of a smirk growing on his face, and Otto grew irritated at the boy. Otto was not above choosing pragmatism over morality, and had things been just a bit different, he might well have sought out an alliance with the heretic. The Dornish or the Manderleys were both sects of the faith that were disapproved of but still begrudgingly accepted, after all. But unfortunately the heresy was too severe. Changing the very book of the gods, claiming Illuminaries as a piece of the 7 heavens, proclaiming Aegon as prophet, no, it was all far too many bridges too far, and no argument would see the faith change their mind. Besides, it was clear that the heretic supported his brother's choice of heir, even if Otto was incredibly doubtful he would come to defend her rights. The acknowledgement was no more worth than the paper that it was written on, especially given that Rhaenyra, or Baelon, had done nothing to endear themselves to their uncle. If anything, their denouncement along with Viserys had ensured that very instance, and he doubted that the heretic would not have heard about it. So that could only mean that the heretic nor his children would come to defend the rights who had disavowed them in the eyes of the realm. This Otto was sure of. And Otto was content to leave them be where they are for as long as possible, and he could only hope that his brother would fall dead before his idiotic desires of taking Illuminaries for House Hightower could take root in his nephew's ears. Aemond eyed him intently. So that means you're planning something else? Aemond said slowly, his eyes narrowing. You and granduncle? Tell me. Watch your tone. Otto warned, irritated, and Aemond stiffly nodded but kept his sharp eyes on Otto. Otto shook his head as he considered letting the boy know more of their plans, though before he could think too much on it, Aemond spoke up. Who else are you going to confide in, grandsire? Aemond asked, and Otto met his grandson's gaze. Mother. Aemond scoffed, and Otto's brow twitched at the disrespectful tone the boy used about his mother. She tries, but she is no more capable than Helena is. Aegon. At this Aemond's expression took on a darker look. My older brother cannot be relied on. There was more he wanted to say, but he did not. Aemond looked around before he spoke further. And if you want him on the throne, you will need me. Aemond said confidently as he stepped closer to Otto. And not just my dragon. You will need a prince who can fight. Who can lead battles. Who can make the hard choices we both know Aegon would not want to do. Enough. Otto said sharply, and Aemond ceased his chattering, and Otto looked around at the gardens and saw at the far end some of the servants. Nothing to be concerned about. Otto rounded back around to face Aemond and decided to give the boy some information. There are plans afoot that will allow us to even out the numbers, should it be needed. Aemond narrowed his eyes, but the boy remained quiet for a few moments as he considered that. Even out the numbers. Aemond murmured, and his eyes turned sharp as he looked at Otto. Do not say what you are thinking. It is clear you understand. Otto said irritably as he tugged with the edge of his sleeves, his gaze looking around. We will speak no more on this. Otto raised his hand. Not here, not now. Aemond didn't look pleased but nodded nonetheless. Now. Otto began, tiring quickly and losing his patience. Will you do as you are required to do and befriend them? Aemond pursed his lips, and Otto was going through an exercise to keep his patience, but finally, the boy nodded his head. I'll befriend them. Good. And make sure it is as true as possible. The bastards are not dim-witted. Otto said harshly. The last thing they wanted is for the bastards to grow suspicious. It's why you came to me and not Aegon or Jaehaerys, is it not? Aemond said with an arrogant smirk. Don't worry, grandsire, I will make them loyal to us. Otto clenched his teeth minutely before he stiffly nodded. Good. Now let's go and see your father. At this, Aemond's arrogant smirk fell off and a dark sour look passed instead. Aemond had never forgiven his father for what happened on Driftmark, nor the chastisement that had followed after claiming Caraxes. It was the worst trait of his. His inability to forgive, or even have the want to forgive. The boy carried ever little slight. He was worse than the heretic Aegon the Elder was in this regard. Very well. Aemond remarked, a lot quietly and a lot broodier, and Otto only sighed inwardly. Aegon may be a drunk, but at least he is easier to control. The realm will be far better off with him as king than Aemond. If only Jaehaerys or Durin had been born first. Break. Late 126 AC, King's Landing, the Red Keep. Aelor, bastard son of Daemon Targaryen, POV. He groaned as he woke up, and he blinked his eyes for some time before he felt awake enough to turn and face the light from the windows that were made of glass almost as clear as the skies. Still not a dream, is it? Aelor murmured to himself as he looked away and stared at the ceiling. To think less than a moon ago they were in their small home, on harder beds and smaller rooms with open windows with only wooden shutters. And now they were here, in the Red Keep, in the royal apartments. Aelor sat up in his bed and shook his head. It still did not feel real. Aelor washed his face with the bowl of water before he dressed himself, and it was during his dressing that the doors to his chambers opened. My lord. The maid greeted as she curtsied, her hands full of fresh bedding. Aelor fixed her with a smile. He would have corrected her, to call him just Aelor, for he was no lord and he was no seer, but she would not respond and just leave, only to address him once more as my lord the next time. Like the others did. He stood away as she did the bedding and soon left his chambers, making his way towards his brother's apartment, which was just a few paces away. As always, he kept on looking around, looking at the red stones of the halls. It was nothing, just stone, but each time he walked on the stones, gazed upon the red stone walls, he was reminded how much he didn't belong here. Mother, Laura, Bartholomew, father. Aelor thought of his family back on Claw Isle with a tang of guilt in his heart, and Aelor had to forcibly shake his head at the thoughts of his family. Even if he wanted to return, they would not let him. He opened the door to his brother's room, and he was amused to see his brother still knocked out, sprawled out on his bed, not even stirring one bit at the sound of the door opening, or his steps. Aelor glanced at the bowl of water, and for a brief moment he contemplated dosing his brother with it, but he would rather not antagonize his brother when they were set to train with the princes, lest his brother seek to embarrass in front of them as payback. Duncan had a mean streak in him, after all, one that made him act before thinking. Instead, Aelor dragged one of the chairs against the stone floor, and the sound did made Duncan stir, but not enough to wake him, and Aelor lifted up the chair before he set it harsh against the ground, a loud bang that did make Duncan jump slightly, his eyes shooting wide. Wah! Duncan managed as he looked around until he saw Aelor standing behind a chair by his bed. At the sight of Aelor, Duncan got most of the drowsiness to fade away. Aelor! Duncan growled. You wanted me to make sure you wouldn't be late. Aelor said with a raised brow, and Duncan turned to have a look of distaste before he fell down on the bed, grunting his acceptance of Aelor's actions. You could have been gentler. Duncan groused. You sleep like a rock. Aelor deadpanned. Nothing short of a rock crashing can wake your lazing arse up. I'm many things, brother, but lazing I am not. Duncan said as he threw one of the pillows at Aelor, and Aelor caught it. Duncan sighed before he sat up on the bed and looked around. Did the maids come already? Aylor looked around and it did look like the room had been cleaned. Why didn't they wake me? It's not their job to wake you. Aylor said tiredly. You don't have to say it like that. Duncan murmured as he threw aside the duvet and stood up in his full nakedness. If I don't, you might just think that this is all normal. Aylor murmured a bit louder than he wanted, loud enough that Duncan heard him. At the words Duncan had stiffened for a moment before he relaxed, likely with great effort, and washed his face with the water from the basin. Aylor would have felt bad if it wasn't for the fact that his brother was indeed getting far too comfortable with this circumstance. They were bastards. They were not princes. They lived entirely on the charity of the king, who saw in them his brother, their true father, and only him. The amounts of time that the ailing king had called Duncan Damon. Brother, if you keep on being so sullen, I might just beat you into the ground until you spring out of it happy as our griefs wind. Duncan said as he turned around whilst he dressed himself, an unamused look on his face. Griefswind was their donkey. It was a happy donkey that loved affection and did these short noises that sounded like it was laughing. Only when they were older did they learn that there was something seriously wrong with their donkey, as none of the other donkeys of the families around them behaved in the same way. Mother once said that Griefswind, a name made in jest by their father, had been born from the earth instead of from a womb, which was why it was so happy. It took them some time to realize their mother had been jesting with them. I doubt even that would work. Unless you hit me over the head and make me lose my sense. Aylor half quipped, and it garnered him a long-sufferingly sigh as Duncan looked at the ceiling and Aylor turned serious at the sight. Dunk. No, Aylor. Duncan interjected sharply. I don't want to hear it. You've said it plenty of times already since we've arrived here. Duncan walked over to him, a heavy serious look on his face, and his brother and his best friend took hold of his shoulders. You know how Jaren has always looked at us, brother. Duncan said seriously as he spoke of their father, their stepfather. Remember? We always used to wonder why he looked at us like that when he didn't look at Laura like that. It was true. Jaren had this look, one that was without much warmth. He often used it in a stare against them. Whenever they did anything wrong, or even when they were simply out in the stables with the horses, he'd give them that look. When Laura, their sister, was born, Jaren hadn't looked at her like that. Nor did he thin his lips when she called him father or papa. At the time, children as they were, they thought perhaps it was because she was a girl, and perhaps because she was loud. Duncan had hated Laura for a while, and Aylor was ashamed to admit that he had too, and that they'd taken it out on her. Jaren had come the closest to hurting them that one day, when they'd pushed Laura into the ground, only their mother's warning stopping him from doing so. And later, when he learned of their origin, he'd remembered that look, the moment when he'd stopped. It had been a look of fear. Or when he didn't look at Bartholomew the same way either. Duncan continued. He isn't our father, Aylor. Accept it. Duncan finished as he tightened his hands around Aylor's shoulders, and Aylor felt a fury grew from within, and he swept aside Duncan's hands. Do you think that this is about, Dunk? Aylor said with anger in his voice. Not completely, but at least part of it. Duncan said with a careless shrug that angered Aylor more. Duncan continued. You don't want to accept that this is where we belong. Where our father came from. Aylor couldn't help it, he laughed. Dunk, we're bastards. Aylor stressed, and he could easily tell that Duncan was hurt by the reminder. Good. They'd always be known for being bastards now. We're no longer Aylor of Claw Isle. Duncan of Claw Isle. Son of Jaren of Claw Isle. Instead, we are bastards of Prince Damon. For now. Duncan said with a set jaw, anger long brewing in his eyes. Oris Baratheon was a bastard too, but he rose to become a lord. A great lord. Duncan then smirked, though that anger remained. I would settle for just for becoming a lord, however. Aylor gaped at his brother's audacity. What? Aylor asked disbelievingly. Duncan sighed before he shook his head and walked away from Aylor. Brother, I know you're smart, but sometimes. Duncan trailed off before he picked up his belt and wrapped it around his waist, turning around to face Aylor as he did so. The king wants us because we look like our father. And only because of that. Duncan said to his brother before he continued. But the princes? Particularly Prince Aemond and Prince Jaehaerys? They are friendly, too friendly. Oh. Aylor could only say, and he realized he hadn't really asked what his brother has been thinking, truly thinking, about the whole situation. Yes, oh. Duncan said with a roll of the eyes. As you say, we're not, like them. Duncan said with some discomfort, obviously unwilling to voice out what they were with his own voice and words. But they seemed to be ignoring it. Why? Duncan posed. I'm not sure. Aylor said with a furrow of the brows, though deep inside him, he knew. He knew as everyone else knew. Duncan rolled his eyes again. Of course you're not sure. Now who is pretending? Aylor pursed his lips before he nodded slowly, and Duncan returned the nod. So you see. Duncan said as he finished doing his belt and returned closer to Aelor. This is our chance. Duncan said lowly. I don't care that Daemon is our father. From what we've learned over the years, it's likely we would never have met him anyway. He would have likely had us killed before he would have acknowledged us. Aelor stated grimly, and Duncan's eye twitched before he nodded stiffly. He probably would have. Duncan paused for a moment and a softer look came across his face. Do not think I do not care for Jaren. He was our father in the ways that counted the most. He made sure we were well taken care of. For that, we, owe him a debt, but he is also the past. Duncan said as he stared directly into Aelor's eyes. And you need to see that too. Yes, we're not like them, but we can be more. This is our chance. We only need to seize it. Duncan stated passionately as he took hold of Aelor's shoulders once more. But will they? Aelor murmured, as fear seized his heart. They might not have been educated as the Lord's children of Claw Isle, but they were taught enough. They knew that bastards were highly looked down on. And to see bastards rise. Duncan's expression cycled through a number of emotions before they settled on determination. They will, because we will do whatever it takes for them to let us seize it. They want loyal dogs, they'll get loyal dogs. Aelor saw it better now, clearer. His brother had been acting with Prince Aemond, behaving in a way that alien to him. He'd known that his brother was doing it to get the prince to like him, but now, he knew the wider scope of it. And our brother. At this, Duncan's expression turned into stone coldness. The king had told them that Baelon had been told of their existence and that they might receive a letter from him. They had not. And they had not asked any further on him, especially with the way the king had avoided talking about Baelon at all. Their half-brother had no interest in getting to know his bastard brothers. He had his chance. Duncan only said, and Aelor grimaced before he sighed and nodded. It seems like they'd wed their fortunes to those who had want of them as loyal dogs. Duncan then smiled and tapped Aelor's shoulders, though he took on a ponderous look, which confused Aelor. Clawworm or fireworm? Duncan stated, and he seemed to tasting the words on his tongue. What? Aelor asked, confused. The names I'm thinking of taking when I get a lordship. Duncan said with a grin, and the words cleared up any confusion Aelor had. Aelor snorted. Neither. They're terrible names. And entirely too close in meaning with the bloodworm, Caraxes, which was of course his brother's intent. Fireworm. Duncan, fireworm. His brother declared, and he looked inordinately pleased with the naming before he grinned at Aelor and swept him into a one-arm hug. Duncan and Aelor of House Fireworm. He said, his grin widening. Come on, brother, surely you can admit it sounds great. It sounds like a name we'd make when we were children. Aelor deadpanned, though there was a smile on his face. Oh? Why don't you come up with something then, arswipe? Duncan challenged with a laugh. Blood claws. Aelor said with a serious expression, and Duncan laughed louder, and Aelor continued. Blood bones. Blood twines. Enough, enough. Duncan laughed. And you dare say that I am terrible? I did not say my names would be much better. Aelor said with a laugh of his own, and the two brothers laughed themselves silly before they finally left the apartment and made their way to the training halls, together. And though neither would know it, it would one of the last times the two brothers would laugh together so carefree in the years to come. Break. The Dance of the Dragons. The years before the dance. The tourney of 126 AC marks the arrival of one of the most infamous actors in the Dance of the Dragons. Duncan Waters. Some would claim him to be the rogue prince reborn. From accounts of that time, Duncan Waters did exhibit some of the traits Daemon Targaryen had been known for: ambitiousness, moodiness, and charm. However, one must be warned that such comparisons are likely inflated due to the striking resemblance of Duncan Waters to his sire. Most accounts of the time suggest that Duncan Waters was, above all else, an opportunist, and his accounted crimes during the Dance of the Dragon suggest it to be true. Chapter 48. Chris GMP, the two bastards are in a way reflective of the nature of power, as GRRM intended, I suppose, with Hugh the Hammer and the other one. Aegon Mini-Me, unfortunately, will be swept up by the situation, unfortunately. There is no escape. And he won't want to. Ankit Maha, Bard Emos should have been smarter about it, but unfortunately his prejudices prevented him from being smart about it. Sad face. The bastard stigma is real. 1. Aelor is a decent fellow, but unfortunately he has a brother who dreams of the world, and he can't help but try and keep him steady. It will suck. Lady Sylvanas, yes, the balance of power is skewed, and honestly, it was the same in canon. It's just that Viagar was a problem that the blacks didn't want to kamikaze themselves into destroying. Otherwise, they should have won, in all honesty anyway. Aegon's objective is rather simple. He wants his cake and eat it. He will work to getting to eat it, if it arrives in front of him, whilst also figuring out if he can help without doing anything, i.e. killing family, that he would regret doing. Regarding the whole chapter duplicates thing, sad face, I've just tried to fix it again and hopefully it will stay fixed. Honestly, it's a nightmare. FF needs to sort it out. It's been buggy for some time now. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Second day of the first moon, 129 AC King's Landing. Alicent POV. The doors to the small council chambers opened, a thudding sound, the creaks in the doors a dull trill, that, swiftly, sharply, was drowned out by the crescendo of chairs scraping sharply against the stone floor, chair after chair displacing as all those at the table rose one by one, their gazes transfixed onto the opened doors. Onto her husband, the king. Her husband's heavy, raspy breathing drummed amongst the sounds of the king's guard moving armor as they wheeled him forward in his ornate wheelchair. Her attentions caught Duran sending a harsh accusing glare at her father, a burbling of anger that was barely contained in the Valyrian's expression. The man had grown ever more frustrated whenever the matter of the Tyroshi arose as her father stymied the attempts of the Valyrians to seek redress from the Tyroshi, and his visual expressions were an outpour of that frustration. The Tyroshi retaliations and sabotages to Valyrian interests and ownerships was boiling over, and each time a small council had been called over the past 6 moons, Duran had saber-rattled with increasing fervor, getting to a point that he was threatening the Valyrians will seek redress without favor or approval from the crown sooner rather than later, something that has caused her father to react in the only way left to them. To get her husband to dissuade the Valyrians from breaking the peace. Her father did not but give her husband all his attentions, ignoring the glare of the Valyrian, and he led the small council in welcoming her husband. Your Grace. One and all said, their heads bowing, as her husband, adorned in his kingly attires and crown affixed on his brow all whilst wearing a half-mask allowing them to see the remaining good part of his face, was made to cross the distance in his seat before he was gently placed at the head of the table. The small army of maesters that had trailed behind the king's guard quickly assembled through the doors before the doors were shut, and fell in line behind the king's guard, standing ready in the instance her husband needed the aid. Be seated. Her husband said, the rasp in his voice sickly, his breathing a moment heavier than it was before, speaking clearly of the great effort it took him to speak, to even be conscious. They all took their seats as commanded, though it was not long before her father spoke up. Your Grace. Her father's voice drew all attentions to her father and he soon continued after the momentary pause had drawn them in. I must apologize for disturbing your rest, but I fear that your judgment is needed now more than ever. Her husband exhaled haltingly, a sound to be understood as an understanding. Tyrosh. Her husband rasped out weakly before his single eye turned towards Duran, who she could see look at her husband with a stone mask, one that tried much to hide the discomfort the man was feeling undoubtedly. Viserys had not been to a council meeting in nearly a year. The last time any of the councillors, outside of her father, had seen Viserys had been over 3 moons ago, when Rhaenyra had visited with that girl and her youngest son Makar. And all knew her husband's condition. Her husband was closer to death than he was to living, and to call upon him, to weaken him further, was an act that few could be so cavalier about. Your Grace. Duran said quietly as he bowed his head slightly. The Tyroshi grow braver with each day that passes. The treaty we signed with them, one of friendship and understanding, is being spat upon at every waking hoe. The Tyroshi, her father interjected sharply, and Duran's anger became visible at the interruption, but her father paid it no mind as he spoke further. Are not the problem here, Your Grace. Not the problem. Duran repeated with gritted teeth as he stretched out his hands onto the table. They are refusing to honor the pricing we negotiated for their wares, increasing the pricing for goods like their pear brandy, their ceramics, and their dyed fabrics by over 400%. Duran started to clench his hands. And that is not even the worst of it. The taxations we imposed on foreign ships in Tyrosh's ports are being refused to be honored, and each day that passes, more Mirish and more Lysane ships arrive. Alicent sent a look at her father, who remained impassive despite the heated words. The plans her husband, Daemon, and Lord Valyrian had initiated had been to slowly but forcibly tie Tyrosh into the realm, making them depend on Westerosi goods, and later, with diplomacy, gain Tyrosh into the kingdom, alongside the Stepstones, which was marginally though not practically in their present control. Her father had learnt more over the past years, that Viserys intended Rhaenyra the honor of incorporating the Stepstones into the kingdom, giving her a sense of legitimacy and prestige that was undue her. As always, Rhaenyra was being spoiled, giving honors and opportunities she did not deserve, never even having to lift a finger to receive or struggle for. And her husband was a fool for her, an even greater a fool if he ever thought it possible that Rhaenyra would ever grant her half-brothers domains of their own, even if they were not but desolate rocks. In any case, the plans of this conquest had only helped solidify their allies in Tyrosh and strengthening their resolve in breaking free. It will only be a matter of time before the Tyroshi completely break from the agreements we have reached with the treacherous magisters. And what do you? Her husband began, and he took several breaths before he spoke again. Propose we do. Duran leaned forward. Let us remind who they owe fealty to, Your Grace. Let the Valyrian fleet blockade them, perhaps let us have dragons fly over their city. They will crumble without a single arrow fired or swing of the sword. They do not owe the crown fealty, Sir Durin. Her father spoke for the king and it annoyed Durin once again. The past few years had been tiresome, to say the least, even when the Tyroji issue had not formed. They all knew it. Durin was Rhaenyra's creature. He was here most moons of each year, and more often than not, he was the challenging voice to her father's authority in the wake of her husband's declining health, even though her father did little that warranted challenging, not now, not when matters necessitated carefulness. But all of that he challenged, they all knew it also, that Durin had little authority beyond his remit of the royal fleet, which she knew her father had conceded to Rhaenyra even if he had men in the background to limit the extent of the loyalties the captains harbored to Rhaenyra and to Dragonstone. In all truths, she wondered why Durin had not yet resigned. It was obvious that Rhaenyra had decided to yield King's Landing instead of fighting for it, a foolish decision. Viserys had been dying for a long time, and he was dying quicker over the past years. It should be clear Viserys could die at any moment. And for all that she thought Rhaenyra was a usurper, a fool girl, and unbefitting of the crown, the girl wasn't stupid. Not completely anyway. Nor was Baelon. So why allow Durin to remain? She did not understand it, but for all that she did not understand it, she did understand that her father was depending on it. The Valyrians' greed would be their way to damage the life-threatening alliance. They are not even allies. Her father said in a rebuking tone that did not sit well at all with Durin. At most, we have favored status with them, under the treaty His Grace signed with the Tyroji Magisters. Her father continued. Of course, the aggressive moves they are making is unfortunate. Durin scoffed harshly at her father's words and he seemed barely able to contain himself. However, to do what you suggest would only inspire more fear from Essos. Her father said gravely. More fear? Durin said in a scoff. From whom, would the Lord Hand believe this fear would hail from? Myr is no more than Bravu's puppet. Pentos looks more to their north and their south than they do west. Bravu's has no more other interest than Myr itself, which it is struggling with. They have no room for fear from the Iron Throne, and even if they did. Durin leaned forward. Then it is no more than good news. Durin declared. It is about time we end this half measure we are taking with Tyrosh. Her father looked irritable for a moment. And for whom's benefit would you ask the realm to go to war for? House Velaryon. For the realm. Durin said with a mild look of contempt. Not that you would have much understanding of this notion. This caused some uncomfortable murmurs around the table, but Durin paid it no mind as he continued. With Tyrosh firmly incorporated into the realm, we have far better access and control over the stepstones. In time, we can fully incorporate those damned islands into the realm too, even though we should have done so years ago. The realm could not afford the quagmire of Essos at the time, Sir Durin. Lord Beesbury interjected calmly. And though Essos has settled into a more restive state, the cost of maintaining an army on those isles is not one the crown can afford for extended periods. Even with the income of the glasswares. House Velaryon will share the cost and manpower, as will any other house granted the titles of the islands. Durin was quick to respond, and her father was about to challenge Durin's words, but a surprising command was voiced out. Enough. Her husband rasped out, and the table turned silent as her husband rested his head against the back of the chair, and a weak groan escaped his lips. Your Grace. The Grand Maester stood up from his seat concernedly before he waved at the maesters to approach, and Alicent found herself standing too. No, no, I can speak. Her husband managed, his sole hand twitching in what could only be understood as dismissal. We will not intimidate them. Nor will we not speak any further of war. Her husband looked at Durin with his sole eye, his breathing heavying. So eager for war, it is not the only way. Her husband said, and his breathing growing more frequent with every word uttered, and Alicent, still standing, took to look at the rest of the council. Lord Beesbury, Grand Maester Orwally, Lord Commander Sir Riam and Lord Jasper Wilde were visibly most affected by the king's words amongst the councillors, and even her father looked affected by her husband's words. For all that her husband had his faults, he had a commitment to peace that could not be denied. Even if perhaps that commitment was wrongly placed. It was one of his greatest qualities. Otto. Her husband continued, just about managing to shift his head to allow him to gaze upon her father. Your Grace. Her father answered quietly, and in his voice, she could hear the respect he had for her husband. Though I forbid war, we must, however, answer the breaches. Her husband closed his eye for a moment, and there was a tenseness slowly creeping into the council chambers. Husband. Alicent walked over to Viserys and placed her hand onto his as she crouched a little by his chair. Viserys breathed heavily again before he opened his eye, and after a pained grimace he continued. They, Tyroshi, will keep to the agreement, my brother one. Alicent looked to her father, who had not changed his face much as he bowed his head slightly. Of course, Your Grace. Her father looked towards Lord Jasper, who momentarily had a look of surprise on his face, but one that soon departed. Lord Jasper. You will go to Tyrosh and impose on the magisters of the urgency of a return to the established agreements. And if they refuse? Durin was quick to interject, though there was no real animosity in his tone of voice anymore. I, as your king, will deal with it, and should it happen. Her husband said raspingly, though his breathing was settling slightly, his eye settling on Durin, who did not look pleased but seemed accepting enough. Her father picked up the conversation, glancing at Viserys as he spoke, reluctance clear to hear in his voice. And if House Velaryon wishes to support Lord Jasper to see to the success of the restoration of agreements, I would suggest you also send diplomatic representatives in support. Her father said intently as he stared at Durin, who disliked the look. Nonetheless, the Velaryon understood it enough from what it seemed. Agreed, I give leave. Her husband said, agreeing to the suggestion posed by her father, and as Alicent looked upon Durin, she could see that it had done enough to sate the ambitions of the Velaryons. At least for now. Her husband continued, and Alicent looked towards her husband and she saw he was growing more exhausted by the heartbeat. Other matters, that must have need of me. I believe the small council can attend to the remaining matters. Her father said as he glanced around the table, and none had posed an opposing argument, and her husband moved his head weakly, and within a moment, the king's guard had moved to take her husband away, her steps moving away to allow it to occur. None uttered a word as Viserys was taken away, all of them either watching the front or the others or watching Viserys leave, and only after a few moments after the doors had closed, did any speak up again, and this time it was Lord Jasper. Lord Jasper began, and his eyes momentarily flickering to Durin was enough to spell most of his intent. Was it wise to allow House Velaryon to come in this diplomatic mission? I mean no offence, Sir Durin, however it must be said that House Velaryon's presence may well scupper my efforts. It is precisely because of my house's interests in Tyrosh that it is imperative that we have presence in that damned city. Durin near growled defensively. Without us, any means of influence in that city would have dried up within a year of the treaty we signed with those magisters, and had that happened, once more would our access beyond the narrow sea have been threatened in less than a decade. Alicent doubted that. She may not have the mind for it, but she could at least say that the chaos of Essos would not have settled enough to allow strong challenge or occupation of the trade lanes through the stepstones. The fact that they did not have need to send any ships to patrol those lanes now, when savage Essos was stabler than it was back then, was proof enough in her eyes. Nevertheless, Lord Jasper does have a point. Her father's voice was sharp before he settled into a calmer tone of voice. There may be need to offer some. Her father raised his hand slightly, halting Durin in his opposition. Some concessions in order to respect the king's desire to avoid any more mishaps in his reign. Can you, and your house, Sir Durin, respect and obey his grace's command? Durin clenched his teeth for a moment before he nodded sharply. I will relay the king's orders. Durin stood up after he said that. If none oppose, I will do so post haste. Of course. Grand Maester. Her father said, and the Grand Maester bowed his head before he also stood up. Sir Durin, I will be at the Ravenry when you are ready. Durin nodded sharply before he twisted on his heels and departed in a brisk pace. After Durin left, it was Lord Jasper who had spoken up, a grim tint to his voice. I fear the Velaryons will not serve true obeisance to the king's command. I would say your fears will become realized. Lord Larys murmured with a faint smile, though his unblinking eyes carried naught of the smile in them. They have a history of disobedience verging on treason after all. Be careful of throwing accusations of treason, my lord. Lord Beesbury warned with a frown. The king had approved of the war in the Stepstones. Of course, Lord Beesbury. The king did approve of the war, years after. Lord Larys answered, his smile never leaving. Before Lord Beesbury could respond to that, her father interjected. Unless there are other matters to discuss that requires the small council's attentions, we shall end it here. Her father's stern voice cut through the room. The small council meeting had but few matters to discuss, none of great significance, and the meeting ended rather quickly, and when it ended, she walked with her father to his solar, in silence. After the doors closed to her father's solar, her father let off a restless sigh as he grabbed the bridge of his nose, and she was surprised to see it. Father? She questioned tentatively. Her father looked at her with an impassive glint in his eyes before he shook his head and walked over to his desk. We are in dangerous territory, daughter. Her father said before he leaned against the desk with one hand rest on it, her father seeming to resist sitting down. She came closer to her father, though she spoke not. Everything, it all depends on the Velaryons. Her father looked at her and she could see him tired, forcing her fidget nervously. She rarely saw him like this. The lives of your children, your grandchildren. Her father's expression flickered momentarily, and she thought she could see regret in his face. Rhaenyra and her brood are a step too far. Dragonstone is a fortress we cannot breach. Her father sighed heavily. Perhaps I should not have been so cautious. Alicent understood what her father was saying. The last time Rhaenyra had come. An ugly look passed across her face, a mixture of discomfort and guilt, but as soon as the look had come, she'd lost it. Her own children's lives were at risk. Rhaenyra would not suffer her half-brothers to live. Even sweet Helena and her children would not be spared. Each day that passed, would be a day that allowed her children's dragons to grow and possess more dragons. Rhaenyra, Baelon, would be aware of that. And there was no love lost between her children and Rhaenyra and Baelon. One side could not be at rest whilst the other remained alive. The gods would see the necessity and would forgive them for their sins. We could have held Aemma and Makar hostage. Alicent shook her head. Baelon would not have surrendered. She murmured. He was too much like Daemon. And there was the fact that killing Rhaenyra in such a way would have turned much of the realm against them. Perhaps. Vermithor is a good reason not to surrender. Her father remarked as he glanced at Alicent, and she flinched at the look, at the mention of that dragon. It was a beast only second to Viagar, and both dragons were in their hands. If only Laena had died. If only Aemond had bonded with Viagar. Perhaps they would not have needed the deceit they were carrying out, an affront to the gods. Perhaps the crone after contemplation and prayer could have offered pearls of wisdom that could have seen a peace that saw Aegon rightly ascend. Perhaps. It seemed, truly, their dependence on the Velaryon greed was truly the one way she could save her children and grandchildren. I can only be grateful the Velaryons are patient enough to wait out Viserys. Her father said as he straightened himself out, and Alicent frowned a little. Her father continued, and she could see that her father saw her frown. He continued. Do you think the Velaryons, in all of their arrogance, would have remained as still and quiet as they have been about everything Tyrosh if it were not for their confidence that they would gain whatever they wanted under Rhaenyra? There was a hint of contempt in her father's voice. Her father did not let her answer his question as he continued, answering for her. They would not have. They had not done so when they waged a private war against Viserys' wishes in the Stepstones, and they had not done so when they conspired with Daemon to press Viserys to act against Myr and their allies in Tyrosh. Her father's lips firmed into a thin line. I am confident Rhaenyra has promised them more than ought to have been promised. It is the reason they give pretense of loyalty to Viserys when his power waning as much as his life is. Her father declared, and Alicent winced slightly. Corlys is no longer the man he once was. Alicent said quietly in answer, and her father hummed, and she was pleased to hear the approval in the hum. That is true, and perhaps his flagrant disobedience has indeed quelled with age. But it has not to the point that he has become a different man. Her father's expression darkened lightly. Corlys has always chased legacy and power. Tyrosh is merely a facet of that greed of the man. Loyalty means nothing to a man like Corlys. The Free City have made the Velaryons increasingly wealthy to the point that they do indeed compete with House Lannister when it comes to gold. They dominate Tyrosh, far more than the Lysane do, and they want to take it entirely. She knew a little about the wealth the Velaryons were gaining from Tyrosh. The taxes the Velaryons paid 2/3 as much as a great house paid to the crown. If it had not been for the tax reliefs granted to House Velaryon, it was also likely that if the Velaryons truly paid their dues, they would have actually paid more than even House Lannister and House Tyrell in taxes. That interest has not faded, and it must not fade. Her father said lowly. And with their arrogance. Alicent swallowed a little. Will it work? Alicent asked tentatively. She did not know what her father had planned with her uncle and whomever else was part of their alliance. Her father eyed her intently, and he did not speak for a moment. When he did, she could feel the chill in his words. It must, and it shall. For all of our sakes. 3 weeks later. Alicent fretted as she watched the maesters work on her husband. His blotched wounded skin, which clung to his bones, was fiercely sallow, the wretchedly wet and bleeding scabs on his body pungent in smell and disturbing in sight. His breaths were shallow, and like wounded bagpipes, each breath was an unsettling rasp that made her wonder, each time, if the breath he took was the last breath he'd ever take. The change in his health had been sudden, drastic, and it had taken much of them to keep it. He must live for at least a few more moons, Grand Maester. Her father commanded, and she knew her father was thinking the very same thing. My lord, the Grand Maester was stopped in his utterance. Her father raised his hand, and he stared at the Grand Maester for a long moment. I do not care what you do, what you must cut off. Her father's expression flickered slightly as he spoke slowly. But his grace must live. The Grand Maester exchanged troubled looks with one of the maesters working on her husband before he nodded resignedly. It is possible to extend his life for some time. The Grand Maester said slowly before adding quickly, though with a touch of service, but it is no life. His grace is in constant pain that would cripple most persons. It is a testament to his strength of will that he has endured this long. But he has his limits. He is reaching that limit. The Grand Maester said as he rubbed his forehead. But it can be done. Her father pressed. Yes. The Grand Maester said after another dubious exchange of looks, and her father did not look pleased at the exchange. What is it? Her father asked sharply. He will have to be kept under a higher dosage of the milk of the poppy to alleviate the pain in his body, which is killing him faster than the illness is. The maester paused for a moment, letting that sink in. He continued. However, if we do so, he will little sense of self. The Grand Master said, troubled by the thought. He will be asleep more than he will be awake, and when he is awake, he will be more in a dream state than he will be conscious. His Grace would have be fed and watered by our hands completely. Though he'd breathe, he'd be closer to death than he would be to life. Alicent winced when she drew blood at the edge of her thumbnail with her teeth. She looked at her thumb for a moment before she looked at her father, unease and guilt rising from within. Father, must this happen? She whispered, and she was gifted a sharp look from her father. It must. Her father said resolutely before he looked at the Grand Master. Will the king be able to retain his sense of self when he is not under the poppy? The Grand Master hesitated for a moment before he nodded slowly. He will, however, he would need to be off of the poppy for a day. He will be in significant pain, but he will be conscious. Her father considered that for a long moment before he fixed the Grand Master with a stern look. Do it. Her father commanded. As my lord commands. Good. And ensure none learn of the king's ailing health. The warning in her father's voice was severe. The maesters bowed their heads in acceptance. Alicent, come with me. They left her husband's chambers, where they were waited upon by the king's guard, Lord Commander Sir Ricard Thorne and Sir Eric Cargyle. The king lives and is healing. Her father said to the two king's guard, and both were noticeably relieved. Her father continued, his tone of voice lower. The king has asked this episode to remain secret. Sir Ricard's expression turned stoic at her father's words. We serve the king. The man said simply, and her father only sighed before he nodded acceptingly. Not more than a moment later, they walked down the hallway of the king's quarter in the royal apartments. Soon enough, they made for her quarters a level below, where she remained nearby her grandchildren and Helena. The staff. Larry's confirms to me they all ours now. Her father stated rather than asking, nearly as soon as they arrived at her private quarters. Enough of them are. Alicent confirmed, stifling the sense of unease she felt at Larry's intervention on her father's order in the matter. She'd been queen for over 20 years. Though her early years she had struggled severely to assert her authority, because of Damon, but over the past 10 years, she'd slowly replaced most of the servants for younger, more eager maids and servants. It helped that her uncle had been most helpful in sending servants from Old Town over the years in secrecy. Unfortunately, there were still a few that she could not reasonably get rid of, most of whom had worked with Queen Alice Anne for many years. Whilst they were merely servants and would obey, the matter of secrecy and loyalty was of import now more than ever. Good. Her father said as he paced in her quarters, an uncomfortable and worrisome sight. She fretted as her father continued to pace for some time. When he glanced at her, she found herself standing a little taller. Get me their names, the discreet ones. They will be assigned to this quarter of the Red Keep. I will have them spoken to on how to disseminate information to the rest of the servants. Alicent only nodded her acceptance to that. As the Lady of the Red Keep, her responsibility included to the seeing to of the royal household, and as such, the stewards of the Red Keep were hers to command. Once, Damon had tried to argue that the duty should fall to Rhaenyra, as opposed to Alicent, and Viserys had very nearly stripped her from that authority, and only the fact that Viserys would break tradition, for it had been a duty that had been bestowed to all queens, from Queen Visenya to Queen Alyssa to Queen Alice and to Aemma, that stayed Viserys from doing so. What about the small council? Alicent murmured, concerned as she began to bit at the edge of her fingernails. Her father leveled a harsh look on her. They will not learn of Viserys' condition. They will only learn of it when we allow it. The maesters will obey. Alicent nodded nervously, and her father stopped his pacing before he walked up to her and grabbed her shoulders. She swallowed with great difficulty as she struggled to meet her father's gaze. When the time comes, you will convince Durin to see Viserys. Her eyes widened at that, and she looked at her father with some confusion. Father, I do not understand. And her father sighed irritably. I know. But nonetheless, you must listen. Her father tightened his hold on her shoulders. When the time comes, you will lead Durin to Viserys. Speak to him. Show him sympathy. Show him that you have Viserys' well-being in mind. And you must, convince him Viserys will help if it came from the right person. I will. Alicent said tightly as she looked away from her father's gaze. I swear it. She did not understand fully what her father was telling her, but she could tell her father was agitated, perhaps even desperate, and that frightened her terribly. It meant that her father was not in complete control, and she rarely knew him to be not in control. Good. Do not change anything about yourself. Keep to your behavior. Ensure that nothing is suspect. Time is not our ally, and we must make use of it. Her father sighed heavily, tiresomely, as he stopped grabbing her shoulders. We will speak of it further, daughter, what exactly you must say to convince Durin, but know it is in your best interest that you do not fail in this mission of yours. But no, we're almost there. This has been years in the making. All I, your uncle, your house, you, do, is for your children's sake. Your grandchildren. Remember that. Always. Alicent could only nod to that, and she stood there for some time when her father left her quarters, leaving her to her thoughts. Troubled thoughts. 6 days later. My father has been taken prisoner. Durin slammed his hands onto the table, a furious look on his face as he leaned over the table, and Alicent did her best not to fret and look at her father. She knew not the entireties of her father's schemes, but she knew that this had her father's involvement. My good father, a lord of the realm, has also been taken hostage in the hands of the treacherous Tyroji, and you dare to threaten me that any action against the filth shall be considered a breach of the king's peace. Durin looked at her father with disgust. Your own son has been taken captive too. There was a hint of outrage and disbelief in the way he said it, and Alicent swallowed a little dryly. She had not been aware that her brother would be sent out until but a day before the ships were to leave for Driftmark. She looked at her father, whose face seemed to tighten in some anger. Her father had only told her that it was necessary, that her brother would be safe. She had to believe it. She must. May the seven ensure your safety, Alicent thought with some desperation. Don't forget about poor Jasper, Larys interjected, breaking the stunning silence. A creeping nonchalant smile plastered on his face as he leaned on his crane, eyeing Durin in that uncomfortable gaze of his. Though, that smile did not last long under the subjection of a fierce, dangerous glare by Durin. Keep your tongue silent, Larys, or I will make you a mute as well as a cripple. Durin threatened as his fingers clawed the table before forming into fists. He was getting dangerously out of control, this noon's news of the treachery of the Tyroji clearly too fresh of a wound. Yes. Her father said lowly as he stood up from his seat, drawing attentions back at himself. You, or anyone else, will not wage war against a free city without the king's permission, or in the king's absence. Not even if the treachery warrants it. Her father's stern, unmoving expression faltered as he spoke further. Not even for mine own son. Only the king can do so. There was a complete silence under that declaration, and Alicent clawed at the edges of her fingers as she forced to remind herself that her father was not sacrificing her brother for the scheme. He is safe, the Tyroji are allies. Durin's expression turned into one of complete fury before he settled into a cold rage, and his chair scraped behind him as he straightened himself. Then so be it. Durin made to leave, and Alicent sent a furtive glance at her father, who nodded meaningfully at her, and she understood then that this was the moment her father had spoken of before. King's Guard. Her father intoned, and the two King's Guard, Sir Cole and Sir Eric, moved to block Durin from leaving. Durin paused for a moment before he swiveled around, a hateful glare sent her father's way. You dare! And for a long moment, there was a heavy tenseness. Her father narrowed his eyes at Durin as he spoke. I do not need to dare. I speak with the king's voice, and I am willing to forget your outbursts for the expression of concern that they are. At this Durin scoffed derisively. What sort of love do you hold for your son if all that you feel is concern? Durin mocked with a vicious glint in his eyes before he looked towards Alicent momentarily before looking back at her father. Though one cannot be surprised given your history. Alicent stiffened at the slight, and the words only took what was a tense situation into a stifling one. Her father bristled silently at that, and for a moment, his composure truly broke at the offense, but her father managed, in the silence that reigned, to control himself. Nevertheless, her father continued, his tone of voice now acidic. House Velaryon will not wage war without the behest of the king and this small council. Durin looked at her father with contempt, though as he answered his voice was level. You mean you? Durin said venomously. And how would you stop us? Her father took out a scroll from inside of his garments and placed it on the table. By letting the entire realm know that you are disobeying a direct command of the king not to wage war, and if you do so by committing an act of treason. Her father declared, his eyes narrowing dangerous, and Alicent looked on nervously to Durin, whose expression had darkened significantly. You have fabricated that document? Durin accused with gritted teeth. The king would never sign something like that. I was present when the king signed the decree. The Grand Master said, confirming to the small council of the veracity of the scroll. The king was worried that his poor health would not see his voice be heard when it mattered, especially with the matter of the Tyroji growing tenuous, so his grace ensured his commands would be known on writ if it could not be in voice. The Grand Master said as he expanded on her husband's words, an ever ally. The Grand Master looked towards her father with a frown before he continued. However, the king would not have foreseen this Tyroji betrayal. Had Alicent not known that the Grand Master was an ally, she might have well thought to fall for the performative words Orwali had said. In any case, with regards to the matter of the Tyroji had sent back just one ship from the delegation to King's Landing with their demands of restoration of independence and revocation of most terms of the treaty, save for a few terms that gave the Iron Throne some preferential treatment alongside the return of Lord Jaspwild, Lord Corlys, Sir Viamond Velaryon and her brother, who had been the senior members of the delegation sent. Betrayal? It's a declaration of war. Durin with fiery anger in his voice at the Grand Master. I would have to agree. Lord Beesbury stated, frowns of worry etched on his face. If we allow a delegation sent by the Iron Throne to be treated as such, it will signal weakness to the rest of the known world. We will have to act. We cannot act. Her father said as he looked at Beesbury. It is not in this small council's authority to unilaterally decide, or declare, a war. That requires the authority and the command of the king himself. Her father then looked at Durin, some anger in his eyes showing that made it clear to Alicent that her father would not forgive the harsh words of Durin. Not even the heir to the Iron Throne changed this decision. Durin's face was one of fury but one that was controlled and slowly, after a few moments, the anger seemed to fade away though it was clear to hear in his voice. I will see the king. He declared as he swept around only to be faced by the king's guard. Move. He demanded but the king's guard, Sir Criston and Sir Eric, moved not. Alicent looked on nervously and she glanced around the table and she noted that she wasn't the only one. The Grand Maester, Lord Beesbury, her father looked at her intensely, before he nodded minutely and Alicent realized that this was the moment. Her father looked away and towards Durin. The king is resting. You will have to wait for when he wakes. Only then can we press upon the king. Durin turned around, the anger returning to his expression with hate gleaming in his eyes. Her father continued, unfazed by the anger and hate. You will be informed when that happens. There was a glimmer of satisfaction in her father's voice as he said so. Father. Alicent said and it was hard not to let the nervousness show on her face, and soon she was beset by pairs of eyes looking her way. I will take Sir Durin to see my husband. Alicent said as confidently as she could manage and she thought she had misunderstood it all when she saw the look her father gave her. You will not. The king must not be disturbed. Her father denied and only the difference in her father's voice did she know that it was exactly what he wanted. Her father had always a stern tone of voice when he made clear when he expected something from her, when he demanded something of her. Her father did not have that tone this time as he'd spoken. I was not asking. Alicent said as she stood up. I am queen. Alicent looked towards Durin who looked at her strangely, anger still in his face. She looked back at her father, her gaze lingering before she looked at the rest of the council. Viserys would want to know immediately about this. I will not deny him this nor will I not aid my brother when he needs my aid the most at this time. Alicent. Her father tried as he stood up but Alicent only shook her head. Sir Criston. Alicent said as she looked at the king's guard. Your Grace. Escort myself and Sir Durin to my husband. Alicent said as she began to walk towards Sir Durin. As her Grace commands. Alicent, don't. Her father tried but she walked on heedless and it wasn't long before they were out of the small council chambers and heading towards her husband's bedchambers, the deep tremor she felt increasing with every step she took. It is for my children, I have to convince him. She kept on repeating to herself as she tried to steel her heart, to ensure that she did not fail. She would not fail. The entire walk was silent, but she felt Durin's gaze on her, trying to figure out what she was doing. They arrived at the doors of her husband's chambers, guarded by the Lord Commander and Sir Marbrand. Your Grace. The Lord Commander acknowledged inquisitively. Sir Durin wishes to speak with my husband. Alicent said simply. I have allowed it. The two king's guards stepped aside and let them pass and soon enough they were inside the halls of her husband's chambers, where he was accompanied by two of the maesters. The two maesters stopped whatever they were doing and bowed before her. Your Grace. Alicent eyed the Velaryon and she saw him looking at Viserys with a glimmer of concern, though what exactly the root of that concern was, Alicent was not sure. She supposed it unlikely out of concern for Viserys himself, she thought as she looked back at her husband and began to walk to his side. Over the past years Durin had served as master of ships, she had gotten the impression Durin was not impressed with her husband, even if he never voiced or made expressions that indicated so. But she could feel it in her gut that Durin disliked her husband. Can he be awakened? Sir Durin finally asked as he got closer to her husband's bed. Alicent looked back at her husband. The mask was no longer on his face, making what was already an unsightly look, a most terrible one where there were traces of pain etched on it. The half of his face, the one that was hidden behind a mask, was a gaping wound in the flesh. Where an eye had once been, was only a hollow hole that extended from brow to cheekbone. Where there was once cheek, there was rotten flesh that exposed muscle and bone, which moved faintly under his weak raspy breath. She glanced at Durin, whose expression had shifted into a more neutral one even if there was a hard intense look on the Velaryon's face. She wondered, had he ever seen her husband as he was? Likely not. Viserys had his pride and with the exception of a few, servants and maesters notwithstanding, Viserys had oft sought to hide his ordeal from the eyes of the many. I would prefer not to. One of the maesters stated and Alicent looked towards the maester who was grim-eyed as he looked upon her husband. When his grace is asleep like he is now, his body restores itself. Not by much but enough that it helps ensure he lives longer. I would not want to disturb his grace's sleep unless it is of the most urgent need. The maester finished and these words darkened Durin's expression though he did not immediately speak and Alicent took it as an opportunity to speak up. He's asleep 7/10 of the day. Alicent murmured to Durin, drawing his eyes towards her. The few times that he is awake, it saps much of his strength. The gods give him that mercy at least, that he sleeps more oft than he is awake. Durin clenched his teeth even if his expression was unchanged, but she did not need to know what he was thinking. He would do it, Alicent knew. The capture of his father and his good father necessitated that he do it. But it would be a besmirching act, one that, for all of the Valyrians' greedy nature and unnaturalness, would eat at a man who claimed to have honor. Alicent looked back at her husband, pity and guilt forming slightly in her belly. This was no mercy, none of it was. Her words had been a lie. Alicent thought it perhaps a punishment on her husband for denying the natural order, but she found it difficult to reconcile it with what she knew of Viserys. Viserys was a cruel man only by ignorance. He was a good man at heart. A foolish man, but a good heart he possessed. He may harbor some affection to the false gods of Valyria, but he was still a man of the faith. He had few vices, few sins. For all that their marriage was one of no real love, she harbored affection for him. Peace and no more pain will find you soon, husband. It is an urgent need. Durin said finally, breaking her thoughts, and she looked at him and she saw Durin looking at the maesters with a set jaw. Even if he made to wake, Alicent began, even if he spoke with you at this moment, Viserys would not change his mind on avoiding war. Durin turned his attentions to her and he narrowed his eyes at her. Still, she continued when he did not immediately answer. The peace my husband ushered in is one that he longs to maintain. The stepstones, Tyrosh, all of it were not matters that concerns him more than keeping the peace does. Alicent looked towards her husband. Your words, my words. He will not listen. Not even for my brother. A weary look fell upon her face. Words that truly reach my husband's ears belong only to a few. She shouldn't have been surprised at the bitterness of her words, not when they bore so much truth, even if she had used them for her father's, for her children's sake. Alicent was only a dutiful wife to Viserys, and she served only to stow away his loneliness. No more, no less. Durin did not speak, and Alicent resisted with all of her will not to look at him. I will wait until I can speak to the king. Durin said with displeasure on his face, but there was little anger now in his face, and she could tell that he was willing wait entirely until Viserys had awoken. Alicent couldn't help but feel a slight tremor run through her. Alicent turned her attentions to the maester. Please wake my husband, maester. Her words came quiet, but it was heard by all, and she could feel Durin staring at her. The maester bowed his head. As her grace commands. When she looked at Durin, she saw him looking at her intently, and she buried her thoughts as she smiled gently, and sadly, at Durin. I love my brother. Alicent murmured before she continued as she looked away from Durin's eyes, watching the maesters bring a bowl of a pungent smell towards her husband. I love him dearly, and the thought that he's a hostage, under threat of death, is one that troubles me deeply. And I do not doubt you feel the same. I sympathize. Durin said nothing to that, though even if he had want to respond to her words, their attentions were soon captured by the shaky sharp inhale of breath by her husband, and Alicent quickly went to her husband's side, taking his rotting arm. Viserys? Husband. Alicent said gently as she watched his soul eye flutter open. Ema. Viserys called out, his voice dry and raspy before it succumbed to an awful shudder intake of breath. Alicent flinched hard at that name before she steeled herself once more, and fell into the performance that had long been their marriage. No, it is Alicent, Alicent reminded gently, a false gentle smile on her face. Alicent. Viserys breathed out, and slowly, lucidity begun reach through Viserys' foggy mind. Alicent, how long? Viserys winced and a pitiful sound escaped her husband's voice before he shudderingly breathed in. Have I been asleep? You were asleep for some time. Alicent supplied to her husband, and she resisted the urge to look at the maesters. It was certain that her husband had been asleep for perhaps 6 and 10 to 20 hours. Rarely was he awake for longer than it was needed for him to be fed, though she suspected her father had Viserys' medicine cut to allow him to be lucid for this moment. Viserys made a noise that made it clear that he understood. Is Rhaenyra here? Alicent shook her head as she spoke. She remains on Dragonstone, my love. Alicent stated, and Viserys seemed to sigh heavily before he closed his eye, and it allowed her to glance at Durin, who seemed to study Viserys with an inscrutable expression. She could imagine what he must be thinking. How long does he left? Can we act without the king's approval? The greatest advantage they had, however, was that Viserys had long been weakening, years even, and he'd behaved, just as he was now. Viserys opened his eye and he looked around, finally noticing Durin. Durin. Your Grace. Durin said before he bowed his head, and the side glance the man made towards her signaled her to speak on his behalf. Sir Durin has news of Tyrosh. Urgent news. Alicent said before she looked back at Durin, who came closer, and after a signal from her husband, Durin gave the accountings of what had happened in Tyrosh. Durin was animated, passionate, grievance made into voice and words. Such was the way Durin had spoken to her husband about the betrayal of the Tyroshi, of the crimes committed against his family, and the need to answer the offences immediately. Alicent's heart felt like it was jumping out of her chest, and it took all of her effort not to bite into the edges of her nails. Cease your incessant bitings. It gives you away more than you know. Her father had said as he told her what she needed to say, yet as Viserys remained silent, lucid, and listening, the terror of what she feeling felt overwhelming, treasonous thought creeping in if her father's assessment of her husband would be wrong, that all of this deception would not, for it all hinged on Viserys. They needed Laena in King's Landing. They needed Laena captured and imprisoned. Without Vhagar, Rhaenyra's faction would fall apart. If Rhaenys remained on Driftmark, Rhaenys would not act whilst her daughter was imprisoned, and neither would Laena risk his sister. Corlys might have, but Rhaenys would not. And without the Velaryons, Rhaenyra would only have the Vale, and even the Vale would be contested when the Goltownarans rose in rebellion, forcing them to act to protect Jienarin. There was the potential that Laenor would act in defense of his wife, but she doubted it would happen, for the love Laenor bore his sister was far greater than any love he held for Jane, who was no more than a companion. That meant that there was a window where her sons could capture Dragonstone if, or when, Baelon was defending Jienarin, allowing them the chance to end the war without much bloodshed. Baelon had no need to die either, for as long as he gave up Vermithor, the claims of the children would have to be forsworn. The children's dragons would all have to be killed, but it was a small price for their lives. But all of that could not happen if Laena was not removed. Gwaine, her husband said as he weakly raised his hand and placed it on top of hers, and Alicent blinked her eyes shut. My brother is safe, he is safe. She told herself, but she could feel it, not truly. She reopened her eyes, though she said nothing. She met her husband's eye. A few moments passed before he closed it shut, his face etched in discomfort. No, no war. Her husband's voice was croaky, raspy, and she realized the tenseness of which she was under when she looked at her hands. Her father knew. Her father knew that Viserys would not seek conflict, even if it meant losing her brother. She quelled the anger she felt at Viserys, though she did not stop to withdraw her hand from underneath Viserys' blotted, wounded fingers. Your Grace. Durin stepped closer, anger in his voice, but he stopped still at the sound of a sword being drawn out of its sheath. Remain where you are, Sir Durin. Sir Cole's voice was cold, and the look in the knight's expression was as chilling as the threat that. Stand down. Sir Cole. Her husband said before he looked at Durin with rare sharpness. I cannot send dragons against Tyrosh. I will not sanction it. Her husband winced, his face tightening up slightly with pain. Still her husband continued on with surprising authority. Be patient. They will not kill Corlys, your father. Her husband looked at her as he spoke further. Or Gwaine. It would doom them. They know it. Her husband closed his eye. Bring me Otto, I must speak with him. Those words threw Durin in a rage, and Alicent knew she had to speak up, otherwise the Velaryons may well lose all of their patience. Husband, hear out House Velarion's proposal. When they bring a new one, Alicent said quietly as she leaned forward and placed her hand on her husband's shoulder, a look of pleading on her face. This is not their only course of action to save Lord Corlys, Durin's father, or my brother. Alicent said before she glanced at Durin momentarily before looking back at her husband. Please. She said a lot quieter, her voice verging on begging. Viserys looked at her for a long moment before he raspily breathed out. Very well. Bring me a different way. Now leave me, bring Otto to me. Her husband said before he closed his eye, breathing in and out more weakly, and Alicent swallowed before she rose to her feet. She looked at Durin, who stood tightly wound fixed in place, staring at her husband with a look she could not recognize, and Alicent placed her hands behind her back as she tried not to let the nervousness overwhelm her, remembering everything her father had told her she needed to say in this moment. Sir Durin, please walk with me. Alicent said quietly, and it broke Durin out from his stare at her husband, and as she walked towards the doors, Durin stiffly begun to walk alongside her, Sir Criston following in her shadows. After they'd left her husband's bedchambers, there was a long few moments where neither said anything, though, much to her relief, it was Durin who spoke first. Your Grace. Durin said with what she thought might be some discomfort, and when she looked at him, she was surprised to see him look uncomfortable. I apologize for my earlier words in the small council chambers. Durin said before he set his jaw slightly, avoiding to meet her gaze. It was unfair. Unkind. You are forgiven. Alicent said, looking back to their front. It was a few moments before she spoke up again. My father values duty greatly. Alicent said before she murmuringly added. Perhaps too greatly. All of them, her brothers, herself, even her children. They were all but extensions of her father and his duty to their house. Duty to the legacy of House Hightower. Alicent had long accepted that, before even her father had ordered her to seduce Viserys and make herself queen. Only this time, she was playing the game not only for her father's sake, but also for her children, and her grandchildren. Durin. Alicent said suddenly as she stopped him as her hand fell on his arm, surprising him for a moment before he looked at her with a glint of distrust. House Velaryon cannot act without Viserys' approval. The distrust in Durin's eyes grew far more, but she pressed ahead anyway. Already the realm believes that your house considers itself equal to House Targaryen, and if you go ahead and war with Tyrosh, that belief will solidify. Durin scoffed at that as he pulled away from her hand. What they believe matters not. No. Alicent was quick to respond. Then you are truly foolish. Alicent said harshly, and she believed it too. The realm's beliefs mattered. The lords mattered. To think otherwise, even with dragons, was to invite doom. Rhaenyra never understood that. And may the gods ensure that she never does. This stopped Durin completely. She pressed on. My husband prefers and desires peace, but he is not blind. It is the very reason why he chose your daughter to be queen after Rhaenyra. Alicent said, and Durin narrowed his eyes at that, undoubtedly thinking about how genuine her words are. Even if they were, careful not to give away their seizure of King's Landing, even if they were careful in the Red Keep and in the small council, always, paying lip service that Rhaenyra was the next ruler of Westeros, the sense that Durin must have set him somewhat unease. Her father's influence in the Red Keep was seen everywhere. It would not be hard to imagine that Durin sensed this, and in turn, so too was Rhaenyra aware. But neither she or her father, or the supporters of the one true king, her son, would give the game away. Not until it was time. However, should House Velaryon overreach, as you would in this act, the outrage in the realm would be severe. Especially once the news of the decree spreads. My husband, and Princess Rhaenyra, would not be able to ignore it. Not after the last time my husband tried to ignore a matter of import, such as the heresy. Alicent pointed out to Durin, and the man's expression flickered with something she was not quite sure on how to read. Her husband had disavowed Aegon the heretic, but he'd done so far too late, and the whispers that had grown in that silence of his had been heard by anyone who had a measure of the realm's situation. To the point that even her husband could no longer ignore the situation, lest he invite doubt of his own faith in the true gods, lest he makes himself out to be a heretic in the mold of his brother. And her husband had grown weary because of it, retreating ever more into himself, and stances he'd long held were no stances that were immovable. Even when it came from her father. And the small council knew it too. What do you suggest then? Durin demanded as he fixed her with a harsh glare. Wait for your husband to come to his senses. Durin said with a smidge of contempt in his tone. It was hard to imagine that Durin seemed to deeply respect her husband, once upon a time. His time on the small council had certainly erased that. This would not have happened had he not allowed them to grow emboldened after years of inaction. Durin said with rising anger, though he got a hold of himself as he continued. Every day that passes whilst the king waits, Durin said with a contemptuous look at Sir Criston, who did not like the look or the words a single bit, is a day where my father, my good father, and even your brother, are one step closer to death. It's an indignity that cannot be suffered. I agree. Alicent said easily, earning herself narrowed eyes from Durin. She looked at Sir Criston. Sir Criston. Step away for a moment. Out of hearing. Your Grace. Sir Criston began to protest, but Alicent only shook her head, stopping whatever he had to say, and she fixed him a look that made him agree. When Sir Criston had stepped away, far enough, did she speak again. I agree, and that is why if my husband refuses to approve acting against Tyrosh to get my brother back, even after your wife or your good mother pressed my husband. Alicent breathed out for a moment before she continued. I will support whatever you or your house decides. Alicent said as she met Durin's gaze, who seemed utterly attentive to her. I will say Viserys had given his approval and suffer the consequences for my brother's sake. Durin was silent for a long few moments. Why not do so now? Durin posed, and though she did not hear suspicion, she doubted that there was none. Because my husband is king. Alicent stated before she closed her eyes momentarily, presenting the picture of a woman doing her duty. She was doing her duty. I must give him a chance to do right, she said as she reopened her eyes. And I believe he will, when he is confronted by those he considers. Alicent swallowed a little as she paused. The words that are coming out of her were words she had long felt family. As I said, Viserys only has ears for few people. Durin was silent once more, both sets of eyes unblinking as they stared at each other. Many moments passed, each moment growing longer and longer, until finally, the tense silence broke, but she found no real sense of relief. Your Grace. Durin said with a respectful but minute incline of the head before he walked away, and she watched the back of him, and she realized that she had released the breath she'd been holding the entire time. She swallowed tightly as she brought her thumb to her lips. Did it work? She did not know. Gods have mercy, she hoped it worked. It had to have worked. Your Grace? Are you well? Sir Criston's worried tone of voice broke her out of her dark reverie, and she turned to face him. The Stormlander had a face of genuine concern as he approached her. The one good thing Daemon had done had been to bring her Sir Criston. Even if it came at a heinous, murderous cost. I am fine, Sir Criston. Alicent said with a false smile. Sir Criston didn't seem to believe her, but knew better than to question it, and he escorted her as she walked to her chambers, her mind returning back to everything she said, everything she had to say to plant the seed needed to draw the Velaryons to King's Landing. When she arrived at her chambers, she found it, unsurprisingly, occupied. Daughter. Her father intoned as he turned to face undoubtedly having been pacing around in her chambers, a look of command on his face. The words fell out of her mouth easily, as she told her father everything that happened, and increasingly, a look of displeasure grew on his face. Though that look of displeasure made way for a pensive one, and she fidgeted nervously as she watched him. "Do you believe it worked?" her father finally asked after some time. Alicent swallowed drily before she answered. "I think so." "You think?" Only 2 words and she almost buckled under them, and she bit her tongue to help her steel herself. "I do not know for certain. I was afraid to push too much." Durin was obviously suspicious of her. Severely so. To push for him to send for his wife and his good mother would have rung suspicions as loud as the bells of the starry September. Her father was silent for a moment before he sighed heavily, a heavy tired look forming on his face. "We shall see if you were successful or not shortly." Her father looked at her, graveness in his eyes. "For if you have failed, we are certain to lose this war of ours, and our lives." Alicent brought her bleeding thumb to her mouth, and after nibbling on the raw, bleeding skin, did she speak again. "What if they do not take heed and seek their retribution without Viserys' approval? Rhaenyra might even give them approval." Her father shook his head. "She won't. Not officially," her father said with utmost confidence, confidence she did not share in the least. "Rhaenyra knows her position is weak. Viserys has skewed tradition in one of the most offensive ways by choosing a daughter over a son." Her father frowned a little as he paused before continuing. "She knows that her father's wishes are the sole reason why she is heir. If she disobeys his decree, if she disobeys her father, then what weight does Viserys' word truly hold? She will not risk Viserys changing his mind by acting in a manner that may see her disinherited for Aegon." Her father said in answer. "You think she's still worried? After all this time?" Her father looked at her. "She's always been worried, Alicent. She always will be. It is part of the reason why she has hidden herself away at Dragonstone." Her father's expression broke a little. "However, the chance is high that the Velaryons disobey regardless," her father said grimly, and though he voiced out nothing of the sort, she knew that her father was blaming her for failing. However, her father continued, "I think Rhaenys may yet seek official approval from Viserys. Rhaenys is aware enough that the whispers would grow louder about House Velaryon's filiality to House Targaryen, which would harm both houses, particularly Rhaenyra." Her father assessed before he continued. "And then there are the Velaryon designs on Tyrosh, which are certain what I suspect it to be." She was clever enough to know that her father meant that House Velaryon wanted Tyrosh as part of their domain. Everything seemed to be heading that way. Her father let off an exhale of breath before he shook his head gently. "All we can do now is wait," her father said. "May the gods favor us still," Alicent murmured before she sent a small prayer to the father. I pray that they may do so. For all of our sakes," her father said grimly before he walked past her and out of the door, and all Alicent could think of was that she would not sleep well this night, or the next night. And perhaps, she may not sleep well ever again. Break. Early 129 AC drift mark. Rhaenys POV. Laenor passed the letter on to Damian before he looked at her and Laena after he'd finished reading the letter Durin had sent back. "What will we do?" Laenor asked, his expression gravely worried. None of them said anything for a long few moments, stricken as they were by the contents of the letter. A Velaryon ship brought back Durin's letter, and he'd written the king would not permit, House Velaryon to take necessary action to get her husband back from the treacherous Tyroshi, and that not even the queen's brother's captivity would yield Viserys from his desire of keeping his damnable peace. Rhaenys should have known better. She did know better. But she'd hoped, that history would not repeat itself. Laena stood up suddenly, and Rhaenys was drawn out of her thoughts, and from the look on Laena's expression, she did not have to think hard on what she thinking of doing. "I will go to Dragonstone on Viagar," said Laena, her voice barely contained with anger. "Rhaenyra will convince her father. Durin's letter is clear. We need Rhaenyra to change his mind." Durin had also written to say that it was imperative that Rhaenys and Rhaenyra come to King's Landing and force the king to change his mind. Though if he did not, Durin remarked they should go and get her husband and her good brother back without the king's approval, and that the queen would support them in this, and with the queen's support, would come the hands. Not because of want, but because of necessity. Durin had been explicit in saying that the hand was more interested in weakening them than he was saving his son, and that he would seek to create a wedge between themselves and Rhaenyra if they gave them the opportunity. And she could understand the reasoning. House Velaryon's reputation was already one of an overly powerful vassal, and presently, her maiden house had suffered greatly in the eyes of the realm in terms of prestige. Her cousin Aegon's deeds with the faith, Viserys' far too long silence on the matter, Daemon's death, Rhaenyra's selection as heir. If they went ahead and disregarded this decree of Viserys, though she did not believe her house would suffer any consequences from Viserys, she knew Rhaenyra would likely suffer in their stead. Questions would be raised. Questions such as whether or not House Targaryen rules the realm or if House Velaryon does. Rhaenys honestly did not care. But she did care what Rhaenyra would think to do when she faced pressure from the realm, all in the appearance of seeming strong. And if a war in House Targaryen did happen, it would be clear that Rhaenyra won because of House Velaryon and their dragons. And given that the woman was prone to buckle under pressure, she might do something truly foolish and deny Corlys the prizes he so desires in Tyrosh and in the Stepstones. Why do we have to obey that fool? Damian said with seething as he captured all of their attentions. We don't need his damned approval. We have enough men and enough ships and we have Viagar. Damian said as he looked to Laena. We'll burn them. One by one until we get our fathers back. And see smoke. Laena muttered, though there was something in her son's eye that told her he was not against the proposition. And, as she looked at Laena, she could tell too that neither she was against it either. And truthfully, she too wasn't against the proposition at all. They dared take her husband with such moronic impunity. And she knew as well that they would not have dared had it not been for the weakness of Viserys, who embodied all of the weakness of her grandsire and none of his few redeeming qualities. The signs had been there, long before they stopped honoring the terms of the treaty. Driftmark's merchants complaining about the inhospitality of Tyrosh, the loss of goods, the custom officers harassing their sailors. They should have addressed it then, before it got as bad as it had for the past few years, but she'd convinced Corlys to be patient, to wait for Viserys to die and finally have his Tyrosh as his prize, as a prize for their grandson, his namesake. She wished she hadn't. Especially now that she did not believe Rhaenyra would come to their aid against her own father. You may go to Rhaenyra, but I will go to King's Landing immediately. Rhaenys said to Laena, speaking up for the first time since she'd read the letter. What? Why? Laena asked in short temper, and Rhaenys fixed her daughter with a look that settled her down a little. Because every day that passes, is another day your father remains imprisoned, and I will not wait for Rhaenyra to conjure up her bravery for your father's sakes. Rhaenys said with angry sternness, her hands slightly clenching. She would not rely on Rhaenyra for her husband's life. Not when Rhaenys knew the woman all too well, and none of this would have happened if only Rhaenyra had listened to her, but she'd refused time and again. Even her husband was unable to convince her that no matter what, she needed to stay in King's Landing and fight to secure her position as heir. Her words of warning, of her own experiences of having lost her heirship whilst she resided at Driftmark, something she long since considered, had made her grandsire's betrayal easier, for he could not look her in the eyes and tell him that her father's heir, his only child, was going to be usurped by her uncle, had done nothing to evoke the necessary urgency in Rhaenyra. King's Landing is where power of the realm resided, where decisions were made that affected all. Yet Rhaenyra would not be moved. Would not change her mind. And Rhaenys knew that it was because of cowardice. She could not stand the challenge of wresting influence away from the Hightowers. She was afraid of the Hightowers. The woman chose, and continued to choose, the easy path, not realizing that her path was never going to become easier, for the challenge of her gender would last her entire lifetime, even as queen, and Rhaenys did not have confidence that Rhaenyra would choose the right path in this either. Damian. Laenor. Rhaenys addressed her son and her nephew. I want you to prepare our men and our ships. The two men sat a little straighter at that. We're doing this. Laenor breathed out, but the excitement in his voice was clear to hear. For all that he'd cut his spurs against the savages of the Vale, Laenor still had a yearning to prove himself, and she did not doubt that Laenor saw this as a means to that end. Yes, but we must be cautious. Rhaenys said as she stood up from her seat. I do not intend to stay in King's Landing for long. However, in the instance that my cousin does what he meant to and supports us, I do not want it to be known that we were preparing to act against Tyrosh. Regardless of the future impact of acting against the king's command, she would let Corlys suffer in a damned cell. What do you have planned? I doubt, mother, you want us to burn the city down, not when father has want of Tyrosh. Laena said before she muttered a little darkly. Though perhaps father would forgive us if we did after their treachery. We will not burn the city down. Rhaenys answered before adding, nor will we take Tyrosh. At least not yet. Your father's return is my main priority. Her expression shifted into one of real anger, and her anger crept into her voice as her hands clenched tightly. We'll blockade their city, burn their ships and haunt the skies over their city, and only then will we give them an ultimatum. For every single hour they refuse to return me my husband, we will burn one of their precious manses, and if they still don't return your fathers, if a single hair has been harmed on my Corlys. Rhaenys' voice had grown in volume and in rage, her words ending when her anger grew too large, and her children and her nephew had wide eyes at her fury. Finally, it was Damian who had snapped out of the surprise first, and tapped Laenor on the shoulder. Let's go, cousin. Damian paused before he looked back at Rhaenys. By your leave. To that Rhaenys only nodded slightly, her anger still not having dissipated. I can't believe the king still won't do anything even after the queen's own brother has been taken hostage. Laena exclaimed with no small amount of disbelief as she picked up the letter. Rhaenys was honestly surprised at that. Especially that snake was unable to convince Viserys to do something to save his son. She knew how much that odious man valued Gwaine Hightower, and to think Viserys had resisted the entreaties of Otto Hightower. If the queen and the hand can't convince the king, then you shouldn't go to King's Landing, mother. Not alone. Lena said. Wait for Rhaenyra. She'll convince her father to change his mind. Rhaenys felt a wave of weariness wash over her. Lena was always too blinded by her friendship with Rhaenyra. Too blinded to see her friend's faults. In all honesty, it wasn't even entirely Rhaenyra's fault either. For all that Viserys chose his daughter as his heir, he never lifted a single finger to teach her personally like her father Aemond had with Rhaenys. Rhea Royce had tried to fill the gap, but the woman did not know what it meant to be a queen of the realm, did not have the time with her own responsibilities at Runestone, nor did she have the authority over Rhaenyra needed to teach her. Viserys should have taught Rhaenyra her role, but then, he taught her enough anyway. So many of Rhaenyra's faults were because of Viserys. Her indecision. Her avoidance of conflict. Her entitlement. Her insecurity. Yes, Viserys taught Rhaenyra indirectly, and the realm would be the worse for it. Baelon was the only reason why she felt the worst impulses of Rhaenyra would be restrained and why she'd gone along with silently supporting Rhaenyra. He was the best of Daemon and Rhea Royce, and if Rhaenyra was to sit on that throne, it would be because of him. And House Velaryon. I've made up my mind, Lena. If you want Rhaenyra to be present when I make my case, well, you better go now. Rhaenys said to her daughter firmly. Lena had a complicated look before she stiffly nodded and left the solar, finally leaving Rhaenys alone, and she sighed heavily. Corlys, you and your pride. Rhaenys murmured sadly to herself. Corlys was not even meant to be part of the delegation. Only Vaemond was meant to go, but as soon as Corlys had seen Gwaine Hightower amongst the delegation, that stupid pride of his flared up and decided to go along on the infernal delegation. Don't you die, Corlys. Not until I have deafened your ears for your stupidity. You truly earned it this time. A little later. Her arrival and departure from the Dragon Pit was swift, and in short time she was escorted to the Red Keep by a few of the guards, riding through the city in the dying evening light. She should not have been that she'd been awaited by Otto Hightower, undoubtedly the news of a dragon flying over the city reaching him quickly, and a foul mood had only soured further at the sight of this man. Princess Rhaenys. The Hightower said with a respectful incline of the head, and there was something in his eyes as he did so. Surprise? The odious man continued. We were not expecting your arrival. She expected more irritation than she heard. Apologies. I failed in my urgency to send a letter ahead. Given the nature of the situation, of course. Rhaenys said as she walked past him and into the Red Keep, and the man was quick to walk alongside her. Much to her disfavor. Of course. The Hightower intoned. The king will be pleased to see you in the morning. She stopped in her steps, surprising the Hightower, and she cast a harsh look at the man she hated more nearly as much as she hated her grandsire. I will see him now, or I will not see him at all. She would allow no times for games. The king is rarely awake at this hour. The Hightower stated, and when she made no move to respond, only waiting on his answer to her ultimatum, the Hightower grew more agitated until he finally nodded. Very well. I am sure the king will be pleased to be awakened for his cousin. Rhaenys gave a thin smile at the Hightower. I am sure cousin Viserys will be pleased. It has been some time, after all. She thought to remark on the man's son and his subsequent inaction to save him, but she thought better of it. No need to complicate matters, not now. They walked up the steps to the interior of the Red Keep, walking through halls of the stronghold, intense silence, and a strange feeling passed over her, a sense of unease, but she'd brushed it off. She knew that the Hightowers wouldn't dare do anything, not when the scales were so not in their favor. No, the unease must merely be about this place. This had once been her home. Where she grew up. Where her father played with her, where her mother taught her how to braid her hair. Yet there was little here that felt like home, anymore. On the way to the royal apartments, she came across Durin, who looked relieved but also worried at the sight of her. Princess Rhaenys. Durin said formally, undoubtedly because of the Hightower's presence. Good sin. Rhaenys said with a faint smile before she lost as she looked at the Hightower. Thought a flicker of displeasure crossed across his face. He did the respectful thing. I will see you there, princess. Otto did not wait for her respond, not that she had much intent to do so. Rhaenys took hold of Durin's arm and they soon walked towards Viserys' chambers. Durin leaned forward, getting close to her ear. I thought you would bring with you Princess Rhaenyra. Durin said quietly, and Rhaenys glanced at him. We won't beg for her help. Rhaenys said sharply, and Durin reared back a little before he frowned heavily, immensely displeased. You don't understand, Rhaenys. He grabs hold this false piece of his like a madman. Durin said a fast, agitated whisper. We need her to break through, or else he won't sanction us to act. Then he won't. Rhaenys said definitively, and Durin's expression flickered with unease before he settled with resigned acceptance, likely because he knew he could no longer stay in his role as master of ships, which she knew was a personal achievement of his that he was highly proud of, marking his name amongst those of his Velaryon forebears. How are Corwin, Jocelyn, and Corlys? Durin asked, and this time she couldn't help but smile about her grandchildren. They are all well. Jocelyn has taken well to her studies and Corlys still follows Corwin around. She said with her smile widening. Corlys and Corwin were as close as brothers could despite the age differences, and Corwin had declared that he'd take his brother as his squire in a few years, and given the improvements her eldest grandson was making, it might well be a few years. And Corwin is continuing improving in his arms. She said as she remembered the 6 and 10 named boy almost defeat one of the knights at the castle. Her smile faded a little when remembered how Corwin had wormed his way in with Damian and her son Laenor. He's looking forward to his first command. Durin was silent for a moment before he spoke up. He is old enough now. I was his age when he first captained a ship. And how similar the situation might end up, Rhaenys mused. After all, Durin's first taste of battle and captaining was in the Stepstones. Though he's more of a natural on the sea than I am. Durin said, and there was not small amount of pride in his tone, and Rhaenys shared that pride too. Who could have imagined that sickly boy could have grown so strong, against all odds? Corwin was a little smaller than boys his age, smaller than what Laenor and Durin and Damian had been, but his problems with the lungs was a great deal minor now. It barely affected him, and he should see a long life with no trouble. Though whether Laenor will let him go is to be seen. Durin muttered to himself, and Rhaenys' lips twitched a little. Laenor loved her children fiercely, especially Corwin. She had a hard time letting go of the protectiveness she'd harbored in Corwin's youth. But time waited for no one, and Laenor would soon find herself entrapped by that notion, when Corwin fiercely rebelled against her protectiveness. As all children are wont to do, at one stage or another. They arrived at Viserys' bedchambers, where 2 of the King's Guard and Otto Hightower waited for them. The king is ready for you, princess. She was led into Viserys' bedchambers by the King's Guard, and as soon as she walked in, the maesters, one of whom was seated beside the king and working on him, all stopped what they were doing and rose to their feet. Princess. They intoned, one by one, before they walked towards the doors whilst she approached the right side of Viserys' bed. Rhaenys, is that you? A raspy, sickly voice called out, and as she neared, she got a better sight of Viserys under the light of the candles. He cut for a poor figure. Half of his face rotted away, a cheek gone with strings of flesh remaining where there was once flesh and skin, and the other side of the face was blotted with scars that left no skin untouched. The rest of his body, she could see how diminished he was, even without having direct sight of his body. One only needed to see his neck, which hugged his throat like a mother to a newborn. It is me. Cousin. Her voice was neutral as she took the seat beside the bed. It was hard to imagine that he had much left to live, and whatever life he had, she thought as she watched him breathe in and out racked with pain, was one that one would not even wish on their enemies. It is good to see you. Viserys rasped out, and his words were words timed with his wheezes, his eye meeting her gaze, and for a moment, she wondered if he ever thought that throne had been worth it. Aegon the Conqueror had been the only one who died with any measure of dignity. Maegor the Cruel had died ignominiously in a figure hated with little legacy but cruelty remaining. Her grandsire, out of a dozen and more children, only 2 had outlived him, and left an embellished legacy at the cost of nearly all of his children, and, who, by the end, was equally hated as he was loved by his wife, her grandmother. And now, Viserys. Who had begun to rot the instant he'd sat on that throne, as if the gods themselves had cursed him with the same rot he'd allowed in his house. And when she realized that this could have been her fate, torn down by the weight of that throne and all of those blood-sucking schemers, who would have torn down Laenor so utterly in something that was not his fault but the fault of the gods, who would have schemed just as they were scheming now, to unseat her daughter. Her hatred of her grandsire whimpered out, finally, and in its stead, she found herself relieved of what she had escaped. If you had want to see me, cousin, you did not have to deny me and my children the right to see to their father's return. Rhaenys said calmly as she eyed her cousin. Viserys coughed, and she realized that he was laughing, pained and grimacing though he was. If I sent you a letter. Viserys wheezed through his words, asking, would you have come, or would you have ignored it, like? Viserys closed his eye momentarily, and Rhaenys frowned a little at his words, and at how much effort it was taking him to say just a few words. I would have. Rhaenys stated before she thinly smiled. If it had been a command. At this, Viserys coughed again as he reopened his eye. Yes. There was a touch of sadness there, but though Rhaenys felt pity for her cousin, it paled to her anger at his denial. I did not mean to harm you, cousin. I do not want Tyrosh destroyed. They, anger, and fear, from the free cities, would be severe. What gave you the impression we would destroy Tyrosh? Rhaenys said with some exasperation. My husband is there, Viserys. I would sooner cut off mine own hand than be the means of his death. Will Tyrosh give Corlys up without a fight? Viserys returned. They will not. They did this knowing, you have dragons, they are desperate. Viserys paused in his speaking, and his breathing seemed irregular, and for a moment she feared he might well die in this moment. Viserys. Viserys breathed out a little more, and she made to stand, but she paused when she saw his hand moving. I'm Fine. Viserys said as he eyed her, a weak smile on his ruined face. I have been awake longer than usual. Viserys' smile lessened. Desperate men do dangerous things. If they feel they will gain nothing, they will be spiteful. Threatening desperate men is too dangerous. And what do you propose, Viserys? Rhaenys said gravely, doing much to rein in her anger. Viserys' view on this was delusional. Whilst her husband tightened the hold on Tyrosh, he did not do it so much that they would leave all sense. No, they did this because they thought they could get away with it. Because of Viserys. Do you think further appeasement, yielding to their demands, will do anything but show that the Iron Throne can be pressured to buckle with ease? Rhaenys said, and she couldn't help but let some heat seep into her tone. This is the consequence of years of appeasement, Viserys. Rhaenys realized frustration and anger were burbling up now, and she breathed in heavily before she continued, at a much calmer tone of voice, but there was still an edge to it. Years of turning the cheek and letting them get away with it. Every time they sabotaged, every time they harassed our merchants, not just Driftmarks but also the merchants of King's Landing, every time they consorted with other free cities without our approval, every single time they were made to obey in the strictest of matters, was a time they grew emboldened, braver. Not desperate. Rhaenys said firmly, her eyes unblinking as she met Viserys' gaze, whose breathing continued to dimly echo throughout the chambers. And now we face the consequences of that, and you have to make the right decision, cousin. You cannot turn a blind eye to this. Not again. She finalized. There was a long stretch of silence in the wake of her words, though of them had torn away their gazes from the other. Finally though, Viserys was the one who broke eye contact as he closed his eye, and for a time she thought that would be it, with how long Viserys remained silent. I wanted Tyrosh to choose us. Choose to join us. Viserys said before he reopened his eye. You are aware that this will not happen, not peacefully. There was a strange quietness to his voice, and she realized that this might be resignation, and Rhaenys couldn't deny it. She felt a sense of relief. I am aware. Rhaenys stated. The plan for Tyrosh Viserys had approved for had been to tie Tyrosh economically with the realm, to the point where they'd be depending on the realm. After that, the intent had been, during Rhaenyra's reign, to get the city to join freely, to get around the fear and anger that would have come from the other cities, particularly Bravus, whose interests in the region were growing thanks to Myr. And you are aware that, if I was to approve, it comes with the command, you do not burn the free city down. Viserys said, and there was a tension in his expression. Rhaenys set her face neutrally. I am aware, and we will not. Rhaenys stated. She would not confirm exactly what they would do, not unless he asked. And she fairly certain he would not. Viserys weakly nodded. Good. I will. Viserys closed his eye, and she thought he was leaning further down on his pillow. Speak with Otto and the small council in the morn, where we will see what we can do to help. Rhaenys did not stop the sigh of relief. Thank you, cousin. Viserys weakly smiled, despite his eye remaining closed. It was good to see you. Rhaenys smiled a little, tinged though it was with pity, and she reached forward and placed her hand on his shoulder. It made Viserys' eye open. You should have been queen. The words shocked her stiff, and it took her a while to recover. Viserys. Rhaenys said, unsure. If I had known, I would not have chosen this. Rhaenys' eyes were wide as he'd said that before she recomposed herself. She took a moment before she answered. Fate has been cruel to you. Viserys made a soft, weak noise from the back throat. She thought to say that she was glad she did not become queen. That she was content, more than just content, even if she was fearful and angry at what has happened with Corlys, but she'd get him back. Her children all lived. Her grandchildren were thriving, and Driftmark was amongst the wealthiest and was the most powerful house save for her maiden house. But she kept her tongue. I'll see you in the morn, Viserys. Rhaenys said as she got up. Yes. Viserys said before he closed his eye and seemed to drift off to sleep. Rhaenys watched him for a few moments. She would have to speak with Rhaenyra when she returned. She did not think he had many moons left to live. Perhaps only weeks. She would have a word with Durin. He should have informed them about his health, which was far worse than she last saw him. Rhaenyra would have to prepare herself now. She walked out of Viserys' bedchambers, where she found herself amidst the King's Guard, Durin and Hightower, the latter two looks of questioning of different grades on their faces. I will remain for the night. Rhaenys stated as she looked at Hightower, whose impassive expression broke momentarily, and something akin to victory passed through his face, surprising her. But she realized, he must be satisfied enough given that his own son would be rescued from the Tyroshi. Still, there was sense of nagging that bothered her. The apartment next to mine is empty. Durin offered before he glanced at Otto with a raised eyebrow. It will be readied for you, princess. Otto simply said before he inclined his head slightly and left them. Soon enough, she walked with Duran, who barely was able to not ask. He's agreed. Renis said, taking mercy on her goodson, and Duran did not hide the triumph on his expression. It makes things easier. Duran muttered. Yes, it does. I'll take a ship back to Driftmark. Duran added, and she nodded. She expected no less. Doubtless he'd want to keep his son close by too. You were light in your letter on the topic on whether or not the hand shown any. Renis began after a little while of silence, concern for his son. The nagging feeling wasn't going away. Duran frowned at the question. He seemed as usual. A cunt of the highest order. But no concern. Renis pressed, and Duran glanced at her for a moment. He was more wound up. It is hard to read him at times. But he was not happy. Renis remained silent as she considered that. What, there's something you noticed? Renis did not make any outward reaction immediately as she kept on thinking. Finally she spoke up again. For a man whose son has been taken hostage by a hostile power, he seems, himself. And that look of victory. Are you surprised though? Duran posed, and when she looked at him, he had a dark look on his face. The man cares not but for his position. He revels in it. Losing it would mean more to him than losing his son. Renis was not sure, and that creeping feeling she had only grew stronger the more time passed, something that did not go away after she ate and after she turned in for the night. She startled awake at the sudden noise, and though she was groggy, she instinctively sat on her bed, edging closer to the end of the bed when she saw figures with torches racing towards her. Who are you? Renis demanded with no small amount of fear in her voice. Renis. It's me. The familiar voice of Duran was undeniable, and she felt herself relaxed a little as he approached, and though she had want to berate him for startling her to death, the look on his face stymied any desire of it. What happened? She demanded. The king is dead. Duran whispered sharply before he reached out to her. We have to go. Renis gaped in shock at Duran, the words he said slowly but surely registering with her, and her shock turned into horror. They needed to leave. I need to get dressed. Renis said as she practically jumped out of the bed, despite being as old as she was. No time. They'll never let us go if we don't escape now. Duran denied furiously, and Renis took stock of the third person in the room for the first time, who she could faintly see wearing a sword on his belt. Who is he? The man, no, the boy, came closer, the light of the torch allowing her to see more clearer, and for the second time in the night, she was surprised, for she saw a young Damon standing in front of her. Duncan Waters, Princess. Ah, Damon's bastard. Renis said in recognition, and the boy's expression faltered slightly before he stiffly nodded. Yes, Princess. She remembered that Duran had built a rapport with the two bastards, particularly this one. Apparently he'd been helpful for Duran, especially when it came to keeping Duran informed about the happenings in the Red Keep. She hadn't liked it much, not when it was known that he was rarely seen without Aemon's company, though Duran had said that the boy didn't care for Aemon's company, but as a bastard, he could do little but entertain the hot-tempered prince. He's the one who informed me that the king has passed. And who would you know? Renis asked sharply, and the bastard was wide-eyed at the questioning before he answered quickly. Misa, one of the maids who tend to Viserys in the night, is a girl I'm sweet on. My chambers are not far from the king, so she quickly told me before she went off to tell the queen. The bastard said with growing impatience and agitation, and he looked at Duran as he spoke further. Look, we can go now, or I can leave you be. The longer we wait, the less this favor of yours is worth. Renis looked at Duran inquisitively, who only shook his head. Not now, I will tell you later. Duran said before he shook his overcoat. Wear this, come, we need to go. Renis took the coat, and they quickly departed her chambers. Where are we going? Renis whispered as they travelled the halls of Maegor's Holdfast, following the lead of the bastard. The bastard stopped, and he raised his hand. Stop. Hide behind the pillars, he whispered sharply as he hugged the pillar that had been in front of him, and Renis looked around the pillar, and she saw guards on the lower floor run off to the stairs. Not a moment after they were out of view, they continued their fast pace. One of Maegor's tunnels. It leads directly to the gates. The bastard said quickly as he led them. I found it, and others, after I'd read about Maegor's tunnels. If we're quick, we can get out before they lock the gates, the bastard said as he glanced over his shoulder, especially as they probably don't want to let you go. Renis exchanged looks with Duran as they walked at a fast pace, and Renis swallowed a little. It was convenient, too convenient. That Viserys died in the same night she'd came. They wouldn't have, they aren't. She realized the nagging feeling she had the entire time she'd been in her childhood home. Was this the nagging feeling she had? Duran. Renis whispered as she took hold of her goodson's hand, and Duran looked at her impatient, though that impatience wore at the sight of her undoubtedly deeply concerned look. What is it? Duran turned around to face her. It's a trap. She said in a whisper, and for a moment it seemed like Duran didn't understand, but soon enough, the horror she felt dawned him too. Renis reared back, hot splashes of something splattered on her face, and a moment later, she realized that a blade, a wet, blooded blade, protruded through the side of Durin's neck, a blade that was held by the bastard. Rhaenys let off a gasping cry as she watched Durin's eyes, wild and panic, search around, but he could not move, was unable to move, the blade in his neck holding him firm, until, with a wet, sickening schlick, the blade was pulled away and Durin crumpled to the ground. No, no, Durin! Rhaenys cried out as she watched him fall, but before she could do anything else, think of anything else, she was stilled by the dark voice that uttered those words. I was so close. No matter. Rhaenys gasped terribly as she felt the blade pierce through her chest, her heart, and she finally met the bastard's gaze, who looked at her for a moment before he looked away, as if ashamed, but she knew that the bastard was not ashamed of this. None of them are ashamed of this treachery. Guards! I have found them. The king's killers. Guards! Rhaenys fell to the ground in a heavy, her breathing wet and bloody, and she looked to her left, to Durin, whose wild and panicked eyes were now, unseeing, and her gaze became blurry, blotting, and the last thought she had, the last thing she would ever think, though she would not know it. Forgive me, Corlys. Break. 129 AC King's Landing. Aegon the Younger, son of Viserys POV. Aegon groaned as he tried to turn in his bed, but the warmness of his cheeks, the stinging, stirred him closer to wakefulness, until, finally, he was realizing he was being slapped. Wake up, it's your special day. A voice said drawlingly, and Aegon thought it sounded familiar. Stop it, Aegon demanded as he flung his hands against the offending hands, though finally he could see who was doing this to him. Aemond. Aegon reacted as he scooted up the bed and sat up against the back of it. And Aemond wasn't alone either, for there was Sir Criston, a few of his grandfather's lackeys, Doran and Egbert, and the bastard cousin Aelor. What are you doing here? Aegon demanded when he got a hold of himself and he looked to his left and saw that the girl had left his bed. He wanted her in the morn. Coming to collect your kingly arse so you get a damned crown on your pretty little head. His brother said with a slowly rising smirk that had that familiar dangerous but harmless quality that he'd stolen from their dead uncle. What? Aegon startled as his gaze flickered away from Aemond and to the rest of the men that accompanied his brother. What nonsense are you speaking of? Aegon demanded, but in his heart he knew it and it terrified him. No, 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 no. He did not want it. No, 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 no. He was not meant for it. His dawning horror seemed to have made its way to his face because his brother's smirk grew more amused. Elder brother. Our father is dead and you are to be king. Your grace. His grandsire's lackeys and the bastard all intoned one by one, and Aegon wanted to wake from his nightmare, though he was rooted to the spot. He knew that this could happen. He knew that this would happen, but now that it was happening, all he could feel was that he had to flee, and before he knew it, his body moved of its own accord as he scrambled off of the bed and ran for the door. Stop him! His brother said, a hint of panic in his brother's voice, but they were too late, for he managed, in the moment of surprise, to get to the door and opened enough of it before they could get firm purchase on his arm, his naked arm. Fuck, I am naked! Aegon realized as he scrambled through the hallway of the whorehouse, the steps of his pursuers drawing nearer, and it caused him to panic even more as he reached the stairs, and in his panic, he miscalculated and he fell down the stairs, hitting his head hard against the wooden wall, and the world began to spin around. Arg! Aegon cried out pained as he tried to get back up, but he was seized by two strong hands. You fool! A voice hissed out, and it was that of his brother. Give me that damned cloak! His brother commanded before he pulled at Aegon's arm. Stand up! He growled, but Aegon's world was still spinning, though his sense had returned, enough to allow him to look up to meet his brother's gaze. Aegon's face and that of his brother's were only a few inches away from each other, and the merciless look in his brother's eyes did nothing to quell the terror he feeling again at being fucking king. Aemond. Aegon began, his mouth dry. I don't want to rule, Aegon said desperately. I'm not meant for it. It's not me. It's not me. Aegon said, the pitch in his voice rising, and Aemond looked away from him for a moment, and Aegon followed his gaze and saw that the whores and their patrons were all coming out of their rooms. Darren. Aemond growled, and the burly man nodded sharply before he turned around. Nothing to see here. Go back to your rooms if ya know what's good for yet. Let's go. Aemond growled as he pulled at Aegon, practically dragging him down the second set of stairs. Aemond, please don't. Aegon begged, and he tried to twist his way out, but another set of arms took hold of him and he realized it was the bastard. Let me go, you bastard! Aegon snapped at the bastard, though moments later, a hood was covered over his head and Aegon tried harder to get out of it, but it was to no avail. They dragged him out of the whorehouse, the thin cloak the only thing that kept being entirely naked in the streets, though the fact that it was the dead of night would mean that if he managed to escape, he had a good chance of getting lost with how many people were in the streets still at this hour. And he knew enough of the city to be able to escape through its narrow paths. Aegon jerked his arm free from the bastard and he nearly managed to twist his other arm out, but Aemond's hands did not yield in. Aegon barreled over, gasping desperately for air as he crumpled to the floor, clutching his stomach. They hit him! They hit him! Arg! He was jerked upwards by a hand that seized the top of his hood alongside his hair, and the dangerous growling from his brother made him quiet, voicing out his pain. You're such a wastrel! Aegon growled, and his words were quiet too, but he heard it loud enough. Then let me go. Let me go, Aegon. I will leave. It can be yours. Aegon laughed hysterically. It's yours. You can have it. Take it. Aegon seized the hem of his brother's cloak and he climbed up until he was back on his feet, and he took hold of his brother's face with its slightly misshapen jaw. Aegon thought he could see his brother thinking about it, wanting it. Yes, yes, he's always wanted it. He always wanted Aegon's place as firstborn. It's yours, you can have it. Aegon whispered to his brother desperately. He did not want to be king. He had no wish to be part of the ploys and schemes and suffering his mother and all the rest of them for the rest of his damned life. No. No. He did not want it. His brother's gloomy, dark expression did not change under Aegon's pleas, and Aegon felt the terror grow even more as he realized they would not let him be. Father changed his mind on his deathbed 2 nights ago. Aegon reared slightly and he let go of his brother's face. What? Aegon's expression held a flicker of irritation before he spoke up again. He changed his mind. He wanted you to be king. Aegon scoffed, though why, I cannot fathom. Aegon was struck dumb for a moment as the words registered with him. He did. Their father can't have changed his mind. Surely not? Not after all of this time? Unfortunately for all of us. He decided you were always meant to be king. You are his firstborn son. Unfortunately. Again, Aegon was struck dumb. He just, decided. Aemond growled again before he took hold of Aegon by his shoulder. Yes. The word was full of irritation and Aegon started to think about it. 2 nights ago. Aegon muttered before he looked at his brother, still in a daze. Why wasn't I told? You're being told now. Aemond said carelessly, and Aegon was not satisfied with that answer. I should have been told immediately. Aegon said, irritated. Why did their father change their mind? He wanted to know, but now, Aegon's irritation fell away. Father, he is dead? Truly? Aegon asked, and he wasn't sure how to feel about it. Yes. Rhaenys poisoned him. For a moment, Aegon could not think. What? Aegon guffawed hysterically, disbelievingly. Rhaenys? Rhaenys? I see what this is now. You're messing with me. Aegon laughed and a sense of relief washed over him. Who knew you had a sense of humor in that scowling head of yours? Aegon laughed again, more out of control this time. 7 hells, what a cruel joke. To think he even started to believe his father really wanted him in the end. We're not lying to you, your grace. The bastard said from beside him, and Aegon looked at him and he saw that the bastard wore a serious expression. The king really has been killed by treachery. You're lying. Not a chance that Rhaenys, Aegon said with wild disbelieving eyes, would have killed father. It made no sense. Will you shut up? Aemond said as he jerked Aegon forward before he neared Aegon's ear. Rhaenys really did kill our father. He told her that the Valyrians were forbidden to attack Tyrosh and that her grandchild would not be queen. Aemond said before his brother pushed him away a little. She took offense to that. The maesters think she killed him with sweet sleep. Aegon was shocked at those words. You're serious? Aemond said nothing, only looked at Aegon with a long-suffering look, and Aegon looked away from his brother, towards the front where the Red Keep was, where they were quickly approaching towards. Fuck. Aegon muttered, still in shock. At least the bitch is dead. Aemond said, and Aegon snapped his head towards Aemond, who he saw with a smug smirk on his face. Fuck, Aegon thought to himself. Aemond glanced at him, his smug smirk falling away a little. We're at war, now, brother. Aegon refocused on Aemond, whose expression turned back to the familiar gloomy dangerous look he always had. And we won't be ever settling a peace with our enemies. Not until either we're dead, you, me, our brothers, our sister, your children, Aemond said darkly, or they are. Aegon swallowed dryly and his hands begun to shake a little. His brother patted his shoulder. Chin up, brother. We've got much to do. Even you, your grace. Break. The dance of the dragons. The treachery that sparked the dance. To this day, it is uncertain if King Viserys died of natural causes or if he was murdered. It was no secret that King Viserys was gravely ill and on the doorstep of the Stranger's Keep. However, the immediate events that preceded King Viserys' death mark it probable that there may have been foul play at hand. Princess Rhaenys' judgment of having committed regicide had come within the hour of the king's death, and the news of her crime, which had been spread by word and raven, far and wide, to the point that every town and keep and lord knew of the crime within days, shocking and outraging the realm. Though few trustworthy witness accounts exist of the sequence of events that sparked the dance, There are however witness accounts that tell the true story of how Princess Rhaenys had been murdered by the infamous Duncan Waters, who later confessed to have helped the lie spread to weaken Princess Rhaenyra. Chapter 49. Tony McNuggles, you can consider it to be a bit of interpolation. Lady Sylvanas, Lord Corlys would not be able to really contact Aegon, even if he was free. But yes, the way Rhaenys is called makes staying neutral difficult. Chris GMP, fast pace is largely because I don't want to get slogged down in the dance tbh. The murder is very sloppy with competing interests tbh. Bad reader, what actually makes you think that? You're not the only one that thinks that, but without real good reason. Emerald, all chances to stop conflict? How? The two sides hate each other and Viserys was never going to be the kind of man that could assert himself. I find it funny that you think that the dance is really preventable. You can change the numbers but the equation remains the same unless it is overwhelmingly in the favor one party and the other lacks the fight to want to fight for the throne. With dragons, that lack of fight will almost never really happen. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Early 129 AC King's Landing. Jaehaerys, son of Viserys POV. Please stop pacing, brother. You will wake them otherwise. Helaena murmured and Jaehaerys glanced at his sister as he kept on pacing, and thinking. She was sweeping her fingers through the sleeping Maelor's hair, a soft, nearly silent hum of a song sung to her sleeping children that were arrayed all around her on her bed, a look of strange peaceful content on her face as she gazed upon her Maelor. It helps me think. Jaehaerys absently responded to his sister, though he stopped his pacing, somewhat, enough to help him continue to think and think as he had to. He had to, he thought as he shook his head. This was a mess, a dangerous mess. After the murder of his father, the entire Red Keep had gone mad. He'd come to his sister's chambers to make sure she and his little nephews and niece were safe, and amidst all of that, he'd seen the guards run around looking for a murderer and corralling away half of the court, servants and others alike into the black cells. A murderer that had been claimed to be the Princess Rhaenys, of all people, and a murderer who'd been killed by the bastard Duncan Waters when she tried to escape. Along with Doran Velaryon. Jaehaerys' expression twisted darkly, though behind, truthfully, there was a heavy amount of fear. Perhaps they could have worked matters out, if only grandfather and his mother hadn't supported the obvious and stupid lie that Princess Rhaenys had killed his father, the king, immediately and wholeheartedly, going as far to claim that it had been because of the change in succession. All because of their want to get Aegon be crowned as king, all because of their ambition, they were willing to go these depths. Father was sick, he was a hair's breadth from death every day, for moons. Jaehaerys was certain that he'd died naturally. Jaehaerys shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore, not after the bastard killed Rhaenys. Not after they lied. Gods! Who could believe this? No one would believe this tripe, and it would have been laughable if it didn't mean that all of their heads were mere days away from rolling down the steps of the Red Keep. But you knew it was coming, didn't you? A voice in Jaehaerys' head needled. Gods! He knew it was coming. All his life, his mother had impressed upon him and his brothers, made them fear, that one day, they'd have to fight to live, even if she never spoke of Aegon becoming king. He shook his head slightly as he continued to remember her words over the years. Words and lessons that their very lives, their breathing, were a threat, yet he never thought it would come like this treachery, this lie, this dishonorable evil act. Jaehaerys swallowed a little, the fear in his bones growing. Viagar. Vermithor. Silverwing. Sea smoke. Ghost. Yes, the blacks no longer had malaise, but that was laughably insignificant when Viagar herself was worth all of his family's dragons altogether. And they'd just killed the rider's mother in cold blood. Gods! And likely your father too. Jaehaerys' throat seized at that dangerous, worrisome thought. Would mother have? What do you have to think for, little brother? His sister asked, and he could hear the genuine curiosity and befuddlement in his sister's toned voice, quiet though that voice may have been. The haunted and paled expression that must have been on his face melting off as he looked at her uncertainly. Helaena was different. As a child, he'd thought not much of it, and simply accepted her for what she was, his elder sister that he so adored and whom he'd spent most of his time with of all of their siblings, but over time, as he grew, he'd grown to learn that there was something not normal about Helaena. But for all that she was not normal, had her oddities and greatly preferred to stay away from all excepting their family, he knew that his sister was far from the dullard Aegon always claimed she was. She was merely uninterested in the games his mother and grandsire and all the other them played, and merely saw a beauty in things that perhaps only someone as special as his sister could see. And so, despite her uninterest, he knew that she must know, the danger they were all in. It is our fate, little brother, to have our thinking done for us. Helena added, and Jaehaerys realized that she knew well the danger they were in. She smiled a little as she spoke. You shouldn't hurt your head trying to think for no good reason. Jaehaerys was still for a moment before he cracked a smile despite the travesty they were in. His sister did have a point, in her own little way. In their family, there were only two voices, perhaps now three with Aegon propped up as king, that mattered. Neither he nor Helena were expected to think of much of import. I have no intention of letting our idiot brothers do all the thinking in our family, dear sister. Jaehaerys said as he turned and walked to his sister. The world wouldn't survive it if it was left to them. He joked, though there were a morsel of truth in his words. Aegon made levity of everything and anything as he drunk and whored himself into a stupor, whilst Aemond had a wicked wrathful side to him that had only grown over the years, and to make it worse, his two brothers rarely got along together, which was laughable considering that both of them were necessary to ensure that they all didn't die a most terrible death. Now that they were cast into a war they were heavily disadvantaged in. More than once Jaehaerys had been the link between his two elder brothers, mediating between them or distracting them lest Aegon say something truly stupid and Aemond does something foolish. His sister did not immediately respond, and she barely acknowledged him as he took a seat in a chair beside the bed and Jaehaerys sighed slightly before he looked to the door. His mother had come some time ago, and told him to remain here, with Helena, until they located his brother from whatever whorehouse he was spending the night in. He had no particular protest to that, considering the mess that was happening outside of his sister's chambers, but he couldn't stop but wonder how things were going. What other travesties they were committing in the name of his drunkard brother. This day was, after all, a long time coming. Jaehaerys stared at the ceiling with a strange despondency creeping over him. If only Rhaenyra had been a brother. A terribly hollow, empty smile formed on his face. It wouldn't have mattered, not really. Though his mother never professed express and plain opinions on the matter of the succession to him, the fear she'd inspired, the other little things, the little phrases, the looks, all of it had contributed to paint a picture of an inevitability. Regardless if Rhaenyra had been a son. Grandsire's ambition wouldn't stop at anything else. And they would likely all die for it. Helena. Jaehaerys murmured as he looked to his sister, a complicated look on his face as he regarded her. Innocent, sweet, and kind Helena. He knew in his bones that Helena could never strike someone, let alone burn them alive. He remembered, when he had been 5 name days old, when he'd accidentally killed one of Helena's pet bugs. He'd never seen her raise her voice before, or upset, but that day, he'd seen it all as she chastised him for killing a centipede before proceeding to bury it in the gardens, uttering some words of prayer for it. He knew, when they asked Helena to fight, she would refuse. They may even try to force her, given the odds were against them. Helena looked at him for a moment, seemingly regarding him intently, and no sooner did the moment pass before she looked down at Maelor, a frown forming. The world will survive just fine, little brother. Helena murmured. It will spin and spin as whispers in the wind carry old songs, Helena continued in a soft hum as she stroked Maelor's hair gently, and Jaehaerys had to strain his ear to hear her speak more with the way her voice quieted. Long after summer has faded, longer after a dozen bright steps turned silent into the night, and long after the green hills were set aflame. Jaehaerys swallowed a little as he regarded her. She seemed, mournful but far from the sadness he heard the last time she'd uttered cryptic words, arrows, and blue eyes, in that carriage ride after the tourney. His brothers, his mother, they all often disregarded the mutterings of his sister, but Jaehaerys always thought there was something about them that he couldn't let go. Never did she say the same words, never did she explain what she meant, but always there was something hidden in those words. Oft-times, she just ignored the questions, and the few times she did not, she would only repeat them, a distant look on her face before she remained quiet and silent, no matter how hard he prompted her to speak further. He paused when he heard steps, approaching steps, outside the doors, growing louder with every moment that passed, and he stood from his seat, his hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. The heavy noise woke the children, he could hear, and stirrings with cries of complaint at the waking filled Jaehaerys' ears just as Helena's soothing words did. He knew it unlikely that it was an enemy, but he would remain vigilant, for it was still very likely Rhaenyra still had their supporters in the Red Keep. The doors opened and revealed one of the king's guard, Sir Willis Fell, who had entered the room whilst the guards with him remaining outside of his sister's chambers, and Jaehaerys' hand clenched tightly on the hilt of his sword. Sir Willis. Jaehaerys said warily as he eyed the man. He was under no illusion that Jaehaerys really stood a chance. Not against an esteemed king's guard like Sir Willis. Not with him without his bow and arrows. My prince. The king's guard said with a short bow of the head, an austere look on his face. His grace commands your presence in the small council chambers. Those words were a relief to Jaehaerys, but it was a relief that was short-lived. Very well. Jaehaerys said curtly. He relaxed his grip on his hilt before he eyed the guards that were outside of the opened doors. My brother sent them? He asked, and Sir Willis shook his head lightly, and there was a stiffness in his speech as he spoke. No, my prince. The queen assigned them. The man paused for a moment before he continued. Sir Marbrand is unaccounted for. The man's expression somehow managed to become more austere as he spoke further. He has betrayed the king. He must have escaped during the chaos, no doubt he'll try and make it to Dragonstone. That meant that there were only 4 King's Guard for his brother presently, unless any of them also believed Aegon to be a usurper. Sir Rick Cargyle, the Lord Commander Sir Ricard Thorne, Sir Willis Fell and of course Sir Criston. Out of them, Sir Criston's loyalty was assured without question, and, as Jaehaerys eyed Sir Willis Fell, so too was the loyalty of the man before him more certain than the other 2. For a moment, he thought to ask but he stayed his tongue, knowing he'd find out soon enough. Do you swear upon your life and the cloak you wear that you are loyal to Aegon, the rightful king? Jaehaerys instead asked with his hand still on the hilt of his sword, wanting the man to confirm with his own words. There was treachery in the air and he wanted none of it in the midst of his sister and her innocent children. The King's Guard stood a little straight, though Jaehaerys saw the clenched teeth, likely due his questioning of the man's honor, as if Jaehaerys had no real right given that his father's choice of heir was ignored by at least 2 of the King's Guard, and the man nodded stiffly. I swear on my life, on my house and on the cloak I honorably wear, that I am loyal to his grace Aegon, second of his name, and his heirs, until my dying breath. Sir Willis declared and Jaehaerys fully relaxed at that point, the rings of truth in the man's word settling him. Jaehaerys nodded his acceptance sharply. Good. Then you will stay and guard the queen and the heir with the rest of the guards. Jaehaerys said to Sir Willis as he glanced over his shoulder and saw that Jaehaerys and Jaehaera were back under the covers of the bed whilst little Maelor was in a standing Helena's arms, who looked decidedly unsettled, no doubt at his words that she was now queen. He looked back at Sir Willis. Her grace and her children must be protected. Sir Willis stood a little taller. Of course, my prince. And Jaehaerys let go off the hilt in full before he started to walk towards the doors though he was stopped when his sister called his name. Jaehaerys. Jaehaerys turned around and he was a little startled at the sight of his sister's trembling lips as she approached him with little Maelor in her arms. He frowned a little in concern as he stepped a little towards Helena. Helena, what's wrong? He asked lowly, just so that she could hear him only. I'm afraid. Helena said as she stopped right in front of him, and he noticed her hands clutching a little tighter on Maelor. Don't be, I won't let anything happen to you or to my little nephews and niece. Jaehaerys promised and he meant every word of it. He'd rather die than let them be harmed. I'm not afraid for me, for my little sweethearts. Helena whispered and her eyes turned a little glassy as she reached out to touch his face and Jaehaerys reared a little, startled in shock as he was. Helena's lips trembled as she spoke further. I'm afraid for you, for when after you have soared the highest. The words, the look in Helena's face, a look of horrification, they chilled Jaehaerys to his bones to the point that he felt, momentarily, utterly numb. And he was helpless when Helena touched his cheek. Helena. The touch brought him out of his numbness, his stupor, and though he was startled once more when Helena blinked, the glassiness of her eyes fading as transparent silver tears fell down from her eyes, and she moved away a little, moving away her hand too from his cheek. Helena. Jaehaerys tried again as he mentally tried to shake away the chill, and he grinned, forced and insincere no matter how much he tried. Don't be afraid for me, I'll be fine, you'll see. We'll all be fine. His sister looked at him for a moment and he couldn't quite tell what she was thinking, before she turned away from him, and returned back to the other bed where she and Maelor slept. Jaehaerys looked at her for a long few moments before he snapped out of it, and twisted on his heel towards the doors, where Sir Willis was waiting. Jaehaerys stopped for a moment beside Sir Willis and he glanced at the man. Sir Willis was a tall man, a head taller than Jaehaerys, and some 20 name days his elder, and many times a greater warrior. Though none of that factored when he spoke his words. Do not let a single hair be harmed on their heads. King's Guard or not, you will suffer terribly if you fail in your duty. Jaehaerys did not wait to hear the man's response, walking away after he'd said his piece, walking past the 4 guards that stood guard around his sister's chambers. I will not die, sister, and leave you alone, I promise you. Yet the chill he felt remained as strong as it first had come. He walked through the Red Keep, quieted with a sense of unsanctity that persisted in the air, such was the eerie feeling as he walked the darkened halls of the Red Keep. As he neared the parts of the castle where the small council chambers were located, the eerie feeling made way to one that was beset with tension as guards and servants scurried around, their eyes oft cast down and shoulders raised stiff as he walked past. Finally, he arrived to the small council chambers, guarded by Sir Rick and a few guardsmen, and he was let in as soon they saw who it was that approached. When he entered, he'd come in the midst of a heated argument, one that was stifled by his arrival, as Jaehaerys was greeted by the sight of his brothers, Aemond who was standing, and Aegon, who sat where his father used to sit at the head of the table with Sir Criston behind him. His grandsire was seated in the Lord Hand's seat at the right of the king, a place that Jaehaerys doubted he'd ever want to relinquish, his mother at the left, and with the Grand Maester Orwaley, Lord Larrys, Lord Jasper Wilde and Sir Tyland Lannister where Lord Lyman be. His eyes widened as he slowed his steps, his gaze fixed where Sir Tyland was, or rather the table of where the man was sat. Illuminated by the plentiful candles that burned in the small council chambers, casting the dark of the night far away, was the stains of blood that persisted at the edges of the table of where Sir Tyland sat. Gods, they killed him where he sat. Lord Beesbury was the most dutiful of sorts, not even his oaths to House Hightower would have gotten in the way of it. Unfortunately. Brother. Aemon's voice cut through his thoughts and Jaehaerys tore away his gaze that signalled Beesbury's unfortunate end to look at his brother who seemed to be annoyed, and he noticed the presence of the two bastards who stood behind his grandsire with the Lord Commander Sir Ricard. Take a seat. Aemon stated without care in his voice before he turned to their grandsire, the look of annoyance returning more strongly, but his grandsire was quick to cut off Aemon, and spoke before whatever retort Aemon had. We must wait for the news of the treachery to reach every corner of the realm before we decide on any course of action. His grandsire said firmly, and there was a growing sense of impatience in his grandsire's tone of voice as Jaehaerys took to stand by his mother, who gave him a faintly wan smile. No, Jaehaerys, don't just stand there. His brother, the new king-to-be, stated with an exuberance that stated that his oldest brother was not quite sober, and if his tone of voice didn't convince him, the grin on his face did. It was clear that his brother had taken to the position he was pushed into, and Jaehaerys couldn't help but find it a little laughable. Aegon never wanted to be king. He was unsuited for it. They all knew it. Aegon had reveled in it. He'd never been taught how to be king. But, Jaehaerys knew his brother well. The allure of father finally accepting Aegon was one that Aegon was weak to, more so than he was to drink and whoring. Out of all of them, their father's casual dismissal was one that Aegon was most affected to. The lie of Aegon's position as heir to the throne by decree of their father was one that was always going to be too hard for Aegon not to want to believe. You've got to take the master of ship's seat. It's available after all, his brother said before he looked pointedly at the bastard Duncan Waters, who did not react to his brother's taunting. I will stand. Jaehaerys said to his brother. I'm sure grandsire has someone else in mind for the position. At this his elder brother lost his grin a little before he sat back, a little deflated. The red wines. Aegon muttered before he snorted. Or the Greyjoys, if grandsire manages to convince the savages to fight for our banner. Ironborn. They were courting the Ironborn too? The Ironborn have the numbers. His grandsire merely stated as he looked at Aegon disapprovingly, and his elder brother scoffed silently as he turned away his gaze from their grandsire. His grandsire continued. The Valyrian fleet and the majority of the royal fleet at Dragonstone outnumber all of the remaining fleets of the realm. If we exclude the Ironborn, with them, we can outmatch them. The Ironborn cannot be relied on. Lord Jasper Wilde said with a dark tint to his tone of voice. They are a serpent that will strike us as soon as they claim they'll readily strike at the princess supporters. Truly, Aegon interjected, why do we even need the Ironborn to attack the Valyrian fleet? Aegon waved at Aemond with an impatient air. Why don't we just send Aemond to go burn their fleet? Their fleet will surely be defended by Vhagar. His grandsire said, a rebuke in his tone. It would be the greatest folly to send your brother against that beast without Dreamfire or Agarax in support. His grandsire then looked at Aemond. No, you will best serve as our emissary to those whose support is not yet apparent. The time for battle has not yet come. His grandsire said, and the familiar annoyed look made more clear on Aemond's face. And whose support have we secured? Jaehaerys asked, drawing attention to himself. Grandsire has been busy. Aegon stated, and Jaehaerys could hear the suspicion in Aegon's voice. House Lannister, and so the Westerlands, has given us their support. Aegon said as he waved at Sir Tyland, who bowed his head slightly. My brother will raise the levies of the Westerlands as soon as he hears the news of Aegon's ascension as proclaimed by the king. Sir Tyland stated, and Jaehaerys did not miss his brother's reaction to those words. Did his brother not wholly believe it? As will the majority of the Reach, with Houses Peak, Fossoway and Redwyne's our most prominent supporters outside of course House Hightower. His grandsire added to the conversation before he continued after a moment's pause. Lord Grover Tully is well known of his favour of the natural rights of the realm, and his support shall be secured after a few promises. His grandsire's expression turned somewhat irritated as he continued to speak. As it stands, only House Mootjeman from the Riverlands has made its position clear to us. Grandsire then looked to Jasper Wilde. Houses Wilde, Carson, Mertens and their allies have given their support to our cause as well. The man nodded his agreement to his grandsire's words. Grandsire has indeed been busy. Jaehaerys thought to himself. The majority of the Reach rising for them was not unexpected, given the influence his great-uncle and his kin in Old Town had all around the Reach, from marriages to economic ties, but the news that they already had secured a good portion of the realm to their cause was surprising. Even if he shouldn't be all that surprised. His grandsire looked to Aemond. And once you go to Storm's End and personally secure a marriage with one of Lord Borrow's daughters, preferably the elder girl, we will have, at the very least, 3 of the wealthiest and strongest realms backing Aegon. For once the Tullys are made to see reason. His grandsire said with a tone of voice that told that it was more of a command than a suggestion, and Aemond was not appreciative of it. That would be a mistake. The voice that cut through the chambers was one that surprised Jaehaerys, as it did with everyone else, and Jaehaerys looked to the origin of the voice, Duncan Waters. You do not speak in these chambers, bastard. You are here on courtesy alone. The Lord Commander Ricard Thorne said with venom in his voice. Jaehaerys set his jaw a little at the sight. The way the Lord Commander was looking at the bastard, was he offended by the presence or was it guilt that spawned his venom? Jaehaerys couldn't lie and say that he didn't want the bastard to pay for the mess they were put in. If only grandsire and mother and everyone else too it seemed, had propagated that lie about Rhaenys. No, the moment she died, war was made certain, regardless if they offered his head. No, no, Sir Ricard. Aegon began as he straightened himself out a little, and much to Jaehaerys' surprise, there was seriousness etched in his brother's face. He is here by deed also. Let the avenger of my father's murder speak. I will hear him out. Aegon declared. What mistake do you speak, Duncan? Aemond asked as well, and the bastard Jaehaerys' age began to speak, nervousness clear in his face. Jaehaerys looked at the other bastard, Aelor Waters, and he could see him looking down at the ground instead of meeting any of their gazes. Before he could think much on it, Duncan Waters began to speak. Though the gates of the city have been closed, and ships prevented from sailing, it is inevitable that news will travel to Driftmark and Dragonstone sooner than desired. Perhaps even within a day. Duncan Waters stated before he breathed heavily and looked between Aegon and Aemond. Splitting the dragons would be a mistake. Duncan Waters stated as he gazed upon Aegon. If I was them, I would attack immediately, whilst most of us are in one place. Agreed. Aemond stated. Laena Velaryon will want revenge, as will that sword swallower, despite the treason of their whore mother being unchallengeable. Baelon knows their advantage in dragons, and if he isn't dim-witted, he'd use the Velaryon want of revenge to attack us at King's Landing. Aemond said with a smirk, but Jaehaerys knew his brother, and he could tell there was a worry there. They wouldn't dare attack King's Landing. His grandsire denied, though he seemed to pale slightly at the words. Why not? Aemond retorted. What makes King's Landing so special that they wouldn't want to stop a war before it begins? Aemond said darkly. Jaehaerys swallowed a little, and he knew in his bones his brother was right, the bastard was right. The best thing his half-sister could do was to attack immediately. And the silence that reigned meant that everyone understood that too. Viagar. Vermithor. Silverwing. Seasmoke. Ghost. Even Viserys Zeraxes. The Blacks had two of the largest dragons in the realm, with the three remaining dragons no small hatchling either. Dreamfire, comparable to Vermithor, Caraxes comparable to Silverwing, and his own Agarax comparable to Seasmoke, as Tessarion was, would be no match for the 5 dragons if they all attacked at once, and he doubted the Blacks would allow Viserys the Younger to mount his dragon Zeraxes of only 8 name days and partake in any battle just yet. You will have to bond with Malaise now. Aemond's voice cut through the silence, and Jaehaerys followed Aemond's gaze, and he saw that he meant Duncan Waters, who had paled under the gaze. Aelor Waters wasn't much better either as he looked up from the ground in shock. My prince, you can't be serious. Sir Criston said aghast as he looked at his brother before he looked at Aegon. Your Grace, he's a bastard. Sir Criston looked venomously at Duncan Waters. Daemon's bastard. He has no right. If I say he's got the right, then he does. Aegon snapped at Sir Criston, who rears back at the sharpness of the tone and words. Besides, for avenging my father, he's earned himself some appreciation, no? Aegon posed angrily at Sir Criston, who swallowed sourly at the words before he stiffly nodded. Good. Aegon said, pleased with himself, before he looked at Duncan with no small amount of amusement, and Jaehaerys could tell it was the kind of amusement that cruel in nature, and he dreaded whatever it was his brother would say. Then it is settled. Duncan will bond with Malaise, which shouldn't be much of a problem. He is after all as Targaryen as Baelon or I or any of my brothers are. The sharp intake around the table was almost comical, save for the fact the insult that Aegon gave to his mother for the comparison of a whore's son. His grandsire slammed his hand against the table, and Aegon jerked in surprise for a moment before he raised his hands in mock surrender, a whimper of a giggle escaping his lips as he smirked as he leaned back in his chair. Jaehaerys looked to his mother, and he saw the anger and betrayal in her eyes, but she kept her tongue, though he doubted it would take much else for her to loosen it. My prince. Your Grace. Duncan bowed his head as he spoke, clearly fearful, and it lessened the tension as attentions were drawn to the bastard. It has only been a few hours since Malaise has become riderless. Jaehaerys could understand the hesitation. Yes, that's true, cousin. Aemond seamlessly flowed into the High Valyrian tongue. Jaehaerys' own skills at the tongue was lacking compared to Aemond and Helena, though he understood more than Aegon did. Nonetheless, it is necessary for all our sakes that you immediately bond with Malaise and learn how to ride. You are right. They will attack us within days if we do not attack them first, and you know well that your fate is tied to our own now. Attack them first. Jaehaerys interjected, his High Valyrian not as fluid as his older brother. Aemond had always more cherished their Targaryen side than any of them, learning on his own the tongue as well as their history and that of old Valyria. Aemond glanced at him. We need the Valyrians dead and buried before they can marshal their strength with our cunt of a half-sister and Baelon. Is that what you discussed before I arrived? To attack them before they could attack us? Jaehaerys asked, wanting to know. Yes, and no. Aemond stated with pursed lips as his gaze flickered to Aegon. Grandsire wanted us to marshal our forces before we do anything. Gain the support of the majority of the realm. It is a foolish decision. We attack them now whilst they are still divided and preserve our strength. Aemond stated and Jaehaerys nodded slightly. It made sense. Together, the Valyrians and the Blacks were too much to overcome. We, attack. Aegon asked with surprise in his eyes as his gaze flittered between himself and Aemond, who bore a faint smirk at their brother's poor High Valyrian. As soon as he's trained up in the next week and by then, Durin should be back as well. Aemond stated and Aegon looked positively interested in the prospect. Durin back, yes, that would be good. Tessarion was one of the fastest growing dragons, as fast as Agarax. In terms of size, Tessarion was comparable to Seasmoke, as was Agarax. They should be able to overwhelm the two dragons of the Valyrians, especially with Meleys. Even if one of them was Viagar. Jaehaerys looked to their grandfather who frowned heavily at the exchange of words and the look on Aegon's face. Their grandfather never bothered to learn High Valyrian and Jaehaerys thought that he'd come to regret that, almost certainly. My princes. Your grace. Sir Tyland interjected hastily. Not all of us can speak your father's tongue. The man said meaningfully and Aemond glanced with a hint of annoyance at Tyland before he looked back at Duncan Waters who was still pale looking. We still have at least a day or two more. We can wait. Duncan said weakly and Jaehaerys would have felt pity for the bastard if he hadn't known him well enough. The bastard was an overreaching one, that much was clear to see. He'd latched onto his father, and onto Aemond, and had growingly received a station at court that was unbefitting for a bastard. And so, his arrogance of his place had only spelled him to reveal more of his nature. A cunning, ambitious bastard that saw favor with Aemond, who unfortunately likely saw a kindred spirit in him. We do not. His grandsire said, finally breaking his own silence. Though King's Landing is under a lockdown, it is unfortunately true that one can escape if one knows the city well enough. Sir Marbrant does, at the least. His grandsire said with a heavy sigh as he glanced at Sir Ricard who stiffened under the look. He must have been responsible for the escape of the King's Guard. Jaehaerys mused before he looked at Duncan Waters again who seemed to have paled some more. It has never been done. To bond with a dragon within a day of its rider's death. The earliest bonding had been when Maegor the Cruel had returned from Pentos and bonded with Baelrian a week after the Conqueror's death. And for someone to bond with the dragon of the one you have murdered. Before Aegon's crowning in the morn, you must bond with Meleys, his grandsire declared. Is Meleys still in the dragon pit? His mother asked hesitantly. Yes, the dragon is still in the dragon pit. Aemond said and it seemed like he wanted to say something more but thought better of it and Jaehaerys regarded his brother with some suspicion. The dragon keepers made sure she was secured after Rhaenys' treason was discovered. Lord Larys contributed for the first time in the conversation and Jaehaerys noted the shared look between the crippled man and his brother Aemond. And Jaehaerys turned away from it. Treachery, treachery everywhere. So. Aegon posed with impatience as he looked at Duncan. Will you do as commanded and bond with Meleys? As his grace commands. Duncan said tightly as he bowed his head, his body stiff and Jaehaerys felt some satisfaction at that as watched Aelor look heavily concerned for his brother. Yet for all that he wanted nothing less than the man to be burnt to a crisp, he knew that Meleys was likely going to be the very thing that stood between their victory and defeat. Excellent. Aegon said with a broad smile before he frowned a little. You should probably be knighted and given a name or something. That can wait. His grandsire said curtly before he continued. You must be crowned in the morn by Septon Eustace. Him? Aegon asked bemused. You want me to be crowned by a common Septon? His mother looked irritated at that. Septon Eustace was not exactly just a common Septon given that he was the Septon that served in the Royal September. I would suggest we do so in the Dragon Pit. Aemond interjected before he looked impassively at Aegon, who grew irritated at interjection. What does it matter who crowns you? Aemond said with a roll of the eyes. Father was crowned by the High Septon, as was King Jaehaerys. Aegon said with restrained anger. I want the same. Though Aegon didn't intend to, there was a petulance to his tone of voice. What did it matter? Jaehaerys thought to himself before he realized that Aegon probably wanted, in his own way, to be seen as truly father's heir by undergoing the same rites as their father had done when he'd ascended. We unfortunately do not have the time, Aegon. His mother said to Aegon with a note of aggravation in her voice. Once the war is over, you can be crowned again if you so wish. This seemed to please Aegon a little, enough to stop making himself a nuisance. Aemond smiled brittlely before he continued. Once we have crowned you and our sister, we should move all our dragons to the Red Keep. Aemond, why? His mother asked worriedly. Because by the time we see those dragons coming, if they attack us, it will be too late, for we will not be able to reach our dragons and mount them in time. Aemond stated darkly, and his mother nodded weakly at those words. If we're done, Aegon said. In the same manner he'd impatiently waved his hand around as he stood up. I'm going to rest. I have a big day in the morn after all. Aegon said before he began to walk away whilst the rest of them remained. What did you discuss in Valyrian, Aemond? His grandsire asked as he watched Aegon depart. What we must do to win this war, grandfather. Aemond stated with a smirk, one that fell away as he spoke further. We need to remove the Valyrians from the matter, by any means necessary. Aemond placed his hands behind his back as he glanced towards Duncan. Lords and armies mean little in the face of a dragon's wrath, and no amount of ravens returned that proclaim acceptance of my brother's right to the throne will change that matter. His grandfather grew impatient and Jaehaerys sighed before he spoke up. We mean to attack Driftmark soon after Duncan has gotten used to malaise. Or iller. Jaehaerys thought to himself. At this, their mother stood up from her seat. No. She said with a shake of the head. You cannot. Not against that beast. His mother said as she looked at him worried out of her skin, and Jaehaerys wanted to scoff. What else did she expect when they conspired with treachery to set this in motion? It is impossible they'll ever see favorably to the justice carried out. Lord Jasper said, as he looked around, grim-faced. House Valyrian will not accept terms of peace. And why would they? Murder, it was murder. Plain and simple. Rhaenys and Doran Valyrian committed regicide. They killed my father. Aemond stated, his expression dark. For that sin, they deserve no less than to be wiped out. And Jaehaerys did not like the tone in his brother's voice. Aemond looked to their grandsire. You know as well as I, that no war can be won as long as they have Viagar. For a long moment neither of them said anything before their grandsire nodded slightly and Jaehaerys turned away from both of them. Then take Duncan to the dragon pit. His grandsire's voice rang out before he eyed the two bastards with indifference. Take Aelor too. He added. I will. But first, come forth, Duncan. Aemond said, and his eyes were drawn back to his brother, who took out his sword, and his eyes widened. And he wasn't the only one who was surprised, though most seemed greatly displeased by the outcome. For all that they were willing to accept that Duncan Waters had avenged his father, he doubted any of them really believed it. He eyed Sir Ricard Thorne for a moment. The man was stone-faced, and Jaehaerys wondered why this man, his father's Lord Commander, could so easily fall into line with this lie. Was it because Aegon was the firstborn son? Or was it because it mattered not to him who sat on that throne, only who would give him the power and prestige he sought? Does it matter? Jaehaerys thought to himself as he shook away those thoughts. Duncan Waters was startled for a moment before he grimly set his face and moved forward. Kneel. Aemond said with a smirk on his face. Duncan Waters swallowed dryly for a moment before he kneeled. Aemond placed his blade on the right side of Duncan Waters' shoulders. In the name of the warrior, I charge you to be brave. He lifted the blade and placed it on the left side, switching each side 6 times during the ceremony. In the name of the father, I charge you to be just. In the name of the mother, I charge you to defend the young and the innocent. In the name of the maid, I charge you to protect all women. In the name of the crone, I charge you to guard the realm with wisdom. In the name of the smith, I charge you to labor with duty and honor. Aemond took away his blade and sheathed it. What say you? Duncan Waters gazed upon Aemond with a stoic expression. In the name of the gods, in the name of honor and justice, I will uphold the charges of the gods, until the day the stranger calls my name. Then arise, Sir Duncan. Aemond said with a smirk, and the bastard stood up and received a pat on the shoulder from Aemond, who seemed, for a moment, genuinely pleased with all this. A Knight of the Realm. Break. Early 129 AC King's Landing. Sir Duncan Waters POV. The ride through the dark cobbled roads of King's Landing was silent save for the hooves of their horses and the boots of the gold cloaks. The main streets were abandoned, and had it not been for curious eyes from between the gaps of wooden blinds of the houses and apartments and shops and all else, he might have thought that there was no living soul remaining in this damn city. Duncan looked upon the dragon pit that stood on the hill of Rhaenys, a building that loomed ever close, and Duncan tightened his grip on the reins of his horse. He would be a liar if he denied that he was afraid. He was afraid. His hands trembled as he gripped the reins more tightly, impossibly tight. He had to distract himself, and so, he looked towards his right, and caught his brother's hard stare with his gaze, which appeared as clear to him though the night was strong, and his face shrouded by shadows. The look in his brother's gaze was the same his brother has had since the time he'd seen after he'd killed Rhaenys and Doran. A wrongly look of accusation. Judgment. Disappointment. If malaise stares at me as you do presently, dear brother, I may yet be dragon food. Duncan said with a smirk growing on his face, and it did exactly as he wanted, for Aelor's expression twisted in disgust as he brought his closer to Duncan, a fiery glare in his eyes. You jest, even now. Aelor spat out lowly so as to shield his words from the rest of the men who rode with them. To call them guards would be lie. Jailers seemed more fitting. Or perhaps they would become so after he'd bonded with Malays. What else is there, brother? Duncan said with a shrug that he did not feel even remotely. I will live triumphantly or I will die hastily in less than an hour. Jesting seems like a worthy pastime, no. Certainly, it was better than to let fear crowd his heart. Either he'd live to bond with a dragon, a mighty one, and thus begin to secure his legacy as more than just a bastard, or he'd die and he'd be forgotten as a bastard, probably one whose name would be cursed because he doubted Aemond and his lot could win without him. Aelor made a noise. One of frustration. As a child, Aelor oft made that noise when Duncan had infuriated his brother so. Unlike those times though, his portion of honeyed milk would not be enough to get his brother to forgive him. There was another lull of silence between them as they continued to ride to the dragon pit, where Aemond was assuredly waiting on him, having ridden out ahead of them as Duncan had need to cleanse himself fully from Rhenus' scents. Dragons have a keener sense of smell than perhaps even dogs do, and if Malays smells Rhenus on you, you best hope you have a chance to escape. Dragons could smell them, Aemond had said, and Duncan had almost assuredly made himself fail before he'd even had a chance to bond with the dragon. In all of his readings of the scrolls at the Red Keep, the few that Viserys allowed him to read, and the ones that Aemond had gotten for him, he'd never read that dragons had such keen sense of smell. Nor had he read that a dragon could bond so soon after a rider's death. Had it ever happened before? Before the conquest? Before the Targaryens arrived at Dragonstone? Had it happened in Valyria? Surely it must have? It doesn't matter. If I'll be the first or not, I will at least be the latest to accomplish it. Duncan thought to himself with resigned assuredness, but he could nothing to let the fear creep into his heart. Why? The question from his brother broke him out of his thoughts and he glanced at his brother, who he could barely see, and what he saw, seemed almost mournful. Duncan set his jaw as he looked away from his brother. You know why? They were without birthright, as they all, liked to remind him, liked to insinuate to him. Nothing would come to them freely. They would have to fight, scratch, bite, to get their way even minutely, and Duncan was accepting of that, enough for the pair of them, if he had to. No amount of dishonor, no amount of treachery or vileness was out of the question. As long as he got what he wanted for himself, and for his brother. A legacy, a land and title that belongs to me, only me. As a child, Duncan had always held knights in great esteem. Knights who performed in great valor and did great deeds, who were revered for their accomplishments as well as their nature. Yet, as he grew, as he noticed more and more that knights were far from the image of knights his mother and all of the aunts and old women that they'd grown around with in their neighborhood liked to talk about and swoon about, he realized it was a lie that he later continued to understand with the knights they squired for. Oh, of course, they were not all terrible people. Sir Willem for example, who served as a knight sworn to House Celtigar and whom Duncan had squired for, was a decent enough man, but for every decent like Sir Willem, there were 100 more, and most of them cared not for the vows they swore. What, then, were the vows for? Pretty words that were not meant or honored, not even a little, and his time in King's Landing had only solidified that thinking. Every man was in it for themselves, and Duncan would not allow himself to be weakened without any gain for it. If that meant committing terrible deeds in the name of those who did not deserve to be king, were not even meant to be king, then, so be it. Do you even know what they will call you, brother? Aelor tried again. Did you not even think what it is you were doing when you killed the Princess Rhenus? Duncan set his jaw a little. Of course he knew. Princess Rhenus was a cousin of a sort to them. First removed or something. That meant that he might well be labelled a kinslayer, one of the most terrible of offences in the realm. But it mattered not to Duncan. Rhenus was merely someone he didn't know, didn't care for. And neither did she. And none any of them cared for them. I avenged our uncle's death, brother. Duncan said with a cold tone as he glanced back at his brother. She was his cousin, was she not? Her father was brothers with King Viserys' father. And she killed him. A kinslayer and a committer of regicide. Aelor reared back a little at those words and Duncan narrowed his eyes at his brother and he spoke further. We agreed to serve them with oaths sworn, Aelor. What else did you expect from me when they asked that I do as they wished? They were to be their loyal dogs, in everything. Their souls, their words, their sword hand, it was all in service of the Greens. One way or another. Duncan may have had options available to him, to capture Rhenus instead of killing her, and perhaps that would have made a lot more sense than to killing her outright, ensuring the Valyrians were in the Blacks' camp forever, forcing them out of the conflict of the succession, but it would be one that meant that neither he or Aelor were protected against the Greens, who had shown they had no scruples in this war to come, given the way they tortured and killed Viserys, the only decent damn man in this city. Fool as he may have been. No, Killing Rennis was the best thing for him and Aelor. We could have. Aelor reined in his voice, and for a moment his gaze flickered around before he felt assured enough to speak further escaped. Aelor said before a complicated look passed on his face. You didn't need to do this. You've damned yourself for them. Aelor swallowed a little before he continued. You've damned the pair of us. Rhaenyra and Baelon will never allow us to live after what you've done. Duncan clenched his teeth and let himself calm down before he answered, heat creeping in his voice. What is the point of only living, brother? To eat poorly and sleep and fuck meaningless babes out of nameless women and eke an existence that's not worth living. There's nothing wrong with that. Aelor stated as equally assertive. Compared to what we've seen in the Red Keep? With all of this vipers and falseness. Duncan rolled his eyes at his brother. Don't roll your eyes at me, Duncan. Aelor growled. Don't dismiss my words as nothing. You can't tell me you were happier here than you were when we were back home. Aelor demanded to know. I was never happy there, brother. Not really. Merely, content enough. No, but it doesn't mean that there isn't something in between, brother. One where we stand as rulers instead of those who are ruled by everyone. Duncan gritted his teeth slightly before he relaxed. Our blood, where we have come from, it is an insult to even allow ourselves to be looked down on by these nobodies. Some noble who ruled over a pittance of land, or even a great deal of land, none of them were better than him or his brother. They had the blood of dragon riders, the blood of the one of the most noblest families this world has ever known. What, in comparison then, were these people? Bastard-born or not, Duncan and Aelor were 1,000 times greater than these fools, and Duncan will not rest until he had made sure they could never look down on him. On them. Ever again. Duncan looked away from his brother as he spoke further. No house that has formed without blood spilled, nor has it ever risen to any heights other than on the top of tall corpses of enemies slain. I damn myself not for them. I damn myself for us. Duncan believed in those words. Holy. Truly. Everyone was for themselves, and Duncan would ensure that everything he did, would do, was for their benefit, even if Aelor was a fool. No, not a fool, unfortunately, he had too much of an honorable bone in him. Too honorable for his own good. And what did he think would happen after he'd bonded with Malays anyway? This war would make of them all kinslayers. Such was a war of succession. And if Duncan let Aelor, they would always remain bastards with nothing to their names. He'll see one day. Duncan thought to himself, though he was not assured of this thought. He feared, perhaps, he'd gone a step too far in his brother's eyes. And what about mother? Our siblings? Aelor posed quietly, accusingly, and Duncan clenched his teeth at the questions he didn't want asked, didn't want to think about, as he glanced at his brother who bored a hole into his face. His mother, his adoptive father, their half-siblings, they were stuck in Claw Isle, and there was nothing he could do about it. There was no point in asking Otto Hightower in getting them out of the island, and he had no real wish to give that man leverage over him, any more than the Greens already had on them. They were not to be trusted, and ironically, he felt they were safer at Claw Isle than they were with the Greens. But actually safe, he knew his family there were not. He doubted Lord Bartimos would have them pay for the crimes he committed, but if the Velarayons demanded it, they will be fine. It won't be them that the blacks have their ires with. They wouldn't kill a harmless, simple woman and her plain children. Duncan said carelessly, and he watched as Aelor ground his teeth, and raced away from Duncan, and Duncan did not chase after his brother, coldly watching him leave. There was nothing they could do for them now. The only thing they really could do, was to ignore their existence, and hope they are forgotten about. Duncan clenched his teeth slightly. And that Aelor didn't protest too much, was clear. He believed the same, that they were more honorable than to kill innocents. Duncan shook away those thoughts as the dragon pit approached, and the sense of fear he felt grew stronger and stronger, but he tried, he willed, with all of his might to push it down. Hesitation will kill us, no hesitation, no regret, Duncan told himself, and the words repeated in his mind the rest of the time of the approach. The dragon pit. They were led into the gates of the dragon pit by the guards, and there, standing in the middle of the arena that was the dragon pit, a domed monstrosity that hid dozens of caves and caverns in its bowels, was Aemond with a few of the dragon keepers with torches in their hands. When they arrived to a smirking, curious Aemond. She's largely calmed down now, though it will take some effort to tame her. Aemond said carelessly, and Duncan clenched his jaw for a moment before he calms himself. Aemond, as much as he hated the comparison, was more alike to Aegon than he would ever admit or ever accept. Both of them liked to dig at others, to needle them with insults and sharpened words in order to get a reaction. The only difference was that Aemond was a lot more calculating and cunning about it than Aegon was, who did it for his own amusement. Lead them both to her cave. Aemond said in High Valyrian to the dragon keepers, and Duncan was surprised by the words. What do you mean both? Duncan asked as he glanced at his brother, who was equally surprised. Aemond looked at Duncan as he answered, and this time, there was no smirk, only calculation in his eyes. If you fail to bond with her, your brother can instead. Aemond looked at Aelor. Sometimes, dragons can fail to accept you as a rider. As I can attest. Aemond said as his gaze flickered back to Duncan, and Duncan felt a rage grow in his belly, a rage that battled with his fear and his insecurity. No, Molaise is mine. I killed for her. I gambled everything to gain her. My prince, forgive me, Aelor began, his expression paling. But I cannot bond with Molaise. I beg your forgiveness. You will bond with her if your brother fails, Aelor. Aemond said, and there was nothing but harsh seriousness in his face, and he would expect nothing else but compliance. Duncan seized his brother's shoulder. If I fail, my brother will not. You will be assured of this, my prince. Duncan said with a light bow of the head, and Aemond relieved that intense look of his and nodded slightly before he angled his body away as if to let them pass by him. And so they did, following after the dragon keepers, though, he was stopped when Aemond took hold of his arm, surprising Duncan even more so when he looked up to meet Aemond's gaze. Dragons sense fear, Duncan. They smell it. Do not let it show or else you will die. Aemond said in High Valyrian before he smirked as he let go of Duncan's arm. Be bold as I know you are. She is yours to lose. Duncan said nothing to that, and he merely walked away, catching up with his brother and the dragon keepers. What was that about? Aelor asked in a furious whisper. You're talking to me now again, are you? Duncan said with a roll of the eyes, and Aelor made that noise of frustration again, and he was almost caught off guard when Aelor pushed him aside, and an inadvertent laugh escaped his lips as he steadied himself. He looked at Aelor, who, despite his furious gaze, was softening up a little, and Duncan sighed before he smiled a little at his brother. Just a few words of advice, brother, to be ready and not be afraid. That was all. His brother relaxed his angry gaze before that same worried expression came back. They don't care, do they? Aelor posed as Duncan locked step with his brother, and Duncan didn't immediately respond. He knew what his brother was referring to. To them, it mattered not if he or Aelor bonded with Molaise, only what they could do for them. He might be close with Aemond, but that was as much a mummer as his closeness with Viserys, who, despite being a decent man, was also one who only saw his father in him, and so Duncan had played to those similarities. No. It's everyone for themselves. Duncan murmured to his brother before he placed his hand on his morose brother. It's just us. They'd do whatever they needed to do survive, and they'd live old and fat and in their new castles by the end of it. Aelor didn't say a word after that, and Duncan didn't press his brother any further. The growls and soft noises, animalistic, were all around as they walked down the steps grooved into the stones, wide massive steps that were fit more for dragons than men, and their noises of surrounded them all, and Duncan swallowed dryly the further down they went, 2, 3 floors at least, and it was at that point, when they stopped in front of a gnarly-looking area, where the draconic noise, breathing, that one of the dragon keepers spoke up. Molaise cave is here. She has been fed, but she may yet prove to be difficult. Beware. They soon stepped back from them, and Duncan swallowed a little before he steadied himself before he walked towards the cave opening, and he stopped when he felt his brother's hand around his upper arm. Duncan. Aelor swallowed a little before he looked almost pleadingly at Duncan. Be careful. Duncan only offered a weak smile before Aelor let him go, and Duncan breathed in heavily before he walked into the cave, which was on a downslope, though only as he reached the end of the downslope of the cave he stepped in, he stilled. The shadows that blackened out all sight, seemed to be, in an instance, drawn back like curtains, pushed away from a massive draconic scaled snout, where, in every moment that passed, with every lingering moment of the dangerous breathing that the snout effused, and every time those chains clinked and chimed, more of itself revealed, more scales, more jagged bones that protruded from skull and flesh, until the moment arrived that the breathing changed from breathing to growling, in crawlingly slow moments, as the stones on the cave floor moved with every step the dragon took closer to him. Calm, Molaise. Duncan's voice was weak, shook still as he was at the dangerous, menacing dragon that was shrouded in the shadows of the cave, and he found himself stepping back a little. He'd seen dragons up close before. Dreamfire a few times. Caraxes the most, and though the dragons tolerated Dreamfire more than Caraxes, who always seemed to be an instance away of consuming every man and thing around it, him and his brother because of their blood, he'd known that they were only a command away from burning him. Blood of the dragon or not. And Molaise, in this moment, seemed like she would no command to burn him whole, as her maws opened, and terrible, dangerous sword-like teeth showed themselves dimly in the shadowed entrance of the cave, and a dim light grew from the back of her throat, and Duncan was shocked at the sight. Duncan, move! Aelor screamed from behind him, and it broke him out of his stupor, and he tried once more to calm the damnable dragon. Calm, Molaise, calm. Obey. 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 Duncan screamed, but it did nothing to stop the building fire from the back of the dragon's throat, which had been building and building and building, and the snout of the dragon moved back but reared forward within a moment of it doing s. A body slammed into Duncan, knocking the air of his chest as well, knocking him down in the ground after a moment of flight, hitting hard onto the ground, yet that air that was lost, when he drew it back in with desperation, was tinged with smoke and hot air as a waft of blistering fire surrounded them, and for a moment, it seemed like he was unable to breathe, dust and smoke and ash crawling into his nose and mouth, and he coughed and coughed even as he was hauled up by his brother. "We need to leave. We need to leave now. There's a pass we can take." Ayla rattled off the words in quick fire, as he pulled at Duncan's arm, but all Duncan could do was look where Malaise was, and a horror grew within him when he realized she was looking in their direction, fire blooming in her maw. "Quick!" Duncan coughed as he pushed himself further, yet the pass, no merely a wound in the stone that was barely seeable save for the light cast by the burning earth beside them, seemed distant, a mile too far, and... Go! Go! Ayla screamed as he let go of Duncan, pushing him forward as he did, his steps wide and distant and unbalanced, much to his horror, and he twisted his body around as he fell to the ground only to see Ayla trying to distract the dragon. "Ayla! No!" Duncan couldn't help but scream out in utter, devastated horror as his brother tried to distract the dragon away from Duncan. "Calm, Malaise! I command you! Calm! Obey!" Ayla tried as he ran towards the upward slope of the cave Bulletin. It felt like a moment that was trapped in dead time, time trapped in mud steeped in blood and grit and filth, when the fire was released from Malaise's maw. It moved not, the flame, and neither did his brother, stuck in his running gait, 1 foot in the air, arms swung, and the horror in his chest blown to encompass him entirely. And when the moment, no longer stuck, no longer dead, passed, and bathed his brother in fire, his brother's momentary shriek ringing in his ears, ringing and ringing, Duncan found himself facing the dragon that burned his brother to ash in no time, paying no mind to the draconic growling that quaked the walls of the cave and loosened its stones. His heart painfully throbbed. He was short of breath. His bones ringed to the same tune as the shrieks of his brother, and in his mind, and his very soul, he felt nothing but pain and hate and anger and a want of retribution, and Duncan stared with glassy eyes, and all of this in mind, in heart and in soul, at the dragon that consumed the one thing he loved whole and true in this world. The dragon growled dangerously, a low dangerous thrum that promised that he was only an instant away from being bathed just as his brother was, but Duncan found himself uncaring of what his fate was going to be, uncaring if he lived or died in this moment. No, the only thing he wanted, the one thing he needed, was to stand tall of this thing that he'd pursued for so long, for so long. "You killed my brother, Malaise," Duncan uttered as he stared at the dragon, who began to growl a little louder, a little harsher with a warble in its growl, and Duncan, almost, could think those growls meant "and you took my rider," but he was no fool. Dragons were mere beasts. "Obey, Malaise," Duncan uttered as he strode forward towards the dragon, and he felt a hot something down his face, and he realized he was crying. He reached out with his hand to Malaise's snout, the beast he hated. "Obey, Malaise. Obey," Duncan repeated as he stared at the dragon unflinchingly, unbothered by the growls that deepened and the repeated opening and shutting of its jaw, those two poisonous little orbs Malaise called for, eyes boring into him, looking for weakness, looking for a reason to burn him as she had done with his brother. He would give her none. "Obey, Malaise," Duncan said one more time, a final time, and a long few moments passed before Malaise brought her snout closer to his hand, and Duncan let off a shuddering breath when he felt something other. A dragon bond. All it cost him was his brother. Because he was weak. Because he'd let fear rise in him. Because his ambitions meant more than his brother than it had ought to. "I'm sorry, Ayla." His voice cracked a little as he said those words, and Duncan reopened his eyes before he swept his tears aside with his sleeve. Tears would not bring back his brother. Malaise growled, and for a moment, it seemed almost mournful, and he looked at her, a complicated look passing around his face, before he removed his hand from her snout. "Calm, Malaise," he murmured, and the growling lessened. He would not blame a beast for his folly, for his weakness. No, it was his own that led to his brother's death. Duncan breathed in a shuddering breath before he began to walk around Malaise to get the chains off of her. "I'm sorry, Ayla, I failed you. The only thing I can promise you, it won't have been for nothing. I swear it. You won't be forgotten. Ever. It won't have been for nothing. No." Duncan refused to believe it. "You will be remembered. I promise you," Duncan vowed in a whisper as he climbed atop of Malaise, but though the words were whispered, it did nothing to reduce his convictions, for it was all that Duncan had left to give his brother. To be remembered. Break. Early 129 AC. Baelon Targaryen Royce, son of Daemon Pov. Lower, Vermithor. Baelon said, and his dragon roared a little before flying lower as the Isle of Driftmark approached and his hands tightened around the handles of his saddle, a stormy look passing across his face. When the island became larger, he noticed something rising from the island, and he realized that was a dragon. 2 dragons. One much larger than the other, and Baelon grimly looked on as the 2 dragons headed his way. "Calm, Vermithor. They're allies," Baelon said to Vermithor, though there was a morsel of doubt in his mind. He shouldn't have, for the act of treachery by the Greens all but ensured that the Velarayons would never abandon Rhaenyra in her cause, but he wondered. Seasmoke, the much smaller dragon, was the first to reach him, and the dragon roared at them, which Vermithor returned heartily, though he kept the large dragon calm despite the irritation he could sense from Vermithor at the exuberance shown by Seasmoke. Seasmoke began to fly next to Vermithor, and Baelon signaled to Laenor, who did not signal back immediately, and it was a tense few moments before he did finally signal back. Though it was not long before Vermithor's, and Baelon's, attentions were grabbed by Viagar, who had strolled toward them at a slower pace, but that did little to harm the dominant visage she represented, and Baelon looked on grimly as the dragon roared, a sound that travelled far and wide, perhaps even heard down at Driftmark, and Baelon kept Vermithor from responding to the roar. No doubt Viagar was on edge with how Laena was. The news of the treachery had only reached them half a day ago, which was already 3 days after it had happened. A ship carrying the heir of House Darklin, House Crab, and House Hayford had come from Duskendale bearing the news, sent by the Lord of Duskendale, and even Baelon found it difficult to believe the sheer audacity and scale of treachery the Greens committed. Rhaenys would never, do something as foul as what she'd been accused, of what she'd been murdered for, and that the Greens thought they could get away with that lie, and get away with murdering his uncle Viserys. And to think his damn bastard brother was the one to kill Rhaenys, Baelon gritted his teeth. Bastards. The moment he'd seen them, he knew they were nothing but trouble, a stain on his father's honor, and a slight to his mother. That Viserys kept them was an insult Baelon would never forgive. Vermithor growled, and he felt the growl underneath his saddle, and Baelon calmed himself as he watched Viagar turned back towards Driftmark, and Baelon sensed deeply that he would have his work cut out in getting the Velarayons to cooperate in the way he wanted. They will want blood, and they will demand that we help them get it, Baelon thought to himself. He was not opposed to it, not at all, and he'd considered attacking right now to be perhaps their best option, but he needed to make sure it wasn't going to be a mad endeavor that would harm Rhaenyra's image in front of the realm. But everything has changed, the Greens changed it. Baelon knew that the Greens had their eyes on the throne. That they were intent, fully committed, on taking the throne away from Rhaenyra. It was why he never wanted her to abandon King's Landing, for it was important that they kept their influence there as much as possible. Viserys' decree that Rhaenyra was to remain heir was absolute, but it was a weak decree given that it contravened the typical rule of the land, where the firstborn son succeeded the father. For all the legalism that existed that the Iron Throne has not a set succession, for it was Jaehaerys who ascended in the stead of Aegon the Uncrowned's daughters, for it was his namesake who was named heir instead of the previous heir-only child, for it was Jaehaerys who chose Viserys as heir instead of Rhaenys once more, accepted only because the king had final verdict on the matter of succession, though it was also the matter of dragons that ultimately decided all of that. Had his father not Caraxes, had his uncle Aegon, who had at the time had supported Uncle Viserys, not have a dragon either, he doubted the Velarayons would have not seized the throne, regardless of what King Jaehaerys had decreed. But this time, both sides had several dragons, grown dragons, even if the Greens were substantially weaker than they were. And, the matter of succession was not as secure just as it had not been in all of those instances despite Viserys' decree, and that meant influence and power and alliances were key in securing the throne. The Vale, the North, the Riverlands, the Crownlands, all of these places, he and his mother and Rhaenyra had slowly made sure would honor the oaths they'd sworn, or their father, or grandsires had sworn, promising whatever they needed to promise to ensure it, and Baelon thought that the matter of the succession, if it was to come to it, if the Greens contested it, could be settled by a grand council they'd win, if Rhaenyra decided war was not the route they would take. Baelon had accepted this outcome, when Rhaenyra refused to wrestle control for King's Landing, considering it a real possibility that Rhaenyra might also refuse war so as to avoid becoming kinslayers, as she'd indicated several times before, much to Baelon's fury. She'd believed that the loss of the power of the Iron Throne was insignificant to the harm kinslaying would bring to her reputation and her rule if the Greens rebelled, and coupled with her being a woman who had a younger brother, she'd felt that throwing a grand council that would be posed as either honoring the previous king's decree or not honoring it, thereby creating an instance of a matter of honor of the houses themselves, which should be enough to guarantee her ascension. Even amongst those who preferred a male ruler of the realm. It would have been a last option, a desperate if the Greens proved to be as wily and cunning as they'd shown over the past 10 years, and it was an option that Baelon hated and had counseled against, but it was one he would have accepted if he had to, if it was clear to him that the gambit could work and that they'd win the council. But now, the Greens had shown that the only way it could be settled would be through war, changing the game entirely with how they descended to the depths of hells where treachery and dishonor dwelt. Not even Rhaenyra could conjure reasons, or ways, to stem the tides of war, not after it was all but certain that they killed Viserys and framed Rhaenys for it. And Baelon, he would make sure they would pay for it grievously. Viagar landed on the breach by the shallow land bridge that connected the isle to the tiny isle where Castle of High Tide stood, and Vermithor landed not far from Viagar with a heavy thud, and moments later, Seasmoke also landed. "Come Vermithor," Baelon muttered as he eyed Viagar warily, who growled and took on a dangerous threatening posture. "Come." He added, and Vermithor cooled his ires under Baelon's instructions, and Baelon unhooked himself from the saddle with a grim note in his mind. Lena was not in a good state of mind. He descended down his dragon and, as he walked around Vermithor, he saw Lena descending down from Viagar. Lena had already descended down and he was waiting on Lena, and Baelon set his jaw a little as he walked towards them. The two siblings made their way to him, and, as he got closer, his countenance changed a little as he took in their expressions, and the only thing he could think was grief. Their faces were grief personified. It had only been half a day, Baelon surmised, since the news had gotten to Driftmark via Raven from Dragonstone. It was clear that the Greens had managed to prevent ships and men and others from leaving the city, another point that made clear that they always intended this treachery, and so, they had not known the fate of Rennis and Durin until that ship arrived, and neither did the Velarians. And when he stopped in front of them, he noted the deep anger in their faces as well, mirrored in their reddened eyes, and Baelon knew he'd have a tall ask to convince them to delay their retribution. "My condolences, Lena." "Laner." Baelon began, a solemn tone to his voice, ending the stretch of silence as they'd stopped in front of each other. He sighed before he continued. "Princess Rennis was a wonderful woman who did not deserve the treachery she received. Neither did Durin." Baelon said, and he saw Lena's expression faltering, her throat bobbling, and Laner was no better off as well. The Velarians have suffered greatly. Baelon thought to himself wearily. Not only this treachery, but also the matter of Corlys and his capture at Tyrosh. They will answer for their treachery, I promise you. The Queen promises you. Their lies will not be allowed to stand. Baelon stressed to them, and he meant it. I want their heads. Lena declared, hate blooming her eyes. Otto. Aegon. Aemond. Her words carried a shudder in them, and as she paused, she sucked in a shuddering breath before she hissed out with utter, hateful venom. Your bastard brothers. Aegon and Aemond will be Rhaenyra's heads to take. Baelon stated to Lena, and her expression twisted, and Viagar behind her began to growl, and it spoke true volumes of her state of mind, the rage she felt, the pain she was under, and Baelon moved quick to assuage at the least. But the others, you will have it. Their heads, your justice, it is yours. Baelon's expression tightened a little. They are no brothers of mine. Baelon said with fury laced in his voice. They were nothing but treachery made in flesh and blood. We attack within a day. Laner interjected, and there was rage in his voice, a kind of rage that seemed unbefitting to the man, and it took Baelon aback. We cannot attack, not yet. Baelon denied as he quickly recovered, and he pointedly looked at them. Neither I or the Queen want the Red Keep destroyed. The destruction of the Red Keep was something Rhaenyra was most concerned about, and Baelon could agree to that concern. The Red Keep was their symbol, their seat of power. To see it destroyed would be a bitter blow to them, and the symbol of their house. We won't destroy the Red Keep, but we will attack King's Landing. With, or without you. Lena declared, and from the look on her face, he could tell that this was an ultimatum she would not yield from. Baelon would not have it. Will you refuse your queen's commands? Baelon demanded to know. Will you deny her? As the usurpers have done with their treachery, Baelon suggested lowly, his gaze flickering between them, and the words hit hard, he could tell, with the way Lena bristled furiously and Laner glowered, yet despite their offended looks, he stood taller, at attention, and he kept his voice level as he spoke further. I understand your grief, and so does Rhaenyra, for it is certain that the Greens killed her father to sell this treachery of theirs as readily as they killed your mother and your husband. Baelon said to them, they will pay for their crimes, one way or another, but you will not attack without attaining the leave from your queen. Baelon narrowed his eyes for a moment as he spoke further. Or do you see yourselves crowned in her stead? It was a real concern of theirs too, that the Velarians would break faith with them, for the actions of the Greens, and his bastard brother. And Baelon could not allow it to happen. Without the Velarians, this usurpation attempt would really become a war for succession. Of course not. Laner spat out. We are loyal to the Queen. Lena grabbed the hand of Laner's and he stopped in his speaking. Baelon. Lena said as she met his gaze head on. You know as well as I do that attacking them now is the best option. They are weak and they are all in King's Landing. We won't destroy the Red Keep, I swear it. There is a better choice. The Dragon Pit. Baelon gave a sharp nod at her words, acknowledging the point. He'd considered it a most optimum choice of target. To bury the dragons before they could be ridden out to war. He'd discussed with Rhaenyra, and though she'd disliked the thought of destroying a Targaryen symbol, or killing so many dragons either, she did understand well that it was perhaps the best ways to keep the war from spiraling out of control. In fact, it was in the center of their plans, in the event a war was inevitable, but Rhaenyra wanted to wait, to secure their support and see who would betray them, rooting out their enemies by their own hands. They'd raised the levies of loyal houses, and besiege King's Landing before penalizing the traitorous houses, rewarding those who remained true. With how the capital was lost to them presently, from the gold cloaks to the damn King's Guard, it meant that regardless of what would happen, they would need to cleanse out the capital of their enemies, and for that, they needed men. The dragon pit. Baelon voiced out and Lena gave a thin smile that did not reach her eyes. And with my mother dead, the longer we wait, the sooner her dragon. Lena choked a little, the very thought harming her that her mother's killer could bond with her mother's dragon. Can be bonded by one of the bastards. Lena said and Baelon grimaced before he nodded his acceptance of that scenario. So. What is your answer? Lena asked, her gaze penetrating. There was only one he could give. Baelon nodded slightly after a few moments. You have my word, and that of the queen's. I will return to Driftmark in the night. Baelon said before he paused as his eyes flickered between them. We will attack just before the first light. Lena did not show relief or any excitement, only the barest side of her shoulders relaxing a little, whilst Lena was more explicit, though he was more agitated than he was anything else. You mean only us three? Baelon would not risk Rhaenyra and nor would he let her risk herself. Not only because she was his wife, but also because she was his queen. For her to die for whatever inexplicable reason, and when their children were still so young. And besides that, Rhaenyra was no warrior, nor was Silverwing a combative dragon, strange as it was to say about a large dragon. It will be enough. Lena declared as she looked at Laenor, a cold look in her gaze, and though she did not add any more, it was clear what the words unsaid were. Viagar will be enough. She rounded around her gaze to Baelon. Corwin and cousin Malentine will depart for Dragonstone shortly and be part of the Queen's Council to aid in the wars to come, in the realm and outside of it. It was not difficult to understand what she meant with outside of it though. Baelon wondered, has she accepted that Corlys was also likely dead? Baelon inclined his slightly in acceptance and shortly afterwards, Lena curtsied slightly to Baelon before she spoke. I will take my leave now, your grace. As soon as Baelon nodded his acceptance, she twisted on her heels and made back to Viagar, and Baelon watched her go in silence. The Velaryons will need to be tied closely to us, Baelon couldn't help but think. The your grace was almost an afterthought. The rejection of Rhaenys as queen, Baelon's selection as consort for Rhaenyra even though at the time it was not yet certain that Aunt Aema was going to be unable to birth a son, and now the capture of Corlys and the death of her husband and mother. She blames herself. Laenor's voice broke him out of his thoughts and Baelon looked at the male Velaryon. There was grief still etched on his face but there was also guilt there too. When mother departed for King's Landing, and failed to return within a day, Laena waited for a day more. Laenor closed his eyes a little. And when that day passed, I convinced Laena to still wait a little longer, that mother surely had been successful in convincing the king, the cause of her delay. Baelon clenched his teeth a little before he looked to Laena, who was nearing Viagar. He didn't know why Rhaenys departed on her own and tried to convince his uncle without Rhaenyra. She should have come to Rhaenyra and tried to co-opt her in the attempt, for Rhaenyra would have been able to make her father see reason. None could have known the depths of treachery they are willing to sink to. Baelon simply said and Laenor laughed humorlessly. As we have learnt. Laenor said bitterly, slightly choking on the words and Baelon gritted his teeth slightly and a few moments passed before he let go and tapped the grieving man on the shoulder. They will pay for it. Baelon stated solemnly. As will the Tyroshi, I swear it. Laenor's expression faltered some more, doing his best to not cry, before he nodded shakily, and Baelon could see the fiery resolve in the man's gaze. Good. Because House Velaryon will not rest until the debts it is owed is paid by blood. Laenor's voice trembled but it was not out of fear, or sadness, or even grief. No, it was out of unadulterated rage. Baelon nodded stiffly. Good. As much as he pitied the Velaryons, he was mostly gladdened that this tied their cause irrevocably with Rhaenyra's. And I must ensure that it is also so in the future. A little while later, back to Dragonstone. Baelon climbed down Vermithor's back and stepped onto the platform beside Vermithor, and, as he removed his gloves, he approached the two guards that stood a few paces away. Where is the queen? Though the word still felt odd on his tongue, he'd better get used to saying it, so as to ensure that the message of her status is driven deep in the minds of all those around them. Her grace is with the council. Lord Celtigar has arrived with Lord Brune and Lord Bar Emmon. Good, Baelon thought. With those three lords, Sir Robert Darklyn, Lord Crabbe, Lord Hayford and Lord Stanton, amongst a few lesser lords of the Crownlands and the Riverlands, their core supporters at this moment in time mostly being those of the Crownlands, and those directly sworn to Dragonstone. And once Lady Jane, his mother, and his cousin William marshal the Vale, that core of supporters will only grow much larger. We need more representation of the other parts of the realm however, the Riverlands, the North. But that could come after they'd taken the capital. For that, they only needed the levies of the Crownlands. The other men would only come when they'd punished the Hightowers and any of their supporters, like House Lannister and the Redwynes. Baelon swept through the halls of the dreary Dragonstone, making his way to the stone drum, and towards the chamber of the painted table. He passed guards and servants on his way there, words of your grace, my prince, uttered by them, and it was soon enough that he arrived at the entrance of the chamber of the painted table, guarded by the king's guard Sir Eric Cargyle. The man, alongside Sir Stefan Darklyn, had sworn his oaths to Rhaenyra, as soon news of Viserys' passing and the treachery in King's Landing became known. Your Grace. The man bowed his head before sidestepping away from the entrance, and Baelon walked into a scene of argument, and, from the little he picked up, it was about protecting their lands. He was not surprised that this was their main concern, given that most of their lands were located near King's Landing, and it was certain too that Lord Celtigar, Bar-Emin and Brune had also received demands of fealty, as well as the lords that had come with Robert Darkland received. The arguments crawled to a stop when he walked into the chamber, all eyes on him, including that of his eldest son, and his wife, who seemed to be silently taking in all of their complaints. Your Grace. The men stood up from their seats and bowed their heads a little, a range of calculation and interest in their eyes. Baelon stopped at the edge of the table, and he looked directly at his wife as he bowed his head. My queen. Her smile was faint, but it was there. Though his wife had opted to allow him to be addressed as Your Grace, even if his title was to remain as the king consort and Prince Baelon, the title of king was absent, by design. For all that his wife loved him, and he her, the dynamic was of who was to be the ruler of the realm was one that always gnawed at her, in the eyes of the realm, and it was one that simmered in the background, as so many other things did too. This one was an easy one to relinquish, for a title meant nothing to Baelon, and the end result was the same anyhow. He would rule, together with Rhaenyra, and that was enough for him. Father was not entirely wrong that Baelon would be seen as king, even if he did not have the title, but where he was wrong, was that Baelon would usurp Rhaenyra's authority underneath from her. My consort. Rhaenyra said as she gestured the other men to sit before she gestured him to sit next to him, the address for him she chose deliberate. What news bring you from Driftmark? At this, there was a hush amongst the lords, one with anticipation, and Baelon resisted the urge to let the displeasure he felt creep in. He understood. The Valyrians were critical in winning this war handedly, and so these lords found it in their interests to have them account amongst them. If there was any sign that the events that preceded had formed a crack in their alliance with the Valyrians, these lords may yet find their loyalties fraying. He would give them no such sign. Baelon walked around and kissed Rhaenyra's hand before he spoke. They affirmed their loyalties. And Corwin Valyrian shall arrive soon to take part of this council. Baelon confirmed to them before proceeding to sit down, and the slight tension eased in the wake of his words. As expected. Lord Bar-Emin stated with a grunt, a pleased look on his face. This war will be a short one, once you fly against King's Landing, Your Grace. Robert Darkland stated with no small amount of satisfaction. Our lands, our villages, and our keeps will be left untouched. Baelon glanced at his wife, who caught his look, and it seemed like his wife understood his meaning with the light nod she'd given him. 4. Perhaps all 5 of Alicent's whelpsifterin has returned from Old Town by now, against the Queen's 6 dragons. Lord Stanton stated. Viserys is only 10 name days, and his dragon barely more than a hatchling. His wife interjected sharply as she looked at the Lord Stanton before she looked around the table, and a moment later she stood up. We will reconvene at a later hour, my lords. The suddenness of the dismissal took the lords aback, but they all rose and left in short order, leaving behind himself, his wife and Daemon. How is Laena? Rhaenyra asked in a worried, sympathetic tone, and Baelon grimaced under his wife's look. Grief struck. Baelon replied before he paused and added, and angry. Very angry. As one could only expect. Baelon stated as he met his wife's gaze. I agreed to attack the Greens in King's Landing. At this, his wife's look completely morphed to one, for a moment, held a glimmer of betrayal before it turned in a sharp cold look. You did what? Baelon remained silent for a moment as he met his wife's glare head on. You had no right to speak for me. Baelon's eyes narrowed a little. I had every right. Baelon stated firmly, and he pressed on even though his wife gave him more of a displeased look. And it was only the choice I really had. Baelon said with thinning lips. They are prepared to attack the Greens without us. This made Rhaenyra stop still. They really would attack? Alone? Daemon, his 4 and 10 name day son asked, a little shocked. Baelon nodded a little grimly as he looked to his son before he looked at his wife once more. I would have preferred to wait a little longer, to discover who exactly we can count as allies and who are our enemies, but this is a path that we would have to take if we do not want this to spiral into a realm-wide war. Baelon said honestly to his wife. They had the advantages now, overwhelming advantages, thanks to Vhagar and Vermithor. Caraxes, Dreamfire, Agarax, Summer, and perhaps even Tessarion, were no match for Vhagar and Vermithor, backed up by Seasmoke, who was equal or greater than any other of the smaller dragons. And it is not as if we will attack them head-on, Baelon stated to his wife, who frowned at his words. He continued. We destroy the dragon pit. For a moment his wife said nothing. They'd spoken about this before, counting it amongst their plan to significantly, almost certainly fatally, weaken the Greens. You plan to bury their dragons under stone? Daemon asked as he stood up, and Baelon could see the eagerness in his eyes. Yes, Baelon confirmed as he sat back in his chair. Though it will not kill all of the dragons, they will be hurt, and the dragons that survive the attack can be killed one by one before they ever get close enough to ride them. Baelon looked at his wife once more. And once the dragons are dead, no great lord will swear their loyalty to the usurper, and we can march on King's Landing without fear of it being destroyed by dragon fire. Baelon turned a little vindictive. And those who swore their allegiances to the usurper shall pay for their treason. The Reach will be fragmented, and there are those who grow wary of Hightower's arrogance and unchecked power in the Reach. It would not be difficult to gain local supporters that would be willing to march to Old Town and set it to order. The Westerlands would be more difficult, given how strong the support for the Lannisters was in that region. However, he planned to convince Rhaenyra to allow the Ironborn to reave the Westerlands to their heart's content. The Lannister lord, his deflections and his mummer's responses to his entreaties alongside the public support given almost immediately, he would pay for it dearly. "I want to come with you, father," Daemon said immediately, as Baelon expected, but he only shook his head, though it was Rhaenyra who spoke up. "No," she said firmly. "You are my heir. I cannot risk you." Daemon turned angry for a moment. "It is because I am your heir that I should fight," Daemon stated, and Baelon could see his point of view. "No, Daemon," Baelon interjected, and Daemon rounded his angry eyes at him. "Not this battle," Baelon said to his eldest. "There will be plenty other battles you may fight in this war yet, but in this one, no, it is better that you, as Rhaenyra's heir, do not partake in this battle, for it will not be a merciful one." The brutality of what he was going to do was one that would perhaps the realm, and even more so once they have taken the city, for none of Rhaenyra's half-brothers will be permitted to live with their heads still attached. "It is also why your mother will not partake in this battle, Daemon," Baelon continued as he stared at his son. "I promise you, however, you will have a role in this war." "What war?" "Once this battle is over, there'd be no war," Daemon muttered. "It will not be over until the Hightowers have been cast low, and any other allies that won't scrape at your mother's feet," Baelon promised, and Daemon smiled a little at that, eased that he would have a role in the war to come. In all of this exchange, Rhaenyra had said nothing, only staring at him for a long while, and when he looked at her, she looked away from him, and out the windows, towards the skies, and her silence was telling. She was not pleased to act, nor was she pleased to be forced to act in such a decisive, aggressive manner. She would have preferred to win this war with words rather than battle, but they had no choice, not really. Not if they wanted that damn throne, and this point, it was the only way their family would be safe. The Hightower's ambition would not allow any challengers to themselves. "Daemon, please leave us. Do not speak of what we have discussed with anyone," Rhaenyra said softly, and Daemon had a look of opposition on his face, but Baelon raised his hand. "Daemon," Baelon said sternly, and after a twisting look Daemon huffed and left the chamber. "How many believe the Hightower's lies, Baelon?" Rhaenyra asked, and Baelon's brow twitched at the words. "None who are worth entreating to," Baelon stated sternly, and Rhaenyra turned towards him. He continued. "The lie is obvious, Rhaenyra. It is a perversion of everything Rhaenys ever was, and to claim that we would any hand in it also. Would it? Would the lie truly be obvious?" Rhaenyra murmured. "When it is coupled with the claim that my father chose Aegon as his heir." She pursed her lips a little, and he could tell that there was anger brewing there. "Why did they attack the Greens so violently? They killed their own kin. Is this really who we are swearing to?" Perhaps it was true. The king chose his son in the end, and they killed him, and all of his sons because of it. Rhaenyra said as she began to pace a little before she stopped and looked at Baelon, worry in her eyes. "What would we do then, Baelon?" Baelon stood, and his irritation was clear to see, and he did his best to keep his voice level despite the anger that was brewing as well. Self-doubt, at this point, was pointless, needless, dangerous. "Are you worried about whispers in the dark?" "Whispers you will never hear," Baelon said in a level but barely calm tone as he walked up to his wife. "They will always doubt you, Rhaenyra. You have known this since the day your father named you heir. They will whisper. They will rumor. They will lie, and they will plot." Baelon stood right in front of Rhaenyra, a head taller than her. "They may even act against you and I and our children," Baelon said with narrowing eyes. "That is the nature of being the ruler of the 7 kingdoms. It is the price we pay." Baelon leaned a little closer, his head almost touching her own. "Unless you tell you want to give up? Let them get away with it all." Baelon's voice was quiet, but that did not take away from his words or his insinuations. He got what he wanted when she twisted her expression, a bout of fury showing. "No. I will not let my father's murderers get away with stealing what he gave me." Rhaenyra's expression broke a little. "Even if I must betray him in order to secure it for us, for our children." Baelon wanted to say that Viserys had betrayed Rhaenyra first, when he allowed those snakes amidst him, and allowed his children by Alicent grow on the snakes' bosoms, but he kept his tongue. It did no good to dwell on what has passed. "Good," Baelon said as he stroked her cheek with the back of his hand, and she leaned into his hand a little, making him smile. "I will go with Laena and Laenor to King's Landing. I will have to leave soon, for we will attack in the night, just before or at the break of dawn. He would prefer before the break of dawn, but no sunlight could impede them more than it would do them good. He'd decide shortly. Viagar, Vermithor, and Seasmoke will be enough. If they were moving to battle with them, he might have thought otherwise, but riderless dragons, injured at that, would be there for the taking. Rhaenyra backed off a little from him, surprising him. You will never do this again. Agreeing with my vassals without my express approval. Ah, she had not fully forgiven him. Yet. As my queen commands. Baelon said with a mild, teasing grin on his face, and Rhaenyra, for all of her displeasure, softens at his grin. She leaned forward and placed a chaste kiss on his lips, and their foreheads touched as Rhaenyra pulled away her lips. Come back to me. I swear it, and it will be triumphant. Break. Early 129 AC. Laena Velaryon POV. It was almost torturous, the flight towards King's Landing, a flight begun in the cover of night and a flight that was nearly ending with a rim of light around the horizon, and all Laena could feel, despite the chill of the night, and the cold licks of the winds, was a simmering rage that threatened to consume her whole, along with the grief she felt for her mother and her Durin. They'd been butchered like pigs, butchered in the very keep that she'd grown up in, the keep of her father, of her grandsire. Laena bit hard on her lip, enough that she was drawing blood from it, such was the depths of the offense her innocent mother was granted. She hated them. She hated them all, and she would have no greater pleasure than to burn them all in that damned keep and that damned throne that they killed her mother and her husband for. She glanced to her right, where Vermithor flew beside her Viagar. She could do it, she could kill them all. Laena felt tears burbling in her eyes, tears that was not from the sweeping winds, tears that overflowed all throughout the past day since she'd learned of the murder of her husband and her mother. Her poor husband, who only remained in that damn capital to help Rhaenyra so that they weren't entirely blind to the high towers. I shouldn't have insisted, I should have brought him home after the Tyrogi showed their contempt for us and the king refused to help. This was not the first time, nor would it be the last time, she thought, that she would regret not looking after her own family instead of supporting Rhaenyra, her friend that did not even come to condole her, so wholeheartedly. And mother, did she not go alone because she did not trust Rhaenyra? Laena closed her eyes and the tears flowed down her face, down the sides of her face as the wind blew them right off. She couldn't blame Rhaenyra. She shouldn't. It was not her blade that killed her mother and husband. It was not her that besmirched her mother and her husband's names. It was not her that started this war. But Laena couldn't help but blame her nonetheless, at least a little, for everything that has happened to her family. Laena reopened her eyes, and she gazed upon the approaching sight of King's Landing, who grew more visible as the rays of the sun begun to touch on the earth and the sea. They will pay. Laena whispered, rage clouding her mind once more, as the grief settled in the background. Regardless of how much blame Rhaenyra had, rightfully or wrongly, it was the Hightowers and their greens that were to blame completely and utterly for the murder of her mother and the murder of her husband. Aegon Targaryen. Aemon Targaryen. Jaehaerys Targaryen. Alicent Hightower. Otto Hightower. Aelor the Bastard. Duncan. She would not rest until their heads were spiked on outside of the gates of High Tide, regardless of what Baelon claimed belonged to Rhaenyra. They were all to blame. That vile wretch of a bastard had killed her husband and her mother, but it was the Hightowers that facilitated it, and she would make sure that everything they loved, everything they cherished, even that tower of theirs in Old Town, would be crumbled and burnt into ash. The rest of the flight was more than torturous, as the city grew larger and larger, and Laena's hands tightened around the handles when she heard a soft roar from Vermithor beside her. They were going to make the pass now. They would pass over the Iron Gate and make a beeline for the Dragon Pit, and Laena directed Viagar towards that path, Vihargar's massive frame slowly gliding towards the Dragon Pit. It wasn't long before they reached the coast of the Blackwater Bay, the light of the dying night glowing at the horizons, just enough to paint the skies red and orange and yellow, and just enough to let any who was awake at this hour to see their silhouettes. Viagar's silhouette. Vermithor and Seasmoke pulled ahead, their wings flapping faster, but Laena let Viagar to continue to glide, and it wasn't long before her wings cast down a shadow that stretched from entire sections of the city, as she flew over the Iron Gate and around the city near the gate. The span of the shadows of her wings and her body grew to encompass more and more as they lost height and neared towards the Dragon Pit, though it was a minute or two before Viagar arrived that it all began. Vermithor retracted his wings to its body before it spread them, and his lower half of its body smashed into the Dragon Pit, a deafening noise that reverberated around, the great dome of the Dragon Pit bursting apart, splitting apart in great jagged pieces before collapsing into itself, raining down stone down into the heart of the Dragon Pit itself. Vermithor pulled up, letting go a deafening roar that, if the breaking of the Dragon Pit dome had not woken any, certainly the roar would, and it was then that a great plume of fire erupted from the maws of Seasmoke, plumes of fire that bathed the collapsing structure of the Dragon Pit in dragon fire, and Laena pushed Viagar on, and, for the first time in some time, Viagar flapped her massive wings, just enough to keep her steady as they neared the Dragon Pit. Hold Viagar! Steady Viagar! Lena commanded as they targeted the dragon pit like an arrow, and it was only a moment later that Lena, in a bout of unrestrained glee amidst the faint noises of dragons roaring from the pit, commanded Viagar. Dracarys! Lena roared and Viagar roared for a moment before a wave of fire erupted from Viagar's maw, a wave of fire that drenched, continuously, the entire building in dragon flame, black plumes of smoke rising all around as Viagar, alongside Vermithor and Seasmoke, bathed the dragon pit continuously in dragon flame, melting stone as if it was no more than wax, such was the violence and fervor in which they barraged the pit in the dragon flame. That momentarily glee that Lena felt, fled from her, knowing that Malaise was likely in that damned pit, suffering alongside the dragons of the traitors, but Lena would not feel pity, or remorse, not when a dragon not on their side is a dragon that was a major threat. She continued to push Viagar to breathe fire on the crumbled pit, whilst Seasmoke had gone to bury the entrance of the pit and any other entrances to the pit, in the instance that any of the dragons found successful harbour in the caves that below the pit, so that when they did try to escape, they would not escape so easily, and thus be food for the slaughter. It was only a few moments later that her attentions were grabbed by Vermithor and Baelon, who she could not hear through the noise of the burning and the winds and her dragons flapping, but she could see him, now that more of the light of the sun was touching on the earth, gesticulating behind her, and Lena narrowed her eyes before she got Viagar to swing around, and it was then, after Viagar had swung around her massive frame, that she saw what he was gesturing towards, and Lena gritted her teeth in anger. There, from the Red Keep, rose 1, 2, 3, 4 dragons from the gardens of the Red Keep, and with 3 of them significantly larger than the 4th. No. Lena was stricken as she realized who that 3rd dragon, the silhouette of the dragon, the shape of it. Malaise. Lena whispered, her heart breaking. One of the bastards must have taken her, and a rage unlike anything she'd ever felt, consumed her. Go, Viagar, hunt! Lena raged as she leaned forward, and Viagar roared deafeningly her acceptance of her commands, and her dragon began to flap her massive wings more powerfully, and they picked more and more speed as they passed over the dragon pit. A roar beside her drew her attentions, and she saw Baelon gesturing not to do anything, but Viagar snapped her jaws as she turned towards Vermithor, mirroring exactly what Lena was feeling, and Vermithor growled beside, but he veered off nonetheless, and Lena was satisfied that Baelon would not stand in her way in getting her revenge. She looked around, looking for Seasmoke, and she found him not flying far from him, just slightly ahead above her, and Lena worried for a moment about her brother, but she quelled it, knowing that her brother was able as any on a dragon, unlike these high tower filth. Onward, Viagar, faster, faster, hunt! Malaise! Lena commanded, her hands going numb with how tight she was holding onto the handles. The high towers flew upward, climbing into the heavens, and Lena commanded Viagar to follow, climbing with every beat of her wings. It felt like an age, the climb up into the heavens, a vertical climb that would have leave her saddle had it not been for her belt and braces, and Lena narrowed her eyes when Dreamfire broke apart from the rest of the dragons, veering away, and Lena looked at her brother, who remained climbing with her before she looked for Vermithor, who she saw trailing behind but beginning to set a course for Dreamfire, and Lena turned away from the sight, instead, refocusing on Malaise and the others, who were flying into the clouds. Vigilance, Viagar, be careful! Lena said to Viagar as she watched the clouds with an obsession as the figures, then their shadows began to disappear in the clouds. They were going to try and surprise her and Viagar, and her brother too, and she looked to her brother, who was too far away for her to signal. Leaner! Lena shouted, hoping that he might hear a shout, enough for him to look in her direction, but it was not avail, for Seasmoke was some way ahead of them, and Lena gritted her teeth a little. Faster, Viagar! Viagar climbed, and soon enough, they too were in the clouds, and Lena swiveled her head around to search for them, but she found nothing but cloud that barely allowed her to see the top of Viagar's he. They broke the cloud cover, rising above it, and Lena swiveled her head around, and she smiled when she saw Malaise and Caraxes up ahead, turning around to face her, and Lena smiled dangerously as she commanded Viagar to attack. She knew they would try and bait her, try and attack her with 2 of their dragons, but Viagar was the mightiest dragon that lived, an equal to Baelryan, and Lena had ridden her for 2 decades. They would not be defeat. Roars behind forced Lena to swivel around, and flashes of fire that made the clouds a vibrant and dangerous hue of orange and red, dominated one particular spot, and she knew that it was her brother who fighting with Jaehaerys. Lena's expression twisted slightly before she deadened herself and looked back ahead. Leaner would be fine. Seasmoke was a mightier dragon than Agarax, decades older even if he did not seem it. Lena would be fine, and she could not afford to be caught trying to help her brother, not until she's killed Malaise and Caraxes. And the 2 dragons were fast approaching, growing in size as they flew towards Lena, and Lena tightened the braces on her saddle before she leaned completely forward, waiting, and waiting, until the moment came for the battle to begin. Viagar, Dracarys! Lena commanded, and a torrential fire exhumed from out of Viagar's maw, and it was not a moment after that the 2 enemy dragons spewed fire as well, battling with hers, and Lena had to duck her head away from the fires that deflected from atop of Viagar's he. Lena jerked in her seat, roars and warbles echoing all around her, and she was thrashed from one side to the other before she steadied herself, and she realized that Viagar had taken hold of one of the dragons with her claws, and the warbles and plumes of fire was that of the dragon Viagar had captured, and the noise from her was her snapping her teeth, trying to find flesh. And when Lena finally did get a glimpse, she smiled viciously when she realized the dragon that they captured was Malay's. But the moment did not last long, for she began to look around, looking for Caraxes, and she began to worry when she did not see him at all. She jerked once more in her seat, this time forced upwards, and Viagar let off a pained roar, and Lena looked around, just about to see that Caraxes had come from below and behind, and she saw the dragon clawing and biting at Viagar's lower belly, and Lena panicked. Viagar, let go! Fly, let go! Lena commanded, and Viagar thrashed around before steadying herself and turning around to claw at Caraxes, who by its cry, had been caught by Viagar's claws. Lena looked from the side and saw Malays flying away below, but Lena waited to see where Caraxes, and when she saw Caraxes flying in the opposite direction, Lena decided that it was time for Malays to die before she rounded around and dealt with Caraxes. Dive, Viagar, catch Malays! Lena commanded, and Viagar roared as she pulled her wings together and dove towards Malays before she stretched them out and picked speed even more. Malays seemed to notice her coming and dove into the clouds, and Lena narrowed her eyes and dared not to blink so as to lose sight of her. Viagar reached the clouds not long after, and Lena had Viagar fasten her descent, and allow them to ambush from below, and it wasn't long before they were underneath the clouds once more. Lena searched and searched, but at Viagar, who spotted Malays first, her head rearing upwards as Malays broke through the clouds, right into their path, and Viagar smelled blood in the water, her wings beating faster as she climbed just as Malays descended, and Malays tried to move away, but Viagar's approach was too quick, and Viagar shifted her body, and stretched out her claws in front of her at the same as she breathed a dose of fire at Malays. Malays roared pained at the attack, and roared even more pained warble when the claws of Viagar dug into the chest of Malays, and as they began to fall down from the skies in a spiral, Malays continued to thrash around before the dragon tried to bite Viagar, and found some success by biting the side of Viagar's neck, and Viagar took no liking to that. Viagar roared, and Lena noted the slight pitch she knew to be pain, before she, after roaring menacingly, snapped her head forward and bit down on the right side of Malay's wing, just beyond where the wing and the body were connected. Malays warbled pained, and it was an awful high-pitched sound as the dragon reared her head back, though Lena felt nothing at the sound, for her attentions were drawn to the bastard who sat in her mother's seat. Duncan! Lena hissed with terrible fury as she gazed upon the armored bastard, but she knew his face, she knew his likeness to Viagar, and she delighted that he would soon be dead for all that he's done, and Viagar fed from her emotions, fed from her desire to tear him apart, and Viagar jerked her head around, slowly but assuredly, ripping the wing off of Malay's body, until finally, the final rip came and Malay's warbles of pain reached their crescendo as the wing was more off than it was connected. Connected only by a faintest of wing tissue, though Viagar seemed not to have had enough, for she let go of the mouthful and reared her head back before she snapped it forward and dug her teeth into the chest of Malays, whose cries were now pitiful and in the midst of being her dying cries, and it was then that Lena allowed herself to feel a morsel. Oh! Lena noticed something in her periphery, and she looked up and her eyes widened in panic when she realized that it was Caraxes who was dive-bombing towards them. Viagar! Let go! Lena cried out, but Viagar noticed the threat late, far too late, and Lena saw what was happening in almost as if time was slowed. Caraxes twisted its body around, its claws now ahead of it, aimed at the top of Viagar's neck, and Viagar's letting go of Malays came too late, even as she raised her head, for Caraxes' claws dug into the top of Viagar's long neck, not far at all from her in her seat, and Viagar let off a cry of pain as Caraxes' claws dug into her neck, and hot blood from the wound splashed in Lena's face, causing her to cry out. Viagar! Lena cried out as she kept on trying to sweep the blood from her face, not made easy as Viagar thrashed, and when she managed to do so, she saw Aemond in his seat as clear as anything, so close was the way Caraxes had caught Viagar, and her horror grew when Caraxes remained fixed on Viagar's neck despite the thrashing, and worse yet, the dragon began to wrap its neck around Viagar's neck, being careful to avoid its jaws from the rest of its body, a body that bore great wounds from Viagar's claws, but unfortunately for her and Viagar, Caraxes' body was out of reach, almost resting atop of Viagar and part of Viagar's wing. Viagar! Lena cried out as Viagar's cries became more wild, more violent as Viagar's thrashing became, and she realized that they fast losing altitude, and with Viagar like so, Lena knew that she would be able to get through to her dragon to stop her thrashing and avoid falling. Nonetheless, Lena tried, commanding Viagar to stop thrashing, but her dragon wouldn't listen, and when Lena looked to the side, barely able to see, she yet still saw the damage Caraxes was doing with his teeth, for much of the sides of her Viagar's necks were marked with long, thick gashes made with teeth, and how Caraxes' unnaturally long neck was, and how the head had disappeared from beyond Lena's sight, she knew that Caraxes was doing terrible damage to the underside of Viagar's neck. Lena looked at Aemond, and he was close enough for her to see that he was laughing, the dull sounds of his laugh amidst Viagar's roars and warbles that was laced with great amounts of pain more and more hearable, she realized that she and Viagar were going to die if they did not do something to stop their descent, which would kill them as surely as Caraxes was killing Viagar. Lena tried again and again, but it was to no avail, for Viagar continued to fall, and worse yet, she could sense Viagar was weakening greatly. Her roars were weaker, and her trashing, which had been the cause of their descent even though Viagar slowed it yet, grew weaker too, and Lena knew that Viagar would not win battle, and it seemed Aegon knew it too, for Caraxes unwrapped itself around Viagar, and let off a triumphant roar before it snaked its head around and bit at Viagar's right wing membrane, and Viagar couldn't even muster more than a warble of pain in the wake of it. Caraxes then stretched his wings, and the air caught it and like an arrow, shot upwards, leaving her and Viagar to fall towards Blackwater Bay. Lena found her sight to be hazy, and she thought that it was the blood that remained on her face, but she realized she was crying, and Lena let off a trembling as she leaned forward and stroked Viagar's scales. "Viagar, you did good," she said in High Valyrian, the fall now faster than before, and she swallowed dryly at the sight of the fast approaching water that must only be a few seconds away. She failed Viagar in her blind pursuit of Malaise, but Lena, she found that she held no regrets about it. Her only regret was that she would not see her children again, and Lena choked at the thought before she closed her eyes and knew no more. Elsewhere. Jaehaerys Targaryen, son of Viserys Ipov. Faster Agarax. Jaehaerys commanded, and Agarax weaved out of the dragon fire from sea smoke as they continued to outfly the slightly larger dragon, and Jaehaerys could nothing but hold on. He wouldn't be able to use his arrows when Agarax was moving this fast. Agarax dived sharply, and Jaehaerys had to hold onto the saddle handles tightly, before Agarax twisted around and began to climb into the heavens once more, his dragon's flaps erratic but still powerful. "He's tiring," Jaehaerys noted grimly. They'd been fighting for some time now, almost a fight of the cat and the mouse, with how he and Agarax were avoiding Seasmoke, who proved to be more vicious than Jaehaerys expected. Jaehaerys looked behind to see that Seasmoke was beginning to climb after them, but the dragon was doing so nearly 10 seconds afterwards, and that gave them enough to break the cloud cover and give Jaehaerys the time needed to try and kill Laenor with his arrows. Something caught his eye, and he looked towards, and he saw Malaise being dive-bombed by Viagar, and Jaehaerys swallowed a little at the sight of it. Viagar was a monstrous dragon, easily twice or thrice the size of Malaise, and it looked every bit like it. He was only glad that his role was only to deal with Seasmoke, at the least required to delay the dragon from interfering with any of them, including Aegon with Baelon, he thought as he looked around to find them, only to see Dreamfire and Vermithor fighting on the western city of the city, far too close to King's Landing for his liking. The two dragons were far more evenly matched, even though Vermithor was noticeably larger, and the battle of the two dragons seemed to be less physical and more about dragon fire, the way the two dragons were spewing at each other. Soon enough, Jaehaerys and Agarax were in the clouds, his dragon doing his best to climb as he could, and it wasn't long before they broke the cloud cover, and Jaehaerys directed his dragon to climb even further as he drew out his white bow and his quiver full of arrows of the same wood as that of his bow from the saddlebag in front of his saddle, and he loosened the braces of his saddle slightly to allow more movement, a dangerous thing to do, but Jaehaerys knew that it was his best chance to win the battle, for he did not think if he attacked directly Agarax would win it. He did not think either dragon would win a physical battle like Aemond planned for Viagar. The wait didn't have to be long, as Seasmoke barreled through the clouds directly below, and Jaehaerys grimly smiled at the sight. He had no doubt that both Laenor and Seasmoke were getting frustrated by his evasion, otherwise, to break through so obviously was not something they would have done at the beginning of the battle. Jaehaerys was quick in his actions, notching his arrow against his weirwood bow, and he fired again and again and again, 3 arrows fired in quick succession before he refastened his braces and pulled at the reins with one hand, making Agarax barrel roll away from the approach of Seasmoke, a decision that earned them a bout of fire that made Agarax cry out in pain, for he got a full dose of it on the underside of his belly, making Jaehaerys panic a little. But Agarax manages to outfly Seasmoke and his fire, diving back down towards the earth, and Jaehaerys decides that he had to do something to help Agarax, otherwise. Jaehaerys took his bow and he twisted around, as much as he could, and he saw Seasmoke hot on their trails, and Jaehaerys was quick to pull out another arrow from his quiver and he notched it, and though Laenor saw him notching it, he did nothing but duck behind Seasmoke's head, and Jaehaerys kissed his teeth for a moment before an idea arose in his head, as the two blue eyes of Seasmoke drew ever nearer, and so, he prepared himself, breathing in and out, until, finally, he let loose. And watched the arrow hit true, the resultant roar of agony a triumphant sound as he watched Seasmoke thrash his head around to try and get the arrow out. Jaehaerys grinned at his success and he moved to take another arrow from his quiver, but as he did so, his eyes widened as Seasmoke let off a plum of fire at them, and in his quick movement to shield himself and to barrel roll Agarax away from the fire, his quiver tipped over and arrows began to fall, almost all of it, rolling off him and Agarax and falling down into the clouds, and Jaehaerys, in his panic, managed to only save 2 arrows, barely, from nearly 24 that had remained. Jaehaerys cursed before he wrapped his arms around the handles of his saddle and he urged Agarax to fly faster, and Agarax did so as they entered the clouds, and Jaehaerys steered Agarax to a sharp left before he pulled up at the handles, making Agarax slow his approach. 2 arrows left. Not the greatest of odds, Jaehaerys thought grimly, but one that he would back himself to accomplish. He just needed one right moment again to hit his mark, and Jaehaerys directed Agarax speed up his descent once more, only slightly, their approach an angled one that would give Jaehaerys, hopefully, a view that allowed him to strike at Laenor from above. The few moments in the clouds were one that were tense, as Jaehaerys notched the arrow against his bow, and he was ready to fire the moment they left the clouds, only, there was no sight of Seasmoke. Jaehaerys' eyes widened in horror when he spotted Seasmoke to their left, above, claws extended, and he pulled with one hand at the handle as he tried not to lose the bow in his hand, and the arrow between his fingers, and Jaehaerys was trashed in his seat as Seasmoke crashed into them, the pained warble of his dragon battling with the roar of Seasmoke, and for the next few seconds, Jaehaerys did all he could not to lose his bow and his arrow, the second having been lost. Agarax managed to recover a little bit, doing his best to defend against the raking claws of Seasmoke as he bit into Seasmoke's chest, between just below the neck, and Seasmoke roared out in pain in the action, and tried to get around to bite Agarax, but the way they were entangled, Seasmoke would not find easy purchase into Agarax, and instead, the claws of Seasmoke turned more and more vicious and Agarax seized in his biting to roar out in pain, an opportunity Seasmoke took when he let go of Agarax and moved to bath them in fire, and though Jaehaerys was quick to get Agarax to move out of the way, some of Agarax's wing was caught, and they begun to spiral more towards the ground than they had during the entanglement, with Seasmoke right behind their tail. Jaehaerys felt like he should be panicking, but all he felt was a strange calm as he turned around and lessened the braces to his saddle, giving more way than it should, and when Agarax managed to steady himself, yelps and warbles emitted by his hurt dragon, Jaehaerys turned around, his bow still in hand, and his arrow still in his fingers, and he saw that Seasmoke was hot on their tails still, but Seasmoke was not above them, not anymore, only slightly at higher altitude, but he was largely behind them, and that gave Jaehaerys a chance. A chance, that was all that it was, but it would have to be enough, and Jaehaerys turned back around to the front when Seasmoke opened his maw and he pushed Agarax to fly as fast as he could, and they were only just ahead of the flames. Agarax yelped and warbled the entire time as Seasmoke sought to burn him to a crisp, but finally, after seconds and seconds of endless pursuit and flames, Seasmoke stopped, and it was then that Jaehaerys pulled at his handle with free hand and Agarax stretched his wings, the air catching, and doing so sharply, and they were fast back in altitude, straight up, and only a few heartbeats later, Seasmoke was below them, and this was his moment as he tugged at the handle, and made Agarax fly to the left to give him a clear sight he needed in this moment. Laenor seemed to figure out what Jaehaerys wanted to do, and Seasmoke begun to dive, but Jaehaerys would not let it go, and he watched and finally, he let the arrow, and it felt like no time had passed, yet the moment felt so long, as he watched the arrow head towards Laenor. The arrow hit Laenor, but it was not a fatal hit, Jaehaerys did not think, for it found its target more towards the right side of Laenor's back, but he thought, he hoped, that the arrow had pierced Laenor's lung. There was a shriek in Seasmoke's roar, one that was not pain but more something else, and Jaehaerys noticed that Seasmoke stopped its sharp dive and almost settled in a more leisurely pace, and Jaehaerys decided that he had to take advantage of this, and he pulled Agarax towards Seasmoke. Laenor saw them coming, from the way his head turned, and Seasmoke increased its pace, diving and drawing more speed as time went, and Jaehaerys did all he could to pursue the dragons. If only he had one more arrow. This time, it was Agarax that spewed fire again and again, and Seasmoke was unable to fully outpace Agarax, for all of his dragon's injuries, and in the end, Seasmoke dove towards the earth to try and avoid them, but Agarax was hot in pursuit, chasing the slightly larger dragon with all his remaining strength, and finally, Seasmoke made a mistake, Laenor made a mistake, as he tried to pull the same trick Jaehaerys had done, but he was prepared for it, for when Seasmoke stretched out its wings, and Agarax latched on the edge of Seasmoke's wing, barely, but it was enough, and Jaehaerys screamed Dracarys, and Agarax responded with equal vigor, and bathed Laenor and much of Seasmoke with dragon flame, eliciting a shriek of a warble from Seasmoke, who tried to get Agarax off of him, but Agarax would not let go, and Seasmoke tried to bite Agarax, only for the two dragons butt their heads, one that Agarax came off the better, and in the one moment that Agarax had, he took advantage and bit into the side of Seasmoke, finding great purchase. Agarax tore and tore and tore at Seasmoke's neck, and Seasmoke grew more erratic, more panicked, and the dragon trashed and trashed and trashed, enough so that Seasmoke caused them to fall into a sharp and dangerous spiral, and Jaehaerys was growing into a panic when the ground didn't seem so far anymore, and he urged Agarax to leave Seasmoke, but his dragon was wild, hot in attack, one that had grown even more violent as his claws racked holes in Seasmoke's wings, and Jaehaerys had to scream at his dragon and pull and punch before Agarax registered him, a register that took in the form of a snarl, but Agarax listened, but it was far too slow, and Jaehaerys covered his head as he screamed as they plummeted into the earth, something that was only just about slowed by Agarax's wings, but it was not enough to stop Jaehaerys from smacking his head onto his saddle. He wasn't sure if he'd lost consciousness, with the way his sight blackened a number of times, and he'd not realized that they were back in the air well for some time, and as he touched his head, he realized he was bleeding. Agarax, Jaehaerys said with a pained wince before he looked down and saw the collapsed form of Seasmoke. It seemed to be still breathing, but he doubted the dragon would ever fly again. Agarax roared a little, and it sounded a little weak to Jaehaerys, and he knew his dragon would take a long time to recover. Jaehaerys leaned forward and touched Agarax's scales. "You did good," Jaehaerys muttered, and Agarax responded with a warble. "But next time, you've got to listen," Jaehaerys said with a weak smile, and he was given another warble by Agarax, one that made him a little larger. A sharp roar, no more of a shriek, pierced through the heavens, and it drew Jaehaerys' attentions, and what he saw made his eyes widen. Dreamfire was caught by Vermithor, his claws catching Dreamfire's legs, dragging the comparable she-dragon through the air, doing everything it could to grab it by the nape, and it seemed like Dreamfire was barely escaping from being given a fatal bite, for Vermithor's jaws extended far enough to take more than halfway around Dreamfire's neck. "Fly, Agarax," Jaehaerys said after a moment, knowing the decision he was taking was too dangerous, but he couldn't let Aegon die. If he died, Jaehaerys looked to see if he could see anything else, but they were too far away, too low still, to see if Aemond had succeeded in his ploy take down Viagar with the bastard. Agarax's climb was slow, slower than it has ever been, his wounds grave but not yet life-threatening, and Jaehaerys knew that they could only distract Vermithor for a moment before they had to leave and escape. Jaehaerys thought, though he swallowed dryly as Vermithor grabbed hold of Dreamfire's wing, and Jaehaerys urged Agarax to fly quicker. It wasn't long before they arrived nearby the two larger dragons, and Vermithor was savaging Dreamfire all the while, though Dreamfire had managed to get her claws freed and clawed at Vermithor's belly, something that caused Vermithor to let go of the wing and to roar out in pain. But instead of stopping Vermithor instead seemed to double down and managed to take hold of the understand of Dreamfire's neck. "Dracarys, Agarax! Quick, quick! Dracarys!" Jaehaerys screamed, and Agarax responded to his urgency. His wings beat faster and his fire seemed hotter, and the dragon flames were spewed right against the face of Vermithor, who roared out in pain, and Jaehaerys pulled at the handles and steered Agarax around, towards Vermithor's body, which was also bathed in fire, causing Vermithor to even louder in pie. Jaehaerys' body snapped to the side as he and Agarax met the full swing of Vermithor's tail head-on, Agarax yelping and warbling as he tried to right himself as they were stuck in a spiral towards the GRO. Jaehaerys barely noticed when he was pierced through his body alongside Agarax by a tooth, by a number of teeth, and the sounds of crunching was the last thing he'd ever heard. Baelon Targaryen Royce POV. Baelon snarled as the pieces of Agarax and Jaehaerys were thrown aside by Vermithor, and he pulled at the handles of his saddle as he looked around to see where Dreamfire was, only to discover that the dragon was shakily flying away, and he almost urged Vermithor to go after the dragon, and he would have, had he noticed another dragon coming his way, Caraxes, and he gritted his teeth momentarily as he calculated what best option he had available at this moment. He'd seen Viagar go down in the distance. It was hard not to spot that dragon even with at the barest of the break of dawn. And he could not see smoke anywhere, and that meant it was almost certain that Laenor was dead, leaving him alone to fight against both Dreamfire and Caraxes, and he knew the condition of Caraxes. "I am so close, I can finish the usurper, I know it." Dreamfire was severely wounded now, after he'd forced the confrontation between the two dragons. It would not take much to take it down, but Vermithor was not uninjured either. And if Caraxes was flying his direction, despite having battled with Viagar, something he could not believe Caraxes had been able to survive. "Damn you, Laena!" Baelon said with great aggravation. This should not have happened. Viagar should not have lost, not even against Caraxes and Malaise. But it was her single-minded drive for vengeance that sent it all to the seven hells, falling right into their trap. He tried to warn her, he damnably tried. "I cannot let Rhaenyra fight this war alone." Baelon closed his eyes with gritted teeth before he pulled at the handles of his saddle, and headed toward the north, his gaze sweeping around to keep an eye out on both Caraxes and Dreamfire. Even if he took down Dreamfire and Caraxes both with him, a tall order to say the least, it did not mean that Rhaenyra would be unchallenged in this war, and he could not trust Rhaenyra to fight this war without him. Not when Otto still lived, not when too many of the Greens lived, for it would only take a single knife between the ribs to end it all, and the Greens and their agents were too far and wide for him to be confident that his sacrifice would not be in vain. Damn them! Baelon could barely swallow, such was the bitterness that he felt at this defeat. The loss of Viagar was incalculable, with Malaise and Agarax being poor equivalents. It will have to be war. Baelon thought to himself grimly as he watched Caraxes not head towards him but where he'd killed Jaehaerys, and after a glance at Dreamfire, which seemed to be slowing down and turning around, he was faintly assured that they would not pursue him, at least not together, with how frigidly Dreamfire was moving. Damn them all! Baelon thought with rising anger, knowing that this was now a war that would reach every corner of the realm, for Baelon did not believe that either side would commit to a battle like this again. Break. Early 129 AC. Aegon Targaryen, son of Viserys POV. "Steady, Dreamfire, steady," Aegon said in a yelp as his dragon more crashed than landed, and she gave a tired grumble as she laid her head down onto the grass. Aegon descended down from her back and he grimaced as he saw the wounds on her wing bone and the upper membrane of her wing, wounds of bite marks and gouges and holes, and Aegon felt an anger on her behalf, but at the same time, he felt relieved that she had not died. He swallowed a little as he climbed down her wing and he quickly walked around to see her neck, and Aegon stopped still at the sight of the gnarly ring that was around her neck. It was deep. The teeth marks. They'd cracked her scales and sunk deep into her flesh, and Aegon doubted her belly and her legs were much better. He touched her neck and she warbled a little, and Aegon felt his eyes water a little. Rest, Dreamfire, good. You good. Aegon said to his beloved dragon as he stroked one of her better off scales on her, and Dreamfire warbled a little before she went silent, her breathing heavy. As Aegon walked around, he saw her eyes closed, her breathing done entirely through her nostrils. I have to get her a dozen goats. No, 100 goats. Aegon muttered as he walked around her head and walked towards Aemond, who stood in front the remains of a dragon. Aegon grimaced. Agarax's remains, probably some of Jaehaerys too, and Aegon felt a bout of heavy sadness, the death of his brother. His brother who saved him in Dreamfire. Gods, it was all blown to the seven hells, he thought as he walked towards Aemond and the dragon remains. Behind him, he noticed Caraxes, who seemed mostly unharmed, though when the dragon moved, shifting a little, he noted the gashes that were on its underbelly, long, gnarly-looking gashes. Caraxes was likely better off than Dreamfire, but it was clear that the dragon would not be ready for a major fight anytime soon. Brother. Aemond said without looking at Aegon as he stared at the remains of Agarax. Aemond. Aegon acknowledged quietly as he looked at his brother before he looked at the partial remains of Agarax. He saved me. Aegon murmured, and he looked around to see if he could find anything from his brother, but he found nothing. He swallowed a little. His remains were likely scattered across this field. Aemond did not immediately respond to his words, causing Aegon to look up at Aemond, and Aegon was a little unnerved to see his brother stare so intensely at the remains of Agarax. He did well. Our brother. Aemond murmured, and for a moment Aegon thought he could see sadness in his brother's expression, but it fled as soon as it arrived. He's made sure we can still win this war. Aemond commented before he glanced up at Aegon. His gaze flickered to Dreamfire. Her wings look intact. There was inquisition in his words, and on any other day, Aegon might have taken offense or jabbed at Aemond for the uncaring nature of his questioning, but today. I think they'll heal. Aegon said dryly before he cleared his throat. But not for some time, I don't think. Aegon turned to gaze at Caraxes, who, despite his injuries, still looked as menacing as ever. Caraxes. A few weeks, I'd say. Aemond answered, and a flicker of annoyance crept on his face. Sooner if he has to, but I don't think we'll need to worry about an attack so soon. He could have finished me. Aegon said a little agitated. He should have finished me. Dreamfire had done damage to Vermithor, yes, but the bastard had gotten lucky and Dreamfire had been unable to get out of the entanglement. He should have. Aemond agreed, but I think he knows that could not have won against both Caraxes and Dreamfire. Aemond considered. It's likely he did not want to leave it to chance and decided it was enough for this day. Aemond smirked a little. Doubtlessly he knew that if he was to die, Rhaenyra's cause would likely die with him. Even if he took out both of us. She still has Silverwing. And Daemon that ghost. Aegon responded, and Aemond eyed him a little annoyed. So? Our grandsire still lives in this scenario. So too will your children. Enderin and Tessarion. Even Helena and her summer would be useful for us, but nonetheless, it is our grandsire and Lord Larys that help ensure that Rhaenyra will never sit easily on that throne. Aemond said with confidence, and Aegon scoffed at it, but he said nothing to counteract that. We need to get Dreamfire back to the capital. Aemond said, and Aegon grimaced a little. I don't think she will move anytime soon. Aegon said as he glanced over his shoulder. She's spent. She can't stay here, Aegon. She's a target here. Aemond said harshly, and Aegon rounded and snapped at his younger brother. I know that, but I will not make her wounds worse. Aegon said heatedly, and Aemond narrowed his eyes, but Aegon met it soundly. For all that his brother was gaining a reputation, he was still pissing Aemond behind it all. I will fly back to the capital. Aemond simply said, and Aegon scoffed as he crossed his arms. Make sure they bring a horse-ton of goats for Dreamfire. If you want to feed her all that much, there is a nearby meal for her. Aegon dropped his mouth. You want me to feed her Agarax? He asked aghast. No, you idiot. Aemond snapped. I mean Seasmoke. That runt of a dragon lays not far away from here. Oh. Aegon said dumbly before he muttered, you're the idiot, said with little heat and still some embarrassment in him. Aemond made out as he shook his head. I'll get someone give her the damn goats. Aegon wouldn't thank his brother for it. Well, I'll be here for a while. Probably look for more of Jaehaerys too. Aegon said, and this caused Aemond to look a little surprised before he nodded solemnly. It would be good to have something to burn and inter. Aemond acknowledged, though there was nothing of the typical tone in his voice. Reckon there's anything left of the bastard? Aegon asked curiously. The plan to deal with Viagar was a cunning one, even for Aemond. To get that bitch Lena riled so much that she'd lose all sense and just come after Malaise. Ha! To be honest, Aegon thought that Duncan might just try and fly away. Aegon would have in his situation. But it seemed he'd kept his word, much to his misfortune. To lose his brother to Malaise and to die against Viagar. He'd seen that hoary bitch grab hold a dragon, and being as far as he'd been, he couldn't have known exactly who it was that Viagar, but somehow, he just believed that it was Malaise instead of Caraxes. Probably helped a lot that Aemond knew how to use his dragon a hell of lot more than Duncan ever could in the small time he had. He might just be alive. Aemond said with a smirk, and Aegon's eyes widened. Impossible. Aegon said in disbelief. Malaise wasn't dead when Viagar let go of her. Aemond stated before he shrugged a little. And Malaise did not fall, she descended, on half a wing, as little as that helped anyway. I think she managed to stop her fall enough though, enough for Duncan to possibly survive, and the way Malaise was laying, after I killed Viagar, Aemond said with a vicious smirk, suggests to me that the fall was as controlled as it could have been, and perhaps not fatal for either dragon or rider. Aegon considered that. Even a Malaise with only half a wing could be useful. I don't think she's alive now though. Aemond rejected. She's definitely dead, or at least dying. The fall might not have killed her, but the wounds will. If not already, then soon. Aemond finished. Aegon nodded absently. Aegon wasn't sure if he wanted Duncan to be alive or not. He never really cared for the bastard, even if he was friendly to him, knowing him for Aemond's sycophant. They didn't really need another Aemond all that much. Aemond twisted around and begun to walk to Caraxes. Keep your eyes on the skies. Baelon might surprise us, however unlikely it is. Aegon scoffed, but he said nothing to his brother, and a little while later, he watched his brother take off with Caraxes, and he let off a heavy sigh before he looked to the partial remains of Agarax, and a solemnity fell upon him. Jaehaerys didn't deserve to die. If anyone deserved to die, it was definitely Aemond and that bastard surviving as well as Aemond. It was unfair, Aegon thought with sadness. He sniffed and he shook his head, and soon enough he walked back towards his dragon, for he would wait for others to come before he searched for the remains of his brother. Break. The Dance of the Dragons. The Battle of King's Landing. The phrase "it's raining dragons," a meaning of a herald of bad days and bad tidings to come, to this day is a popular phrase amongst the common folk of Westeros. The Battle of King's Landing remains deep within the memories of its folk, waking up to the sight of dragons attacking part of the city and the sight of dragons combating above the city's skies and its surroundings. The battle, intended to be a quick end to the war, instead, became a war that extended it, for the price that was paid in that day was a heavy one that neither side wanted to pay again so easily, not without stacking the deck against the other. The events that would to follow after this battle would prove that it was disastrous for the realm that there had not been a clear victory after the Battle of King's Landing. Though, it must be said that the battle did the Blacks no great favour, for the slaying of Viagar did Prince Aemond, also known as Aemond the Merciless, no small favour for his reputation, and by proxy, the reputation of the Greens. In comparison, the deaths of Princess Rhaenys, Sir Laenor, and Lady Laena Velaryon, irrevocably damaged the reputation of the Velaryons, who, to this day, have never risen to the same height as before the Dance of the Dragons. The battle had won the Greens more houses to its corners, houses that initially felt no other choice but to either stay neutral or side with the Blacks, instead now sided with the Greens, with Viagar now dead and the Blacks reduced in dragon might. The feeling was that the war was now more even, especially with Aegon II and Aemond the Merciless keeping their dragons, the two champions that were the predominant reason for houses to rally to the Greens faction. It is a somber lesson about the impact of truth has had in the Dance of the Dragons, for the crimes of regicide levied against Princess Rhaenys were conveniently claimed as a reason to support the Greens despite the flimsiness of the accusation and the evidence for it. Chapter 50 Part 1. Chris GMP I considered having Ayla as the one to survive in the dragon pit scene, but I already wrote up Duncan. Moose Master 5543, LMAO. All I can say. Tony McNuggles, the loss of his brother, whom he loved more than anything else, for practically no real gain will drive him quite a bit mad in all honesty. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/Boombox117. The Dance of the Dragons. The aftermath of the Battle of King's Landing. The Battle of King's Landing, also referred to as the opening dance, was watched by 100,000 eyes and more, young and old, from beyond the capital walls to the most lavish of manse. Indeed, the sight of dragons battling out in the skies with the greatest of them all, Viagar, falling to Caraxes, was not one that would be readily forgotten. Yet for all that the unforgettable terror dancing dragons inspired, it is what had come next that ensured the conflict would last long in the memories of men. 4 dragons and 3 riders were slain out of the skies that brisk morn, but 100 ravens had flown by the eve, to every corner of the realm and beyond. The death of the Baelon siblings, so soon after the deaths of Princess Rhaenys and the king and in such a violent manner, shocked the realm, as did the news of the death of Jaehaerys, the third-born son of King Viserys. However, shock soon gave way of new calculation and ambition, for the supremacy held by the blacks in the way of dragons was broken. Demands and promises and gifts were all proffered, and none more so than by the Greens, who despite felling 2 of the 4 dragons that morn, were yet still the weaker of the 2 rival claimants when it came to dragon might. Dreamfire was severely wounded and would take moons to recover, whilst Caraxes was injured also, though far less severe. However, for all of their losses and injuries, the Greens had won significantly in the way of swaying neutral and hesitant houses to the Green Party, none more so than in the Riverlands, the Westerlands, and the Stormlands, particularly in the latter 2 kingdoms where the support of the Greens and King Aegon II was overwhelming. It must be said that there remained a strong skepticism amongst the nobility despite the success of the Greens, that the king's own cousin could slay the king in such treachery, especially given that Princess Rhaenys, the queen who never was well regarded in the realm. The reason offered by the Greens, a murder committed because the king had rightly chosen Aegon II as his heir, thus disinheriting her granddaughter of becoming queen with her betrothal to Prince Daemon, did not ring true for many of the lords of the realm, for Princess Rhaenys had twice a chance before to act and seize the throne, yet took no action towards the Iron Throne. Many believed the Greens, particularly Otto Hightower and his kin of Old Town, fabricated the lie to seize the throne, as the king's ill health was well known even amongst the small folk. Indeed, this skepticism was no stronger than in the Reach, where, for many years, the long shadow cast by the Hightowers had made many lords envious, and many more lords wary, including some of their own bannermen. Similarly, the strong bonds between the Blacks and the Vale ensured that few believed the supposed treachery of Princess Rhaenys and Princess Rhaenyra's culpability in the assassination of her father as claimed by the Greens, and this was fairly echoed in the Riverlands and the Crownlands that showed strong initial support of the Blacks at the start of the dance. It is with some irony that House Baratheon, kin to the Valyrians, believed the treacheries claimed by the Greens, whilst most lords alive at the time of the Great Council had not. Nevertheless, this skepticism of the veracity of the treachery and conspiracy had only grown in the wake of the realm's first great bastard Duncan the Butcherer Waters mounting of Malaise not a day after the princess' death, and this skepticism would play a factor in the days to come when the realm tore itself apart. For a time, it seemed as if the realm had held its breath and gathered their strengths, as if waiting for the first swing of the sword to fall, and waiting to see whom would commit their house with quill and deed, but that time was, unfortunately for the time, far too brief. Many have debated over the decades to come if the bloodshed the realm suffered in the days and weeks and moons to come, could have been avoided, had the claimant parties persisted in engaging each other on Dragonback, and indeed, it is this maester's opinion that the war would have been shorter, and the bloodshed orders of magnitude lesser, had the succession crisis been contained to House Targaryen. Unfortunately, that was not the case and the realm bled for it. Neither side was keen to repeat the cost of the Battle of King's Landing so soon. The destruction of the Dragon Pit had felled all of the dragons that remained in the Dragon Pit, which included all the hatchlings of young Maelor, and the twins Jaehaerys and Jaehaera, and included the Dragon Summer, the dragon that belonged to Queen Helaena Targaryen, cutting down the number of dragons available to the Greens to only Caraxes, Dreamfire, and Tess Arion, who arrived to King's Landing 2 days after the battle. Meanwhile, the death of Vhagar and Seasmoke was a steep blow for the Blacks, and indeed, the death of Laena and Laenor Velaryon was an equally bitter blow, for it strained the alliance with the Velaryons immeasurably now and for many years later. The Blacks had intended a capitulating strike against the Greens, and certainly, had circumstances been only slightly different, such as the dragons flying over the Red Keep instead of over the Iron Gates to reach the Dragon Pit and thus allow them to see the dragons kept, they would well have achieved their goals. Unfortunately for the Blacks, and the realm, a capitulating strike turned into a steep loss, and it left the Blacks with Vermithor, Silverwing, Ghost, and Zeraxes, giving them a minor lead now rather than overwhelming strength in comparison to the Greens when it came to the strength of the dragons. However, even that minor lead was only on first sight. Zeraxes was no more than a hatchling in truth, barely more than a decade old, and was half the size of Tess Arion. That left only 3 battle-ready dragons. The balance of power between the claimant parties were more equal than either side desired, and both sides were keenly and bitterly aware of this. A second battle between the two parties would not guarantee victory without heavy losses for either of the two sides, and so, this realization would lead to a war of succession that would devolve the entire realm into a civil war. And so, 9 days later, the first battle in the realm would draw out the breath held, and it choked the realm in a war not seen in centuries. Declarations of support early 129 AC. Declarations of allegiances by the time of the first battle after the Battle of King's Landing. The Vale. The Blacks. Lady Jane, Lady of the Eyrie, declares the Vale in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lady Rhea, Lady of Runestone, declares Runestone in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Lindyrley, Lord of Snack-Ewood, declares Snack-Ewood in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Hunter, Lord of Longbow Hall, declares Longbow in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Corbray, Lord of Heart's Home, declares Heart's Home in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Belmore, Lord of Strong Song, declares Strong Song in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Waynwood, Lord of Iron Oaks, declares Iron Oaks in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Redford, Lord of Redford, declares Redford in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Waxity, Lord of Wickenden, declares Wickenden in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Harding, Lord of Hardwater, declares Hardwater in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. The Greens. Lord Melcombe, Lord of Old Anchor, declares Old Anchor in support of the Greens, Eldrick Arryn for the Vale and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Coldwater, Lord of Coldwater Burn, declares Coldwater Burn in support of the Greens, Eldrick Arryn for the Vale and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Ruthermont, Lord of Rutherheath, declares Rutherheath in support of the Greens, Eldrick Arryn for the Vale and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Undeclared Major Houses. House Sunderland, House Wideman, House Templeton, House Ruthermount, House Hersey. The Riverlands. The Blacks. Lord Blackwood, Lord of Raventree Hall, declares Raventree Hall in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Derry, Lord of Derry, declares Derry in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Piper, Lord of Pink Maiden, declares Pink Maid in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Vance, Lord of Wayfarer's Rest, declares Wayfarer's Rest in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Mollister, Lord of Sigurd, declares Sigurd in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Frey, Lord of the Twins, declares the Twins in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. The Greens. Lord Bracken, Lord of Stonehenge, declares Stonehenge in support of the Greens, and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Strong, Lord of Harrenhal, declares Harrenhal in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Mouton, Lord of Maidenpool, declares Maidenpool in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Smallwood, Lord of Acorn Hall, declares Acorn Hall in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Undeclared Major Houses. House Tully, House Viprin, House Wayne, House Butterwell, House Leicester. The Crownlands. The Blacks. Lord Celtigar, Lord of Claw Isle, declares Claw Isle in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Heir to House Velaryon declares Driftmark in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Brune, Lord of Dyerden, declares Dyerden in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Stanton, Lord of Rook's Rest, declares Rook's Rest in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Darkin, Lord of Duskendale, declares Duskendale in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Roshby, Lord of Roshby, declares Roshby in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Bar Emmon, Lord of Sharp Point, declares Sharp Point in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Sunglass, Lord of Sweetport Sound, declares Sweetport Sound in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Thorn, Lord of Thornwood, declares Thornwood in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. The Greens. Lord Buckwell, Lord of the Antlers, declares the Antlers in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Stokeworth, Lord of Stokeworth, declares Stokeworth in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Hayford, Lord of Hayford, declares Hayford in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Undeclared Major Houses. House Hogg, House Massey, House Bywater, House Cargyle, House Ferring, House Gaunt. Stormlands. The Blacks. Lord Buckler, Lord of Bronzegate, declares Bronzegate in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Heir Fell of Fellwood, declares Fellwood in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Cafferan, Lord of Fontown, declares Fontown in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. The Greens. Lord Baratheon, Lord of Stormlands, declares the Stormlands in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Connington, Lord of Griffin's Roost, declares Griffin's Roost in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Tarth, Lord of Evenfall Hall and Tarth, declares Tarth in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Tarth, Lord of Evenfall Hall, declares Evenfall Hall in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Wild, Lord of Rainhouse, declares Rainhouse in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. The Marcher Lords declare the Stormlander Marchers' support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Penrose, Lord of Parchments, declares Parchments in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Undeclared Major Houses: House Estermont, House Errol, House Lynmouth, The Reach, The Blacks. Lord Beesbury, Lord of Honeyholt, declares Honeyholt in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Florent, Lord of Brightwater, declares Brightwater in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Mullendore, Lord of Uplands, declares Uplands in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Oakhart, Lord of Old Oak, declares Old Oak in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lady Merryweather, Regent of Longtable, declares Longtable in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Footley, Lord of Tumbleton, declares Tumbleton in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Caswell, Lord of Bitterbridge, declares Bitterbridge in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Rowan, Lord of Golden Grove, declares Golden Grove in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Costain, Lord of the Three Towers, declares the Three Towers in support of the Blacks and for Rhaenyra's claim to the Iron Throne. The Greens: Lord Hightower, Lord of the Hightower, declares Hightower in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Fossoway, Lord of Cider Hall, declares Cider Hall in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Peake, Lord Starpike, declares Starpike in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Redwine, Lord of the Arbour, declares the Arbour in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Ashford, Lord of Ashford, declares Ashford in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Meadows, Lord of Grassfield Keep, declares Grassfield Keep in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Crane, Lord of Red Lake, declares Red Lake in support of the Greens. Lords of the Shield Islands declare support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Roxton, Lord of the Ring, declares the Ring in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Appleton, Lord of Appleton, declares Appleton in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Osgrey, Lord of Leafy Lake, declares Leafy Lake in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Bulwer, Lord of Black Crown, declares Black Crown in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Graceford, Lord of Holy Hall, declares Holy Hall in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Lord Huey, Lord of Sunhouse, declares Sunhouse in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Undeclared Major Houses: Regent of House Tyrell, House Tarley, the Westerlands, the Blacks, the Greens. Lord Lannister, Lord of the Westerlands and Casterly Rock, declares the Westerlands in support of the Greens and for Aegon II's claim to the Iron Throne. Undeclared Major Houses: Early 129 AC. From the 1st to the 3rd moon of 129 AC. The Battle of the Burning Mill, 2,000 men versus 1,700 men. The hostilities between House Blackwood and House Bracken are known even to small folk all across the realm, and it is no surprise that when House Blackwood declared for the Blacks, that House Bracken summarily declared for the Greens, and it would not be long before this enmity would culminate into the first battle fought in the realm during the Dance of the Dragons. Like so many noble houses upon the declaration of King Viserys' death, its circumstances, and the crowning of Aegon II, both houses begun raising their armies, and it was on the 31st day of the first moon of 129 AC that House Bracken, with a force of 1,700 men, crossed the Lacey River of Widow's Wash, a land that has changed hands between Bracken and Blackwood at least 26 times over the past thousands of years. His forces consisted of 500 archers, 800 foot soldiers, 200 men-at-arms, and the remaining cavalry. Lord Humphrey Bracken had hoped to catch the Blackwoods off-kilter with the sudden and quick attack. However, this was not to be. Lord Blackwood was prepared in half a league past the Lacey River, his own forces of 2,000 men, consisting of over 1,300 foot soldiers, 400 archers, and the remaining cavalry, waited on Bracken. Lord Blackwood arranged his men so as to place himself, his son and several Blackwood cousins in obvious colours and banners, on the furthest most of the left wing of his formation, where his archers stood behind the cavalry, with the centre and the left wing of the formation predominantly consisting of foot soldiers. It was an enticing target for the Brackens, and it was a goading one too, which Lord Blackwood had depended on. The two forces steadily approached the other, and when they were no more than 1,000 paces apart, it is said that Lord Humphrey Bracken roused his men into frenzy, for the knights sortied like men possessed and sped towards the left wing of the Blackwood formation whilst their foot soldiers were hotly in pursuit. Though this was only a false presentation, for Brackens made for the centre of the formation almost immediately after setting out, and at such speeds, the Blackwoods could do nothing but brace. The Bracken cavalry smashed into the Blackwood central formation, cutting down scores of men in as many as seconds, and in the wake of the violence, the central position of the formation began to break down under such onslaught, allowing the Bracken cavalry to break through towards the back, where they would meet the Blackwood cavalry, who had sortied and rode towards the Brackens, who pulled away to draw the Blackwood cavalry away from the safety of their army. The Bracken foot army soon joined the fray too, and the battle turned into a vicious melee, potentially disastrous for the Blackwoods had it not been for their archers, who were leagues better than the Bracken archers. The Blackwoods rained down arrow after arrow, felling foot soldier and archer alike, and it is said by Bracken survivors that the bastard of Blackwood had used sorcery against them, though there is no true account on this matter. Soon the Blackwood foot soldiers regrouped and turned the tide against the Brackens, whilst the cavalry of both houses engaged with viciousness. The vicious battle lasted all afternoon, and by the time of the Brackens fled back to their lands, nearly 3,000 men lay dead, amongst whom could be counted Lord Humphrey Bracken, Lord Blackwood, Raymond Blackwood, second son of Lord Blackwood, and nearly half a score of cousins on both sides. The Battle of the Chipped Pass, 4,000 men versus 1,500 men. House Grafton had already started raising their levies days before the death of the king, and it was later proved that House Grafton was amongst a number of houses deep into the confidences of Otto Hightower. A force of 4,000 men marched onto Runestone within a fortnight, and it would be near the Silent Valley that Roy's scouts would spot them, 2 days' journey from Runestone. Runestone was immediately alarmed by the actions of House Grafton, and it had yet not completed its raising of levies by the time the scouts had returned, and at most, they were only able to muster 1,500 men from the surrounding villages and from the castle in the time they had. Sir William Royce, the master-at-arms at Runestone, convinced Lady Rhea that they must meet the Graftons at battle at the Chipped Pass, a narrow pass amidst barren rocky hills and mountains that led to Runestone from the south. The only other way to get to Runestone from the south would be to follow the roads that circled around to Runestone's east, a journey that'd add 6 days, and, given the path the Graftons were taking, it was certain, Sir William argued, that the Graftons were hoping to catch them unawares and pass through the Chipped Pass without their readiness. Lady Rhea was convinced by the argument presented by Sir William, and so, they marched hard in the night whilst several ravens flew in opposite directions. To Dragonstone and to the Eyrie. Grafton scouts, who'd well preceded the Grafton army beyond the Chipped Pass, sped back to Lord Wallace Grafton, where the army remained within the Chipped Pass and half a day's journey from Runestone. Upon the news of the approaching Royce army, Lord Wallace Grafton demanded of his army to waken and to march, hoping to leave the pass where their superior numbers would see to the threat of the Royces. As it was, the narrow pass barely allowed more than 4 dozen men side by side, and it was a small fortune that they'd passed the part of the pass that narrowed even further. The danger of the situation was keenly understood by the Graftons, for the Royces could block them indefinitely despite their lesser numbers. Unfortunately for the Grafton army, the hard march of Sir William Royce ensured that the Royce army made it in time, though less than 3,000 paces stood between the Grafton army and the exit of the pass, and thus Runestone. A messenger came to the Royce army, and after some deliberation amongst the Royces, it was agreed that Sir William Royce would meet with Lord Wallace Grafton, and so, under the deep cover of the night, Sir William rode out to meet with Lord Wallace. Lord Wallace Grafton was accompanied by 2 of his sons. Lord Wallace Grafton attempted to convince Sir William that he'd raised the army for Queen Rhaenyra, but Sir William would not be moved. Unaware that the Royces were suspicious of Gulltown for several years, Lord Wallace's words only accomplished to confirm to Sir Wallace that House Grafton was a traitor. Harsh words were exchanged, Sir William's words squarely aimed at Lord Wallace's treason against his liege lady and their queen, though not few words were saved for the Arryns. Giving up the facade, Lord Wallace was to have denied charges of treason, charging the words back at Sir William that he was honouring the rights of inheritance, standing by King Aegon II and by the rightful ruler of the Vale. Lord Wallace tried to convince Sir William that his army stood no chance against a number twice his, to which Sir William is said to have said, "I could have half my numbers and yet you would not pass beyond me. Turn back, save your men, for the rocks are my anvil and my men the hammer that shall count your men's skulls amongst the rocks of this lifeless pass." The words would prove prophetic. 4 days the Grafton army stubbornly sought to break through the lines of the Royce men, and each time they were thrown back, but not without a severe cost. Hundreds of men were slain each day as Lord Grafton threw men at the chokehold created by the pass and by the men of Royce, each time and day more desperate. And Lord Grafton and the Arryns had right to be concerned. Each day that passed, was another day that drew near the arrival of support. It was why though House Grafton declared for the Greens, it had not done so openly to the rest of the realm, hoping to take Runestone. It would have served to weaken the Blacks in the Vale whilst at the same time save his army from Dragonflame, if he had Lady Rhea amongst his hostages. This understanding intensified the desperation of the Grafton army, and the Battle of the Chipped Pass grew into a nightmarish melee whereby arrows, spears and swords felled man after man, and drenched the rocky soil into a mudpool of blood, entrails and bodies. Day and night skirmishes and full-blown battles broke out, offering no respite from the harsh realities of the battle. Many tried to escape the front lines, and indeed the battle itself, on both sides, but harsh punishment and no feasible way to escape only increased the fervor and desperation on both sides. By the 5th day, over 3,000 men had died. The majority of the men who had died had been of the Grafton army, reducing their numbers to 2,500 men for a gain of only 300 paces. Whilst for Royce's, they were reduced to less than 1,000 men. To make matters worse, illness was taking hold of both camps thanks to the mounds of corpses that lay around the narrow pass, particularly for the Royce army where few were not battling injury or fatigue. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Vermithor, it would have been likely that the Royce army would have been defeated, for the Royce reinforcements numbering 2,000 were still 2 days away from arriving to the pass. Vermithor and Ghost arrived at the break of dawn, right in the midst of battle on the 6th day, and the terror the dragon's roar induced caused panic amongst the Grafton army and triggered the army to flee the battlefield. By the time Vermithor melted the rock walls of the pass, preventing their escape, the stampede killed perhaps a third of the remaining Grafton army, during which a son of Lord Wallace was killed amongst several other nobles. Lord Grafton surrendered to Sir William not long after, and Eldrick Arran along with Isemberderin of Gulltown and several of his cousins, were executed hours later upon King Consort Baelon's demand after when the Grafton army was led out of the pass by Sir William. Lord Grafton was made to pledge his allegiance to King Consort Baelon and to the Blacks, and his army, whatever was left of it, rolled into the shattered Royce army. King Consort Baelon, Prince Daemon by his side, was said to have been grim-faced at the sight of his cousins and the men of their army, where few were spared injuries and where many were ill. Indeed, the harrowing battle had a severe consequence and much had to be done to prevent the illness from spreading. 2 days passed, and the reinforcements, commanded by Albert Royce, a second cousin of Lady Rhea, came from Runestones. The King Consort ordered his cousin Sir William to take command of the army and take them to Bloody Gate of the Moon where the Vale army would assemble, which had been corroborated by Lady Jane via Raven to Runestone days earlier. The traitor houses of the Vale, as confessed by a resigned Lord Wallace Grafton, were named and subsequently passed on to Lady Jane, would be dealt with by the third call of levies from Royce and Grafton lands. It was said that the Royces were surprised that the King Consort tasked Sir William to take control of the army, instead of himself, but later actions in the war proved that the thinking had been forthright. The threat of the Greens, particularly Caraxes and Tessarion, was not one the King Consort could leave free to roam the realm with him so far from King's Landing. Indeed, it was also likely that the concern he held for a surprise attack on Dragonstone by Caraxes and Tessarion also stymied any sudden urge to take command of the army, especially without Ghost there to defend alongside Silverwing with Daemon sent to the north to gain the swords of the Starks, and the north. The admissions from Lord Grafton made it clear that the conspiracy to usurp the throne from his wife was many years in the working, confirming to the King Consort, and to the Royces, of the duplicity of the Greens. It is likely that Lord Grafton's stay from execution had been made so as to help this spread far and wide. Early 129 AC. Hearing of the defeat of the House Grafton and the Gulltownarans, along with the less than expected declarations of support for King Aegon II from across the realm, King Aegon II demanded of his small council to act, growing frustrated with the insistent calls of patience from his grandsire. Indeed, Otto Hightower, along with several of the small council, were wary to leave the capital undefended, especially with Dreamfire unlikely to heal properly until the end of the third moon of the year, perhaps longer now that most of the knowledgeable dragon keepers lay dead amongst the rubble of the dragon pit. Though they were successful in reducing the threat of the Blacks, Vermithor was a threat nearly equal to that of Viagar, despite its smaller size. Younger, more nimbler, and barely injured in comparison to Dreamfire, it was felt that Caraxes and Tessarion combined were the only ones who could stave off Vermithor. As it was, the scale of Dreamfire's injuries were tightly kept secret amongst the Greens, lest they invite the Blacks to attack with Silverwing also, a lopsided battle assuredly none of the Greens were convinced they could win. However, King Aegon II rejected any pleas for further patience and commanded Sir Criston Cole to take the castles of the traitors Roshby and Duskendale, who had both pledged allegiance to the Blacks. Sir Criston Cole promised victory much to King Aegon II's delight. Prince Aemond was quick to poke holes in King Aegon II's orders. And what, brother, would Sir Cole be able to do should our troublesome cousin show up with Vermithor? This made King Aegon II order his brother Prince Durin to shadow the army with Tessarion under the covers of the forests. Dowager Queen Alicent was quick to protest the order for her most beloved son, but King Aegon II, in rare authority and quick-wittedness, rejected his mother's protestations, claiming that Prince Durin was not to engage. Flee back to King's Landing as soon as you see Vermithor. If Vermithor is here, then he cannot be on Dragonstone, and with Ghost still seen north, we can put an end to our bitch sister and take her children hostage. Few expected the clever scheme of King Aegon II, and it was shortly accepted as the path to take. Satisfied, take the bastard with you as well. Mayhaps he will have some use again. King Aegon II had mocked. Sir Duncan Waters had unexpectedly survived the fall of malaise into waters outside of the gates of King's Landing, though not injury-free, suffering from cracked ribs and an injured leg. Malaise had managed to guide her landing into the cold waters of the Blackwater Bay, but half a wing and exhaustion was no means to soften a landing, and indeed, the dragon shortly succumbed to her wounds, almost taking with her Duncan Waters had he not undone his straps in time. Sir Criston Cole took the army of King's Landing, an assortment of knights, city guards and levies, numbering some 4,000 men, and set besieged Roshby with the army, taking it on the 24th day of the second moon. The Roshbys were taken by surprise, and the small castle easily fell to Sir Criston Cole after the village had been burnt to the ground, its villagers slain. Lord Roshby was executed, as was his eldest son, whilst his grandson was taken hostage alongside his mother. Duskendale was a more difficult challenge, forewarned by a Roshby messenger, but it took just 5 and 10 days for the siege to end, at great cost. Enraged, Sir Criston Cole was easily swayed by the encouraging words of Sir Duncan Waters, and the town had been sacked, its people butchered, and Lord Darklan, his sons and cousins all executed. When news reached Dragonstone of the massacre, Sir Robert Darklan was said fallen into a rage, and vowed vengeance upon Sir Criston Cole for the murder of his family, and Queen Rhaenyra promised her word that the new Lord Darklan would have it. Lord Stanton pled with the Queen and the King consort, begging they save Rook's Rest from similar deprivation visited as on Roshby and Duskendale. Queen Rhaenyra promised Rook's Rest would not suffer the same fate, and demanded of Lord Stanton patience. After the arrival of Sir Marbrand, who had arrived on Dragonstone on a fishing boat with the King's crown in hand, new news from King's Landing was in short order, and no other sightings of the dragons by their allies was reported to Dragonstone. Neither the Queen or the King's consort were eager to leave Dragonstone underdefended, and so, upon the day of Prince Daemon's return from the north, King Consort Baelon departed for Rook's Rest, assured enough that Dragonstone had enough defences. Meanwhile, the Valyrians' call for vengeance too was finally answered. With Driftmark finding itself suddenly unprotected from dragons, Corwin Velaryon, who would later be referred to as the Corwin the Fearless, with the aid of his uncle Damian, arranged for the bulk of the Velaryon wealth sent to Braavos, mirroring the actions of the Greens who had split the wealth of House Targaryen 3 ways and sent it away from the capital. His siblings too were sent away, near and under the protections of Dragonstone. There was some pragmatism in this. Driftmark was a prize with all of its wealth and the blow it would cause to the Blacks should it fall into green hands, but, predominantly, the decision to step back from Driftmark was one that was heavily influenced by the idea that House Velaryon would be more liberty to attack at sea, without the fear of their fleet destroyed in Blackwater Bay by Dragonflame, as the Velaryons implicitly implied to Queen Rhaenyra. Queen Rhaenyra favoured the blockade of King's Landing, but with the losses suffered by the Velaryons, and perhaps also out of guilt, Queen Rhaenyra acquiesced to the Velaryons' demand of vengeance, and so, Corwin, 3 and 10 name days, who with the absence of the Sea Snake and the backing of his uncle Damian was now the head of House Velaryon, took half of his fleet, 150, to Tarth, who had declared their support of King Aegon II. 6 days later, the ships of Tarth would be burned, even Fall Hall would be sacked with Lord Tarth and his wife and youngest children taken into chains. It is unclear if the sacking of Tarth was the primary reason why Tyrosh released Lord Corlys, believing that they might be next, but nonetheless, the Tyroshi released the Sea Snake along with the rest of the captives, including Sir Gawain Hightower. Sir Gawain Hightower was gifted to Lord Corlys, who had come to learn of the fate of his wife and his children, and it is said that Sir Gawain Hightower's screams was heard a dozen leagues away on the open sea. It is widely accepted Sir Gawain Hightower died 5 days after his release. The Battle of Rook's Rest. Baelon the Bronze arrived on Rook's Rest on the 3rd and 10th day of the 3rd moon, and shortly organized the men of Rook's Rest after having sent ravens to the rest of the houses of the Crownlands, ordering them to rally their men at Rook's Rest. Sir Criston Cole's army arrived on the 9th and 10th day of the 3rd moon, where they were greeted by a castle with its gates closed. The King's Guard marched on Rook's Rest on his own initiative, and it would be to his bitter regret. The sight of closed gates and manned battlements would not last long, for Vermithor arose from behind the castle. Alarmed, Sir Criston Cole ordered a general retreat into Romsey Forest, which lay 2 leagues west. Vermithor fell on the army and left behind a trail of fire. Not one foot soldier survived the encounter, such was Baelon the Bronze's efficiency in destroying the enemy army, and Sir Duncan Waters and less than 60 mounted knights managed to escape the massacre, whilst Prince Durin, who had been watching from afar deep in the clouds, managed to flee without gaining Baelon the Bronze's notice. Sir Criston was presumed to have perished in the fires. Rook's Rest provided the rallying point of the armies of House Stanton, House Brune, and Houses Sunglass, Bar Emmon, Celtigar and several other minor nobilities who had come via the ships of House Velaryon and bulk of the royal fleet loyal to Queen Rhaenyra, amassing an army of some 8,000 strong over the course of a moon, and it was not something that had gone unnoticed by the Greens. Indeed, the news of the massacre of Sir Criston Cole's army left the capital shaken, and Prince Aemond had to be convinced by Otto Hightower not to engage. The war in its infancy. Otto Hightower was said to have stated to Prince Aemond, "And should you lose to Baelon, you will have killed it then." Prince Aemond grudgingly let himself be convinced and committed to the defence of King's Landing, whilst Dreamfire still lay to recover. Accounts report that Baelon the Bronze expected the Greens to respond, perhaps even hopeful, but when it was proven they would not come, he set his army forth onto Maidenpool, held by House Mouton, whilst the youngest heirs and wives of the houses of the Crownlands made for the fortress that was Dragonstone. House Mouton, aware of the coming threat of the Blacks, sent ravens pleading dragons to aid him, but his pleas fell on deaf ears, and upon the sight of Vermithor, House Mooten would surrender and open its gates to the city. The king consort spared House Mooten, and Maidenpool, in exchange for loyalty and levies, readily given by the Lord Wales Mooten, swearing oaths of obeisance to Queen Rhaenyra and his 2,000 men, and the Lord Mooten would march with 3 of his sons in the Black Army to the Antlers. Meanwhile, Prince Durin, once it was clear to the Greens that Baelon the Bronze would not come to King's Landing immediately, was tasked to bring the forces of the Stormlands north. Prince Durin met with the Lord of Storm's End, and promised the short-tempered man a royal marriage. Some claim Lord Boros got both Prince Durin and Prince Aemond were to be promised to his daughters should he march post-haste and reinforce King's Landing with his army. Lord Boros would agree, but, amongst other demands Prince Durin agreed to, demanded that Prince Durin deal with the traitorous bucklers and fell who stood in the way of the king's road to King's Landing. Elsewhere, in the year 129 AC. The Reach. The Battle of the Honey Wine. The Hightower army combined with the armies of Lord Bulwer and Lord Blackbar before they marched on the Rose Road, totaling 4 and 10,000 men. However, they find themselves entrapped by 2 approaching armies. One army totaling some 7,000 led by Lord Thaddeus Rowan from the northwest and west of the Honey Wine River, and the other led by Sir Alan Beesbury, son of the new Lord Beesbury and Lord Costain, totaling 5,000 men from the east. Should the Rowan army cross the Honey Wine, Lord Ormond Hightower was aware his army may be smashed into ruins, if not totally lost, and so, Lord Ormond Hightower turned his army east and towards the Beesbury Costain army, in the hopes of destroying this army before the arrival of the Rowan army. He would achieve his aim and scattered the Beesbury Costain army, killing thousands with amongst them Lord Castine and Sir Lauren Beesbury, the youngest son of Lord Beesbury, suffering fewer than 1,000 losses. Lord Ormond Hightower would meet the Rowan army on the 22nd day of the second moon, and the battle was hard fought and hard won. Half of the Rowan army would lay died in the Honied Fields village whilst the rest fled north. Amongst the dead would Lord Bulwer, Sir Aaron Blackbar, heir to Lord Blackbar, Sir Giles Hightower, son of Otto Hightower, whilst the Rowans suffered several of their kin dead, including 3 of Lord Rowan's nephews, and Lord Ormond Hightower was now free to march north. A decision that he would come to regret. Bands of survivors from the Beesbury Costain army, no better than brigands, would later devastate the lands surrounding Old Town, burning the fields, the orchards and villages, with Sir Alan Beesbury and Tom Flowers, bastard of Bitterbridge, attributed to a large number of the ravages. Battle of the Ivy, 11,000 vs 16,000, the sack of Long Table and the sundering of the Bitter Lands. Lord Owen Fossoway met up with the armies of Lords Theodore Ashford and Onwin Peake, numbering total some 6 and 10,000 men at the northern crook of the Cockleswent, and set march for Long Table, where the black loyalist armies of Merryweather, Caswell, Cafferan, and half a dozen smaller nobles and landed knights were amassing. Lord Owen Fossoway had gotten wind of the black loyalist army gathering at Long Table, and devised a plan to destroy the gathered army, Long Table and Bitterbridge, thus opening the path to King's Landing. The south of Long Table was at a higher elevation, more so the further you went southeast from Long Table, the higher the lands became. Lord Owen Fossoway intended to draw the enemy into a disadvantaged position below the ridge, and dare the enemy to meet them in battle. The plan did not quite work, for Lord Mark Merryweather knew his family's lands. An intense standoff proceeded for several days, days that continuously saw more men joining the Black Loyalist army. The Green Loyalists lost their patience, and attacked finally at the precipitation of eve, with mounted knights leading the charge. The mounted knights attacked the left flank of the Black Loyalist army, which was repulsed, though the Green mounted knights were not disheartened and continued to charge into the lines of the Black Loyalist army. During the night time, rain began to fall and drenched the battlefield, bogging down the battle for both sides. The fighting continued well into the night and in the morning, and it was during the midday where the battle was decided. Lord Owen faced directly against Sir Jaron Caswell on the break of dawn, defeating him in single combat, and he felled several more knights in single combat before he fell to a sword of Sir Carl Cafferan. Seeing the death of Lord Owen nearly broke the Greens into withdrawing, but Sir Miles Fossoway rallied the men with the aid of Lord Onwin Peake, turning the battle over into their favour. By midday, the knights of Fossoway Peake Ashford shattered the mounted forces of the Black Loyalist army and encircled the enemy army from behind, choking them into firm encirclement from all sides. Calls of surrender were ignored initially, and by the time of midday, when the call of surrender was accepted, the Black Loyalist army lost nearly 9,000 men to the Green Loyalists, including Lord Caswell and his son and heir along with his youngest son, Lord Merryweather, and Lord Cafferan and his 2 sons. The army of Fossoway Peake Ashford were not spared from heavy losses either, losing 8,000 men in the battle alone, including a son of Lord Onwin Peake, Lord Fossoway and his son and heir, and 2 nephews of Lord Ashford. The appetite of mercy was not present amongst the Green Loyalist army, and when they befell Long Table was sacked, its people massacred, and the keep, along with half a dozen of its villages, burned to the ground, despite promises of leniency should they surrender. Only Lady Merryweather and her daughter of House Merryweather remained alive as hostages, her son of 2 and 10 killed in the sack with the castle's defenders. Bitterbridge too suffered the same fate, sacked and burned to the ground, but fortunately the actions of the second son of Lord Castor, the now Lord of Bitterbridge, prevented a similar massacre. Lord Castor stripped Bitterbridge of its provisions and wealth and disappeared into the Feywoods south of the River Mander with several hundred men whilst giving enough provisions to the small folk of his lands to make it to Tumbleton alongside his mother, sister, and cousins. The actions of Lord Castor enraged the Green Loyalist army and they took it out on Caswell lands, burning and devastating the mills, the orchards, and more, in such ways that it would take years for it to recover. The actions of Fossoway, Peake, and Ashford shocked the realm in its brutality, though it would soon turn out to be only amongst the first of brutalities. Elsewhere in 129 AC, Baelon the Bronze cut a bloody swathe through the Crownlands and into the Riverlands, conquering and pressing every lord and landed knight in his path to his army, swelling its numbers. After Harrenhal fell to Baelon the Bronze, he flew to Riverrun, having grown tired of the lack of response from the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands. Lord Grover Tully, forced to bed in his old age, could not meet the rider of Vermithor, and in his stead, his grandson Elmo went to meet with the king consort who remained on top of Vermithor outside of Riverrun's gates. Elmo went on his knees and swore House Tully's allegiance without prompt as soon as Baelon the Bronze stood in front of him, declaring that he now stood as regent of Riverrun and the Riverlands. When asked if Lord Kermit had passed, Elmo only stated that his grandsire was no longer fit to rule. Baelon the Bronze accepted the circumstance and commanded House Tully to call for the rest of the undeclared river lords to Queen Rhaenyra's cause and assemble a force drawn from the western and central river lords, and prepare for an attack from the west or the south that would surely come, whilst he would wait at Harrenhal. Sir Elmo Tully readily agreed to the terms. For the Greens, north of King's Landing seemed utterly lost, though reports of bands of brigands holding the colours of the Greens and King Aegon II filtered through to the capital. Unknown at the time, Sir Duncan Waters would earn his infamy in the moons to come, for he butchered a bloody swathes in black loyalist lands with the remaining survivors, burning every village in their paths down, killing thousands. Though Duncan the Butcherer was not the only one who committed atrocities throughout the dance, the sheer number of atrocities in the Crownlands earned him infamy beyond death. Meanwhile, in the Stormlands, Prince Durin flew to Fellwood and forced the Fellwoods to surrender without bloodshed. The presence of Tessarion in the Stormlands had not gone unnoticed to Queen Rhaenyra by way of House Buckler, and resisted urgings of her small council to send Prince Daemon to aid House Buckler, for otherwise, the might of the Stormlands would be free to aid the Greens in the Crownlands and the Riverlands. Prince Daemon, long feeling stifled by his mother's insistence he remain on Dragonstone, escaped in the night and flew to the Stormlands to Lord Buckler's aid. Queen Rhaenyra, upon hearing the news of her son's disobedience, flew in a worried rage and had to be convinced not to pursue Prince Daemon for the sake of her youngest children, lest Dragonstone become a prize to take if they were to learn of her absence. 2 days later, a day after House Fellwood fell to the Greens, Prince Daemon arrived at Bronzegate and was welcomed by a hearty feast, delighted and relieved that their call for aid had not gone unanswered. That very day, the army of the Stormlands arrived within sight of Bronzegate, and so too did Tessarion. Prince Daemon mounted Ghost and went forth to take the battle with his nephew, a challenge, when Prince Durin saw, he took. The two dragons battled over the hills of Buckler Lands, and the Stormlands army and Bronzegate were struck silent at the sight of the two dragons fighting ferociously. Tessarion, though a smaller dragon by some margin, was fiercer and faster, but Ghost, an older dragon, met each challenge without reserve, an uncharacteristic trait of otherwise known shy dragon. Their roars echoed in the sheep-trod lands, the faraway forest of the Kingswood seemed to return the howl of the roars with eager bidding, and the two dragons ripped and clawed and burnt one another with seeming unrestrained. It would be Ghost who would seem to win the battle, for his jaws clenched around the neck of Tessarion, Ghost's teeth sinking deep into the neck of Tessarion. Yet, though Tessarion was losing, she had not yet given in defeat, for her wings and her claws entangled Ghost, and with their similar sizes, Ghost was grappled firmly, particularly his left wing, which caused the two dragons to spiral to their deaths. Ghost would let go and bit at Tessarion everywhere the dragon could, but Tessarion would not let go, and so, when the two dragons struck onto the side of one of the hills, and the crash invoked a mighty bout of explosive flame. Lord Boros and a contingent of lords and archers rode towards the fallen dragons, certain that neither rider could have survived that fall, but upon arrival, Lord Boros was greeted to the sight of both dragons still breathing, and much to his surprise, Prince Daemon still alive. Ghost had fallen on top of Tessarion, the she-dragon the far worse off of the two dragons, and thus had offered a measure of protection to Prince Daemon. Though his living would not be for long, for an arrow buried into the side of his neck, which enraged Ghost, who spewed forth flames that eviscerated several of the men that stood by the dragons, whilst burning Lord Boros severely. Around the same time, the Westerlands army, a great host of 7 and 10,000 assembled from scores of Westerlands houses, was led by Lord Jason Lannister into Western Riverlands. Lord Jason demanded Lady Vance's surrender, knowing that the defenders of the keep were few in numbers, but Lady Vance refused, and so Wayfarer's Rest was besieged for a fortnight and 2 days before they broke through. The keep was sacked, and amidst the chaos, Lady Vance and her 2 young sons perished in the fighting, leaving only a daughter of 8 named Days alive. Lord Jason stripped the keep of its wealth and its provisions and marched deeper into the Riverlands, sacking and stripping the region from all of its wealth, and headed towards Pink Maiden, believing they could not take River Run in suitable time. When news arrived to Sir Elmo Tully about the Westerlander army, he immediately sent a raven to Harrenhal to seek further aid from Baelon the Bronze. Unfortunately, for Sir Elmo, the attack coincided with the news of Prince Daemon's death, and so, when Sir Elmo Tully marched, he marched with an army of only 10,000. Battle of the Red Fork, 17,000 vs 10,000. Sir Elmo Tully caught up with the Lannister Green army, who were slowed by the constant ravaging of the western riverlands, and arranged the battle east around the village of Sharer, where at its west the low-lying lands devolved into difficult marshlands, and on its west, difficult to pass rocky hills, thus forcing the Lannister army to tread directly into his army's path, which was positioned at a slightly elevation. Had Sir Elmo Tully known that Vermithor would not come to their aid, he would have unlikely risked this battle. The number disparity between the two armies was severe, nearly 2 to 1, where the army of the Tullis and the combined lords of the region outnumbered. Nevertheless, Lord Jason Lannister would not shy away from the challenge, and they engaged in the 7th moon of 129 AC. The Tully army was arranged in 3 parts of 3,000 armies each, with the remaining 1,000 foot soldiers remaining in reserve. 5,000 men-at-arms and levies, 2,000 mounted knights, and 3,000 archers made up the Tully army. The Lannister army was comprised of 2 and 10,000 men-at-arms and levies, 3,000 mounted knights, and 1,000 archers. Lord Lannister was horsed at the center of the Lannister formation. Whilst the Lannister army was at a slight terrain disadvantage, it was clear that they held the advantage, and so, when strange movement was observed that suggested retreat, Lord Jason ordered his mounted knights to pursue the Tullis. A hailstorm of arrows befell the Lannister knights, and many of the amongst the front line of the charge fell to the Riverlands arrows, but enough resisted to make the crash into the Tully lines a severely damaging one. However, the archers, the main ploy of the Tully army, advanced forward whilst the front line of their army battled with the Lannister knights, and wreaked havoc on the mounted knights. Scores fell by the count, and the remaining of the Lannister army was urged to join the fray. Hundreds of mounted knights would die before they broke through, but a momentary satisfaction turned into horror, for the lines of Tully men closed around the back of the Lannister mounted knights and were struck repeatedly by the Tully archers, with many crushed by their own horses or those of their allies. Amongst the dead knights, scores of nobles of the Westerlands were felled in this mistake, and amongst them Lord Jason Lannister. Though the Lannister mounted knights were devastated, the Lannister men-at-arms and levies fought viciously, and a looming defeat was slowly turned over as the battle lasted hours. Sir Elmo Tully, realizing that no aid would come, ordered a staggered retreat, though that soon became a rout as the Tully army fled north. With so many nobles dead, Lords Leford and Plum took control over the army and prevented the army from chasing after the Tully army. At the end, 8,000 Lannister men lay dead whilst 6,000 Tully men were killed, including Lord Vance and Lord Acorn, who had turned cloak and swore allegiance to Queen Rhaenyra's cause. Around the same time, ravens flew from Bronzegate to both Harrenhal and to Dragonstone, and upon hearing the death of his son and heir, and in the cowardly manner of his murder, Baelon the Bronze was said to have remained silent for an hour before he ordered Lord Blackwood to take the army of Riverlands south and engage with the Lannister army and the approaching Hightower army, and within the hour, Baelon the Bronze mounted Vermithor and flew to places unawares. Later, understanding had dawned when news spread of the dishonorable murder of Prince Daemon at the hands of the Stormlands. It would be days later that news would come of the reaping of the Stormlands, where untold levels of destruction was visited on the Stormlands. Entire castles would be set aflame, and any large groups of men would be ruthlessly burned alive, and slowly, Vermithor was heading south, towards Storm's End, one burning castle at a time. Small folk fled in terror to Storm's End, where Lord Boros had been taken to heal from his wounds, but the gates of the castle would remain closed to them. Ravens flew from Storm's End to King's Landing, begging aid from the Greens, but instead of sending aid, Prince Aemond would seize his opportunity. Prince Aemond conferred with King Aegon II, and against Otto Hightower's protestations, King Aegon II agreed to the devised plan. With Dreamfire able to fly now, the capital was far better defended with just the King's Mount, freeing up Prince Aemond to partake actively in the war. "Finish the bitch for us, brother, and then it will only be just our cousin who stands in the way of my reign." King Aegon II was claimed to have declared, and upon questioning of what was to happen to his nephews, the king is claimed to have said, "The choice is yours, brother," in chilling disregard. Prince Aemond's violent nature was well known in the realm, and few could disagree that Prince Aemond would choose anything other than to kill his nephews. Prince Aemond mounted Caraxes and flew to Dragonstone. A guardsman burst into the small council session, and upon the demand of the queen, the guardsman informed the queen, and the small council of the sighting of a dragon. Just one dragon, the queen had demanded of the guardsman, who confirmed his words. Prince Viserys, now heir to Queen Rhaenyra, asked that he fight with his mother, but Queen Rhaenyra refused. "You are now our heir, my son, and you are the future. Take Caraxes and flew to Runestone. Ships will follow with your siblings along with Jocelyn, Corlys and all of the other lordlings." The sea snake had been returned for some time now, whose return to House Velaryon had been a moment of respite for an otherwise disastrous grief-filled period for House Velaryon. It is said Corwin Velaryon smiled at the gruesome news of Gwaine Hightower's death, and the aged man readily agreed to send away the children to a safer harbour. Queen Rhaenyra mounted Silverwing and rose to meet the circling Caraxes, and it is said, by the small folk, guardsmen, and lords alike, that the roar was unlike they'd ever heard the old queen make. Caraxes let off a roar of its own, and dove right towards Silverwing. It is said that the day had turned into twilight, such was the fury and brilliance of the flames of the dragons as they went against each other, disappearing into the clouds and weaving in and out of it, Caraxes chasing Silverwing at one point only for Silverwing to chase after Caraxes. Flame was a fury and a plenty, but soon the battle twisted into a nasty, vicious battle as the two dragons struck one another, grappling each other with their claws and raking at the bellies of the other. Prince Aemond must have expected Silverwing an easy prey, but the old queen proved herself greater despite her reputation as a gentle, tamer dragon, and indeed, perhaps if the queerness of the Targaryens' dragon bond is to be believed, it may well be true that the writer stimulates the dragon, and, Queen Rhaenyra, with the death of her father at the hands of the Greens, the death of her cousins, Princess Rhaenys, Laena, and Laenor, and of course, the death of her firstborn, had plenty to stimulate her dragon into a ferocious fighting beast. Silverwing had the better of it, the battle, larger she was and more stimulated, and her claws had dug deep into the chest of Caraxes, though Caraxes, ferocious unlike any other dragon that had lived, would not relent and tore apart at the joint between left wing and body before sinking his teeth into open wound. Silverwing, pained and falling, raked at Caraxes' right wing before she raked right through Caraxes' chest, and soon both dragons were falling towards the waters around Dragonstone. And despite that both dragons were falling, neither relented in their attack, their bites and their claws only turning more vicious and desperate, even at the instance of both dragons crashing hard into the waters surrounding Dragonstone, much to the horror of those who watched on. None of Queen Rhaenyra's small council could even conceive she lived, and indeed, Queen Rhaenyra did not survive, but neither did Prince Aemond. When news arrived to the capital of Prince Aemond's death, shock permeated throughout the court and the small council. The death of Prince Aemond was a bitter blow to the ambitions of the Greens, and this time, the fear felt by the small council was far more visceral, for Baelon the Bronze was perhaps the worst remaining dragon rider to have as an enemy. "We must flee the capital," Otto Hightower declared, and his words were echoed by Tywin Lannister and Larys Strong, but King Aegon II would not have it. "I will not flee like some craven. Dreamfire is more than a match for Vermithor, and I shall finish what I should have finished," King Aegon II declared, though few were convinced by the declaration, no more so than his own mother, who had grown aged many years in just a few moons. The death of her favoured son, Prince Doran, had thrown her in a depressive state, and it is said that upon hearing Prince Aemond's death, the Dowager Queen barely stirred from her seat. News of his wife's death took Prince Baelon longer to reach than it had the capital. Upon reaching Storm's End, like when the last Durrandon princess had been thrown out from the ancient keep, the Baratheons were thrown out in front of Vermithor, like sacrifices. Lord Boros, unlike his boisterous belligerent self, threw himself in front of his wife and his daughters, and begged Baelon the Bronze to spare them and to take only his life. Baelon the Bronze descended down his dragon and ordered Lord Boros on his knees as he unsheathed his sword. The Baratheon sank to his knees without protest and offered his neck. Later, his daughters would profess their father's last words were that he had not given the order to kill Prince Daemon. Baelon the Bronze would not say a word, instead taking his head clean from his shoulders. Baelon the Bronze would say nothing to the crying daughters and sobbing wife of Lord Boros either, and later Maris Baratheon would profess that she believed that Baelon the Bronze had only just decided to spare them, though later she would bitterly wish she had died with her father. Hours later, Lord Buckler would arrive at the head of 2,000 men and seize control of Storm's End, though he was told that the daughters would not come to harm or else he'd risk death. Before Baelon the Bronze would ride again, he was stopped when a messenger rode in from Bronzegate, and informed Baelon the Bronze of his wife's death and the death of Prince Aemond. It is said that Baelon the Bronze seized Lord Buckler by the throat and under threat of a sword gouging through his eyes, forced him to admit if he knew of the news before he arrived. Lord Buckler swore on his name and his house that he knew not of the news, though it could not be known if Baelon the Bronze ever believed the aged lord. Baelon the Bronze let the man live and swiftly took Vermithor and left post-haste. Around the same time, the Battle of Stone Mill, 9,000 vs 12,000. The Lannister army led by Lord Lefford and Lord Plum marched through the Riverlands, sacking and pillaging wherever they went. The army of the Vale soon arrived at Harrenhal, having put down the last of the traitorous houses in the Vale, with men numbering 5 and 10,000. In total, with the combined Crowlands Riverlands army which now boasted the remnants of Sir Elmos Tully's army, the total numbered more than 7 and 20,000. The commanders of the armies quarrelled for several days, and it took the news of the deaths of Prince Aemond and Queen Rhaenyra to stir the menfolk into final decisions. With the death of Queen Rhaenyra, all agreed Prince Viserys would be next in line, a boy no more than 1 and 10 name days, with his father, an acclaimed warrior and leader, his regent. Though it took some time to get all of the commanders agreed, it was decided that the Knights of the Vale would meet Lord Ormond's army and defeat the usurpers once and for all, whilst the river lords would meet the challenge of the Lannisters, whose ravaging of their lands had stirred the blood of the lords. And so, the army split, the Knights of the Vale heading south, and the Riverlands army heading west. The Lannister commanders, having come to know of the arrival of the Knights of the Vale, attempted to retreat back to beyond the Red Fork. However, the Riverlands knew their lands better and they caught the Lannister army at Stone Mill. Having no choice but to engage, the bridge that led of the Red Fork laying only a tantalizing quarter league away yet too far for an orderly retreat, the Lannister army organized and faced the Riverlands army. The battle was more of a brawl than it was a battle, for melees sprang loose all along the front lines, wild charges and arrows felling scores of men after scores of men. Rob Rivers, bastard of Raventree Hall, himself felled 2 score of nobles alone, before falling to an axe strike to the head. Sir Elmo came to Lord Mallister's rescue though he had to be hauled away with the injury he sustained to his leg. The battle raged for hours, hundreds dying by the hour though in the last hour, when the Lannister were routed, thousands died within the hour as the Riverlands army rode down the survivors and in their panic, hundreds had attempted to cross the Red Fork, only to succumb to drown. In the end, the Lannister army was totally destroyed, save for a few hostages, such as Sir Reynald Rayne, second and sole living son of Lord Rayne, Sir Sabiston Lefford, the only surviving Lefford in the army, and Sir Gilbert Bainfort. Elsewhere, the Red Crocken's reaving. Entreaties had been sent to Lord Dalton Greyjoy by the Greens, offering a seat on the small council and other such rewards, which entertained Lord Dalton Greyjoy not. Lord Dalton, known and feared for his proclivities and savagery, was not like common men, and such offers would not entertain him. Instead, the Blacks had proved to be more enticing as they appealed to his nature, giving him free rein to attack the Blacks' enemies, who so happened to be mere days away from the Ironborns. Perhaps the Ironborn would have attacked sooner, had the Greens not managed to claw such a victory in the Battle of King's Landing. However, by the time news had come of Prince Doran's and Prince Daemon's death, Lord Dalton Greyjoy had made up his mind and prepared his Ironborn against the Greens. With irony, the Westerlands would face their own despoilment in the form of the Red Crocken, who, along with 200 ships, fell upon the Westerlands like a horde of locusts, ravishing the Westerlands coasts with sheer savagery. Lannisport was the first to feel the Ironborn's reaving, its ships burned in the ports and the city sacked. Tens of thousands were killed within days, and the remaining survivors, women and children, were taking on the longships to serve as thralls and salt wives, and amongst the women taken for salt wives, included the bastard daughters of Lord Jason and scores of women of Lannet and of Lannister branches. In only a fortnight, hundreds of villages were pillaged and utterly destroyed, whilst Feast Fires, the seat of House Prester, Casey, the seat of House Kenning, and Fair Castle, the seat of House Farman, were all taken, sacked and its people butchered or taken as salt wives, including the noble ladies of those houses. Lord Dalton himself would take 4 of the late Lord Farmans who died at the Battle of Stone Mill daughters as salt wives himself. It would be a continuing behaviour of the Red Crocken, to take noble-born daughters as his salt wives. It would not be known until later, but House Prester would go extinct in the mainline during the Red Crocken's reaving whilst several Westerlands houses would be brought to the brink. Elsewhere, Baelon the Bronze would arrive to Dragonstone within the day of setting off from Storm's Ends. Furious, Baelon the Bronze asked where his children were, and the sea snake calmed the man down and informed him that his children, along with 2 of his grandchildren, were sent to Runestone escorted by a score of ships. This calmed Baelon the Bronze and he went to see the corpse of his wife. The guardsmen of Dragonstone searched the waters for her corpse and found it still strapped onto a floating silver wing. It is said that Baelon the Bronze had not shed a tear upon the visage of the corpse of his wife, and instead had turned to the sea snake and the rest of his council and declared that it was time the war came to a final end. Meanwhile, as King Aegon II rode towards the Dragon Pit, Queen Helene requested of Sir Willis to help escort her and her children to Old Town, which may be the only place safe for her children, and hours later, the Red Keep was in an uproar at the disappearance of the Queen and her children, and searches far and wide in the city were orchestrated but none could find the missing Queen and her children. In later years, claims by small folk in the Crownlands and the Reach persist of sighting of the Queen during this time, escorted by at least 4 score of men. The burning of the Riverlands and the massacres of Heron and Blackwart. King Aegon II mounted Dreamfire and flew towards the Riverlands with cruel intentions. Not an hour passed whereby a village, town, or farmlands were not laid to waste as Dreamfire poured dragon flame across vast swatches of lands as the king followed the path of where the Knights of the Vale had been last known to be. And on the 4th day, he found them, south of the Blackwater Rush and not far from the village of Blackwart. Dreamfire fell upon them and hundreds of men and horses were eviscerated in the first pass of Dreamfire. Panic and terror was rife amongst the knights, even the hardest of hearted men could not help but feel terror, and Dreamfire was relentless and merciless as she hunted down the Knights of the Vale. By the end of the massacre of Blackwart, no more than 1,000 of the Knights of the Vale survived the onslaught. King Aegon II returned to the Riverlands and continued his burning of the Riverlands, hoping to draw Baelon the Bronze into a final confrontation. At the same time, the brigand led by Sir Duncan Waters had grown in size, as outlaws and murderers took advantage of the chaos of the war, and the depravities visited on the crownlands and riverlands only grew as well. Baelon the Bronze heard the news of the destruction of the Knights of the Vale, and the crimes committed by King Aegon II, and immediately turned to his small council, particularly to the Sea Snake and Corwin Velaryon. It's time we take the capital. Burn their fleets and take the Red Keep. Otto Hightower's head is yours. In fact, take all of the small council's heads and mount them on the battlements of the Red Keep. Do this, and you shall have my leave to do as you please about Tyrosh. It is said that the Sea Snake remarked not, said not, and only offered a grim smile in acceptance of the command, and the prize he was given. The battle above the God's Eye. On the 10th moon of the year 129 AC, Baelon the Bronze and King Aegon II, would come to meet at Harrenhal. Both dismounted their dragons and stood only a few hundred paces away from the other. None know what was said, for there were no witnesses except a fisherman too far away to hear a single thing on the God's Eye, but the scene has long lived in the imagination of folklore and mummeries. Soon enough, the two claimant lines of House Targaryen mounted their dragons, and it would be shortly after that the two dragons clashed, the future of the realm dependent on the victor of this battle. The fighting between the dragons was vicious, and Dreamfire, despite having only just recovered from her grievous wounds, was holding her own against the larger dragon. Great plumes of fires coated the orange-red-hued skies, and roars could be heard from leagues away. The two dragons disappeared into the clouds, though their battling could be seen from far below on the ground. False lulls of pause came as flames ceased to be seen beyond the clouds, now and again, only to come back stronger as exchanges of the dragons was witnessed. The two dragons broke through the cloud cover, and the two dragons were seen to have grappled each other, with Vermithor on the claw deep into the side of Dreamfire, a fierce grip the dragoness could not escape from, though her own claws were ravaging deep on Vermithor's legs. Finally, however, Vermithor found purchase in the back of Dreamfire's neck and tore at the neck, ripping out piece after piece, each time a moment closer to death. Dreamfire, wounded and in trouble, did not cease, and found purchase on the right wing bone as the wing approached, whilst Vermithor controlled his descent, and yanked the wing off almost entirely from Vermithor's body. Vermithor's roar was deafening, and pained, but the old king would not die so easily, nor would he be so easily defeated, and the old king bit right through the wound he'd been tearing off, and beheaded Dreamfire in nearly a single stroke. By now, the two dragons had been falling and they were perilously close to striking the ground, but Vermithor, now with Dreamfire dead, managed to disentangle himself from the dragon who once was ridden by the queen of another Aegon, and managed to land himself with one wing and a uselessly torn wing. The landing was harsh, and Baelon the Bronze was said to have been injured in the crash, but not severely, though the same could not be said for Vermithor. The Dragon of Kings was severely wounded, a wing almost permanently off, and his belly marked with deep thick rakes, and it would take the dragon many moons to recover, though, as history would tell, Vermithor would never fly again. A contingent of river lords arrived by Baelon the Bronze and Vermithor, and had urged him to come to Harrenhal, but the man refused, insisting that Vermithor must be seen to, and fed. When one of the river lords suggested that Vermithor should be put out of his misery, Baelon the Bronze had the lord at sword point, claiming that any that killed Vermithor would die by his sword. Injured though he may be, Baelon the Bronze had proven his mettle for a decade and more, few could challenge him. Though it could not be said there were no challenges left. For though the realm bled, it would bleed more in the moons to come. Elsewhere. King's Landing fell shortly after the destruction of the portion of the royal fleet loyal to the Greens, its defenders surrendering to the Blacks, and House Velaryon along with fresh levies from the Crownlands took the capital and the Red Keep, in short order. Both Alicent Hightower and Otto Hightower were amongst the captured, as were the small council, save for Larys Strong, who seemed to have managed to escape. It would be weeks later found that the man had died under unknown circumstances. Meanwhile, the events that transpired were nothing short of disastrous for House Hightower. Their strength, still preserved, was little relief in the wake of the death of all of the sons of Alicent Hightowers, and worse, the dragons. The only relief to be had, was that the Blacks possessed no ready dragon, and that they too possessed 2 dragon eggs saved from the hatchery of the dragon pit. Lord Ormond Hightower, having taken Tumbleton, ordered his army to turn back towards Old Town, and the lords, many of whom the Hightower and their allies had forced to march with them, were enraged when they discovered that the hostages would taken with them to Old Town. Lord Ormond Hightower executed Lord Footley for treason, and half a dozen other lords, minor and major, were executed alongside him, and it quelled the rebelliousness of the lords. For a time, Lord Ormond would strip Tumbleton of its reserve food and its wealth before marching back to Old Town. Word had reached Lord Ormond that Queen Helena and her children had been on their way to Old Town, and he would receive word once more from messengers that more men sent from Old Town had been successful in finding the Queen and her children and were taking them back to Old Town. For as long as King Aegon II's children live, the righteous cause lives, Lord Ormond declared, and indeed, for all that the green cause seemed hopeless, Prince Jaehaerys and Prince Maelor presented a dangerous threat to the Blacks. Some maesters argue that Lord Ormond was waiting for terms from Baelon the Bronze that would soften the penalties levied on House Hightower, but most believe that Lord Ormond truly believed in his claims. It is hard to know what Lord Ormond's beliefs were, for he kept none save his father in his confidence, and his father was now dead. Nonetheless, the dance of the dragons had exacted a heavy toll of the kingdom from the moment of the Battle of King's Landing, to the moment of the Battle of God's Eye, but it would take more blood as brigands, and outlaws and skirmishes between noble houses at the fringes of each kingdom broke out. It would take years for the realm to return to order, though some order would soon return to the realm in the arrival of the Elamari. Chapter 50 Part 2. Zilla Boi definitely wasn't sipping anything when he heard all of this happening, haha. He isn't heartless. Not entirely. Great maelstrom, they ended up just embedding themselves in Old Town. The plan changed to low-level spying instead of assassination. Everyone else, thank you for your reviews and comments, I always read them even if I don't respond to them. As always, please enjoy this chapter and let me know what you think. Note, if you would like to read ahead, the next 3 chapters after this chapter are available on Patreon/boombox117. Late 129 AC Elamaris, the Royal Globe House of Mummery. Rena POV. The noise, chatter, and laughter began to dim as the curtains of the stage began to be swept away, and as the curtains revealed the orator dressed in black robes, and his face shrouded by a draconic-looking white mask, Rena swept her gaze from the royal box of the Globe House, down towards the rows of seats that were all filled, where she could see swathes of folk brimming with excitement. It was not surprising, after all, to see such tangible excitement for this new mummery. Word had spread throughout the city and the countryside that the new mummery beginning this day was another one inspired by the writings of her father, like Spartacus' Rebellion, Phryne's Monster of Gargassos, Dante's Inferno, The Miserables of King's Landing, The Gladiator of Mirian, The Legend of King Eros, and of course Prince Heimlis of the Clio scene. Though for all of her father's writings, it was not he who brought the stories to life, no, that was indeed the Borthos brothers' troupe of mummers of bravos, though, Rena mused, perhaps they should not be considered of Elamaris. Certainly, they would not receive as much patronage or fame elsewhere, certainly not as much as they were getting here from here Elamaris. She glanced around in her royal box, and not a one amongst half and a dozen, not even Lady Lysaray Celtigar of House Rogaray, nor her consort husband Gamon or her soon-to-be sister by blood as well as by the heart Maegeli, were not paying utmost attention. Such was the expectations of another masterpiece by the Borthos brothers, and she smiled a little in satisfaction before she looked back at the front, and watched the mummer for the 3rd time this week. Thousands of years ago the orator began in his dramatic larger-than-life voice, his arms rising as he continued to speak. Thousands of years before Valeria became known as the Freehold, before even the dragon lords knew to tame the dragons of old, ancient Valeria was a land of kingdoms, the mummer said dramatically. 2 city-states called ancient Valeria home, and each held a king that ruled swathes of territory in the ancient motherland of the Valerian peoples. From the right side of the stage, came a line of menfolk who bore crowns on their brows, each different from the other. And it was a land that was always at war with itself, the orator boomed dramatically, and the kings on the stage turned towards each other, drawing the swords on their hip, and mock-battled behind the orator. Sheep herders, the orator said, and a moment later, a man in robes walked on stage. Honest in labor, honorable by nature, would become warriors. The man in robes peeled off the robes to reveal leather armor underneath and a sword on his hip when the call to arms came from their kings, and battle against others of their own people and kin sworn to other kings. A moment later, more sheep herds had come onto the stage, wearing robes of slightly different colors but all the same bearing the same hair, and the same features, and each of them cast off their robes to also reveal leather armor of different colors, and soon the warriors battled each other just as the kings had done. Not a day passed when 2 of these 2 ancient kingdoms were not at war, fighting over the tiniest piece of territory or of honor slighted, and the blood of the peoples of ancient Valeria drenched the motherland. The kings and the warriors all fell onto the ground, and white-robed maidens with white masks came on stage and threw red strips of silk all over the stage, to signify the blood spilled of the people. Such was the way of things for hundreds of years, the orator declared, and the performers left the stage, leaving the orator alone. That is until Agaris of ancient Tyria came. A man in brilliant gold-colored armor arrived, and he seemed splendid, and drew awe and whispers from the audience. Born under a blood moon, the oracles of Tyria prophesied that one day, Agaris of Tyria would become king of all kings, and one by one men wearing crowns came back to the stage and each one was defeated by Agaris and kneeled in front of him. These kingdoms would yield to the king of ancient Tyria, swearing an honor-bound oath to Agaris to cease warring amongst each other, and when the time came, they would come to his righteous aid when called, and soon, much of ancient Valeria fell under sway of Agaris, and the prophecy of Agaris, king of kings, was complete. The Agaris performer stood tall as kings bowed to him. Except, he was not king of all kings. This elicited a faint gasp amongst the crowd as the orator began to walk. No, there was still 2 kingdoms that remained free from his sway, the kingdom of Perisaria, and the greatest ancient kingdom, one that rivaled Tyria and Sparacia, and whose walls had never fallen, and who had never been defeated. The stage once more cleared, and the stage began to change, and thin pieces of wood-painted sandstone assembled into a fortress wall. The ancient city-state of Troy. The orator said dramatically. A coast city built into eastern mountains of the Bane Mountains, the very mountains that would shield old Valyria against the invading Giscari many thousands of years later, was the city of Troy, a fortress city unlike any other, and for many centuries, blades were wetted with the blood of invaders and the blood of the ambitious, for Troy, standing at the gates of ancient Valyria, where all manner of trade flowed through, was a city with wealth beyond measure. Little carriages held by performers bobbed and weaved through the stage as the orator spoke. Ah yes, Troy was a great prize, the orator said dramatically. But a prize that was beyond Aegaris and his kingly brother Manli of Sperecia, whose lands bordered the mighty Troy on the eastern coast and who had warred against Troy for 10 long years. The orator proclaimed. Though most of the might of ancient Valyria was bound to Aegaris, Aegaris knew that he could not call upon their blades for an unjust war, and indeed, honor demanded that he make Troy yield. The orator leaned slightly, his voice taking a darker tone. Or destroyed, without the might of ancient Valyria, if he was to prove himself truly the king of kings as prophesied. Yet the walls of Troy proved a challenge that even Aegaris did not believe he could overcome alone and without the aid of the gods. The orator said before he straightened up. That is, unless Troy insulted the honor of all Valyria, and that of the gods. Whispers amongst the audience grew at the ominous words. And so, when Manli, king of Sperecia, desired to make peace with Troy, a peace that Aegaris hated, Aegaris accepted and marched with his own army to Paraisaria, knowing that the final completion of the prophecy would have to wait. For now. The orator bowed and the curtains were wheeled to close, and the whispers of the audience grew a little louder in excitement, and Rena smiled a little at that. I must confess, her consort husband leaned next to her and she glanced at him with a curious look as she leaned into him. I already like this more than the last one we have watched. It was hard not to notice the gleam of interest in her husband's eyes. War and tragedy were always popular amongst nobility, and certainly amongst the people of Elamaris, and she would not doubt that this new story of her father's would become perhaps one of the most popular of all the stories he's yet written. It combined war, tragedy, ill-fated romance, heroes and villains, philosophy and many more things that appealed to people. Freynery's monster of Gagasos wasn't meant to be liked. Rena said with a teasing smile at her husband. The story was a story of lament, about a foul-blood mage and his creation, after the doom of Valyria, where Freynerys the Foul experimented with innocent people and made a terrible monster of their parts. The mummery was one that elicited many cries and anger from the audience, whose hearts sat with the lamenting victims, and who triumphed at the end of the story, when Freynery's monster killed its maker, and was taken by the seven to the heavens, where it ceased its suffering and was transformed into a true man. It was a story where the terrible monster was in fact a better, good being at heart, compared to the beautiful Freynerys, who bore the cherished classical good looks of Valyria, but had a rotten evil soul, and where the monster was taken to the highest of the 7 heavens, Freynerys was taken to the deepest of the 7 hells. It was a story of deeds, of philosophy of what it means to be a good man, and a story that one does not need to look like a monster to be a monster, and though the mummery was gruesome and lamenting, it was a story that had been quite popular, even if it was not quite so liked like the other stories like Spartacus' Rebellion and the Legend of King Eros. Her husband grimaced before he leaned away, and though he muttered, she heard him clearly. If that was the aim, surely, it succeeded. Rena only rolled her eyes a little. For all of her husband's growing, but still grudging, appreciation of mummeries, he was still quite foolishly stubborn on wanting to see only traditional stories that had strong, noble men and leaders. He wasn't alone in this, of course, but she was sure that in time, she would have him agree that a story does not have to have kings and the like to be good. The mummery continued, starting with the story of the second day of the Battle of Paraisaria, where, in order to save men from perishing, single combat had been agreed to by the king of Paraisaria and King Aegaris. The audience was introduced to the hero Achilles of the lands of Myrmidus, whose legend was orated by the orator in dramatic fashion, and the audience crowed in delight when Achilles defeated the champion of the Paraisarians in a single strike, setting the stage of the legend of Achilles. The story continued at the feast of Sperecia, where the princes of Troy, Prince Paeris and Prince Aegaris, drank with the king of Sperecia, who celebrated the victory of Aegaris along with the celebration of peace with Troy. The orator spoke of the characters Paeris and Aegaris, their feats and their beauty, and spoke of the powerful image the two princes held amongst the nobility. The audience marveled at the introduction of Hela of Sperecia, a maiden so beautiful, the orator said, that it was believed that she may yet be the daughter of Meleis, the goddess of love and fertility herself. Such was the beauty of Hela of Sperecia, and the wife of King Manli, who was envied by all kings of Valyria. The audience gasped with scandal when the surprise of Hela of Sperecia's infidelity with Prince Paeris was shown, and not few of the fair side forlornly, at the proclamation of love by Hela of Sperecia, though more amongst the crowd were scandalized at the unfaithfulness of Hela of Sperecia. Hela of Sperecia lamented that the gods were cruel, for showing her a love so true, for returning fire to her heart when she thought it extinguished with the harsh winds that had brought her husband's sails to her homeland for her hand. She spoke of not fearing death, but fearing tomorrow, for the fire that was in her heart would once more be extinguished. Prince Paeris proclaimed she had not to fear, and asked her to come with him. Hela of Sperecia said no, but Prince Paeris convinced her. Men will hunt us, the gods will curse us, Manli will hate us. We will never be safe, but if you come with me, you will be loved, and I'll love you more each day, my sweet Hela. Murmurs and whispers, both forlorn and angry, swept through the audience, and the orator stepped in front of the two performers and orated ominously before the next scene came, where Prince Haegarys, who had noticed the disappearance of Paris and Hela, and questioned his brother. Paris lied and funnily claimed to have bedded a fisherman's wife this night, which drew scandalized laughter, and it was clear to the audience Haegarys did not believe, and the man grabbed hold of Paris' face. You do understand, little brother, why we are here in Sperecia? Of course. Manli is a powerful man, and his brother commands all of Valeria. Haegarys stated gloomily. Almost all of Valeria. Paris quipped funnily, and Haegarys pushed against Paris' face. This is not the time for jests, brother. You are my brother, and I love you so, but if you do anything more to endanger Troy, I will shred your pretty face and visit upon you a fate worse than the eternally murdered Promeres himself. Paris promised he would not do so, and satisfied, Haegarys let his brother go, and murmurs rang around in the audience as the curtains swept onto the stage. A cur of a man. Her husband muttered beside her, and he was not the only one disgruntled by Prince Paris, though, she mused, as she looked around in the royal box, not all were disgruntled. Some, like her sister Maejali, was in furious whispers with Viera, and though she was curious on what they were debating about, she would not hear it, not in the quietness of the whispers shared. The curtains drew open once more, and revealed a stage making of a boat clearly traveling. The scene showed the two brothers speaking of the beautiful morn, until Paris grew solemn and asked if Haegarys loved him. Haegarys said he did, though he said that the last time Paris had such solemnness, it had been when he'd lost father's blade into the sea, and Haegarys asked what Paris had done. Paris showed him a barrel of wine gifted by the king of Sperecia, and out of it came Hela of Sperecia, shocking the audience at the sight. Do you know what you have done? Cried Prince Haegarys before he stomped away and made for the helmsman of the ship. Take us back to Sperecia. Brother, if you go back Sperecia, then you shall also leave me behind with her. This drew loud murmurs from the crowd, though the crowd silenced itself, for they were enthralled by the mummery. You fool! Haegarys cried as he grabbed hold of Paris' robes. Do you know what you have done? Our father worked years to earn the peace with King Manli. Years. And you have spat on him, you have spat on all of Troy with this folly. My heart burns with love for her, brother. Paris cried. The gods made her for me, I know it. You fool! Haegarys spat with disgust. Do not dare again to claim the gods approved of this folly of yours, for it is a folly that would see them curse us rather than bless us. Haegarys let go of Paris. This all just a jest for you, is it not? You despoil kept women and bed-maiden daughters in every town and every city, merchant wives and daughters of nobles, all without a care of consequence. You claim love. Haegarys spat out as he grabbed hold of Paris. You know nothing of love, foolish brother of mine. You love not our father, you love not me, and you do not hold love for Troy, for if you had done so, you would have never paved this path of ruin for all of us. You are right, I have wronged you, our father and Troy. Paris cried, and Haegarys let go of his brother. But I do love Troy, I do love our father, and I love you, brother of mine. Paris said passionately, and Haegarys scoffed at those words, but Paris persisted. And you are right to take her back, though when you do, know that I shall go back with her, and die fighting for her. Die fighting? Brother of mine, you believe yourself shall earn a heroic death. Haegarys scoffed at his brother. You, who have never killed a man, you, who have never faced battle. Paris bowed his head. What do you know of killing, little brother? What do you know of death? What do you know of seeing a man lay dying by your blade? What do you know of watching men of Troy die by the hundreds? You're a fool, brother of mine. Again, you are right, brother. I know nothing of dying, I know nothing fighting, but I shall know it, for I shall go back with her. I will not ask you, dear brother, to fight my war. I should kill you where you stand. Haegarys spat out, though Paris kept his head bowed, and Haegarys began to pace around Paris before he turned to the helmsman. Back to Troy. Haegarys commanded before he turned to look at Paris. Foolish brother, you have already asked of me and all of Troy to fight your war. Haegarys said before leaving the stage. The orator came and began his narration as the stage behind him began to change once more. Brotherly love stayed Prince Haegarys' hand, but it was not the main reason why he did so. The trespass by Prince Paris was a fatal one that could not be walked back from, and the noble Prince Haegarys knew this. The honor of all kings of Valeria was insulted by the actions of Prince Paris and Hela of Sperecia, thus by Troy itself, and Prince Haegarys knew King Aegarys finally had his cause to gather all the armies of the kings of Valeria against Troy. The sacrifice of his brother would not save Troy, for surely Aegon would have committed the grave sin of kinslaying and sacrifice his eternal place amongst the gods for the sake of Troy, and so, his hand was stayed, and would be readied for the storm that would come by sea and land to Troy. The next scene came quickly, and it was one of Manly asking Aegon to help him burn Troy to the ground, and Aegon agreed, and when Manly left, he laughed triumphantly, and claimed this was now the chance to become king of all kings of Valyria, and that the gods were with him. The last of the scene was Aegon thanking Hela of Sperisea for her foolishness. Though more than an hour passed, it felt no more than moments, and the scenes of Achilles being persuaded to fight by his friend and by his sorceress mother, the narration of 1,000 ships sailing to Troy and tens of thousands marching on Troy, the return of the princes where Hela of Sperisea was introduced as Hela of Tori, the gloomy discussion of the king of Troy and Aegon, the council meeting of Troy where signs from the gods of Troy's victory silenced the concerns of the generals and nobles, the scenes of Aegon that showed the nobleness and goodness of his heroic character and the love held between he and his wife, the first battle where Achilles and his men stormed the beach of Troy and took it single-handedly and where Achilles mesmerized by killing 100 men alone. More and more such scenes played out, and the audience was riveted by the grandness of the tale, awed by the braveness of Troy's men and the boldness of Valyria's soldiers, solemn at the crying women burning of the bodies of brave Troysians, angered at the cowardness of Paris who begged Aegon to save him during single combat against Manly, wondered at the love by Achilles for the temple girl whom he wished to leave Troy with, and mournful when Aegon killed Achilles' cousin by mistake. When Achilles defeated and killed the noble Aegon, women cried and men lamented at the death of Aegon whilst cowardly Paris lived. When the Troysian horse, a stage making that stood in front of the secret door right in the back, opened and revealed Achilles, not a single soul held back a gasp at the shocking sight, and the sight of the gates of Troy opening silenced the entire audience, for the army of all Valyria flooded into the streets of Troy. The orator took control of the scene, as they watched the sacking of Troy happen behind him, and the orator narrated what happened with Troy, to its people, before the next scene happened with the tragic death of Achilles, who died an ignoble death for such a heroic man who had won Aegon the war and Troy itself. A few scenes later, they returned to Hela of Troy and Paris. "We must leave now, Hela!" Paris cried out. "How can I leave, my dearest, beloved Paris?" Hela cried as she held Paris' face. "I have doomed Troy with our love, how can I leave and not share the fate of our people?" Hela said weepingly. "We can live, my beautiful Hela. We can live and keep the memory of Troy alive. That is what we can do, all we can do now. Come, come. Before it is too late." Paris begged to a silent audience as they watched the mummery. "I cannot." Hela refused as she cried. "I will not. I will not abandon Troy alone to its fate, for Troy abandoned me not, and so in its ruin and death, I too shall share ruin and death with Troy." Paris begged her once more, but when an enemy burst through the doors, Paris ran and left Hela alone, much to the anger and contempt of the audience. Coward rang around the audience, and many cursed the name of Paris. The enemy was killed by the old king of Troy, and the scene, the final one, was now in play. "Forgive me, my king, for what I have done to your city, to your good and true people." Hela cried into the chest of the old king. "I should have stayed in Sperisea, I should not have loved your son. My foolish son is easy to love, Hela of Troy, that is his greatest strength, and it seems, mine and my dear Aegon's greatest weakness." The old king lamented. "Perhaps after death, I can forgive you, but in the short remaining time I have left in this life, I cannot, for my heart can hold nothing else but grief, grief for Troy, grief for my country, grief for my people." The old king cried. More men had burst through and killing both the old king and Hela of Troy, and soon Aegon would come and see the bodies of the two. "Where is Paris of Troy?" Aegon demanded to know, and he was given an answer that Paris had fled and was nowhere to be seen, the same as the family of Prince Aegon, and Aegon laughed at that. "Let them go, let the mountains take them, for I have gotten what I was prophesied to have. I thank you, old king of Troy, Hela of Troy, for the chance you have given me." Aegon, king of kings, proclaimed. Aegon looked at the body of Hela of Troy. At least she died with some honor, instead of fleeing like that shameless coward. Aegon scoffed before he leaned down and touched Hela's face. "Such beauty, even in death. Indeed, you must have been the daughter of Meleys herself. Shame for Troy you were not the daughter of Arax, and fortunate for I." And Aegon laughed and laughed as the curtains drew close. When the curtains drew open once more, the orator stood alone. The proud and ancient kingdom of Troy would cease to exist on that heavy blood-soaked night, for the wrath of the rest of Valyria for the insult of Paris was total and gleeful. The orator said with solemnity in his voice. History had forgotten prideful Troy and its fall, as it had forgotten Aegon, king of kings, as it had most the ancient kingdoms of Valyria that lived thousands of years before the freehold, as it had the heroic Achilles, and the noble Aegon, though, in some ways, Paris would be remembered. The name Paris would, for thousands of years, be associated with cowardness and folly, and we see the similarity in the name with the formal words of Prias, coward, and grace, folly, remnants of an ancient form of the Valyrian tongue. Rena was amused by the claim. Though the words were indeed old words in the Valyrian tongue, the claim's truthfulness was dubious at best. The tale of Troy, and all the other tales, were made by her father, even if some of it bore some semblance in all of the history accountings her father had collected over the years. If there was a true similarity, then it was only because her father made it so with the name of Paris. The orator was now joined by the cast of the mummery, and the crowd began to clap and cheer loudly for the Borthos brothers' troupe, and Rena stood up before she clapped and showed her own appreciation. All those around her too stood up, and joined in the show of appreciation. I believe this one will be their most popular. Her husband marveled as he leaned into her ear, and Rena smiled at the words before she looked at her husband teasingly. Wait until you find out my father has 2 more stories of this era to write. Rena teased her husband, and the look of surprise on her husband's was wonderful, but the look of intense interest was even better. You know what they are about, don't you? Mayhaps. Rena said smilingly, in a way that was goading, and her husband would bite as she wanted. Then I must extract it out of you. Gamon said in her ear with a trace of a smile, though the heat in his eyes made Rena's cheeks burn a little. I will look forward to that. Rena said with an expectant look on her face, and Gamon chuckled a little before he looked away from her and back to the stage. A little while later, as the audience was departed, her sister Maejali came over to her with Lady Lysera Celtigar, Lady Cargaris, Lady Elara Pizakhosts and Lady Gianna Sapner in tow, and talked her ear off with the ladies, all but crooning about the story, and Rena listened to it all. Amusingly, the ladies were split on whether or not the love held by Paris and Hela was true or not, and she had to interject a few times and get them to talk about something less heated, and a while later, she was escorted by her guards to the back of the House of Mummeries, her husband having left to go the Stolly Docklands, where he would go and see to his duties as a Commodore of the Navy, which with the finding of the volcanic Dracatas Islands was plenty. The Royal Globe House of Mummeries was a large half-circular building finished in 125 AC, though not used often until late 126 AC, built in the heart of the city this side of the river, with the dome ceiling and made of granite stone. Over 500 people could be fitted inside of it, and oft times, the Globe House had sold out every seat, especially since the Borthos brothers' troupe had made it all but their home. There were several other troupes, of course. 2 more, in fact there had been 6 once upon a time in 128 AC, but generally, the Borthos brothers' troupe was vastly better at mummeries, and more importantly, understanding what her father wanted with the stories he wrote. That had been important, when she'd convinced her father to write stories for Globe House. Messages father had said were important in any story, and I will not give any of my stories to any who will not understand them in my stories. The Borthos brothers perfectly understood what her father intended with each of the stories he'd written, and so, wealth beyond anything else they'd receive in the free cities was theirs now. As was fame that she doubted would forgotten so easily, especially if the sons of the brothers were to take up the family business. The other 2 troupes were more comedic in nature, one of them particularly crass, but they had good mummers and had a good knack for story, and so they were given the rights to establish themselves in Ilamaries as well, with the promise that once they earned enough, they would receive half of the funds from they would need to build their own mummery house from the institution for the patronage of arts she led. She walked through the corridors of the building, climbing downstairs, until finally she arrived at the entrance of the quarters of the troupe, where she could hear laughter from behind. She paused a moment before she looked towards one of her guards. Sir Domis, would you please ensure that they are presentable? Troupe members were quite liberal with their state of being most times than not. Your Grace. Sir Lomaise said with a nod of the head before he entered the quarters, and the laughter she heard died down. A little while later, Sir Lomaise returned. They are ready for you, Your Grace. She gave a kind smile at the knight before she entered the quarters. The mummers, who were hastily assembled into a line, bowed towards her, and Rena waved them to stand. In the very center were the Borthos brothers, one portly and the other better-bodied, and 2 graying men were of an age similar to her father. Their eldest sons, who had played the roles of Hagaris and the cousin of Achilleos Petrogaris, were each on the other side of their fathers. Your Grace. The thinner Borthos brother, Baelon, started. You honor us with your presence. Please stand. Rena said kindly at the mummers, and the mummers all stood straight up before her gaze flickered between the 2 brothers. You honor me and my family for the splendid mummer show you have shown. Rena said with a widening smile. Well done, Rena praised, and she could see the positive effect on the mummers at her words. I'd expect this may yet prove to become the most watched mummer show once word travels about the magnificence of your show. There was plenty glimmers of pride at her words, none more so than in the eyes of the 2 brothers. Thank you, Your Grace. Lithos, the portly brother, said with pride in his voice. This is our greatest work, I am certain. Lithos bowed his head. And it could have only been accomplished by your generosity, Your Grace. Yes, certainly she doubted they would have been able to afford the stage makings without her generous support. She'd seen the cost of the artisanal stage makings, and those newly migrated to Ilamaries were rarely wealthy enough to afford such expensive frivolities. Rena nodded with a smile. And my generosity has been repaid wonderfully with your show. She paused for a moment. Once news of this masterpiece reaches the ears of the people of Illimaries, all 8 and 20 showings a week will be sold for weeks. The two brothers looked at each other before Lethos spoke up a little hesitantly. 4 and 10, Your Grace. Rena frowned. You were able to fit 8 and 20 showings before. And this time, you will only be showing this new piece, instead of 2 or 3 pieces a week. Baelon grimaced slightly. Yes, but this show is quite a length longer, and it has more demands on the body, Your Grace. Rena's frown grew a little heavier. She could understand it, but she wanted as many people as possible to see the fall of Troy. The more people that saw it, the less chance there was of people's attentions waning on the matter of mummeries, and perhaps more people who take interest in mummeries in general, allowing men and women from Illimaries to create their own mummeries. Gods knew that their young country had many stories to tell through mummery. We can Lethos intervened quickly. Do showings of 1 and 20 a week for the next few weeks at the least, Your Grace. Rena cleared up her frown and nodded as she looked at the troop members. Acceptable. If you have more need of performers, I will speak with the 2 other troops and have them loan you their performers for time. That won't be necessary, Your Grace. Lethos refused as he looked around with a sharp gaze at his performers. We can handle the schedule. The other performers were quick to sound out their approval. Good. Rena said before she began to turn around. If you have need of anything, do inform Kaelrose. Kaelrose was a senior in the institution of the patronage of the arts, and who Rena mainly communicated with regarding funding for the different initiatives in the city. Soon enough, she was out of the building, and made way for the carriage that stood waiting on her. The carriage was a 8-horse-drawn carriage that was able to 5-6 persons within, though rarely did they have all 6 persons within the carriage. Her father and her brothers preferred to ride on their own rather than share in a carriage. Even her husband leered at using a coach carriage. Your Grace. The guards that stood by the carriage bowed before one of them opened the door and offered her hand. Usually she'd wave it away, but with her condition, she would indulge. There you are. Maedjli exclaimed. We were wondering what was taking you so long. Rena looked at the other 3 in the carriage. Her good sisters Viera and Valaena, and Lady Lysera. Merely giving my congratulations to the troop. Rena said as she crouched a little as she got into the carriage, and Maedjli was quick to offer her hand to support her, and Rena took it before she sat next Maedjli, next to the window of the carriage. Next time I go to watch the performance, I shall do the same, Lysera declared. It was an excellent mummer show, even if it was too scolding of the fair. Scolding? Rena wondered aloud. Of course. Lysera said with no little amount of offense. Such a scolding story to commit to duty over love. Lysera sniffed. It was rather too strong, in my eyes. Ah, yes, Rena mused. Lysera might be a bit uppity for Rena's liking, but she was not a fool. She wasn't surprised that Lysera would understand the story, or at least one part of the story. Whilst I don't agree with Lysera, it was scolding. Valaena, her brother Polari's wife, said with a pointed look at Lysera, who only raised her chin in amusing defiance. The women must have been arguing about it for some time. I do agree it was something obvious and too important in the story. It was intended to be obvious. Rena said easily, and she paused whilst the carriage began to move. She continued after a few moments. The doomed love shared by Paris and Hela was only the beginning of the failings of Troy. The women considered that for a moment before Viera spoke up. The old king was too certain. Rena nodded. Yes, it was part of it, but the old king's certainty was not the failing, no, it was what was behind that certainty that was the man's failing. The man was a fool. Lysera said with a disdainful scoff as she crossed her hands. He made decisions based on the signs interpreted by that charlatan priest, instead of listening to his generals and his heir. Had he listened, Troy wouldn't have fallen. Would you give up Crispian to be surely killed? Viera pointedly asked, and Lysera stiffened before she turned to Viera with a glint of anger in her eyes. Ladies. Rena was firm of voice and she stopped whatever Lysera was going to say in rebuttal. Lysera huffed through her nose before she looked Rena, and Rena continued. Viera means no offense with that. I do not. Viera was quick to answer. I merely meant, consider oneself the old king, could you easily give your son up to be killed? I would not have raised such a foolish fool. Lysera said sharply, and it was easy to forget that Lysera was just 1 and 20 name days old. Gods knew how authoritative the woman would be like when she turned 40. And that is part of the story too. Rena said in answer, and all the eyes of the women went towards her. Paris was a terrible son, and the father was partly to blame. The story makes clear that Paris made a game of sleeping with married women. Maedjli muttered, and Rena smiled at her 7 and 10 name days old sister. Irina said with a firm nod. Paris' behavior was accepted in the royal family. First a fisherman's wife, then a merchant's wife, then a nobleman's wife, and ultimately, that acceptance with punishment allowed him to dare take a wife of a powerful enemy who had powerful allies to call upon. This made the women consider the words once more and Lysera sighed dramatically. Was it even love then? Only lust. Lysera pouted a little and the women all laughed a little at Lysera's reactions. Who knows? Rena said. You should know. Maejali quipped teasingly. Rena laughed. No, father would know, it is his story after all. Rena said with a smile before she looked at the other women. But personally? Rena shrugged. I believe it to have been love, but a love from a man like Paris is no good love. Rena said with a disdained wrinkle of her nose. Beauty and passion was not enough, in Rena's eyes, and Rena thought that was all Paris had. I can't believe he abandoned Hela. Maejali muttered disbelievingly. All of that bloodshed for Hela, and in the end, he didn't even fight to keep her alive. The bloodshed was always going to happen. Valaena reasoned. Unlikely so much that they would have destroyed Troy. Viera pointed out and Valaena considered it before conceding the point. Agaris would have wanted Troy bent or broken. Valaena accepted. But without Achilles, Troy wouldn't have fallen, and Achilles wouldn't have fought against Troy without the insult Paris had visited on all of Valeria. All walls break when enough attack it. Lysera said in answer before she rounded towards Rena, and she peeked at the intent look on Lysera's face. Your father, did he tell you if all of this ever happened? These kingdoms, these kings. Lysera questioned and Rena took a moment to answer. From her discussions with her father, she knew that her father believed that there had likely been kingdoms all over the peninsula of Valeria at some point or another before the formation of the Freehold. He believed that the periods before the mastering of the dragons by the Freehold must have had kings, for the formation of a Freehold, and the formation of 40 families, would pre-necessitate a unified structure. Father believed it was likely that hundreds kingdoms had risen and fallen over time Valeria, until finally all of Valeria was united under one king and dynasty, and, at some point or another, this dynasty may well have been overthrown by the 40 families who then created the Freehold and unified Valeria under the Freehold system. Father said that it was all speculation however, and that though there were loose references to ancient kings of Valeria in the texts he'd saved in his wars, he could never be sure that the writings were fiction of some author's imagination. The kings and the kingdoms are father's imaginations. Rena admitted, and there was some disappointment on the looks of the women. With the statues taken from Illyria of dragons and ancient generals and Valyrians of renown, most of which were for all to see in the gardens of the city and in front of many of the buildings, there was a great burgeoning interest in the history of Valeria, despite the unease the freehold provided for many of the people. The freehold was great, but it was also terrible, and that interest in Valeria was tempered by it. She was quite sure that father was writing stories about Valeria before the freehold because of this terrible reputation of the freehold, to give people another way to appreciate Valeria. But father believes that kingdoms must have existed before the freehold. It makes no sense for them not to have existed. Rena added. It wouldn't surprise me if the 40 families, no offense, Rena, Maejali did destroy all records of their past so that no one would know of it. Lysera said after a few moments. Rena rolled her eyes. No offense was taken. Lysera continued. The 40 families of old were said to have been very prideful of their heritage, and it wouldn't surprise me they destroyed all tales of dynasties greater than they. That does make sense. Valaena said with a curious expression on her face as she regarded Lysera, who only rolled her eyes. Of course it does, it is I who said it, after all. Lysera said with a sniff, but the amusement on her face was clear to see and the women devolved into a fit of laughter before they began talking about an entirely different matter, and Rena took to look outside of the window, where the green lights of the fire lamps were starting to be put alight. Despite it soon being nightfall, the city was well alive, much to their unfortune, she mused, with how slow the carriage was going in the center of the city. More than 130,000 called the city home now, and nearly 120,000 more called the land of Illymaris home too. If it wasn't for the 3-year pause they agreed to in the Council of Dragon Lords, it was likely in the next 5 years it would have grown by another 50,000. As it was, the construction guilds were too busy with the aqueducts, government buildings, sewers, bathhouses, roadworks, construction of towns and villages, and more, and adding the strain of 4,000 new homes every year was going to be stretched too far, especially when one considers Galesia, who needed all of the manpower to spare to build up the city, its infrastructure, and the farms on the large island. Besides, it would do Velos some good. Velos was a strange place. Though she'd never been, she knew at least that it served largely as a funnel to get people to Illymaris, yet it was also a key location for trade, perhaps the key location. All of their trade flowed to Velos, from West Eros to Yeti. All of the goods to Illymaris would first come to Velos before the Targaryen Islands, and the trade ships for all of that trade was now getting built in Velos too. In fact, for all that there were said to be 130,000 residents in the city, about 5 and 10,000 were either at sea or located at Velos for most of the year, and sometimes, as much as 20,000. And that wasn't even counting the soldiers they had at sea in Essos, or at Velos, which numbered anywhere from 2,000 to 5,000 at any time. Is she kicking? The voice and the nudge by her sister drew her back from her thoughts and she turned to look at her sister with some confusion. Maejali smiled a little wryly. You've not been listening, and lately, you have tended to be absent-minded when she's kicking. Rihanna looked down and saw that her hands were stroking her swollen belly, and she realized that indeed her child had been moving in her belly. Not kicking, only moving. Rina said to her sister honestly before she smiled down at her belly. She's, or he's, Rina said with a faint smile at her sister. Maejali was convinced it was a girl is just trying find a good spot to rest. I can't believe yours started kicking so early. Viera exclaimed slightly, who also touched her belly, which was still quite flat, normal at this stage of the pregnancy, which was about 2 moons in. Rina guessed that she herself was about 4.5 moons into her pregnancy. It must be a boy. Viera said slyly and Rina laughed at that. Gaman would love a brother. Rina said with a smile as she thought of her 3-named-day-old son she'd named in honor of her husband. Since her son would not bear the name of his father's house, then at least he'd bear her husband's name. Though I would say a girl this time would be sweet. Rina added, thinking of 3-named-days-old Naeris, her brother Castaris and Braeniai's daughter, and of Arya and Rul, the 2-named-days-old twin daughters of her brother Polaris and Valaena. I would prefer another son next. Lysera said with a frown. Lysera and Altan Celtigar had a daughter, Lysan, 1.5 named days old, only a few short weeks older than Enar, Castaris and Braeniai's heir and son. What would you name him? Viera asked curiously. Lysero. Lysera faced pinched a little. My brother took the name for his heir, but it is a traditional Rogare name. And the male version of your own name? Maejali stated with an amused smile. A beautiful name, male or female? Lysera only said in answer, a sniff to be heard in her tone of voice, and soon enough, they quibbled about names and what names were beautiful and what names were not, and Rina took herself from the conversation quite ably as she turned to look at the approaching mount that was their home. Father had yet to truly name their keep, frustratingly enough. It was like he was waiting to find the perfect name for it. He had a strange thing about names, and she remembered what he told her when she'd been a child, when she'd asked him how he knew to name characters in his stories so well, and he'd said sometimes, at least with the best of names, the names fit perfectly with the character, the person, or the place. For example, the name of King's Landing was perfect, because it was the very place the king landed. Or the name of the Stormlands, who are beset with storms always. Or even Valeria, the city of the freehold. It is the center of their civilization, it is everything, and everything important happened there, in the freehold, and in the world. So that name of the city is perfect. She'd remembered that for the longest time, and she could see how much of that thinking affected her father. So much in the city had names that had meaning, and many names of buildings, like the Royal Globe House of Mummeries, had the link to their family attached to it, and in the meaning of it, they silently gave support by just the name alone. No wonder father had asked them not to name their children after him, Rina thought wryly. No child deserved the pressure the name Aegon would give, and fortunately, her brothers were smart enough to realize that, though she suspected that Solanis would name his eldest son after Aegon despite all of that. Makar Targaryen, Polaris, and Valiena's eldest child of 4 named days, her son Gaman of 3 named days, Orion Targaryen, Valaris and Viera's 3 named days old son, and Enar, Castaris and Braeniai's 1 named days old son. Just thinking about all of the children we all have makes me feel old, Rina mused. And how many their family already had. In just a few years, they had 7 new Targaryens. And with all of the health and sanitation rules her father had made sure was being followed by everyone in the city, backed up by her father's writings about a germ theory that told how disease and sickness spread through touch, bad air or through water, fewer children were likely to die, especially in their family. Though their family was more naturally resistant to disease, they were not immune to it. Their Aunt Daenerys had died of illness after all. Cleanliness of body was required at least every 2 days, and washing of hands prior to eating required at all times, whilst midwives and healers were required to cleanse their hands in this sterilization elixir mixed with water made by the alchemists whenever they treated wounds or helped to give birth. With how few infections were happening since the introduction of this elixir, the belief of this germ theory was stronger amongst the academics, not that it was very hard for her father to convince people that his thinking was right. There was little her almost deified father could say or do that wouldn't be believed or obeyed immediately after all. Nevertheless, all of this combined helped bring death in childbirth of child or mother, or both, to a new low in the city, and families were growing rapidly because of it. It was part of the reason of the pause of migration to Ilamaris, and her family would likely be beneficiary to it too. Though after this child, I doubt I will have another. Rina mused. Whilst she loved her son Gaman more than anything else, giving birth was the worst thing she'd ever felt. The only reason she accepted one more was because her husband had asked her to, the only time he'd ever asked her of anything. And the only reason why I am not refusing a third outright is solely because mother and my sister and the Celtigar cousins told me the second time is the easier. If that is true, then Gaman might be able to convince me. Rina thought. Still, Rina thought with a smile on her face as they rode out of the city and towards the unnamed keep. Their family was growing and growing strong. And soon you'll be joining your brother and all of your cousins, my child. A little while later, she made her way through their family keep with Maejali Valiana having retired to her part of the keep once Valiana was told by one of the servants that her children had been taken to bed, and soon enough, they arrived at the central gathering place. The gathering place was a 40-foot long and 60-foot wide room, forged out of dragonstone with a shorter ceiling than typical though still several lengths of her own height tall, and it was on the 6th floor of the keep, in the middle where all of the royal apartments could lead to from the entrances from the 8 royal apartments, though only 4 were finished, which were each nearly as large as the royal palace, and each royal apartment could comfortably fit in dozen members of their family. The name suggested as much, as did the location, the intent of what this was meant to be. A place where branches of their family would gather for whatever reason. Presently, it was a little bare, with only a small part of it having furniture and the like, though she expected over the coming years, that would soon change, though what, she was not yet sure of. Not that there won't be change in the rest of the keep either. Rina mused. For all that they were making great speeds in finishing the keep, it would still be many years before it was finished. They'd only just finished the first wall around the keep, and there were 2 more to go. The fact that they would be smaller due to the higher elevation didn't matter all that much. Still, it's a little big, mayhaps I should really commit to the idea of great murals on the walls. Rina thought amusedly as she, Viera and Maejali walked over to where her parents were, and as they neared, she could see them with a few of the children and also saw Valar being there as well with their parents. From the looks of it, it was her Gamon with his head in her mother's lap whilst, Orion, yes, Orion was asleep next to her father, sprawled out on the cushioned sofa whilst her father had his hand gently on the back of the boy's hair. Mother, father, brother. Rina greeted quietly as she arrived by them, and Viera and Maejali echoed their own quiet greetings, and Viera sat by Valar whilst Rihanna sat on one of the 2 free sofas by her mother whilst Maejali sat on the other side of father. They wanted to wait for your return. Valar said wryly, still keeping his voice low so as not to wake the 2 3-named-old children, and Rina sent a knowing look at her parents, who seemed to ignore her look quite ably. I see. Rina said wryly. The 2 of them loved spending time with their grandchildren, and at times, it bordered on spoiling them. It is our duty as grandparents to be a little soft on them. It is your duty to make them principled, dear daughter. Her mother's words rung in her mind briefly. Where's Gamon? Her father asked as he removed his hand from the back of her sleeping son's head. He went to the docklands after the mummery. Rina explained. He must be uneasy. Her father commented. A little. Rina admitted. With the finding of the Dracatas Islands, there was a new drive in exploring the West endorsed by her father, and amongst that, there was also a new creation of rank. The rank of Commodore. A rank below Admiral, her husband would command a fleet of 5 galleons, and would be tasked with mapping out more of the Sunset Sea west of the Dracatas Islands. It was a great honor to be given, and Gamon was taking it extremely seriously. The crews of his ships were a mixture of experienced sailors and officers and newly graduates of the Naval Academy, and so Gamon felt it his personal responsibility to ensure that the crews were perfect, going as far as making sure the captains and second officers knew their pilot codes, a coded naval language that secreted the paths to Illumaris as well as the pilot himself, amongst other excessive things, like drilling them relentlessly. Which she didn't think would endear him to the crews at all. At least he didn't take it too far. The admirals would at least rein him in otherwise. How was the mummery? Her mother asked, and Rina looked at her mother before she looked at Viera, who only looked a little amusedly at Maejali, who had seemed to have perked up at the question. It was wonderful. Maejali said, genuinely pleased, and so Maejali talked about the mummery and what she thought of it. I might have to watch this one then. Her father mused. To date, he'd not seen one of them, preferring to hear her, Maejali and anyone else to talk to him about it. You should. And once it was known that the Archon himself went to see it, well, she thought not a different show would be shown at the Globe House. They talked a little more for quite some time too, sharing a small bite or 2 with her family, though soon enough, it was time to retire for the night, and, after father helped take Gamon to his bedchambers next to hers, she fell swiftly to sleep. Break. Early 129 AC Illumaris. Council of Dragon Lords. Gale POV. The mood was tense as Marya and Janos detailed as much as they could of the death of Aegon's brother, and the claimed manner of Viserys' death just 2 days ago. Rhaenys would never do what they have claimed, Gale thought darkly, and as she looked at her husband, who watched with unmoving expression and transfixed onto the dragon glass candle at the center of the council room, she knew that Aegon was furious, even if his halo was as serene as ever. Their 2 spies in King's Landing continued to speak, speaking of the city's shutting of the gates, and the violence that had erupted in the Red Keep against nobles and even the servants, some of whom had accounted amongst their informants, though it seemed they might only just be imprisoned, for now. Are you secure? Her husband asked when Marya and Janos finished their report, his voice calm that belied the depth of his fury. Rhaenys was someone who Aegon cherished greatly amongst their family, and the besmirchment of her name, let alone of her murder at the hands of Duncan Waters, a bastard that Aegon himself had seen to being cared for. Gale glanced over to the second dragon glass candle, where she knew Bryaneai was sitting right next to Casterys in their manse in Galesia, and her heart sank a little at what Bryaneai must be feeling about her half-brother. This is a mess, a complete mess. We are, Your Grace, Marya said, speaking for the pair of them. We never met with them face to face, and Marcella and Lucos both wore scowls over their heads to help hide their faces each time they met with the servants. We might have to abandon the manse in Eel Alley by the Red Keep however. Janos informed. That area of the city is always where Marcella and Lucos met with the servants. Do it. Her husband commanded. Pull back to the two manses on Visenya Hill. Once this war begins, the Red Keep and the neighborhoods on the streets that lead directly to the Red Keep will be targets. Visenya Hill would be out of the way. Wouldn't Flea Bottom the safest? Gale considered and she paused a moment before she continued. Or perhaps it would be most dangerous. She thought out loud. With the gates closed and Flea Bottom the most populated region of the city, things might spiral out of control if the war dragged on and famine broke loose. You're thinking about making sure the food isn't lost. Gale surmised as she looked at her husband and her husband nodded slightly. Though Flea Bottom might give our people the cloak of numbers to hide their presence, unfortunately, Flea Bottom would be the first and worst hit should food become a shortage. Ransacking and petty theft will be common. Whereas at Visenya Hill, amongst the merchants and minor nobles, there is some measure of protection. Aegon explained. And it would be easier to move the rest of the food from our manse in Eel Alley there too. Janos commented. What are your supplies, Sir Janos? Pola Aris asked. We have enough for 2 years for our 280, Your Grace. If we ration, enough for 4. Though I expect that the rationed food will last us 1 year once we share with the womenfolk of the Streets of Silk. They, womenfolk of the Streets of Silk, under the management of Mysaria, were still their informants, even if the relationship they had with them was nowhere near as strong as it had been with Selyse. Of course, that was partly due to them not trusting Mysaria with the dragon glass candles, nor with any of the more sensitive matters like the acolytes they were sponsoring in Old Town, or the spies they had in the Red Keep. Most that they dealt with Mysaria was movements of the small council in the city, whom met with whom, and blackmail content of the Septons in King's Landing, which, for the payment they were giving Mysaria and the whorehouses, was rather scant. She doubted they would keep up their interests in King's Landing after this crisis was over, though the manses in the wealthy parts of the city were likely to be kept and perhaps even used for Illimeri merchants, perhaps. Mysaria should have enough coin on hand to make sure her people are fed. Aegon stated. Inform her that she should, at the earliest convenience, buy as much wheat and water as she can. Of course, Your Grace. There was an obvious pause in his speaking. Speak Janos. Her husband urged. Without our presence in Eel Alley, it will be difficult to organize a way into the Red Keep. Janos stated. A way in? Solanise asked as he leaned forward, interest in his eyes. Why would we want a way in? Aegon said nothing to that, and it was Casterys, through the second dragon glass candle who spoke. To extract whomever we want from the castle, and eliminate whomever needs eliminating. Solanise widened his eyes at that before he sat back thoughtfully. Gale looked at her husband. She knew that Aegon did not want any of the children to suffer and die. As it was, the Greens were severely disadvantaged, and little Jaehaerys, Jaehaera and Maelor were likely to be the ones to be killed. By accident, or on purpose. Extraction only. Aegon said as he looked towards Solanise before looking at the primary dragon glass candle. I will not risk the lives of our people to favor either side. The anger in his face showed for the first time before it quickly faded away. Janos, Marya, you have my full blessing to act as you need to. The extraction of the children, and Helena if need be, is a priority above all. Understood, Your Grace. The dragon glass candle's connection was ended and for a moment a long silence fell in the room. Aegon was the first to break the silence. I would hear your voices on this. In my opinion, it's got nothing to do with us. Solanise said with a shrug. Let them fight it out. It's not like they even care for us. Solanise narrowed his eyes. Hells, they even disavowed you, father. Solanise scoffed as he crossed his arms. I vote we don't lift a single finger to help either side. Our little cousins are innocent. Rena remarked a little strongly at Solanise. You would let them burn for the sins of their fathers, their mothers. Would they care if any of us burned? Solanise returned with thinned lips. Sister, I am not heartless. I know what this means, the tragedy that is waiting to happen. Solanise thinned his lips as his gaze flickered to Aegon. The tragedy that is currently happening. Solanise sighed heavily before continuing. But as far as I am concerned, they cut bonds with us long ago. None of us excepting father have even met any of them, and that had been when they'd been children. You could have flown to King's Landing or Dragonstone to meet with them had you so wished. Valar said wryly, and Solanise rounded up her third eldest. And so could have they. Solanise said with a shrug. There was a lull for a moment before Rena spoke up. We obviously can't fight with our dragons. The bonds may be thinning, Rena said with a pointed look at Solanise, but they are still our kin. To fight would mean to intent to kinslay. Another reason not to do anything. Solanise remarked before Solanise waved a little dismissively. Besides, kin they may be, the bonds we supposedly have are long gone with them. Solanise looked to her before he looked at his father. Did Viserys not disavow you, father, because he couldn't handle the little pressure he was getting from those greedy Septons? Solanise posed. Heretic they called Aegon. Gale glanced at her stoically faced husband. He did not care for the names they called him, but she knew him intimately to know that Viserys' disavowing was not something he cared not for. Yes, it likely mattered very little to her husband, but it still mattered a little. Nevertheless, Rena persisted, interjecting and getting the conversation back on track. There are other ways we can help. Such as? Polaris asked, genuinely curious. At this, Rena was a little slumped, though she still gave an idea. I was thinking mayhaps giving a few of our dragon glass candles to cousin Rhaenyra. The advantage was plain. Instant communication was a prize beyond measure. It was part of the reason why Illumerys was rapidly growing so powerful. The moment we give one of our dragon glass candles, is a moment we lose a major advantage they don't know about, Casterys was quick to say. Besides, Rhaenyra is no more a friend to us than the Greens. Brienne spoke for the first time during the session, and Gale hated the meekness of her tone. I will fly to her after this session, she thought to herself as she looked to her husband, who also noticed the slightness of her voice. Very well. Rena said with a sigh, I don't know what we can do, but I don't think we should do nothing at all. Polaris. Her husband called out, and her second eldest sighed a little before he spoke up. I agree with Solanise. Gale wasn't the only one somewhat surprised by Polaris' words. Explain. Her husband half asked, half demanded. Polaris did so. A full-scale intervention is out of the way. We would need moons to prepare our army, and we would take many more moons to arrive to Westeros. By that time, it is likely that the conflict has either ended, or devolved in such a way that our introduction would necessitate that we put an end to one side. Polaris breathed in a little. The lore on dragon battle is very clear. Rarely does a dragon get away unscathed, and oft-times, it needs one dragon to be significantly larger than the other, but even that is no guarantee. The matter of the fact is that dragon battle is an almost certain lose-lose situation. Polaris looked around. There is a reason why dragon battles was exceptionally rare in all of Valeria's 5,000 years. Polaris stated. And then there is the rules of kinslaying. Father, I would not be wrong to say that the rules of kinslaying apply here as well. You are not wrong. Her husband stated firmly. No Targaryen shall kill or elicit the death of a Targaryen. Polaris nodded at that. Dragon battles will almost certainly cause the death of the rider. As such, our involvement in the war would likely cause one of us to be punished severely under the laws. And half-measured intervention is no good either, whether it is the seizure of Old Town or ending the support of the Green allied houses by taking them out of the war. Casterys stated. It is possible that we could force them to the negotiation table, but with the death of cousin Rhaenys. Polaris trailed off. The personal animosity between them has only deepened the rift. Neither side will settle for anything short of the total destruction of the other. Aegon stated, and Gale swallowed sadly at her husband's words. Baelon, Aemon, father, mother, look at the state of our house. Then there is nothing we can really do but do all we can to make sure any of the children aren't killed. Brienne said quietly, though the grimness in her tone of voice was there to be heard. It will be difficult for us to get to Dragonstone. Gale said quietly, and the implication of her words were clear. Should the Greens prevail, and gain access to Dragonstone, it is likely the youngest children will be helpless in the worst case. At least Maegor's secret tunnels would allow them to give those poor children in King's Landing a chance. How terrible is that I do not even consider the chance that one side won't get rid of the either side completely. That family could even consider to be on other sides. There was a long silence before her husband spoke up. Very well. Aegon said as he looked to Gale before he looked at the rest of them. We vote on intervention in the succession crisis of Westeros. Raise your hand for intervention. Rena raised her hand, and as Gale looked around, she noticed that Rena was the only one to do so. Neither I nor Brienne vote for intervention. Loros, note for the records that on the matter of intervention in the succession crisis of Westeros, Rena, first of her name, voted for intervention. Your Grace. The scribe of their house bowed his head before he put quill to paper. Raise your hand for not intervening in the succession crisis of Westeros. This time, Solanise and Valar raised their hands. I would not risk any of our dragons for them. Valar said quietly. Nor do I wish to kill any dragons. There was a moment of silence before Brienne spoke up. Both I and Casterys vote for no intervention. Loros, note for the records that on the matter of intervention in the succession crisis of Westeros, Solanis, first of his name, Valair, first of his name, Braenii, first of her name, and Castaris, first of his name, voted for no intervention. Your Grace. The scribe acknowledged. Gale. Aegon asked as he met her gaze. I abstain. Gale said quietly. Neither option appealed to her and so she would have no choice but to abstain. She could only hope that an answer would come soon. She owed it to her father, and her brothers. I also abstain. Her husband stoically. Loros, note for the records that on the matter of intervention in the succession crisis of Westeros, Aegon, the first of his name and Archon of Illimaris, and Gale first of her name, abstained on the matter of intervention. Your Grace. The scribe acknowledged. Castaris, Braenii. Aegon called as he turned his gaze to the dragon glass candle. I would have you both return to Illimaris city in 2 weeks' time. Father. Castaris asked questioningly. Direct intervention is not possible, I acknowledge that, Aegon said as he looked around the council room, meeting each of their children's gazes. However, the way they have murdered my cousin Rhaenys in the most heinous of ways, and it is not something I can or want to let go. Aegon said, and the anger he withheld was finally being let go. Aegon closed his eye for a moment. Nevertheless, this war is also an opportunity to make sure we do not see any competition in the Sunset Sea for at least a generation. Aegon reopened his eye and he turned to look at her, and Gale only nodded slightly. Knowing my husband, this was likely what he'd always had thought of doing. The islands they'd found only suggested that if news arrived of more land further in the Sunset Sea, it may well spark ambition amongst the Westerosi for those lands, something her husband would not want, especially if what he believed about a path to Uti and other, potentially wealthy, civilizations was true. The Ironborn, Lannisport, the Arbor. Aegon narrowed his eye slightly as he paused before speaking his next word. Old Town, we are fortunate enough that 2 of the 4 are allied with the 4th. Knowing the reprehensible Ironborn, it is likely they will commit crimes that will see it justified to destroy them utterly. Hegemony over the Sunset Sea. Castaris commented slowly. I see. Whilst punishing the Hightowers. Solanis assessed as he took in their father. Aegon grimly smiled a little. Beyond the crimes of the Hightowers against Rhaenys. Aegon narrowed his eye thinly before he continued after the momentary pause. The Hightowers are also complicit with the Septons of Westeros. Her husband looked around, meeting all of their gazes. Removing them from Old Town and getting someone else in there owing debts to us will help strangle the burgeoning casus belli. The faith might succeed in goading 1 or 2 generations later of my brother's descendants. There was a few moments of silence. You think they could be that much of a threat? Polaris questioned. Aegon sighed a little before he looked at the ceiling. It depends. It depends on a lot of factors that I am not sure would happen in the next 100 years, but generally, when a schism in the faith happens, it is a major cause of violence. Aegon looked at Polaris intently before he continued. From their perspective, we're heretics, worse than any of the variations of the faith they are aware of. Worse than the Dornish, worse than the Manderleys. Effectively, our faith is new, tangentially linked to the faith of the 7, yes, but generally, there is so many differences that it may as well be a new faith. As her husband had wanted. Gale thought to herself. Though she doubted that her husband had such deviation in the faith in mind when he promised all those people in Dragonstone Illimaris. The thought brought wry amusement to her. Her husband of almost 30 years ago would have been horror-struck if he knew that he'd be worshipped as he was now in Illimaris. Her husband shook his head. But in any case, that is for later generations to worry about. He said with a thin smile on his bearded face, which was quickly lost as he continued, his gaze flickering around the council room before settling on looking at the dragon glass candle. Intervention in the succession crisis is what we will not do, but if they have killed each other off, and their dragons, so as to totally to leave it all open for us to settle our present and our future. Aegon trailed off. We could use Sir Coden and the others in Old Town to help make things easier, if it turns out we stand to gain from engaging. Castaris commented after a few moments of silence. Sir Coden? Solanis asked with a frown. It was before your time. Years ago, we'd sent men to Old Town to keep their eyes out for anything of interest to us. Polaris stated. Every now and then, we send new men to take over duties from them so they can return home, though Sir Coden is quite embedded in the merchant class of Old Town. Polaris paused for a moment. And we also still have the odd King's Lander sent to Old Town to learn skills that will be beneficial for Illimaris, so we also keep an eye out in amongst the maesters that way. I would see Sir Coden to be instrumental in providing us what we need to subdue Old Town, should it prove that we are to move against them. Aegon stated before he looked around. For now, that is all we will do. Aegon stood and the dismissal was obvious, and Castaris and Braenii said their goodbyes before disconnecting the dragon glass candle. Valair, Polaris and Rhaena all left, though not without curious eyes, as Aegon remained in the council room, staring at the known world map table that stood at the center of the council room, and she followed his gaze towards Westeros, which presently had a little amber flag on the location where King's Landing that signaled that it was a potential enemy. Bravos, Volantis, Myr, and Karth had such flags on their locations, whilst Lys, the Liberty Bay cities and Noth, all had green flags. Pentos, Dorne, Uti, Greater Morok, Leng, and Murahai all had a silver flag, which meant trade mostly only. With the likes of Dorne, there was a bit more of a leeway as they were a power with intersecting interests, and whom they were having more of a lopsided trade with every year that passed. Thanks to the fury of the Conqueror and Queen Visenya, Dorne had yet to fully recover even nearly 130 years on from now, having largely returned to a more agrarian economy, which meant that their constant purchasing of grain for Velos and Illimaries, which was decreasing every year now thanks to Liberty Bay producing tremendous amounts of crops, was a pressure point they could use to influence Dorne to come to the way of Illimaries' thinking. Though, Gale mused, perhaps Dorne would be able to reposition their dependence on grain exports to Illimaries with this war. No, I doubt the Iron Throne would ever get that desperate to buy from Dorne. And I doubt the Reach will ever be unable to help lessen the threat of famine. Husband, Gale said gently as she walked over to him and grabbed hold of his arm, and Aegon sighed heavily as he closed his eyes. In another life, Rhaenys and we would have likely shared a grandchild. Aegon said quietly. Yes. Gale agreed. Casterys and Laena would have been only a few years apart, the latter some years older. She didn't deserve to be murdered for my brother's idiocy. There was real anger in his voice, and she could feel him tense further as he spoke. And the besmirching of her name. In such a manner. Aegon looked at her, and she smiled sadly at the sight of his barely contained rage. Rage she felt too, but her sadness for Rhaenys, for Laena, and even for Corlys was far stronger. The rage in Aegon's eye dissipated and her husband almost slumped, such was the way his rage fled him. I am in a way responsible for this, but I would be dishonoring Rhaenys' intelligence if I blamed myself. She should have known better. In war, when you have decided you have enemies, the last thing you do is enter the enemy's lair without means of escape. Not even you could have predicted that this was what the Hightowers were planning. Gale said a little sharply. Aegon might be hurting, but he was far too old to lash out with deed or word. Aegon smiled a little, though there was nothing really in it. No, I suppose not. There was a long moment of silence that pervaded the council room. I had hoped Rhaenys and her family would be safe. Aegon said quietly. I know. Gale responded as she looked at Driftmark on the map. I had hoped so too. I'd hoped that you were wrong. I hoped that all of this wouldn't happen. Father would be weeping if he was here. Gale said as she looked to the ceiling. And Mother? Silently, of course. Aegon said with a tired sigh. Yes, Father would not have allowed himself to look weak, even though weeping over something as self-destructive like this, without being able to do anything about it, was no thing to be seen weak about. Are you still holding on to the promise you made to my father? Gale asked. Aegon had told her father that he would be there to aid House Targaryen if it warred against itself. Yes. Aegon said as he glanced at Gale before he looked to Westeros. I shouldn't. Despite Solanese borderline impetuousness, Aegon sighed a little, though Gale knew that it was put on, for as curt Solanese could be at times, little Solanese said was offensive or out of line. He is right, Gale. Viserys and all of his line care not of us, and perhaps we have given them far too little cause to care, but ultimately, they are distant of us. Strangers. What happens with them shouldn't be the cause of death amongst our people, Gale, and gods forbid, any of our children. Aegon finished pained. Gale swallowed a little, the thought of her children dying heavy on her heart. She knew that Aegon wouldn't allow it, he'd rather die 1,000 deaths than let harm come to their children and their grandchildren, but the thought. Would you take our sons with you? Gale asked, and she was not at all careful of hiding her disapproval in her question. Aegon smiled tiredly. I would go alone. The Unsullied, and perhaps 3,000 to 5,000 of the army should be enough. Gale looked away from him for a moment. Our sons won't let you go alone. She murmured quietly. There was a moment of silence. No, I don't think they will. Aegon said with a sigh before he continued, his voice crawling to a thick quietness. Is it strange of me that I am starting to not care at all about whatever the children and their ancestors are plotting against them? Gale didn't immediately answer. Aegon had told her everything about his suspicions with the children of the forest and their false gods, the deaths of so many Targaryen ancestors in unknown and mysterious ways, the Song of Ice and Fire where they sought to bring down both the ice and the fire in some macabre confrontation that would see to the end of their family and their dragons and all of its thousands of years of history. Aegon continued. Only the fact that I am certain they would not stop their plotting against our descendants that makes me intent in ensuring Viserys' line remains strong enough to cast their eyes away from us, at least until whatever descendant of ours is capable of destroying them. Aegon had told her that he believed that the entities known as the Old Gods did not reside in just the weirwood trees, that it was possible for them to migrate from their tree into another that was not occupied. Despite being also immersed in matters of magic thanks to her husband and her children, it still sounded so mad, all of this. We do what we need to for our family. Gale said as she looked at Aegon, intently meeting his gaze. She knew not if Aegon was right in his beliefs, in the threat these entities posed to her family, but she believed in him, and believed that Aegon would do what he would need to in order to protect their family. Aegon only smiled faintly at her before he took her hand and he closed his eye briefly, the silent comfortable between them. When he spoke again, it was with a solemn note. Sometimes I really wonder if he's always been unworthy of becoming your father's successor. Has he ever shown he was worthy? Gale posed. She remembered Viserys in her youth. She might not have seen him all that much, but her impression of Viserys had never been all that great. In fact, she had a much better impression of Daemon. Rash, infantile, hot-tempered Daemon may have been, but he'd had character. Daemon might not have been suited for the throne nearly as well as her father had been, but she found it difficult to believe Daemon could have let all of this happen. Had he proven worthy, this succession crisis would not have happened, and had he proven himself worthy, you wouldn't have kept the evil of the old gods from him. Viserys would have been able to do something about the old gods with the aid of the faith. Easily. They might have lost the north over it, but what was that in comparison to ending a threat that might well be plotting to destroy your line? At some points, Aegon said with heaviness in his tone of voice. At some points I thought him worthy, enough that I would have told him everything he would have needed to know. But mayhaps that's simply me rationalizing it. Viserys had always wanted to be liked, and that is no trait for a prince, let alone a king. It's not his worst trait. Gale muttered. No, it is not. Aegon said with a grimace. Nevertheless, Aegon said with a shake of the head. For all that few amongst my nephews and nieces deserve my consideration for them, I do owe it to our house, and your father, that I see them restored to a measure of strength. Aegon made a noise in the back of his throat. Ironically, making sure all of their dragons are dead might be something I should be trying to achieve. Aegon said quietly, and Gale was surprised by her husband's words. Or perhaps just simply, stand aside, and let the old gods carry out their plot without interference. But again, once she thought it over, she could see where her husband's thoughts were heading. Without their dragons, the Westerosi Targaryens would be far less of a threat to Elomeres in the future. And though there was clearness in the matter of affairs between the Iron Throne and Elomeres, their house has always had ambition. Their greatest in centuries had conquered nearly all of a continent with this ambition, after all. But you're not. Gale surmised as she eyed her husband intently. No, I am not. If we set aside the matter of kinslaying, killing their dragons would only be a source of antagonism between our branches. Aegon stated. Yes, she could see that. They would well try and steal eggs or even dragons. Aegon hummed a little darkly before he sighed a little. I think we, or our descendants, should be able to handle it if they ever tried, especially with our sight that helps us identify them. Gale wasn't as skilled as her children with the sight, but from Aegon and her children told her, there were some ways to identify someone with significant Dragon Lord heritage. In fact, there were indeed a number of folk amongst their people who had such strong heritage. Gale grimaced a little. She wasn't a fan of Aegon's subtle manipulations to dilute the blood of those with Dragon Lord heritage, marriages with naughty and SSC heritage, but it was perhaps a necessary precaution. As was the precaution to train up more of naughty heritage and of SSC heritage to become dragon keepers. But it is better not to create that source of antagonism if we can, especially with the old gods and the faith likely to become willing allies, albeit for vastly different reasons. Aegon's expression tightened a little. Truly, Westeros is a sleeping giant akin to Uti, if they managed to centralize their realm and empower their common folk even a little, and I fear we would give them reason to rise if we, push too much. Dragons can only do so much. Aegon had often jested that if another of her father's ilk were to have taken the throne right after her father had passed, perhaps that might well have started. Gale was quite sure that had Aegon taken the throne after her father, Westeros would have long been made on the path to rise as a giant. It would be better for us if they keep their dragons. It will remove a great deal of attention from us if we are not the sole dragon-riding family, and it isn't as if we don't have magic to greatly push things into our favor. I doubt the faith will ever accept a magic-wielding royal family anytime soon. It looks like you've already made your intention to honor the promise you made to father. Gale said after a few moments of silence. Aegon said nothing to that, only offering her a commiserating smile before he looked back at the known world, and she could see him look heavily ponderous. She too looked back at the known world map, her eyes drifting to the west of Elomeres, towards the uninhabited volcanic islands they'd had carved into the wooden table after the rest of it had been made. The known world map only occupied about half of the table's surface, her husband's intent clear for all who knew him. For now, the rest of the world was unknown to them, but, little by little, they would discover more and they would reduce that unknown, little by little. I think I will abdicate once this crisis is over. The words by her husband shocked her. But then, she started thinking. In all honesty, it made sense. Her husband had led their people for nigh on as long as they had been married, and it has taken its toll on him. The decisions he'd made, many of which had eaten at his soul. Only recently, there was a rebellion amongst the former nobles of Illyria on Velos, and they had to stamp it out with extreme violence, a decision that Aegon made. I will of course remain on the council, but only as a dragon lord, and only as a guiding voice. Aegon continued as he continued to talk, and she could tell that the idea was forming more solidly in his mind. Casterys is more than ready, Gale stated, her words not supporting or unsupporting. This was, after all, a decision only her husband could make. He is, Aegon said, a small smile forming on his face. He's been doing an excellent job with Galesia. As has Braenei. Gale reminded, and Aegon chuckled a little before his smile widened a little. As has Braenei. Aegon agreed. You're hoping he'll accept that instead of coming with you? Gale stated knowingly, and Aegon laughed a little. Was I that obvious? Only to me. Gale said lightly, and Aegon looked at her fondly before he sighed. I don't want him to come. Not because I fear for him, actually, yes, because I do fear for him, but also because there should always be an Archon or his heir present in Illymaris in case something happens to the Archon, or the heir. Gale thinned her lips at her husband's words, and Aegon smiled a little apologetically. Not that I will allow anything to happen to me or any of our sons. Aegon placated, and Gale gave him a faint nod of acceptance. He continued. But I would like to set that as a precedence. For future generations. To keep the line of succession to Archon as clear and quick as possible. I think you've made too many precedents already, Aegon. Gale said to her husband a little sadly. Your life will be a standard to all of our descendants who follow us, even long after we're nothing but dust in the earth. Even to our sons, your very achievements haunts them, despite their own respectable achievements. Aegon looked pained at that, and she knew that her words would gnaw at a guilt he felt for his sons. I never wanted that. Aegon said quietly. Yes you did. Gale said with a little smile, and Aegon looked at her a little surprised. You've wanted them to emulate you. You've taught them to do so since they were first able to say father or mother. She squeezed his hand slightly. For better or worse, and I believe better, you've made sure that our descendants will have a man to look up to who built something from nothing, whilst also ensuring that his fortunes were not only his. The lives of millions were better off because of her husband, and in the decades to come, the impact her husband had on those millions will have doubled, tripled, quadrupled, as entire lands will have borne people who only have known liberty from the day they'd been born. And many of them would be right here in Illymaris. At least the wars I've fought have been righteous ones. Aegon muttered after a few moments of silence, and Gale laughed a little, and Aegon glanced at her, a fond look on his face. I shall have to rung up another righteous cause about this crisis so that these descendants of ours can help make the world just a little better, as you have said, like I have done. Gale rolled her eyes. I am sure the Ironborn and their slaves masqueraded as thralls can provide that righteous cause of yours. Gale eyed Aegon carefully. You want their iron, don't you? Aegon smiled at her before he sighingly nodded. It has been on my mind, yes. They were having issues with mining iron. Whilst they'd found deposits, unfortunately, they didn't really have the number of people to do much more than meet their immediate needs. Which was problematic, given they were making good headway with the steam power experiment of her husband's with the alchemists, the scholars, and Polaris. The alchemists were getting better at getting greater yields of the granular slow-burning wildfire variant, and from the sounds of it, they also had 4 or 5 different ideas of mass-producing the variant, which would see the potential to increase yields by 50-fold. And whilst she was a little skeptical that they could get this steam engine working in the next 10 to 5 and 10 years, eventually, it would probably work. That meant they would need immeasurable amounts of iron to produce steel for these coach rail tracks. Iron they were uncertain to be capable of mining in the large quantities they had need of, since they needed the manpower to continue to tame Illymaris and build. How would you go about getting the Ironborn to agree trading with us? I wouldn't trade with the Ironborn. Aegon told her, and she saw the hard glint in his eyes. He continued. If the opportunity does present itself, and we can actually intervene in Westeros once the succession crisis has been resolved, which is not guaranteed for all that we discussing it, Aegon warned before he sighed a little. I was hoping to remove the Ironborn and mayhaps figure out a way to get the islands granted to a more amiable house. Gale narrowed her eyes. Amiable. Like the Celtigars. Aegon said with a thin smile. Why not? It is a travesty anyway that the Conqueror allowed so many of the Andals and the rest of the ilk keep their lands without sufficiently rewarding the Valyrian houses with riches and power, beyond the favor and positions they earned in the capital. You're really expecting the succession crisis to be that bad that it would allow you to assign lands to your friends? Gale asked a little disbelievingly before she hesitantly asked. Did you see this in your flames? Aegon could see glimpses of a future, he'd said, through the flames, and, through the dragon glass candles, he could also steer a future, if what his dreams tests with Polaris and Casterys were ringing true. Merely expectation. Aegon said after a few moments of silence before he shook his head. Only a few more years, and then I can throw it Casterys' way. There was a few moments of silence before Gale spoke, It would be nice. We'd have a lot more time together with the grandchildren. Gail said with a smile on her face. She'd been reminded how wonderful it was to have such small children around again. And how wonderful each of their grandchild was. Nerys was an adorably excitable child she was sure would continue on as she grew, definitely one to temper carefully, whilst little Makar was such a sweet boy, reminded her all so much of Polaris at that age. It is definitely part of the reason why I would like to abdicate. Aegon said with a fond smile that she could see clearly through that bushel of a beard that extended nearly down to his chest. And it will allow you to keep writing. Gale teased and Aegon smiled. Aegon had found writing stories quite enjoyable. From grand tales to educational adventurous tales fit for children, like the Kung Fu Little Valyrian tale. By now, he'd written something like 3 dozen stories alone. Of course, it wasn't just stories he was writing. Scholarly papers from grand ideation of how the world worked, to scholarly papers that observed why 2 of the same animals on separate islands would have such different colored feathers. At least poor Vyagon knows where much of this knowledge comes from. Aegon might well have killed him by now due to stress had Aegon not brought her brother into the truth of how he knew so impossible much. I should go see him in the morn. Her brother was fixed abed now, had moved him to their keep to see to his comfort and health. Says the woman who enjoys spending half her time in a bank. Aegon said with a raised eyebrow. Nothing wrong with that. Gale said with a mild look. She enjoyed spending time with the people of the Bank of Illimaris and the Stock Exchange, whom had taken many of hers and Aegon's notions of finance and accounting, and making it their own. The Stock Exchange, for example, was growing in ways neither she or Aegon could have expected, such as the invention of the stock slip. I'm not saying there is, Aegon said with an amused smile. I'm just saying old men should have their pastimes too. Aegon said to Gale with a raised eyebrow, and Gale scoffed a little. There was nothing old about Aegon just yet. Whilst she had wrinkles forming on her face, and on her hands, Aegon was almost unchanged from how he'd looked when been 30 name days of age. She had not brought it up with him, and she could tell that he was worried about it too. She'd wondered if it was because of magic, but she couldn't quite tell. Her sight might be open, but she was no talent in magic like her children and Aegon. At least it isn't fishing. Gale wrinkled her nose. More than a few times Aegon had reeked, to the point that she had demanded that he at least bathe before flying again. Dragon and the smell of gutted fish were a deadly combination. She couldn't imagine what the smell must be like in Lady Sarella's home. She'd never found it within herself to ask such impolite curiosities. Aegon laughed a little. It's quite rewarding. Aegon smiled a little deeper at her when she leveled a look at him. Truly. Aegon insisted as he led her out of the council room. Sitting in a dingy old boat. Days later. Gale's hand went to her mouth as Janos reported on the dragon battles that had occurred above King's Landing. The destruction of the dragon pit, malaise, the deaths of Lena and Laenor. Gale shared a look with Polaris, who had been the one to take the report from King's Landing this morn, and she could see the troubled look on his face, but it was only troubled. He did not have the emotional connection she and Aegon had with Lena and Laenor, those poor children, even the boy, her father's namesake, 7 and 10 name days old. Thank you, Janos. The calm in Aegon's voice was deceptive, but this time his halo could not shroud him from what he truly felt. From now on until further notice, we will speak every morn on the happenings of the war. It would be my pleasure, Your Grace. Aegon ended the call before he looked to Polaris. Send a messenger to call on Sir John. Polaris hesitated before he nodded. Father. Polaris glanced at her. Mother. I did not know my cousins, but I know you were both fond of them. And their mother. Polaris paused before he continued. You have my condolences. Thank you, Polaris. Gale said, speaking for herself and her husband, and soon they were left alone in their chambers, and for a long time, they sat there, holding the other's hand, and she knew that both of them would be thinking of the 2 children they'd so adored a lifetime. Break. Early 129 AC. The Unnamed Keep. Maejali POV. She shielded Makar's eyes as the dragons melted the stones, and Makar's little fingers pulled at hers. Not again. I want to see, I want to see. Stop, Maggie. Makar exclaimed in a cry as he tried to wiggle out of her lap at the same time as he pulled at her fingers. Be careful, it is very bright, Maejali warned before she let him peer through the gaps of her fingers, and Makar's excited noise, the one she realized only children could make, was strong enough to dull the sounds of the roaring flames. The roaring flames did not last long though, and soon enough, the molten stone, a great mass of glowing puddle, begun to climb unnaturally up, before twisting and jointing at the lower ends of the many tens of foot tall bridge. Polaris and Valar pushed it up high up, before her father, Aegon, rose in the air on 2 slabs of molten stone and seemed to control the upward movement of the stone even more, slowly going up and up, until the molten stone reached the footpath of the bridge, and within moments, the molten glow of the stones begun to fade away, first at the bottom, and then slowly up to the new fused pillar of the bridge that would lead that lonesome pillar full of dirt and a seed. Amazing, isn't it? Maejali said to her nephew as she craned her neck to gaze upon his little face. It was the first time he was seeing such magics, having convinced Polaris enough or rather cried that he'd permitted his son to watch them work. It helped that Makar was precocious for his age, and generally well behaved. Yes. Makar said excitedly, and Maejali smiled a little as the boy babbled away about the sight, listening quietly as she watched more of the bridge being built. She wondered what it would feel like to walk on that bridge, if it would feel the same as their still unnamed keep would feel like. Like home. Father had said that Dragonstone had felt a little like their keep, though not as much as Dragonstone had only been intended as a forward fortress of some purpose, and it was likely merely a sense of their dragon blood calling to the Dragonstone, but the keep was different. Its stones were fused with a desire, Father had said, a want, an emotion, a place to call home, and their fires and that of their dragons had responded to all of that, retaining a bit of it in its foundations. And it made her wonder, if this bridge, and that lonesome pillar with that dirt and seed, would have that same bit in its foundations. Likely not, Maejali mused to herself quietly. She did not know what was special of that seed, but she knew that Father did not like it much, which was surprising as there was few things in Illimaries he ever showed dislike about. At least to her. It was some time later, after about 6 more pillar additions were added, that Makar started to make himself a bit of a nuisance. I want to go, let me go. Makar said as he tried to wriggle out of her arms and from her lap. Behave, Makar. Maejali said sternly, at least she thought it was stern, but it seemed to have helped a little, for the boy stopped wriggling. If you don't behave, Sirona will take you back into the keep and to your mother. No, no, please, I will be good. I just want to see it closer. Makar said as he turned around and stared at her with horror-filled violet-white eyes, eyes that flickered towards the servant girl Sirona who stood by them. Play. Truly, it was unfair how adorable he looked in this moment. One more chance. Maejali tried to look sternly at him despite doing her best not to crack a smile, and it seemed to have worked for he bobbed his head rapidly. You can ask your father later if you can go onto the bridge. Makar stopped his bobbing and he looked ponderous for a moment, and this was the final straw that broke out her smile. He looked so much like Polaris in this moment. He said no last time, Makar muttered as he looked away from her and towards the bridge. I will speak to your father. You have been good after all. Really? Makar swiveled his head around with wide eyes. Yes. But only if you continue to be good. I promise. Makar said as he struck out his little finger, and this made Maejali stifle her laughter. Father started oddly signing off his promises made to Makar with the grasping of the little finger. Something about it being akin to their Greek secret language. From the ways of it, she doubted that the odd hand gesture thing was going to be the only thing her father was going to introduce to them. They continued to watch them build more of the bridge, until finally, they called an end to it after having consumed the remaining of the stones that had been left over from the building works in the city and elsewhere. With how much work and stones were needed across Illimaries, now that villages and towns were beginning to form around the plantations and farms, it had been decided that they would only use whatever stone was left over rather than divert needed resources from the construct. Father, Polaris and Valair walked up to them, coming uphill, and soon enough they were by them, and she let go of Makar as she rose, who had raced to a tired but smiling Polaris. Father, can I do this magic also? Please, please, please. Polaris laughed a little. When you're older. Mayhaps. Maejali knew her brother well enough to know that he was teasing the little boy. How much older? When you're this tall. Polaris said as he put his hand right next to his shoulder, and Makar gasped almost comically in horror. That Luong. Makar whined and Polaris laughed before he picked up and upset Makar. I was that tall when my father taught me magic too. Polaris said in answer, and Makar looked upset before he looked dubiously at father. Is that true, Grandpa? It is not true. Their father said, and Makar looked triumphant for a moment before that triumph turned a little smug. See. Makar said with all of the force a forenamed A could accomplish. Polaris was this. Their father raised his hand just below Polaris' top brow. Tall when I taught him magic. It's true. You did stop growing at the same time your voice broke. Valair commented with a wry grin, and Polaris sent a long-suffering look at Valair. Not everyone grows like a weed, as you have done. Polaris said before he muttered under his breath, though still deliberately loud enough for them all to hear and just as annoying as a weed. Valair only chuckled at that, though soon enough their attentions were grabbed by Makar. I don't believe you, Grandpa. Makar said with all the confidence of a forenamed A old boy. It is true. Polaris said, and Valair hummed in agreement. For me, he waited until I was this tall. Valair deliberately placed his hand just above Polaris' head, and Maejali snorted at the act. Really? Makar asked, and he seemed like he was really on the verge of crying. Yes, Polaris said solemnly to his son, though before Makar really tipped over the edge, Polaris continued. But if you're good, you don't have to wait that long. Really? Makar's voice was hopeful. Really? But you will have to wait. Understand? Pola said as he met his son's gaze, and Makar nodded a little meekly. Understand? Makar mumbled. Good boy. Pola said before he scruffled Makar's hair, earning a little smile from the young boy. Right, I'm going back to mine own little ones. Valar said before he started to walk. I think I will go for a walk. Their father said before he looked at her. Maejali, would you join me? It caught her by surprise before she nodded quickly. I'll come with you, Pola said to Valar after he'd glanced between her and their father, and soon enough they were left alone and walking on the small path that was above the entrance gates to the dragon pit. They'd walked for some time without talking, even though she was sure her uncertain glances were noticed by her father, and, finally, she couldn't really help but wonder. Father. I have been unfair to you. The sudden words surprised Maejali immensely, but after a moment, she instinctively understood what her father meant. The reason why she sometimes felt a little uncertain of her real place in their family. No, not a little, a lot. She knew, from the first moment she understood it, that she was always meant to marry Solanese, whom she had grown companionable with. Someone she could see herself at the least content with, even though Solanese did have some quirks she disliked a little. But that understanding had always come hand in hand with the promise of a dragon, something she'd always been taught belonged to a Targaryen. And Maejali understood also that she wasn't exactly Targaryen, not completely, and only because of her uncle who was her father in most things. I have never kept from you the reasons why you couldn't have a dragon. Aegon told her, and it was true. He did tell her that it wasn't her that he was keeping dragons away from, but more establishing a precedence that kept the peace in their family long after they're all dead. A precedence that bastards couldn't inherit or take the name Targaryen, let alone a dragon's, and only really female bastards had a chance by taking the family name due to marrying, and though not without exceptional agreement in the family as a whole, and not without ensuring that the blood ties and loyalties were firm. It was all sensible, but sensible was not what she always felt like a young girl, or as she still did now. No matter how sensible it was. But all the same, I feel that unfairness I have put on you, my daughter. I understand it, father. Truly, I do. Maejali said as she looked away from her father. And I thought that this matter was closed. Years closed. Forgive me, Maggie, if you feel like I'm being too. Her father trailed off for a moment, too sentimental, though a word that is not quite right. Morose perhaps. Maejali said with tongue in cheek. Her father chuckled lightly. Writer, yes. Her father sighed and she glanced at him, and saw him looking at the heavens. I suppose with your marriage nearing so close, I felt it necessary to tell you that I acknowledge that you have been dealt with unfairness, despite my always considering you a daughter of my blood and heart. Her father glanced at her for a moment before he looked away from her. Especially considering how much you healed me as a babe. Maejali faltered in her steps for a moment. What? She blinked before she got hold of herself. What do you mean? After I destroyed much of Nuki's, her father seemed to roll his jaw for a moment. I was heavy of heart. Tremendously so. Her father looked at her squarely in the eyes. And you, with all of your innocence, touched my cheeks with your little hands, and tried to comfort me. Her father's eye seemed to take on a sheen before he looked away from her. I have loved you since that day, Maggie, and I have never regretted it since. She took his hand and her father stopped and she swept him with a hug, and she sniffled as she tried to keep her tears in. Father, I. Her father circled his hands on her back, comforting her, and Maejali felt the love he told her he had for her. Though she never doubted he loved her, she was never sure he loved her as much as he loved the rest of her adoptive siblings. She knew that it was a silly fear to have, and Brainy's assurances, understanding as she was, that she had an equal place in their father's heart had always felt never enough. But this story. Why didn't you tell me this before? Maejali wondered as she ceased the hug, and there was a look of discomfort on her father's face. I was a little heavier of heart than I had expected. And Maejali was a little confused at what he meant, and he saw it before he sighed a little. I may have been unrestrained with all of that heaviness. It took a moment for Maejali to understand and her lips twitched. I see. Maejali said as she grabbed hold of her father's arm. I promise it will be a secret I keep to my grave. You have my appreciation. Her father said a little uncomfortably before he cleared his throat. I hope you do not mind, I have picked you one of the dragon eggs. At this Maejali's eyes widened in surprise. There was still 2 surviving dragon eggs remaining from Lysmaria's recent clutch, whilst there were also 3 more viable eggs remaining from the first clutches of Tyrax's, Taria, and Laisha. From which clutch? Maejali hoped to get her egg from Lysmaria's clutch. It is one of the 3 eggs I bought back from the Bravasi. Maejali's eyes widened. Really? Maejali would felt betrayed by the hope that had crept in her voice, but she cared not. To have an egg from that clutch, even if she had to give a bit of blood to help wake it from stone. No one is certain, but it is very likely that the 3 eggs came from Dreamfire, who herself was from Meraxes, the second largest dragon at the time, only outsized by Baelon himself, who was at least half a century older by then, and it is said that Meraxes likely would have reached Baelon's size had she lived to the same age, and she had the same wingspan as Vermithor has now. Though Dreamfire was a smaller dragon, part of that was because of her lack of feed due to her remaining in the dragon pit for most of her life. The lineage of the dragon eggs were undeniable. And, she mused, if her dragon was anything like Baelon II, the fast-growing dragon of the one named Old Enar, who was growing faster than Tyrax's even, she might not have to wait all that long to ride her dragon. Her dragon, her dragon. The very thought was exciting her immeasurably. Really? Though I would hope you would have better sense than Castoris and Braenei and name the dragon after one of the 3 conqueror dragons. Her father said exasperatedly. I do at least have the privilege to be able to name my dragon, unlike my little nephew. Maejali said with a beaming smile, and her father smiled at her. Yes, you do. The name rights of a dragon can be a deeply personal one, especially when one bonds with a never-claimed dragon at an older age. Her father paused before he eyed her once more. So are you happy with the offer of the egg? Yes. Maejali said intently before she calmed herself. Yes. Maejali said beamingly before she paused for a moment. I can choose which one. Of course. Her father said, and Maejali nodded. Whilst the eggs were technically petrified, she still wanted to see which one she felt more of a connection with. Makar, despite being no more than 2 name days, had seemed to have instinctively known which egg should be his. Mayhaps she would have that same sense. What happens with the last egg? She asked. I have decided to let your siblings determine which one of my grandchildren ought to have it. Her father stated, and Maejali nodded slowly. One other thing I wanted to discuss with you. Her father said as they were nearly full circle and back at the path of that led to their keep, and her father had her full attentions. I want you to sit your testing for the higher mysteries and finance within the next year. Her father stated to her, and Maejali's eyes widened. Why? Maejali could only ask. The higher mysteries, magic, was something she was well versed in. Seeing magic performed by your siblings and your parents, well, with the promise that you would learn to use it too if you applied yourself, was a good motivation to learn whatever she was asked. All those meditation exercises, all those meanings of fire and creation and what other meanings elements and emotions had upon the world, fire wielding, changing the nature of fire, all of it, she did whatever she was told to do. Polaris had been the one who taught her the most of it, including what would usually be taught to those in the citadel learning about the higher mysteries. Her mother had been the one who taught her the most about finance, governance too, as it was expected that each of her sisters would have a role in the running of not only their household, but also in Ilmaris itself. Because I want you to start sitting in on more of the council meetings. Maejali considered that. Her sisters had been sitting in on those meetings around her age too. But she couldn't help but feel there was also another reason for it. Is this because of what is happening in West Eros? Though she was not privy all that much to what her family discussed, yet, she did hear enough from her siblings that a war over a throne was being fought, family against family. Apparently her and Braenei's half-brothers were in on it too. That, and combined with what she was seeing with the military and the navy, well, it wasn't hard to figure out. And many noble ladies were realizing something was up too, because their husbands were preparing. Yes. Her father said as he glanced at her as they started climbing up the stairs. You're old enough, and more than wise enough, Maggie, and I would like your voice to have weight sooner than later. I promise I won't disappoint. Maejali said after she'd swallowed a little. Father smiled at her before he leaned in and kissed her forehead. Maggie, since the moment I saw you, you have never disappointed me. Her father looked at her with a smile. And I believe you won't start doing so now. She didn't let go of her father until they were well in their family keep. Break. Early 129 AC Ilmaris, the unnamed keep. Castoris POV. You want to abdicate? Castoris asked, shocked. Is that so surprising? His father said with a faintly amused smile. Yes. Castoris said immediately. He couldn't imagine his father not ruling. At least whilst he was alive. Which would be for a long time. Why? Castoris asked as he sat down in the seat opposite his father's desk. Because you're ready. You've been ready years now. His father told him with earnestness in his voice. Since you were but 4 and 10 name days old, you have shown me that you were ready to lead our people, and our family. Since then, you've only grown into your skin, and the work in Galizia only proves it. A measure of pride filled his chest at his father's words. Galizia was the product of his and Braenei's hard work. 20,000 now called Draconis home, a accomplishment that they had worked hard for. So many challenges, so many little problems they had to deal with, just the pair of them, with the occasional help from Valar whenever he struck a fancy to fly to Draconis, and it was something that was his. And Braenei's. He was immeasurably proud of it. Besides, his father said with a shrug. I'm getting old. I've ruled for 30 years, almost. I think that is long enough for anyone to rule. I am due my retirement. Retirement? Castoris repeated with more than a little disbelief. My soldiers retire. Why can't I retire? Castoris knew now that his father was jesting though, that look, he looked amused but, also assured. You're truly serious. Castoris wanted his father to clarify just one more time. His father dropped his amusement. I am. He nodded. He was silent for a few moments. When? I can abdicate now if you want. His father said, and Castoris was thrown into a loop once more. Now? When there was that succession crisis. Castoris narrowed his eyes. You want to retire now, and give me the position of Archon, right when you've been getting the army back at fighting conditions both here and Velos, even if you say it is just in case. His father remained silent, his eye unblinking, and Castoris felt a strong morsel of anger. You want me to stay, don't you? When you decide to go to Westeros. I do. His father stated, his face unchanging. I want you to stay here and rule. Whether you do so in my name or in yours, in either case, you will be ruling. And if I say I want to fight alongside you? Castoris demanded to know as he let his anger show. Then you will fight alongside me. His father simply stated, though he looked a little tired. I would prefer you would choose to stay and begin your rule, but I will not force you to do so. His father stared directly into his eyes. You are a father, Castoris, and you are nearly 30 name days old. You are my son, my eldest, and for that, you are your own man. The time of forcing you into doing what I want has long ended. His father smiled a little at him. I only have reason left, and I hope that will be enough. Castoris stared at his father for a long time before he slumped a little in his chair. You are impossible. Castoris muttered. He might be 30 name days, but his father always knew how to speak to him and get him to listen. Your mother does remind me of that quite often. His father smiled a little. I'm not sure why. Dear gods, father really spends far too much time with Solanise. What is this reason? His father sighed. I have been a warmonger. His father shook his head, halting Castoris from speaking, and their gazes met. I have fought, and dragged our people, and will almost certainly drag one more time, into war. For all of the benefit our wars have had for our people, many of whom are the direct result of them becoming Elamari, I fear that the standard that I am setting is too much of an warmongering empire. His father looked away from Castoris for a moment. There's a balance, of a sort, that a people needs to maintain. Remain strong, remain vigilant, keep to your values and your convictions, but never veer so much that you are unrecognizable from what the hopes of your nation had been at the start. His father looked at Castoris once more. Elamaris is meant to be a place of hope, of dreams, and I would like your reign to be the reign that future generations will call upon as an example of an enlightened Archon who saw to a golden age that sees our population expand many times. His father explained, and Castoris could see where his father was coming from. But unfortunately, he could also see the negatives of not going with his father. There are expectations of me from our people. Castoris reminded his father, and his father looked a little pained at him. And you will meet them, in another way, if you so let it. Castoris, what I have done. His father sighed heavily, and he seemed to collapse in his chair. I am impossible, as you have stated. The legend that is crafted around me is greater than even I will ever truly measure up to, let alone you, who is greater than I myself am. And yes, Castoris, before you start, you are. I have had advantages that you do not have, and yet, if I had none of it, I doubt I would have compared. Castoris wanted to know what these advantages were, but he would shelve for it for now. His father continued. These expectations of our people. His father closed his eye for a moment. I have considered them, and though you are right, I truly believe you can meet them without having to bend to their exact expectations. His father opened his eye. Because you know as well as I do that Enar would come to have the same expectations after you, and so too would those after him, and to force generations to do what we have done for merely the chance to measure up. He let the silence go for a few moments before he answered. I will come with you, father. Castoris said with determination. I understand your reasoning. I do, truly. Gods, did he understand his father's argument? The thought of Enar feeling the same crippling pressure to measure up to him, he deeply understood now why his father always tried to reassure him. But what son, and heir, would I be, if I let you go, alone, into battle, when I am in the peak of my strength, and Galathox fitted with Elamari steel armor? A son who puts the duty he holds for his people above all. His father said quietly as he stared at Castoris. A duty that I will always perform, but I reject that it is a duty that needs to be performed right now. Castoris said with certainty, and neither of them spoke for some time until finally his father broke the silence. It seems we both shall go, if Viserys line prove themselves incapable of keeping hold stably of what the Conqueror took for our family name. His father said finally, and Castoris nodded sharply. Solanise will want to come too. Castoris stated. Polaris wasn't a warrior and it wouldn't take much to convince him to stay, especially with all of their children. Valar would be a little more difficult, but ultimately, Westeros held little interest for him to see. Besides, he'd prefer to prepare for the scouting of western Sothorios with Shrikos, a bit like General Bellaris, though with significantly more support with a fleet anchored off of the coast, though he'd probably be annoyed at another delay since this will probably keep them busy for some time. He'd get his father, or not if he was to ascend to Archon soon, offer Valar more resources for western Sothorios as recompense. Yes, he will. His father stated as he eyed Castoris. Especially as I won't have an excuses to forbid him. Castoris only raised his eyebrow uncaringly at that. His father's beard twitched a little before grunted as he sat back in his chair. Well, it will probably did him a lot of good. I would give him command of most of the military actions. Particularly the Ironborn. Yes, Solanise had a streak of violence in his bones. It wasn't difficult, or worrisome, but Solanise did seem to cherish being at battle more than anything else he'd ever seen his brother take to. For you, I would have you more involved with the diplomacy side of things, if Westeros truly turns out to be a pool of instability. Castoris nodded slightly. I can agree to that. We'll take our hounds with us. His father paused for a moment. And food tasters too. The Westerosi might decry poison as cowardly, but they partake in it, even if it is not as much as the SSC. His father narrowed his eye at Castoris. For all that I am giving you way, know this, Castoris. If fate does decide we are leave Illimaris for Westeros, know that I will not brook disobedience. You will do what I say, when I say it. His father's expression turned steely. You will not take risks outside of those I decide you can take, you will fight when I tell you can fight. His father breathed in sharply through his nose before he continued. I will not have you die on me, or on the rest of our family, is that clearly understood? Will you tell this to Solanise as well? Castoris said as he kept strong effort on keeping his calm. I will, in the way fit for him. He is not my heir. He is not whom I have taught almost everything I know, whom I know Illimaris will need after my reign is finished. His father said sharply before his voice softened. Castoris, I love you, son, but I need you to swear to me that you will do what I ask when we are if we are to be at war this one last time. Castoris stared at his father for a long time before he nodded curtly, and his father let off a breath of relief. Good. His father said before he picked up his quill, and that was signal enough for Castoris to leave. But before Castoris left, he turned and looked at his father. Does it get easier? His father looked at him questioningly. Carrying. Castoris said a little awkwardly before he continued, as much as you do as when I had been a helpless babe. No. His father said easily before he smiled, though it was tinged with something bitter. It gets harder. But, it's worth it. His father told him, and Castoris breathed out a little heavily, and he offered his father a faint smile before he nodded and left. Break. Late 129 AC King's Landing. Mysaria POV. She adjusted cowl of her cloak as she waded through the streets of Visenya Hill. The taking of the city by the Blacks had been relatively painless, at least for the common folk of the city, but there were still many killings in the city, even after the king consort arrived in the city a day ago, and the matter of lack of food was stirring the tension even more every hour that passed. It wouldn't be long before riots would start, and with it, swathes of bloodshed. After several more turns, she arrived at the gated manses. Halt! One of the guards said, and she only took down her hood in answer. The guard saw her and nodded before he knocked on the bronze gate, and the eye shutter opened. A guest of silk. The guard said to the pair of eyes, and the eye shutter closed before the sounds of locks chimed around. You may go in. The guard said needlessly as the gate opened, and she, after a quick glance around, walked through the narrow gap in the gate. She eyed the manse as she kept on walking, escorted as she was, and soon enough, she was inside of it and heading into the bowels of the manse, though she kept a look around, particularly at the courtyard, to see if they were still here. But she found none, nor a sound of the children, though it seemed like there were few men here too, compared the last time she was here. She didn't think they would have killed them. They were not that ilk. But then, Mysaria thought, it wasn't as if she knew the Archon, even if she knew these people and understood them well enough to anticipate them, as they took their orders from him, and him alone. Finally, she arrived at the receiving room, where Janos sat with a hot cup, and, as she neared, she could see the telltale signs of what kind of hot brew it was. Tea, they called it. The Uti grow it, and apparently, it was quite popular in Illimaris, or so she'd heard Janos claim the last time she'd been here. She'd learnt not to trust Janos' words all that much, whom she knew distrusted her strongly, which also meant the Archon distrusted her still, after all these years. Mysaria. Janos said with a respectful nod before he gestured to a seat opposite her. Janos. Mysaria said as she sat down at the offered seat. Tea. Janosch asked and Mysaria smiled. I would prefer a Dornish wine like last time, if you have it. Unfortunately we ran out. We do have some ale, if you have want of it. I will remain without cup in that case. Mysaria declined lightly. Janosch nodded his acceptance. Have many of your men perished from starvation? Mysaria asked lightly as she deliberately looked around. I remember seeing more last time. Despite the drain of food your lovely girls have been, Janosch said with an amused smile on his face, it was not so much a drain that left us starving, fortunately. We have appreciated your sharing of the food. Mysaria said, and it was honest true. Whilst they would not have starved, it did make life a little more comfortable. The city gates had not opened for moons and little food had come via ships, for the merchants had fear of being destroyed. The little food that did come, had gone largely straight the nobility and the Red Keep. Good. Janosch said, and Mysaria smiled despite feeling a little irritated. Janosch continued, and the next words that came out of his mouth shocked her. The Archon is coming. The shock made her pause longer than she had intended in her response, even if she did not show too much of her shock. When? Soon enough. Janosch stated before he paused. We will need someone to inform the king consort of this. Me. Mysaria stated simply, though her mind worked fast. She understood why. Tywin Lannister and Alicent Hightower had almost escaped the city, but they'd been captured by Janosch men and had given them to Mysaria to give directly to Corlys Velarion's men, which had earned her an audience with Corlys Velaryon, an audience that had given her a way into influence with the powerful lord. She would have no difficulty getting another audience with the man, especially once she'd infer the importance of the matter she had to tell him. Yes. Janosch crossed his arms as he stared her down. The Archon believes that some softening is necessary by the time he arrives. Arriving suddenly will alarm the king consort and have all kinds of wrong assumptions. She studied Janosch's face. And would the king consort be wrong to have those kinds of assumptions? Janosch snorted. Woman, this place is as bad as it smells. Janosch looked angry for a moment, but it soon morphed into an amused grin. Believe me when I say, when you have Illymaries, you don't need anything else. Mysaria doubted that. All men had greed in their bellies. No matter how good what they had currently. She supposed that was where Janosch must have been in the year and a half absence she'd noted he'd been gone. Perhaps a while longer. And I would be careful needling out shit like that again, Janosch said with narrowed eyes. Or insinuating things you have no understanding of. Believe me, it will not turn out good for you if you are the cause of headaches for my Archon. The words were said lightly, but the look in the man's gaze was one that she struggled not to look away from. It was a look of promised violence. I suppose I must take heed, lest I end up like those children who walked these halls. Mysaria said lightly of the bastard children of Aegon II as she met the narrowing gaze head-on. Janosch only snorted. You're a tiresome piece of work. Brave too, though is it really bravery when you're in a place where you have no control over your fate? I doubt a gallant man such as yourself would do a fair woman such as I harm. Mysaria said with a sly smile, and Janosch snorted. Lovely as always, Mysaria. Janosch said with a look that clearly stated that it wasn't, and the man gestured her to leave. You can tell the sea snake whenever you want. Do make sure he pays you well for the service. Mysaria rolled her eyes. Clever. Janosch only chuckled as she walked away, and soon enough she was out of the manse. So he's coming, is he? Somehow, she doubted the information she was going to give could be softened in any way. Still, the information will earn me more of what I need, Mysaria thought to herself. Yes, yes it will.